In the realm of divine beings, you are undoubtedly the last surviving master of the celestial emperor realm. Yet, you choose to masquerade as a mere mortal, dwelling in the mountains and leading a life of seclusion for a century. Traveling does not require the use of a sword, hunting solely with a bow and arrow, for it was at that moment when you were on the brink of transcending to the immortal emperor, preparing to escape this accursed mountain. Yet, the canine system informed that this realm could not bear the influx of the celestial emperor's power, thus forbidding any ascendance from the mountain. Until this day, a stunningly beautiful woman was pursued by 3 formidable men to this very spot. The canine system promptly issued a mandatory directive. Rescuing the woman will grant one the opportunity to transcend into the realm of the immortal emperor. You consented without a moment's hesitation, because dealing with these 3 individuals is exceedingly effortless for you. Yet, as you stepped out of the wooden cabin, the canine system unexpectedly sealed your cultivation. It is also stated that the restrictions will only be lifted after bringing the individual back to the cabin. Thus it is what was promised as saving a life has transformed into you being perpetually guarded by the woman behind you. Until the moment you return to the cabin once more, a sudden surge of momentum erupts within you. With a mere wave of the hand, those 3 individuals were effortlessly erased. Before the woman had the chance to be astonished, she fell into a state of unconsciousness. In order to save the individual, you directly request a pill from the system for the woman to consume. Little did one expect that the system would bestow upon them a dragon and phoenix pill, though its healing properties are indeed remarkable. However, it requires both genders to be involved. Thus, the innocent youth that you were has not only lost your purity. The woman harbored a grudge against you. After her injury healed, she cast a fierce glare in your direction before departing. You once believed that you would never cross paths with her again in this lifetime. Who could have anticipated that 2 years later? A general hailing from the imperial dynasty entrusted a girl of merely 6 months into your care, asserting that she is your daughter. Having uttered these words, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, within a magnificent palace thousands of miles away, a stunningly beautiful woman is seated in the grand hall. This lady is none other than Empress Shen Qingqing of the Qingyu dynasty. 2 years ago, she encountered a formidable bottleneck in her cultivation. In pursuit of a breakthrough, she ventured deep into the mountains. Unexpectedly, they fell into an ambush laid by the 3 great dynasties. I encountered an utterly disgraceful masquerade, where one, possessing profound and immeasurable prowess, feigned the guise of a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation. Yet, one deceives oneself and robs her of her innocence. Had it not been for the fear of being targeted by the 3 great empires, I would not have entrusted you with my beloved. I shall attend to the matters concerning the 3 great empires first. I shall personally come to escort you back, and at that time, you shall surely pay the price. On the other side, after thorough examination, it has been confirmed that she is indeed your biological daughter. Becoming a father for the first time, you genuinely experience an unparalleled joy. However, the little girl nestled in your arms perceives things differently. Shen Qingqing, in this life, is the daughter of the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty. Yet in her previous existence, she possessed a remarkable lineage. A formidable being from the upper realm, known as the Moonfall Celestial King, who is reputed to be invincible among the celestial kings, embarks on an exploration of a secret realm belonging to the celestial emperors. Unintentionally ambushed by the combined forces of 5 celestial kings, ultimately succumbing to their might, fell into the depths of the hidden realm. Wait for me, for I shall return to the celestial realm. Rest assured, I will subject you to 1,000 cuts and countless torments, imprisoning you in the heavenly dungeon, forever barred from the cycle of reincarnation. Gazing into my daughter's fierce eyes, one might mistakenly believe she is merely hungry. Hastily, he retrieved a bottle filled with fresh animal milk and promptly placed it at Shen Qingqing's lips. In the midst of her reminiscence, Shen Qingqing was taken aback by this sudden action, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "What is this? Mortal, what are you doing? What are you placing into my mouth?" Just as she found herself in a state of bewilderment, a spectral image of an ancient demon emerged behind the baby bottle. The erudite Moonfall Immortal, with a single glance, discerned that this was the essence of potent beast's milk. One can summon the ethereal shadows of formidable beasts using the milk of mystical creatures. It seems that her rather unassuming father possesses considerable strength as well. Yet, strangely, she cannot perceive the slightest fluctuation of your cultivation. The following day, you observe something peculiar about your daughter. The infant, not yet a year old, remains awake in the middle of the night, meditating as if in a state of profound cultivation. One cannot help but ponder the nature of this extraordinary realm, especially considering the lack of exposure to the outside world. When it comes to the art of cultivation, you find yourself utterly bewildered. As for your own strength, you remain uncertain. However, you can sense that with a mere thought, this entire world could instantly dissolve into nothingness. In the terminology of the system, you have ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Presently, you find yourself in the lower realm, which is but one among countless others. There exists but a single upper boundary. When an individual at the lower realm reaches the 9th level of the Emperor's domain, on the brink of ascending to the next realm, they shall be forcibly transported to the upper boundary by the decree of the heavenly Tao. For this realm cannot withstand the power of the celestial beings, and you are exceptional. In the earlier years, upon breaking through the realm of the great emperor, the system bestowed upon you a set of garments capable of concealing all things intended to shroud the secrets of heaven. At that very moment, Shen Qingqing cradled an ancient tome in her hands, jogging towards you with a graceful sway. Is the content of this book truly authentic? The mute Shen Qingqing uttered indistinct sounds, her lips moving in a manner that left one wondering what she might be trying to convey. Although you were perplexed, you still accepted the book that your daughter held out to you. Chronicles of the Upper Realm. This tome, which you acquired several years ago, chronicles the significant events that have transpired in the upper realm, yearning for the world beyond, yet confined within. Thus, you frequently peruse the records documenting the remarkable deeds of various formidable beings from the upper realms. You then rose and lifted your daughter, saying, "The title of this book is Chronicles of Time. It contains a multitude of delightful tales. Let me share one with you." Upon opening the book, one finds oneself gazing at the very page that Shen Qingqing had turned to, where 4 grand characters capture the eye. The moon sets, the immortal king. Dear daughter, behold, this is none other than the illustrious Moonfall, the celestial king. Isn't she enchanting? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The Moonfall immortal king was born into the celestial realm as a saintess of the Moonfall clan, possessing the heavenly spirit's sacred body. She was ranked 3rd on the celestial beauty list. 3,000 years ago, she attained the immortal king realm, achieving an unblemished record in her path of enlightenment. A millennium ago, the celestial emperor's secret realm was unveiled. The Moonfall celestial king ventured into the mysterious domain all alone. Fallen victim to a surprise assault by the 5 great celestial kings, ultimately succumbing within the secret realm, he met his demise at the age of 6,500 years. Gazing at the records above, Shen Qingqing felt a shiver run through her body. Is it truly the case? Have I been dead for so many years? Shen Qingqing continued to turn the pages with her delicate hands. I have turned to the year that is closest to this time period. Nangonghua, pseudo-celestial emperor realm. Several years ago, joined forces with the 5 great celestial kings to slay the Moonfall celestial king. Ultimately, she successfully obtained the legacy of the celestial emperor, shattering the mirror. She gazed upon the image, recognizing the face that was all too familiar to her. Shen Qingqing's chubby hands clenched tightly, and with a determined fist, she struck him on the head. In that very instant, a surge of sword energy began to coalesce. Not good. The Emperor of Immortals cannot be insulted. The sudden turn of events left Shen Qingqing feeling overwhelmed. If this sword aura were to strike her, she would either die or suffer severe injury. Clouds of exquisite beauty drift gracefully across the sky. Mysterious and intricate golden runes converge, forming an immense celestial dome. A colossal sword-shaped aura of energy points ominously at Shen Qingqing, who lies upon you. A deep voice emerged from your lips, a sword energy of a false sword emperor daring to be directed towards his own daughter. As your voice resonates, the world, in that fleeting moment, reverts to its former tranquility. A terrifying thought flashed through Shen Qingqing's mind. It appeared that her seemingly unremarkable father was not to be trifled with. The sword energy just now was directed at her, albeit with minimal force. Yet, the punishment from heaven, provoked by the disrespect towards the celestial emperor, was merely dispelled by a single word from her humble elder. And you, beside her, gently caressed her head and smiled, saying, "Good girl, mischievous yet charming, fear not the pride." Thus, as time ebbs and flows like a swift shuttle, the two within the mountains lead a life of serene retirement, akin to a paradise untouched by the outside world. Yet the world beyond the mountains is far from tranquil. Empress Shen Qingqing of the Qingyu dynasty, with her formidable presence, boldly challenges the three great empires. Warfare erupts. In a mere span of 2 years, the three great empires are brought to their knees. The toll of the conflict. The remnants of the dynasty require an extensive period to be gradually cleansed, creating a striking contrast with your existence in a secluded paradise. 3 years have swiftly passed, and at this moment, you find yourself standing in the courtyard. Beside me, a fire serpent bound tightly with ropes gazes at you, who is skillfully heating oil in a pot, trembling with trepidation. For today marks the 4th birthday of my daughter, and, simultaneously, it is the day of her awakening. Host, may I inquire if you intend to cook your daughter? Lack of experience. What I am doing is preparing materials for my daughter's awakening physique. Within this concoction lies the essence of divine beast blood. It took considerable effort to procure these rare ingredients. Observing your busyness. A close-up question mark appears on the girl's face. What you engaged in? As soon as Shen Qingqing emerged after her cultivation, she beheld an exceptionally handsome young man deftly manipulating a large ladle in his hand while tending to a sizable pot. It is of no consequence. Is today not your birthday? As your father, I am preparing soup for you. Goodness gracious, I've seen soup simmered in small pots, but never in something so grand. Could it be that you intend to brew me instead? Certainly, these thoughts were only dared to be voiced in Shen Qingqing's heart. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the undeniable truth that you are her father has already been firmly established. Although I have not witnessed your prowess for many years, my days have been consumed solely by slumber. She has come to consult her father. Today marks the day of her awakening. Based on her experiences from her previous life, within her being resides an extraordinarily potent constitution. However, the materials required for its awakening are far beyond her means. In her relentless pursuit of vengeance and her desire to ascend to the upper realm once more, she is resolute in her determination to awaken this innate power, no matter the cost. Within the iron pot you have elevated, a formidable aura erupts with great intensity. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Shen Qingqing hurriedly retreated, almost frightened enough to collapse onto the ground. It is the aura of the celestial phoenix. A spectral silhouette of the celestial phoenix appears above the iron pot, its presence instilling an unsettling chill. This is the essence of the celestial demon phoenix clan. How could the essence of the celestial demon phoenix appear in the mortal realm? The celestial demon wind clan is fiercely protective of its own. Even in the face of death, they would rather incinerate their entire essence than allow it to be seized by others. Each formidable warrior of the celestial demon wind possesses immense power. The weakest among them is at least of the celestial king realm. Yet now, before her stands a manifestation of the celestial demon wind, its ethereal presence radiating an aura far surpassing that of the celestial king. Chapter 4. Heating the pot. Ah, Xiaotongzi, be careful. Emo Ran hastily exclaimed upon seeing Shen Qingqing nearly topple over, frightened by the ethereal figure of the celestial phoenix. He swiftly pointed his fingers at the apparition, retracting them with a flick, causing the spectral form to be suppressed. What? What is this thing? Despite having suspected her unconventional father from the outset, the realization struck her. This was the blood of the celestial phoenix, an essence far surpassing that of any celestial king. Her father. Surely he must be a celestial emperor, or even. She dared not entertain the thought further. It was too outrageous. To prevent her strange demeanor from being discovered, she had been diligently playing the role of a child these past years. After all, if her extraordinarily powerful father noticed anything amiss, she would be in dire straits. Seeing his daughter startled, Emo Ran's heart swelled with sweetness at her adorably frightened expression. He promptly set down the ladle and knelt beside her, gently stroking her head as he reassured her, What you just saw was a creature known as the Celestial Phoenix. But fear not, my dear. It's merely a drop of its blood. Do not be afraid. Anxious that his daughter might hesitate to awaken her innate abilities due to fear, he quickly comforted her. Simultaneously, he berated himself inwardly. Damn it, I managed to suppress all the other bloodlines. Yet I forgot about this inconspicuous one that nearly terrified my precious child. Next time, I shall ensure to pluck every feather from those wretched beasts. Meanwhile, in the distant celestial phoenix realm, a few plucked celestial phoenixes trembled on the ground, too frightened to rise. They bore numerous wounds, their once resplendent feathers now nearly stripped bare, looking utterly pitiable. At that moment, they felt an ominous chill creep down their spines, causing them to shrink back in terror. Upon hearing M.O. Rand's description, Shen Qingqing was even more astounded, solidifying her inner suspicions. He was belittling the celestial phoenix, a celestial emperor. The aura of this celestial phoenix far exceeded what she had encountered in her previous life. Shen Qingqing was utterly bewildered. She could hardly fathom that the blood of the celestial phoenix could ever be seized by a human, let alone by someone from the lower realm. Did it matter whether she believed M.O. Rand's words or not? Not in the slightest, even if this was not the true form of the celestial phoenix. And merely a drop of its blood, it was beyond the capacity of an ordinary being to subdue. Yet here was her father, effortlessly suppressing it with a mere gesture. Could this be the feat of an ordinary man? She thought not. He was undoubtedly a being of immense power, though her body was that of a child. She was the reincarnation of a celestial king, not a fool. Henceforth, she must convincingly maintain the guise of a child, ensuring her father did not sense her peculiarities. Otherwise, she would be finished. Is this for drinking? Shen Qingqing inquired, her gaze fixed on M.O. Rand's handsome visage. Of course not. This is meant for awakening your innate abilities. The drink is over there. M.O. Rand pointed towards a bound crimson fire serpent, which, at that moment, dared not wriggle. Ensnared by a potent aura emanating from M.O. Rand himself. Following the recent incident, M.O. Rand had to proceed with caution, as the fire serpent was a beast of royal caliber. It would not do to frighten his beloved daughter. With a swift glance, M.O. Rand's clear eyes scanned the fire serpent's information, courtesy of the system's gift of the true eye. He could perceive all things. Any detail he wished to know would be revealed in full. Beast, fire serpent level, royal. There were further descriptions, including various weaknesses, but M.O. Rand deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper. After all, such creatures were of no consequence to him. To slay it was but a fleeting thought. As for why he had allowed it to survive until now, simply for the novelty. He had no need to eat before his daughter arrived, but since her presence, the system had rewarded him with advanced culinary skills. It seemed the system wished for M.O. Rand to embrace the role of a doting father. If the system could hear him, it would likely retort, "You foolish being, you desired this yourself, yet you blame me? How shameless!" As for the royal beast lying beside him, Shen Qingqing had grown accustomed to it. Ever since she expressed her hunger and desire for food, her father had been on a relentless quest, somehow procuring a royal beast daily. Dining on royal beast meat was a luxury indeed. However, until now, she had only encountered the cooked variety. Seeing one alive felt peculiar, an inexplicable sensation. It must be said, this royal beast was remarkably obedient in her father's presence. In a matter of seconds, countless thoughts raced through Shen Qingqing's mind. Over the years, since witnessing her father repel divine retribution with a mere word, she had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of revealing her true nature. Yet, M.O. Rand had continued to indulge her, granting her anything within his power. It must be noted, even in her previous life, she would never have received such treatment. This resulted in her, at the tender age of 4, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi gathering, and this was without any cultivation techniques. Why not cultivate? You may ask, were you mad? With such a mysterious father around, how could she explain possessing celestial, king-level cultivation techniques at such a young age? That would be absurd. Who would believe it? Little did she know, for someone like M.O. Rand, who had never left the mountains, such a tale would seem credible. yet to be cautious. Shen Qingqing refrained from practicing the techniques from her past life. As Mo Ran observed the concoction he had been simmering for most of the day, nearing completion, he cheerfully addressed Shen Qingqing. "My dear daughter, time is of the essence. The ingredients in this pot are the fruits of my labor over the past half-day. We must make the best use of them." Shen Qingqing nodded earnestly, understanding the rarity of the celestial phoenix's blood. She couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity to awaken her abilities. As for the origins of the celestial phoenix's blood, did it matter? Better to remain a child. With that, Mo Ran turned his back, heading towards the rocking chair. After all, entering the pot required shedding her clothing, an act best done away from her father's gaze. Moreover, after a long day's work, Master Mo desired a moment of respite. As for the fire serpent, he would ponder whether to steam, stir-fry, or braise it, perhaps seeking his darling daughter's opinion before deciding. He was genuinely perplexed about her preferred method of preparation. If the fire serpent royal could hear Mo Ran's thoughts, it would surely burst into song. "Let me express my gratitude." The moment Mo Ran turned his back, Shen Qingqing hastily shed her garments and plunged into the boiling pot. Truly, she was about to be cooked. Before she could ponder further, she immediately sensed something amiss upon entering the pot. Chapter 5. The Rising Wind. Why is this essence so gentle? Shen Qingqing was taken aback. The essence in the pot did not wreak havoc upon her meridians as she had imagined. Rather, it nourished and caressed her pathways in the most comfortable and soothing manner. Meanwhile, the dormant constitution within her, awakened by the lack of energy, greedily absorbed all the external energy surrounding her. Throughout this process, she felt not a trace of pain. This was simply illogical. In her previous life, as a revered immortal king, she had undergone the awakening of her constitution. To awaken her sacred body, she had endured the agony of a medicinal bath for half a day and suffered the torment akin to 1,000 insects gnawing at her heart. At the tender age of 4, she had borne it all in silence. Yet now, she felt no pain whatsoever, though she could distinctly sense an endless stream of energy flowing into her body. It was remarkably gentle, as if this energy existed solely to facilitate her awakening. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she could only attribute it to her absurd father, waiting until her constitution was fully awakened to seek answers. Although this influx of energy was gentle, she remained vigilant and did not dare to let her guard down. At that moment, the dormant constitution within her began to awaken gradually. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. The clear blue expanse vanished in an instant, replaced by a gathering of ominous black clouds. The rumbling of thunder echoed as the clouds converged, stirring up a fierce wind and swirling dust. Terrifying bolts of lightning danced within the dark clouds, pouring down in torrents, turning the entire forest into a hellish landscape. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging in one direction? Could it be that a rare treasure is descending? Many nearby cultivators sensed the unusual changes, yet not a single soul dared to approach. After all, without a powerful leader to guide them, who would risk their life to investigate such a phenomenon? Did they possess the fortune to do so? Naturally, while some wise individuals refrained, others, driven by the desire for wealth and fortune, rushed in recklessly. However, before they could get close, they were struck down by countless bolts of lightning, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Many who witnessed this were secretly relieved that they had not been foolish enough to charge forward. The tumult continued for half an hour, drawing the attention of numerous powerful beings. Dozens of formidable auras locked onto the mountain, ready to spring into action should a peerless treasure reveal itself. At that moment, a general clad in blood-red armor, wielding a spear, made his entrance. The sudden appearance of such a commotion in this nameless land raised concerns about the safety of the young master and the emperor, and how he would report to the Empress should anything go awry. This general was none other than Ning Wu, the foremost warrior of the Qingyu dynasty, who had appeared 3 years prior. Compared to 3 years ago, he now exuded a sense of calm and a significantly enhanced aura, likely the result of fortuitous experiences. He had been dispatched by the Empress to garrison this area, guarding against any remnants of the three great dynasties that might attempt to harm Shen Qingqing. Following the Empress's obliteration of the three great dynasties, he was tasked with this duty. Initially, he intended to escort the young master back. But due to the ongoing turmoil within the dynasty, the Empress had been too preoccupied to lend her attention, leading to repeated delays. Now, with such a significant event unfolding in the nameless land, numerous factions had begun to take notice. What was once a peaceful place was now under scrutiny, and Ningwu felt the weight of pressure multiply. The Empress was already en route, and he hoped she would arrive in time. Ningwu shook his head, smiling wryly. He had only just entered the realm of emperors, yet around him there were at least 8 auras that were no weaker than his own, not to mention those hidden in the shadows, whose strength he could not perceive. What on earth had transpired within this nameless mountain that even emperor-level beings were drawn forth? Meanwhile, within the mountain, Ran remained leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, utterly at ease. He sensed the events unfolding outside, yet remained unconcerned. A mere assembly of minor figures could hardly stir significant waves. Should they dare to lay a hand on his daughter, he would not hesitate to send them to their next life. Having spent a century in this other world, he had seldom engaged in combat, fearing that a careless move could shatter this realm. Only in the upper realm could he wield his power without restraint. System, half an hour has passed. Yet why has the awakening of her constitution not concluded? Could it be that the essence is insufficient? Ran inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice as he observed Shen Qingqing, who had been sitting silently in the cauldron for half an hour without a hint of movement. After all his cultivation came from sign-ins, and he had never practiced or possessed any special constitution. He was merely a concerned father. The essence you provided could elevate a pig to emperor status instantly, and you've given so much that it could burst. Your daughter possesses an innate Tao body, thus requiring a substantial amount of energy for awakening. It's no surprise that it takes half an hour, or even a day, to accomplish such a feat. Moreover, this is an innate Tao body, without the essence of the 8 divine beasts to activate it. Your daughter might have taken an eternity to awaken, and you're already anxious after just half an hour? Upon hearing this, Ran chose to remain silent. His system was excellent in many respects, but it had a sharp tongue and was far too human-like. It bore no resemblance to a typical system, resembling more a nagging mother. He pondered whether it was male or female, and suddenly shivered at the thought. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing's awakening continued. In contrast to before, a powerful aura was now continuously radiating from her body, signaling the imminent complete awakening of her innate Tao body. Outside, in the heavens, 8 phantoms appeared, their oppressive presence causing the emperors present to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. What in the world is this? Has an immortal fallen? The suffocating pressure left many powerful beings trembling in the shadows. Each of these phantoms was formed from the essence of immortal blood. Even a single drop was overwhelming, let alone an entire cauldron. The 8 phantoms did not dissipate. Rather, they lingered as Shen Qingqing opened her eyes. The hellish atmosphere of the world gradually began to restore its former tranquility, and the 8 phantoms outside the mountain slowly faded away. The oppressive aura that had left the emperors gasping vanished as well. They collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Many, fearing for their lives, fled the scene. For the longer one lived, the greater the fear of death became, especially for those who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Some of the younger emperors, however, chose to take risks for potential fortune, revealing their talents the moment the oppressive auras dissipated. At this moment, Shen Qingqing hurried over. The moment she received the message, she rushed to the scene, her heart racing with concern. Upon seeing Ningwu, she urgently inquired, "What is the situation?" Chapter 6. The gathering of the 4 directions in response to Shen Qingqing's inquiry. Ningwu did not conceal anything and briefly recounted everything that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, the expression on Shen Qingqing's veiled face was one of palpable concern. Over the years, she had witnessed the fall of 3 great dynasties and had vanquished countless treacherous officials. Even when the Qingyu dynasty faced dire straits, she remained remarkably composed. as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. Time was of the essence. To be frank, she was anxious. Her daughter, along with that scoundrel who had usurped her body, was still within. She had yet to recover her daughter and personally exact vengeance upon that lecherous fiend. If anything were to happen to her daughter, she dared not contemplate further. With that thought, she moved with determination, intent on rushing in. Yet how could those around her allow such a course? Just as she was within 10 miles of the nameless mountain, 3 ethereal figures appeared to obstruct her path. "Your Majesty, please pause." The newcomers were 3 elders clad in matching blue robes, each adorned with a prominent azure token at their waists. Shen Qingqing recognized them. They were the 3 elders of the North Domain's Songhai Spirit Academy. Each possessed the strength of the first stage of the Emperor realm, and it was rumored that when they joined forces, their combined technique could suppress any foe within 3 stages. When did affairs of the South Domain warrant interference from the North? Observing the trio blocking her way, Shen Qingqing scoffed coldly, addressing them with disdain. After the swift annihilation of the 3 dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty had emerged as the most formidable power in the South Domain. But why was it only on the surface? What place was devoid of hidden threats lurking in the shadows? Shen Qingqing was acutely aware of this reality. During the downfall of the 3 dynasties, she had nearly met her own demise. Had she not been vigilant, she might well have been resting in a coffin now. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty jest. In this world, treasures are claimed by those with fate. There is no such thing as ownership. The elder with the most years, Qingqing, laughed heartily. He was the Grand Elder of the Songhai Spirit Academy, flanked by the Second Elder, Chaichun, and the Third Elder, Chengji. These 3 elders were merely a few among many. The news of the rare treasure's emergence had surely spread, prompting various factions to vie for a share. Yet, none of that concerned her. She cared not for any extraordinary treasures or spirit artifacts. Her only desire was to enter and safely retrieve her daughter. Whoever obstructed her would face dire consequences. Xiaotongzi, I have no interest in your treasures or artifacts. I merely wish to bring my daughter back. Once I have retrieved her, the fate of this place is of no consequence to me. Let it be decided among you. Her words were directed not only at the 3 blocking her, but also at the hidden emperors lurking in the shadows. But who would believe such declarations? With such a potent artifact emerging, even 8 ethereal figures could render them powerless. They could not afford to gamble. Seeing the silence from all around, the 3 elders, Qingqing and his companions, showed no signs of retreat. Shen Qingqing exhaled slowly, aware that her words held no credence. The reason those concealed did not dare to reveal themselves was not due to weakness. On the contrary, their power was formidable. Yet, as their lifespans drew to a close, they refrained from acting unless absolutely necessary. This place was abuzz with energy, though the exact nature of the treasure hidden within the valley remained uncertain. However, if merely 8 ethereal shadows could suppress an emperor, it was certainly related to the fabled immortals. With that in mind, Shen Qingqing chose not to waste further words. She was not one for idle chatter, and explaining herself was already a concession to them. Without further ado, she unleashed her own formidable presence, revealing her 7th-stage emperor realm. The 3 elders of the Songhai Spirit Academy, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned their inner spirit energy to retreat. What other choice did they have? To fight? They were no match for her. Shen Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. In an instant, she appeared before the trio, regardless of how far they attempted to distance themselves. To Shen Qingqing, who was unleashing her full power, they were akin to children. With a swift motion, she struck down toward Xuankai's head. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Xuankai's arm was severed. The 2 beside him fared little better. Though she did not target them, the backlash from her energy left them severely wounded. I spare you for the sake of Wuji Zi. Now leave at once. Thank you. Your Majesty, for your mercy. Qingqing and his companions coughed violently, bowing awkwardly to Shen Qingqing before retreating in disarray. Initially, they had underestimated her concealed strength, believing it could not surpass the 3rd stage. Who could have known she possessed late-stage emperor power? Throughout this ordeal, Shen Qingqing remained unfazed, her expression unchanged beneath her veil. Even in the face of threats from all directions, she did not falter. Yet trouble would continue to arise, undeterred by her actions. Indeed, your majesty exudes dominance. But treasures belong to those with fate. It seems your majesty should consider moderation. A voice, smooth and soothing, echoed among the crowd. Why don't we join forces? Finding the treasure is our utmost priority. Let us set aside our differences and enter together to seek the treasure before making further plans. What say you, esteemed guests? The speaker was an extraordinarily captivating woman, her beauty enchanting enough to ensnare the hearts of the weak-willed. With lotus-shaped pink pupils and garb in alluring pink attire, she exuded an irresistible allure. The Qingqiu Fox Demon. Chapter 7. The Choice Amidst the Crowd. Some seasoned and venerable old demons recognized the extraordinarily enchanting woman and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Fox Demon of Qingqiu, the Empress of Qingqiu. The fact that even the powerful members of the Qingqiu clan had mobilized indicated that this treasure was indeed extraordinary. Thus, the gathered emperors unified their stance, first determining the location of the treasure, before vying for it based on their respective strengths. To the fortunate go the spoils. After all, this was the most pragmatic solution at hand. If no one allowed anyone else entry, no one would gain the upper hand, and a stalemate would serve no purpose. After all, they were all emperors. Each possessed myriad means, and engaging in conflict would prove troublesome. A moment's inattention could reduce this place to ruins. The longer the standoff persisted, the more individuals would be attracted, complicating matters further. Meanwhile, within the mountains, Ran was acutely aware of everything transpiring outside. Initially, he had expected these individuals to resort to unscrupulous means to seize the treasure, but to his surprise, they were merely a bunch of cunning old foxes, hesitant to act out of mutual caution. All aspired to be the proverbial yellow sparrow. However, this worked in his favor, sparing him considerable trouble. At least he need not intervene. Engaging in conflict was indeed troublesome. Yet, more surprising than this was the arrival of Shen Qingqing. He felt a wave of panic wash over him. After all, he had no justification for his actions and had acted like a villain under those circumstances. They had barely met a handful of times and exchanged only a few words, and now the child was already 4 years old. Who wouldn't he be frightened by such a situation? Acknowledging this, Ran admitted he was quite anxious, extremely anxious. He was uncertain how to face her. In a moment of frustration, he gave himself a resounding slap. What a fool he was. At that instant, the heavens shifted dramatically, dark clouds gradually dispersing, and a beam of light erupted from Shen Qingqing, soaring skyward. In the celestial realm, the ethereal forms of the 8 divine beasts were completely dispersed. Realizing this, Ran snapped back to reality, gazing at his daughter, who sat cross-legged in the cauldron, his face radiating affection. As the system's voice rang out, Shen Qingqing's awakening ceremony was complete. An innate Tao body, born close to the Tao, with an understanding of the great path surpassing that of ordinary individuals. My daughter, Shen Qingqing, possesses the bearing of an emperor. Ding! The host daughter has successfully awakened her innate Tao body. Task complete. Received Immortal Emperor-level cultivation method, the simplest path of the great Tao. Received the Imperial Sword, post-reign. The simplest path of the great Tao, post-reign. Indeed, both were splendid treasures. The title, The Simplest Path of the Great Tao, was undoubtedly tailored for his daughter. However, more than the cultivation method, Ran was intrigued by the Imperial Sword, post-reign. To him, cultivation methods were akin to trivial literature. In the system's domain, a mountain of various immortal emperor-level techniques accumulated, and any one of them could incite a bloody storm. Post-reign, a sword that had once belonged to the slaughtering immortal emperor 100,000 years prior. When the slaughtering immortal emperor first ascended to his rank, he was besieged by enemies who, at all costs, summoned 3 veteran immortal emperors to strike against him. Despite wielding a single sword, the slaughtering immortal emperor displayed an invincible stance, and even with all their efforts, the 3 veteran immortal emperors could not lay a scratch upon him. Following this battle, the name of the slaughtering immortal emperor echoed throughout the myriad realms, and his sword, Post-reign was bestowed the title of Imperial Sword. Legend has it that on that day, Post-reign summoned all the swords of the world to its aid. Even the legendary sword Tianyuan, which no one had ever been able to unsheath atop the Sword Mountain, nearly emerged. Had it not been for the intervention of the guardian of Sword Mountain, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Post-reign, with a soft utterance, a light and feather-like sword appeared in Mo Ran's hand. The hilt bore an exquisitely carved blue lotus, while the scabbard shimmered with a silver-blue hue, radiating a luminous, jade-like brilliance adorned with a dragon-patterned cape. It was exquisite beyond compare. Beautiful. This was Mo Ran's appraisal. Just as he became absorbed in admiring Post-reign, a soft, melodious voice brought him back. "Father, what is this?" Having completed her awakening and donned her clothing, Shen Qingqing hurried to Mo Ran's side. Observing her father lost in thought over the sword, she gently called out to him. "Oh, you mean this? This is one of the birthday gifts I prepared for you, but it cannot be given to you just yet." As he spoke, Mo Ran slowed his pace, stowing away the Imperial Sword Post-reign before retrieving another reward from the system space. An immortal Emperor-level cultivation method, the simplest path of the Great Tao. He contemplated briefly and decided it was insufficient, then produced several more books from the small mountain of treasures he deemed particularly suitable for a girl to cultivate. Firstly, I want Shen Qingqing to choose her own path. Secondly, as an innate Tao body, she will find practicing the simplest path of the Great Tao to be effortless and devoid of challenge. You have yet to cultivate a method, so I have three I believe are exceptionally suitable for you. The first is named the simplest path of the Great Tao. As an innate Tao body, you are favored by the heavens. This method is tailored for you. Mastering it will ensure your path ahead is smooth, and achieving the pinnacle is merely a matter of time. With that, he turned his attention to another book. The second is called the Pill Classic, a path of alchemy leading to Tao through elixirs, revered by all. After all, the art of alchemy is exceedingly arduous, and every powerful alchemist is celebrated wherever they go. And the third is known as the Cold Moon Immortal Scripture, an exceedingly domineering technique. As for how domineering, I cannot say. He genuinely did not know, as once one's cultivation reached its zenith, all forms of domination seemed trivial in comparison. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing fell into contemplation. To her, any of the three seemed incredibly formidable, far surpassing her previous cultivation method as a celestial king. Oh no, could my father truly be an immortal emperor? This is absurd. Gazing at the techniques in Mo Ran's hands, each one could incite a fierce struggle in the upper realms. Reflecting on her past, she had endured hardship to attain the legacy of the celestial king, only to be besieged and meet her demise. Though such occurrences were commonplace in the brutal upper realms, what did it matter? Seizing another's legacy was akin to murdering one's parents, a blood feud. Had it not been for her, how could they have ascended to the celestial king? If they could step on her to reach the celestial king, then she could just as easily step on them to ascend as an immortal emperor. Now, while she acknowledged her father's extraordinary nature, she had yet to witness his prowess, so she refrained from making hasty judgments. In her deep thoughts, she inquired, "Is the innate Tao body strong?" "Very strong, stronger than any other physique. The innate Tao body is born close to the Tao, with an understanding of the great path as simple as eating or drinking, destined for imperial existence." Upon receiving this answer, Shen Qingqing could not contain the joy radiating from her face. She was not merely a 3- or 4-year-old child, although she appeared so now. Her past experiences had endowed her with profound wisdom. She understood all too well what it meant to be born close to the Tao. In her pursuit to break through to the Celestial King, she had sought the Celestial King's techniques for what purpose? Was it not to surpass the Celestial King? Had her comprehension of the Great Path been deeper back then, she would not have needed to seek those so-called Celestial King techniques and would not have fallen victim to the siege. Now, with her awakening of the innate Tao body, was it a divine blessing? Ultimately, she chose the simplest path of the Great Tao, as it matched her innate physique perfectly, and she had no reason to refuse. Mo Ran merely offered her choices. What she selected remained at her discretion. Regardless of her choice, he was indifferent. It matters not. At critical moments, I shall take action. Just after Shen Qingqing had made her selection, an extraordinary beauty clad in a flowing crimson gown, adorned with a golden crown and veiled, descended from the heavens into Mo Ran's courtyard. Upon witnessing her arrival, Mo Ran's expression betrayed a palpable sense of panic. How could she have arrived so swiftly? Chapter 8. Come home with me. The figure before them was none other than the Empress of the Qingyu Empire, Shen Qingqing. After entering the mountain with the others, she navigated her way using the route etched in her memory. The emperors who had entered in search of treasures had dispersed, each pursuing their own desires. The suggestions made outside were merely pretexts for their entry. Once inside, the fate of the treasures would depend entirely on luck. Yet, Shen Qingqing was indifferent to these matters. Her heart was solely focused on her daughter. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, she sensed a potent aura lurking within. Following that energy, she discovered a fire serpent bound tightly in the corner, shivering. A demon emperor? She was taken aback. The title of demon emperor is a term of respect among the demon race, typically categorized into demon kings, demon emperors, demon saints, and the supreme demon emperor, corresponding to the realms of the human race. She then turned her gaze to Mo Ran, who stood beside a rocking chair, and to Shen Qingqing nearby. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing, the grandeur of the demon emperor was forgotten. In a flash, she rushed to her daughter's side, crouching down and placing her delicate hand on the little girl's shoulder, anxiously asking, "Qing, are you all right?" In that moment, all traces of her previous intimidation vanished. Mo Ran, standing nearby, was completely overlooked. Shen Qingqing was startled by the sudden display of concern. She recognized that the woman before her was her mother in this lifetime, and a feeling of comfort and warmth enveloped her. "Mother, I'm fine." In her past life, Shen Qingqing had been born into the Luoyue clan. After losing her parents at a young age, her remarkable talent led her to be chosen as a saintess. Traditionally, the saintesses of the Luoyue clan lived in solitude, for it was a rule of their lineage. Once one became a saintess, freedom was forsaken. Though the Luoyue clan was a family of celestial kings, it had never produced a celestial emperor. However, one of its saintesses had married an emperor, thus providing them with a powerful patron despite their lack of strength. In her previous life, the notion of family had been a distant dream for her. Therefore, Shen Qingqing's concern brought her immense joy. Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's assurance of her well-being, the Empress felt a sense of relief wash over her. Casting a cold glance at the immobile Mo Ran, she scoffed. "If anything were to happen to Qing'er, I would have you executed." Mo Ran quickly waved his hands in protest, signaling that wouldn't happen. Truly, the Empress was fearsome. As Shen Qingqing's attention shifted back to Mo Ran, Shen Qingqing found herself amused by the sight of her father in a predicament. Though she was unaware of the history between them, the scene unfolded with an unfamiliar yet captivating charm. Just then, Shen Qingqing seemingly sensed something unusual about her daughter and furrowed her brow, her azure eyes flashing with a sudden brilliance. This was the eye of breaking illusions, capable of discerning the essence of all things in the world. It was said that when perfected, this ability could pierce through the past and future. Shen Qingqing had once caused a celestial phenomenon upon her birth. Through the eye, Shen Qingqing discerned an extraordinary constitution within her daughter, one unlike any she had encountered before, now activated. Retracting her gaze, she turned to Mo Ran and inquired, "Was the anomaly just now caused by Qing'e?" "Yes." "What kind of constitution is it?" "An innate Tao body." "Is it powerful?" "Very powerful." Thus, the two engaged in a straightforward exchange, with Shen Qingqing asking questions and Mo Ran providing answers. Once their dialogue reached its conclusion, silence fell upon them. Mo Ran, clearly uncomfortable conversing with women, glanced at Shen Qingqing, raising his eyebrows in silent plea for assistance. However, Shen Qingqing had no solutions to offer. She merely returned a helpless expression, signaling him to figure it out himself. Seeing her response, Mo Ran felt despondent. "My dear child, you go ahead. I shall converse with your father for now." Shen Qingqing, unfazed by the chill, hastily retreated indoors, eager to explore her newfound abilities and the techniques Mo Ran had bestowed upon her. Once Shen Qingqing had dashed away, Mo Ran instinctively felt compelled to apologize, starting, "What happened back then was an accident." However, before he could finish, a fierce aura emanated from Shen Qingqing. "Do not speak." Mo Ran swallowed hard, not out of fear, but due to the guilt of his past actions, especially towards a woman. Had he not acted out of pity, he would not have saved this scoundrel. Yet, he had to protect her, sustaining grave injuries in the process. He had thought he would perish, but this man had done the unthinkable to save her. It was infuriating, but he could not let Qing'er grow up without a father. As these thoughts crossed Shen Qingqing's mind, a bittersweet expression took shape and her murderous intent gradually subsided. After all, it was her own compassion that had led to this predicament. Now that the situation had reached this point, further discussion would be futile. Everything had become a foregone conclusion. She gazed at Mo Ran's handsome visage, her hand gently lifting to caress his chin as she spoke with an undeniable authority. "You shall come home with me. Become my husband. Be my Empress." The overwhelming might of the Empress was on full display. "Marry me, Empress?" Mo Ran was left in utter shock. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." He prepared to refuse, yet before he could voice his objection, a voice he dreaded echoed in his mind. Beep. Choice activated. Choice 1. Go home with your wife. Reward. Freedom. Choice 2. Refuse to go home with your wife. Punishment. Imprisonment for 100,000 years. Choice 3. Choose one. Reward. Freedom. Is the system insane? Mo Ran was left utterly bewildered. What sort of nonsense is this? She is your host. I am your host. Beep. Please make a selection promptly. Seeing the system ignore him, Mo Ran laughed bitterly. He finally understood what it meant when someone said, "The time has not yet come." It seemed he was meant to wait here. "I choose 3. I want my freedom." Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained freedom. Unwilling? When Shen Qingqing heard Mo Ran's no, her brows knitted in frustration. No, no, no. I didn't mean it. Am willing. I'm very willing. I will go with you. If you are an emperor, then so be it. I will be your wife. I will go home with you. Finally, he could leave this dreadful place. The title of emperor seemed acceptable. At least it wasn't an empress, and he wouldn't have to remain cooped up here any longer. He could finally see the world outside. He glanced at the stunning empress and pondered, perhaps being an emperor wasn't so bad after all. Seeing Mo Ran's swift agreement, Shen Qingqing was taken aback. Logically speaking, a man typically harbors a sense of aversion when returning home with a woman. However, he felt no such sentiment in the presence of Mo Ran. It was as if the titles of wife or adopted son bore no significance. Contemplating this, the Empress Shen Qingqing found herself inexplicably joyful from the depths of her heart. Was it for her sake? Did he truly disregard the opinions of the world? As this thought crossed her mind, a delicate flush adorned her features behind the veil. "Humph, I shall never forgive you, this shameless scoundrel. I shall grant you time to prepare. Shortly, you will accompany this Empress back." If Mo Ran were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark, "You are overthinking it. Your Majesty, I merely wish to escape this wretched place." Chapter 9. The Qingyu Dynasty after enduring a century of solitude. Moran finally emerged from the depths of the mountains. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he stepped into the outside world. The dense forest was no longer a place he wished to linger. He had no desire to remain any longer. While other time, travelers reveled in their splendid adventures, he was unjustly confined for 100 years. How unfair! If the tormented souls of other travelers heard his thoughts, they would undoubtedly scold him. "We wish to escape as much as you do." Outside, Ningwu had long awaited his arrival. Earlier, he received word that the Empress would be returning to Qingyu with the Emperor and that he should prepare accordingly. Without hesitation, he spent a considerable sum on a jade carriage and swiftly captured 2 demon lions of the Emperor rank from the nameless mountains to pull it. As the Empress and her entourage appeared, he stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Empress, the Emperor, and the young master." Seeing a familiar face, Moran smiled and nodded. "It has been a long time, General Ning." Ningwu replied, "No need for such formalities. Let's embark." With that, Moran and his companions boarded the jade carriage under Ningwu's guidance. Once inside, Moran was taken aback by the spacious interior of the carriage. which appeared modest from the outside. Beneath his feet lay feathers as light as clouds, and the bench-like seats, flanked by windows, provided a sense of comfort. The carriage was adorned with intricate, ancient inscriptions that were difficult to decipher. As the carriage began to move, the inscriptions activated, emitting a soft blue glow. The Empress, Shen Qingqing, sat directly across from him, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her expression hidden beneath her veil. Beside him, Shen Qingqing nestled against him, peacefully asleep. Observing the closeness between Shen Qingqing and Heroine stirred an indescribable feeling within Shen Qingqing. That rascal! Why does Qingqing cling to her so closely? What are your intentions in bringing me back? Heroine remained oblivious to her thoughts, pondering instead how, despite being the Empress, she had suddenly acquired a husband. Although he had consented to this arrangement, his instincts, coupled with the harsh realities of this world, suggested that he would encounter numerous challenges. Upon hearing Heroine's musings, Shen Qingqing appeared perplexed. What do you mean by intentions? Simply put, with my unexpected presence, what explanation do you owe? A soft chuckle escaped Shen Qingqing. The usually composed Empress, unable to suppress her amusement at his naivety. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your foolishness. Why should I account to anyone? The Qingyu dynasty belongs to me. I shall do as I please. What does it matter if there is one more person? Even if there were more, what difference would it make? The Empress's assertiveness was admirable. However, her subsequent remark prompted her to ponder further. Are you afraid of returning home with me? What nonsense! Am I, the illustrious, immortal emperor, to be frightened? No one here knows me. What could I possibly fear? He was not afraid, but rather concerned about the potential for unnecessary complications. He preferred to avoid trouble. This was his primary concern. It wasn't that he feared challenges. He simply worried that if he unleashed his power, the world might not withstand it and would shatter. That would be quite unfortunate. Ding! Sensing the host's apprehensions. A special return home with your wife gift package has been granted. Congratulations, host, for acquiring this special skill. Mastery of perfect realm control. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3,000 sword slaves. A gift package for returning home with my wife. Well done, system. Upon seeing the name of the gift package, Heroine's face twitched with several dark lines. That foolish system always brought trouble. He then turned his attention to the contents of the package. Special skill, mastery of perfect realm control. Effect, the host will be able to perfectly manage their realm. Friendly reminder, to prevent the world from collapsing and interfering with the plot. This system recommends that you suppress your realm a bit. Reading the reminder, Heroine's mouth twitched. If I suppress my power, and someone powerful comes to kill me, what then? The system responded coldly with a domineering tone. With me here, what is there to worry about? Is being invincible a joke? If someone comes, won't you just swat them away? Hearing the system's confident proclamation, Heroine shrugged and gave it a thumbs up, muttering quietly, why must I suppress? Can't you just reinforce the strength of this world? I'm too busy fighting with other systems. Seeing the system's reluctance to assist, Heroine rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself, if you won't help, I'll handle it myself. Reinforcing the world's barriers is a trivial task for an immortal emperor. As Heroine smirked, the system continued to scoff, having guessed his intentions. It mockingly declared, oh, interfering with the plot will result in the readers confiscating your little treasures. Heroine sighed, fine. You are the system. Your word is law. I will suppress if that is what you desire. He preferred his treasures over his realm. After all, they symbolized his masculinity. He could not bear to part with them. Should anyone question why he had to suppress, he could only say, if you have the ability, gamble with the system. It won't comply. This is a matter of my happiness. Seeing Heroine's understanding, the system, nestled in its own space, mimicked his smirk. Tricking the host was indeed a delightful pastime for a system. The system was not concerned about any unforeseen events for Heroine. What if he suppressed his power? Had they not heard of a sudden descending palm? Oh, but no. Had they not heard of an immortal emperor defying the heavens? Unaware of the system's mischievousness, Heroine completed his suppression, bringing his realm to its peak. He felt his power was still formidable. It was as though the suppression made little difference. He believed that, even with restraint, He could obliterate the world with a mere thought. He was unsure of the distinction between suppressing and not suppressing. Yet the system insisted. What would he do? Though confused, he sensed something was amiss, but he chose to focus on the second item provided by the system. Item: 3,000 Sword Slaves Realm. Third stage of the Life Palace effect. Obedient this was indeed succinct to the point of simplicity. Feeling the aura surrounding him, Imoran felt as if he had returned to the upper realm. He recalled the joy of recklessly unleashing his power in search of demon beast blood for his daughter. Just 2 words: comfort. If trouble arose, he would deal with it. All adversaries would be eliminated, and he would handle the aftermath. So this is what it means to be the Empress. I am enamored. As the jade carriage came to a halt, the inscriptions surrounding it gradually dimmed. Shen Qingqing stood up, lifted the jade curtain, and stepped out. Imoran gently roused Shen Qingqing, who had been nestled against him, tapping her shoulder and calling out, "Qingqing, we've arrived." Shen Qingqing awoke, rubbing her eyes that were still sticky with sleep and quickly blushing as she realized her position, hastily extricating herself from Imoran's embrace. Watching her daughter hurriedly run away, Imoran couldn't help but smile faintly. This girl, surprisingly, even exhibits shyness. The moment she stepped out of the jade carriage, Imoran was utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. Is this truly the Qingyu Empire? The jade carriage hovered in midair, revealing an endless expanse of azure sky. Below lay a colossal city, stretching far beyond the horizon, presumably the location of the Qingyu Empire's royal palace. Beneath her feet stood a grand palace, heavily guarded, sprawling extensively and positioned at the heart of the city, extending outwards for over 100 miles. As Imoran marveled at the beauty of the outside world, Shen Qingqing took her daughter Shen Qingqing's hand and transformed into a streak of crimson light, leaping downwards. Inside the palace, numerous blood-red jade pillars stood tall, and hundreds of officials clad in the distinctive attire of the Qingyu Empire stood in orderly rows on either side. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing enter, they all bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress. May the Empress reign forever in harmony with the heavens." Shen Qingqing, hand in hand with her daughter, strode directly to the Phoenix throne and seated herself. She then waved her hand at the officials, stating calmly, "Please rise. Today, we shall not discuss the remnants of the 3 great empires. I have an important announcement to make. The person beside me, I believe you all are familiar with. She is my daughter." Among the officials, aside from the newly appointed ones, the others had seen Shen Qingqing several times before. After all, the birth of Shen Qingqing's daughter had stirred quite a commotion in the past. It was indeed quite absurd for her to have given birth before officially establishing a consort. Yet, who could challenge the authority of their formidable empress? With no other recourse, the officials reluctantly clasped their hands together, saying, "Long live the young master." Standing on the high platform, Shen Qingqing had never encountered such a scene. Although she had once held the esteemed title of Celestial King and Sacred Maiden, there had seldom been so many people bowing to her. Usually, it was only when they needed her that they feigned such reverence. Though uncomfortable as a Celestial King, she still radiated an undeniable presence. A force comparable to Shen Qingqing emanated from her. Mimicking her mother's earlier words, she said, "Please rise." This imitation piqued the interest of their empress. Truly, she is the daughter of this empire. Facing the officials with unwavering courage, she exclaimed, "Excellent." At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a benevolent visage stepped forward, hands clasped. "Your Majesty, with the 3 great empires now fallen, our dynasty has unified the southern region. Should the Empress not consider the establishment of a consort? The throne has been vacant for too long. Now that our dynasty has unified the south, we humbly implore the Empress to appoint a consort." Upon hearing this, the remaining officials echoed in unison. "We beseech the Empress to appoint a consort." Initially, there was no urgency regarding the appointment of a consort. However, now that she had given birth to a daughter, delaying further could invite gossip and speculation from the outside world. Moreover, the consortess position had remained unfilled since her ascension to the throne, a rare occurrence indeed. She had intended to announce the appointment promptly, but was taken aback by the eagerness of her ministers, which was somewhat unexpected. Yet, it was of no concern. The ministers exclaimed, "Not urgent? If we delay further, significant issues may arise. Please do not rush. Today, I shall postpone discussion of the remnants of the three empires to address this matter." With that, she coldly huffed. Standing outside, Ran understood her intention. He cleared his throat twice, adjusted his robes, and walked directly into the magnificent hall. Instantly, the gaze of every official converged upon him without exception. Chapter 10. The Emperor Jun Ran. Is this the emperor who has seized the body of their empress? Apart from his visage, there seems to be nothing remarkable about him. Which clan does he belong to? The instant Ran entered the hall, all the officials within scrutinized him closely, eager to discern the character of their emperor. Thus, Ran found himself akin to a monkey on display in a zoo, surrounded by curious onlookers. As a model youth of the new era, he had never encountered such a situation. Being the center of attention for the first time made him somewhat uneasy, yet he could not afford to show any signs of timidity. "This is my husband, Ran." Shen Qingqing introduced him briefly, though her words were sparse, as she was at a loss for what else to say. They barely knew each other. After all, having inadvertently conceived a daughter together. What more could she say? Meanwhile, the officials, though filled with confusion and unable to comprehend what exceptional qualities Ran possessed to have captivated their empress, were compelled by imperial authority to offer him the basic courtesies. "We pay our respects to the emperor." "Very well. Now that introductions are complete, General Ning, please escort the emperor and the princess for a tour," came the command. "Understood." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in armor, with a square face and a bushy beard, approached Ran respectfully. "Emperor, my lord, please follow me." This man was Ning Wu, whom Ran had encountered a few times before, albeit always with a helmet obscuring his features. Now he was able to appreciate the man's appearance clearly. Ran glanced at him without uttering a word, merely smiling and nodding, before following him along with his daughter. "Father, the palace built by mother is truly magnificent." Ran and Shen Qingqing trailed behind Ning Wu along a wide and lengthy avenue. The surrounding walls were adorned with lifelike guardian beasts and ancient, intricate inscriptions were carved beside them. As they passed, the inscriptions emitted a golden purple glow, reminiscent of a divine temple. Exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, it is far superior to my shabby little wooden house. Do you like it, Qing? These structures were entirely new to Ran, who, having traversed a century, was only aware of the power of this alternate world. He had been oblivious to its splendor and the marvels of its exquisite architecture. This day's revelation was indeed extraordinary. How lovely! What girl does not adore beautiful things? Shen Qingqing naturally shared this sentiment. Soon, Ning Wu led the pair through a portal. Upon crossing it, they departed the palace and arrived at what appeared to be an academy. Qingyu Academy. Ran gazed at the four grand characters inscribed on the plaque, feeling a twinge of confusion as he sensed two presences within that rivaled Shen Qingqing's strength. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to inquire, "General Ning, what is this place?" Ning Wu seemed to have anticipated his question, responding promptly, "This is a crucial site of our dynasty, also known as the Royal Academy. It is akin to external sects, yet while those do not belong to the dynasty. Qingyu Academy was established by the Empress and is part of the imperial court. It houses all the martial arts and scriptures of our dynasty, guarded by two esteemed elders at the peak of the emperor realm." "Ah, I see." Ran nodded thoughtfully. He had not realized his empress wife was quite formidable, having the foresight to establish an academy. Boom! Suddenly, an absurd scene unfolded to Ran's side. A young noble clad in splendid garments was recklessly riding a stallion, careening down the path. Numerous pedestrians, caught unawares, were unceremoniously knocked aside by the horse's hooves. Clearly, this youth lacked control over his steed. "Damn it, why is this ruffian back again? Wasn't he expelled from the academy? Stop with the sarcasm and get out of the way. If he sets his sights on you, you'll be in trouble. Have you forgotten how that man ended up a few days ago?" From the crowd's reaction, it was evident that such incidents were not uncommon. Ran felt a headache forming. Was this ridiculous plot truly occurring in his life? He had thought the novels he read in his past life were mere fabrications. But now he found himself face to face with such a brainless scion. This was, after all, the imperial palace, the domain of the Empress. Engaging in such antics under her watchful gaze, did he not fear retribution? Yet, as he pondered, he realized the Empress may not be aware of this incident. Even if she were, the boy's backing was likely powerful enough to mitigate any consequences. His ostentatious attire suggested he was no ordinary child. The individuals he collided with were merely concerned with avoiding him, rather than rebuking him, an indication of their trepidation regarding his formidable connections. Observing this, Mo Ran turned to Ning Wu and inquired, "General Ning, who is this?" "He is none other than the third young master of the Su clan, one of the 9 great imperial families of the southern region, named Su Yang." Ning Wu sighed softly before continuing. "As for the details surrounding him, I am not well informed. I merely heard he was expelled from the academy for not adhering to the palace rules a few days ago. The specifics escape me. His ignorance stemmed from his previous assignment guarding the nameless mountain, leaving him little time to concern himself with palace affairs, though he had occasionally heard subordinates mention the matter." Having spoken, Ning Wu abruptly surged forward, delivering a swift kick to the unruly stallion. What a mess! If the Empress learns of this chaos in the palace, I will undoubtedly face repercussions. Typically, one could feign ignorance to such disturbances, but with the Emperor present, he could not afford to remain passive. Failing to act could provoke Mo Ran's ire, leading to dire consequences. With a thunderous crash, the stallion was sent tumbling aside, colliding with the wall, which shattered under the impact. Su Yang, atop the steed, was likewise buried beneath the debris. The nearby onlookers stood frozen in shock, but upon recognizing Ning Wu's countenance, they erupted into exclamations. "It's General Ning. The general has returned to the palace. Who dares to lay hands on this young master?" From within the rubble, a disheveled figure emerged, muttering to himself. As he fully rose and beheld Ning Wu, a grin spread across his face. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's General Ning. One could only speculate what thoughts churned within him at that moment. Even after such a thrashing, he managed to smile, witnessing his shameless demeanor. Shen Qingqing, who had been trailing behind Mo Ran, could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Bah, to still be able to laugh, how shameless. The voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly audible to him. "Which little girl dares to call me shameless?" he bellowed, his face flushing with rage as he sought the source of the taunt. "It was you, shameless and unashamed." At her words, he erupted, unleashing his cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit realm, charging toward Shen Qingqing. "I'll smash that mouth of yours." His earlier laughter had been directed at Ning Wu, knowing full well the gravity of the situation. Though anger simmered within him, he could not unleash it on Ning Wu, who was a formidable figure. After all, Ning Wu could easily crush him with a mere flick. The fact he was not already dead was a sign of mercy. Thus, he begrudgingly contained his fury. Yet, Shen Qingqing had the audacity to mock him, which only intensified his already simmering fury. As she observed the figure charging towards her, her expression remained unflinching. His clumsy stance revealed numerous vulnerabilities, rendering him utterly defenseless. Just as she was about to strike and teach this arrogant fool a lesson, he was sent flying once more. Chapter 11. The anomaly in stark contrast to the previous backward flight. This one was markedly swifter, more precise, and far more ruthless. The one who executed it was none other than Ning Wu. At that moment, his weathered hand was raised, and he bellowed, boldly, "Su Yang, how dare you brazenly attempt to assassinate the princess? Young man, if you wish to court death, kindly do not involve me. Of all the targets, why choose the princess? The emperor is watching." A princess? When did the Qingyu dynasty acquire a princess? The implications dawned upon them. Could it be the daughter of the empress? Is the rumor true? As Ning Wu's voice reverberated, Shen Qingqing's true identity was inadvertently unveiled. The crowd, drawn by the earlier commotion, turned their attention to Shen Qingqing. Suddenly, her petite figure recoiled, seeking refuge behind Mo Ran. "Do not gaze at me with such predatory eyes. I am the socially anxious Immortal King. This is rather terrifying." The crowd murmured in astonishment. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing's porcelain-like visage, an instinct to protect her took root in their hearts. Long ago, whispers had circulated within the Qingyu dynasty regarding the Empress's rumored daughter. They had dismissed it as slander, for the Empress had yet to establish the Emperor. How could she have a daughter? Yet today, as they absorbed the unfolding scene, they discovered the truth behind the rumor. The Empress indeed had a daughter, and she was now grown. Cough, cough, the princess. Su Yang, drenched in crimson blood, found his once resplendent garments now tattered. When had the Empress birthed a daughter? He was utterly oblivious. A bastard child, perhaps? How wretchedly unfortunate. He cast a resentful glance at Ningwu and then at the delicate figure hidden behind Imoran. An awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. He could not bear the weight of the accusation of attempting to assassinate a princess. Curse you, Ningwu, for placing such a heavy burden upon him. Despite being a wastrel, he was not devoid of reason. He understood the gravity of the situation. Unaware of the princess's esteemed presence, I, Su Yang, have offended. I beseech the princess not to take offense. He hurriedly retreated, not waiting for Shen Qingqing's response, leaving amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Out of respect for the power behind Su Yang, Ningwu refrained from detaining him. With a helpless glance at Mo Ran, who had remained silent throughout, he sought insight into his thoughts. Mo Ran, however, seemed disinterested in expressing any opinion. How dare such a presumptuous individual speak so recklessly? Watching Su Yang's ignominious retreat, a glint of coldness flickered in Mo Ran's eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and a blade of light erupted from his palm, striking Su Yang's back with a resounding impact. Su Yang was violently thrown against a pile of earth and stones, becoming once again ensconced within them. This time, he could not rise again. Mo Ran's strike shattered his meridians and dispersed his cultivation. It would take him at least 2 to 3 years to recover. While death was averted, he would have to endure the consequences. How could he dare to speak disrespectfully of the Empress's daughter? The imperial clan? What was that to him? He had never feared such a thing. After resolving the matter, Mo Ran turned to the still-stunned Ning Wu and inquired, General Ning, might I be permitted a visit to the academy? Observing Mo Ran's decisive actions against Su Yang without concern for the imperial clan behind him, Ning Wu felt a surge of respect. After all, he harbored some trepidation regarding the might of the imperial clan, which was not to be underestimated. Today, daring to strike Su Yang so forcefully was only possible due to the princess's name. Yet Mo Ran had outright incapacitated him. If the emperor wishes to go, you are most welcome. Please follow me. With that, he led Mo Ran into the academy. Once Mo Ran departed, the astonished murmurs among the crowd intensified. The emperor? Did they truly have an emperor among them? In contrast to Su Yang's downfall, Mo Ran's title of emperor took precedence, rapidly spreading throughout the city. Thus, within the span of a mere hour, news of the emperor and princess had disseminated through the city like wildfire. Su Yang, having been incapacitated by Mo Ran, was swiftly forgotten. Indeed, one must never underestimate the information dissemination capabilities of onlookers. In a tavern named Jiangman Lu, situated 100 miles beyond the Qingyu dynasty, an elderly man clad in white robes, with flowing white hair and a ruddy complexion, held a compass in one hand while gesturing with the other in a complex manner. His wrinkled eyes were tightly shut as if he were calculating something. An emperor? It seems events are diverging from their original course. Beside him sat a young girl with dark hair, skillfully plucking the strings of an ancient zither. Master, did you not say that the Qingyu in the southern region was in decline and that the 9 great imperial clans were in power? Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, his gaze drifting into the distant mist. At that moment, he felt a sense of disorientation, unable to discern the path ahead. Just moments ago, he had sought to determine the fate of the Qingyu dynasty, yet the future was shrouded in fog, rendering everything invisible. He was Tianjizi, a being knowledgeable of ancient and modern times. Yet now, he could not even predict the rise and fall of a dynasty. Shaking his head in wry amusement, he murmured, an anomaly. He then returned his gaze to the girl by his side, softly saying, Ranner, it won't be long before you can descend the mountain. Descend the mountain? The girl looked puzzled, for she had resided atop Tianji Mountain for as long as she could remember. It was not that she did not wish to leave. Rather, her master had always forbidden it, claiming the time is not yet right. Now, however, he was instructing her to prepare for her descent, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet she knew better than to press for answers, as her master would not divulge them. In due time, she would come to understand. She was not in a rush. Meanwhile, Mo Ran remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. The news of the establishment of an emperor in the Qingyu dynasty had rapidly circulated throughout the southern region within just a few hours. Truly, one must never underestimate the speed at which information travels in this world. At present, Mo Ran was leisurely wandering through the academy under Ning Wu's guidance. Naturally, his presence attracted the attention of many students. Initially, everything seemed normal, leaving him somewhat perplexed, akin to a monkey in a zoo. As for Shen Qingqing, she remained hidden behind his robe, unwilling to emerge. It was not that she disliked being the center of attention. Rather, the manner in which she was being observed was deeply embarrassing. Who desired to be scrutinized in such a manner? It was utterly shameful. She was not some peculiar creature. Wasn't it just an emperor and a princess? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? The academy students were not intentionally being intrusive. Rather, they were merely curious about the figure who had captured their empress's heart. After all, the empress had ruled alone for 3,000 years, until now. This was the emperor, handsome beyond compare, even more so than the renowned Tianwazi on the handsome list. While undeniably attractive, the question of his strength remained unanswered. Surely, if he lacked power, he would not be worthy of the empress. Hearing the students' assessments, Mo Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could hardly accept such praise. Do not spread false rumors. Is this not tantamount to declaring enmity against me? Boom! Just as the crowd was lost in the enchanting visage of Mo Ran, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the realm. The sky above the imperial palace suddenly transformed. A colossal sword, capable of making the very heavens tremble, materialized in the air, pointed directly at the palace. Following this, numerous figures clad in black robes floated above the imperial palace, exuding an aura so oppressive that it rendered the onlookers breathless. Even the small hand, clinging to Mo Ran's robe, exerted more strength in response. Upon witnessing this, Mo Ran's gaze turned icy in an instant. How audacious! With a mere wave of his hand, the suffocating pressure that had gripped the crowd vanished without a trace. Qingyu, Empress, come forth to meet your demise. This is the remnant of the 3 dynasties. Suddenly, Ning Wu's figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. In that very moment, 2 previously silent figures within the academy followed closely behind him. Remnants of the 3 dynasties do not act so brazenly. Chapter 12. The fallen prince before one hears the person, their voice precedes them. 2 beams of violet light shot forth from within the academy. Sensing the presence of these 2 figures, whose aura rivaled that of the Empress Shen Qingqing, Mo Ran instantly recognized them. They were none other than the 2 powerful presences he had sensed earlier outside the academy. Fang Yingzong and Luo Yu, the first and second elder of the Qingyu dynasty. It was evident that the disciples present in the academy also recognized them. Observing the aura emanating from these 2, Mo Ran felt a peculiar sense of unease. The domineering energy they exuded was intermingled with a dense aura of death, akin to that of a living corpse, long since departed from this world. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he focused, and their information was laid bare before him. Name: Fang Yingzong, Luo Yu. Strength: 8th level of the Emperor Realm, 7th level. Age: 20,001, 20,003. Details: these individuals, once on the brink of death, have prolonged their lives through the use of the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin. A millennium ago, they were of mediocre talent. Yet through a twist of fate, they slayed a child of destiny and seized his legacy, coincidentally opening the path to the Emperor's road. They ascended by virtue of this inheritance. Yet in battles against the celestial prodigies, they were repeatedly vanquished, with not a single victory to their name. Ultimately, they were expelled from the Emperor's road. In a desperate moment, they ambushed a prodigy and stole the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin. Thus, they were cast out together, possessing a fragment of this treasured artifact belonging to the Ice Clan of the Upper Realm. The prodigy they ambushed was the Ice Clan's divine offspring, who perished shortly after the theft of the coffin. Due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, the powerful beings of the Ice Clan could not descend to the lower realm, allowing these two to monopolize the coffin. Not only did they utilize it to ascend to the Emperor realm, but they also extended their lives by several years, a stroke of fortune indeed. So, they are but two old fools. Upon reading the system's introduction, Mo Ren could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the two. They were beings who should have long since perished, extending their lives through nefarious means. No wonder they exuded such a heavy aura of death. Typically, an emperor's lifespan is 18,000 years, and yet they had surpassed 20,000, their longevity hardly justifiable without the aid of longevity-enhancing substances. Having surpassed their natural limits, they found themselves unable to break through to the ninth heaven and ascend the celestial path. Unless they could somehow be reborn or break through, death would be imminent. In the midst of these thoughts, a massive black dragon, approximately 100 feet long, emerged slowly from the dark clouds above the imperial palace of the Qingyu dynasty. Dozens of shadowy figures parted, clearing a path. Upon the back of the black dragon stood their master, the last surviving prince of the three great dynasties, Heidi, Zhou, Jiangsheng. In the past, for my survival, two of our ancestors sacrificed nearly all their remaining lifespans to send me away from the southern region. You two were once adamant in your opposition, and both ancestors reached the pinnacle of transcendence. Why is it that, while they perished, you two still linger in this world? A voice devoid of discernible emotion resonated as the black clouds dissipated, revealing the pale visage of Zhou Jiangsheng, the last surviving prince of the three dynasties. The remnants of the three dynasties have yet to be eradicated. How can I resign myself to death? Faningzong, clad in purple robes and with hair as white as snow, retorted. Hearing this, Zhou Jiangsheng did not display anger. Instead, a mocking smile crept across his pallid face. A person shrouded in an aura of death dares to speak so boldly. How utterly laughable! Initially puzzled upon seeing the two, he soon discerned the inexplicable energy enveloping them. Reminiscent of the laws of death, he had comprehended. Only those who are deceased or who have grasped the laws of death can harbor such an aura without succumbing to its effects. Clearly, these two had not fathomed the concept of death. Thus, three explanations remained. Either they had comprehended the laws, were nearing death, or had already died and returned momentarily. The first possibility was easily dismissed, as he had indeed understood the laws of death, and the absence of a shared energy signature between them made it improbable. Ha ha ha! Upon this realization, Zhou Jiangsheng could not contain his manic laughter. Of the 8 late-stage emperors of the Qingyu dynasty, 6 had perished under the onslaught of the 3 great dynasties, and now the last 2 were on the brink of death. How could he possibly refrain from laughing? The annihilation of the 3 great dynasties was a foregone conclusion. They could not rise again. In this moment, he could only ensure that the Qingyu dynasty followed in their footsteps. As he laughed maniacally, over 3,000 figures rapidly congregated within the imperial city and its surroundings. These were his clandestine operatives embedded within the Qingyu dynasty. He had refrained from recalling them during the fall of the 3 great dynasties, biding his time for this very moment. Each of these figures was at least at the initial stage of the Life Palace realm, the King realm. This was his ultimate gambit to drag the Qingyu dynasty into the abyss of the 3 great dynasties. Most of these operatives hailed from the Qingyu Academy. Many disciples of the Qingyu Academy, upon encountering familiar faces that once filled their conversations with laughter, felt a chill run down their spines. The remnants of the 3 dynasties had infiltrated so deeply that even the Academy and the Imperial Palace, sacred grounds, were compromised. Uncertain of how he had accomplished this, Mo Ren could not help but regard him with newfound respect. It must be said, given a little more time, it might very well be the Qingyu dynasty that faced obliteration. Alas, the Empress had acted first, catching him off guard and disrupting his original plans. Yet even so, she had not managed to expose all of his contingency plans. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the imperial palace, moving with a slow, deliberate poise. With each step she took, a crimson lotus flower blossomed beneath her feet. Clad in red, her face veiled, her azure eyes glinted like a serpent awakening from slumber. And a striking red plum blossom mark adorned her forehead. Her presence rendered everything else dull. All eyes were drawn to her, for she was breathtakingly beautiful. And Mo Ran was no exception. Though she always concealed her true visage, few had beheld her authentic form, and one could say none had. Yet Mo Ran had seen it. He could not deny that Shen Qingqing was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. The one who stepped forward was none other than Empress Shen Qingqing. In the past, failing to eradicate these remnants was a miscalculation on my part. Long ago, when you extended your claws into the Qingyu dynasty, I was already aware. Who would have thought that the third prince, deemed the most worthless and often referred to as a fool, possessed such cunning and capability? As she spoke, she ascended into the air, pausing to fix her icy gaze upon Xiaotongzi, who stood atop the massive dragon. She continued, "If only you had been the crown prince back then, wielding a bit more power, how differently things might have turned out. Alas, you were not. You were defeated, and I emerged as the ultimate victor." It was true then, and it remains so now. With that, a chaotic fire lotus ignited behind her, its presence potent enough to rend heaven and earth asunder. The surrounding temperature surged, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. The law of the chaotic fire lotus. Chapter 13. The twilight of an era today. You have arrived, so you might as well stay. With that, the Empress Shen Qingqing's fiery lotus behind her expanded, her aura intensifying with each passing moment. In an instant, the power of a great emperor at the 7th level erupted forth. With a swift movement, she broke through the barriers and positioned herself before Xiaotongzi as the chaotic fiery lotus soared upwards, descending upon him like a celestial meteor. As the fiery lotus approached, the temperature around Xiaotongzi escalated sharply. He formed a seal with his hands, and the colossal black dragon claw beneath him rose, grasping towards the fiery lotus. An explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The moment the black dragon's claw made contact with the fiery lotus, it detonated, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that engulfed the claw. Once the tumult subsided, the sky dripped with black blood, leaving devastation in its wake. For the corrosive power of this black blood was formidable. When the onlookers discerned the source of the black blood, shock gripped them all. The black dragon's claw was severed, incinerated by the Empress's chaotic fiery lotus. Before anyone could catch their breath, a sharp sword aura suddenly materialized in the sky, its brilliant light slicing through the firmament toward Shen Qingqing. At that moment, Xiaotongzi stood atop the black dragon, wielding a pitch-black longsword that exuded a palpable aura of death. An imperial weapon. How could this be? In that instant, the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the sword was potent enough to obliterate an entire imperial palace. Although Shen Qingqing was taken aback, her composure remained unshaken. She retreated while her hands continued their intricate movements. Chaos, myriad laws evolve. With a low command, innumerable palm-sized fiery lotuses materialized behind her. Despite their diminutive size, the terrifying aura they radiated rivaled that of the sword aura. Even with the aid of an imperial weapon, the disparity in their realms could not be bridged. Suddenly, with a pointed gesture, Shen Qingqing sent forth the fiery lotuses, which surged toward the sword aura as if imbued with life. Observing their two leaders engaging in battle, the onlookers below could not remain idle. With a command to engage, the hidden forces swiftly assaulted those within the city. Naturally, this was the imperial palace, and formidable powers were not absent. Although their offensive was fierce, they could not gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, a dozen individuals clad in black robes obstructed the two esteemed elders of the Qingyu Academy. These black-clad figures emanated a chilling aura of death. Though they possessed only the first level of great emperor power, the elders Fong Ying and Luo Yu found themselves straining under the assault. As the foremost warrior of Qingyu, Ning Wu was currently besieged by hundreds of Sacred Realm experts. Despite the might of a great emperor, These mere trifles of the third realm of the Life Palace were insufficient to pose a threat. Soon, Ningwu had decimated the hundreds of Sacred Realm opponents. Just as he prepared to continue his slaughter of the remaining hidden forces, a spear intercepted his path. "You're not dead? If you're still alive? How could I bear to die first?" The newcomer was a towering man clad in armor, wielding a spear. He was once a general of unparalleled victories during one of the three dynasties, Ningwu's old rival, who had been presumed dead in the war years ago, but had unexpectedly allied with Xiaotongzi. "Surprised, are you?" he inquired. "I'm not surprised. I defeated you once before, and I can do it again," Ningwu declared, recalling their past encounter where he had narrowly bested the general. With that, he summoned his spear, and soon the two were embroiled in combat. As a general accustomed to the battlefield, he fought with lethal precision. "Father, Mother's all right, isn't she?" Below, peeking from behind Mo ran. Shen Qingqing anxiously watched her mother battle with Jiangcheng in the sky, her concern palpable. Although Mo Ran was present, her worry persisted. After all, it was her mother engaged in the fray. The speed of the combat was bewildering, rendering it impossible for her to discern who held the upper hand. Each strike occurred in the blink of an eye. In her previous life, as a celestial king, she had experienced countless battles. Under normal circumstances, she would be unfazed by such conflicts. However, having been reincarnated, her current cultivation was merely at the scattering realm. Faced with such a high-stakes battle, she could only watch helplessly. The strength she once possessed was irrelevant to her present self. She could not perpetually dwell in the past. "Do not worry. Your father is here. I will ensure your mother comes to no harm." He ruffled Shen Qingqing's hair, attempting to soothe her. After all, she was still a child witnessing such chaos for the first time, and her fear was understandable. Of course, if their daughter were to hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes. "Who is afraid? I am merely concerned for my mother." The battle above intensified, entering a state of fervent heat. The two elders of the academy, now besieged by dozens of black-clad figures, appeared increasingly overwhelmed. They seemed impervious to pain, their bodies unnaturally rigid, much like puppets. The longer the conflict raged, the more their energy waned, while their adversaries seemed inexhaustible, growing stronger with each passing moment. As the elders began to falter, Xiaotongzi manipulated the long sword with his fingers, relentlessly directing it toward Shen Qingqing, each strike infused with a thick aura of death. "Ha! Shen Qingqing, how much longer can you endure? Even if you can withstand the onslaught, how long do you think these old geezers can last?" Shen Qingqing was acutely aware of the situation and felt powerless herself. The deathly law was not something she could lightly touch. Even a slight taint would amplify the malevolence within her heart. Should she succumb to the deathly law, she would cease to be herself. "I shall witness how many more swords you can strike with, given your dwindling lifespan." Through careful observation during the battle, Shen Qingqing discerned that with each swing of Jiangcheng's sword, he aged further. Having already unleashed over 100 strikes, his vitality was rapidly depleting. It would not be long before he met his demise. "I can easily end you." In an instant, Jiangcheng's rapidly withering hand clenched. The imperial longsword transformed into 1,000 sword forms, encircling Shen Qingqing and creating an inevitable death trap. After executing this maneuver, Jiangcheng, whose life was nearing its end, bellowed at Shen Qingqing. The day the three great dynasties fell, the two ancestors had sacrificed their lives, granting him a fleeting chance to endure. It was on that day, despondent, that he had climbed the demon burial cliff, intending to end his life. By a twist of fate, he had acquired this peculiar longsword imbued with deathly energy that siphoned life. This serendipitous event not only granted him insight into the law of death, but also enabled him to ascend to the Emperor realm. Though he was only at the 3rd level, the mysterious longsword endowed him with the strength to contend even against an 8th-level great emperor. Thus, he had devoted years to cultivation and scheming, and today he could no longer contain his desire for vengeance. He had come prepared for death and bore no reservations. Regrettably, he could not witness the fall of the Qingyu dynasty. "Shen Qingqing, this time, let us see how you will respond." Thus, he ultimately knelt before the Black Dragon, his body visibly aging at an alarming rate, the vitality within him incessantly ebbing away, until he peacefully departed. Just as he uttered these words, the heavens were torn asunder, and the very fabric of space became distorted. From this warped space emerged a figure who stood tall, gazing down upon the crowd. The massive sword upon his back was most prominent, and a ghastly scar marred his visage, exuding a fierce aura. Entrusted with a mission, he unsheathed his sword. With that declaration, he drew forth the colossal blade. A sharp sword aura cleaved through the sky, the laws of the sword flowing forth like an unending river, cascading downwards, resembling a radiant rainbow, piercing the sun, akin to a chasm from the heavens, descending upon the sword formation that ensnared Shen Qingqing. The laws of the sword. The Eastern clan, the Eastern Sword Emperor, upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, gasps of astonishment erupted from all present. The 9 great imperial clans, the Eastern clans, Eastern Sword Emperor. Presumptuous! How dare you, insolent wretch! As the overwhelming sword aura approached to strike the formation, Fang Yingzong and Luo Yu, who had been entangled, suddenly exuded an incomparably formidable presence, forcefully suppressing the several black-clad figures. They swiftly vacated the battlefield, hastening towards the Empress Shen Qingqing. At that moment, the Empress was wholly focused on breaking the formation, oblivious to other external interferences. Should she be struck by that sword, she would not merely suffer injury, but face potential annihilation. The Eastern Sword Emperor, it seemed, had no intention of holding back. His initial strike was a lethal blow. Time was of the essence. The sword aura rapidly descended. Just as the Eastern Sword Emperor's law-infused sword energy was about to collide with the formation ensnaring Shen Qingqing, Mo Rant's figure suddenly appeared above, her slender form standing defiantly before the impending sword energy. Clutching the immortal Emperor's sword, Hou Mo Ran thrust forth. Simple yet profound. As the sword tip met the sword energy, the assaulting sword aura dissipated like fleeting smoke upon encountering Hou. A closer inspection would reveal that it was not the tip of Hou that engaged the law-infused sword energy, but rather the faint sword energy emanating from it. In that moment of contact, the formidable law-infused sword energy, akin to a grandson fleeing from a grandfather, was sent retreating in fear by the sword energy of Hou. Hou, do not approach me. Begone. Entrusted with a mission to strike, Mo Ran coldly snorted, her icy gaze fixed upon the Eastern Sword Emperor's position as she solemnly declared, "If that is the case, then I too have been entrusted to deliver a strike. Be prepared to receive it. Damn that scoundrel! How dare he ambush the mother of my child?" A one-on-one confrontation would suffice. She could handle it herself, as the Empress needed to maintain her dignity. But to resort to ambush? Did he truly believe there was no one standing behind her? This was utterly intolerable. Chapter 14. The fall the moment Mo Ran appeared, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. The Emperor. It is the Emperor who has made his move. Many who had previously encountered Mo Ran could not contain their exclamations. With just a single stroke, Mo Ran had shattered the sword energy of the Eastern Sword Emperor. A simple yet profound act that left them in astonishment. Who was the Eastern Sword Emperor? A figure from 3 millennia ago, a contemporary of the Empress. He was the pride of the Eastern Imperial clan, endowed with the Eastern Emperor's physique, an exceptionally robust constitution, and a brilliant sword heart. The combination of an imperial body and a keen sword heart destined him to transcend even the great emperors. Hence, the Eastern clan had invested half of their resources in him, regarding him as their future. Some even claimed that this era would see the Eastern family ascend to unprecedented glory because of him. The reality proved that the Eastern Sword Emperor did not disappoint their expectations. The South was not lacking in great emperors. Nowadays, the lower realms were rife with pseudo-emperors, with only a few exceptional beings able to stand out among them. The Eastern Sword Emperor was undoubtedly one of them. Having once felled 3 peers in the same realm with a single sword strike, his prowess was evident. Thus, upon witnessing his attack on Shen Qingqing, Fang Ying and the others were willing to pay any price to forcibly elevate their powers, having cast aside their own lives in the process. They knew that they were already at the end of their tether. Even divine beings could hardly save them now. When they saw Mo Ran block that fatal blow capable of bringing down the Empress, they felt a sense of relief. Although they had never met Mo Ran, the tale of the Emperor had reached their ears. Today's encounter revealed a presence that rivaled that of the Empress. Death seemed a fitting end. They should have perished long ago, during the extermination of the three dynasties, or perhaps when they were expelled from the path of emperors. No one had ever survived such expulsion. On the path of emperors, there existed only life or death. Yet, they had somehow forged a piece of history. Their reluctance to depart stemmed from their affection for Shen Qingqing. They had watched her grow, cherishing her as their own granddaughter. In the battle that annihilated the three dynasties, 6 of the 8 great emperors of the Qingyu dynasty perished. The dynasty had yet to recover from the aftermath of war. Should they also depart, the Qingyu dynasty would be left with but the Empress. They could not bear it, hence they lingered a while longer. Now, it seemed they had waited long enough, and death no longer held any terror. As dawn broke, 2 beams of sacred light ascended to the heavens. Morning cries filled the air. Countless drops of imperial blood fell like rain from the sky, nourishing the earth. The fall of an emperor brought sorrow to the heavens and earth. Such celestial phenomena were unique to the late stages of an emperor's life. In the 9th realm of the emperor's path, each level represents an insurmountable chasm, whether through imperial tools or secret techniques, unless one possesses formidable strength. No amount of external aid could bridge the gap, especially upon entering the late stages of an emperor's life. This disparity only grows greater with time. This was also why Zhui Jiangcheng, despite wielding an imperial tool, could not shatter Shen Qingqing's defenses. He could only engage in a battle. Who are you? The Eastern Sword Emperor felt an overwhelming dread as Mo Ran effortlessly dispersed the sword energy he had conjured. Although his previous strike was not his strongest, it was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary emperor to withstand, let alone someone like Mo Ran, who did so with such ease. This was a formidable adversary. When had such a figure emerged in the Qingyu dynasty? Mo Ran had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him. For a scoundrel who resorted to ambush, attacking others was one thing, but to assault his wife? That was intolerable. Thus, he was determined not to let this individual off lightly. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a lethal attack. Mo Ran, surrounded by the power of the stars, released the overwhelming celestial laws from within, enveloping the Hoyu sword in their brilliance. In an instant, the air was filled with the ringing of swords, each sound resonating within the hearts of those present. The starry power surrounding Mo Ran resembled an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Go, he commanded, raising his hand to cleave towards the Eastern Sword Emperor. A sword energy, forged from the power of the stars, cascaded like countless celestial bodies falling from the heavens, their brilliance illuminating the sky. In a heartbeat, the energy struck the Eastern Sword Emperor. Numerous strands of starry sword energy ensnared him in a deadly embrace. At that moment, a golden light erupted. It was the shield formed by the Eastern Emperor's protective aura. The collision of golden light and starry laws was relentless, ultimately shattering the Eastern Sword Emperor's imperial body into fragments, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The Eastern Sword Emperor was engulfed by the starry sword energy. Countless witnesses within the Qingyu dynasty were left in shock, their expressions transforming in an instant, fear gripping their hearts. This was the most magnificent sword strike they had ever witnessed. As stars twinkled above, countless meteors streaked across the sky, painting a resplendent tapestry before their eyes. This was their emperor, the husband of the Empress. After the celestial display, the Eastern Sword Emperor yet lived, but he bore no trace of an emperor's grandeur. Reduced to mere remnants of a sword strike, his imperial body lay in ruins, his sword heart shattered. The imperial sword he wielded was likewise obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. He had believed no one in the south could surpass him in the art of the sword. Over the past 3 millennia, he had vanquished countless opponents, each a prodigy in swordsmanship. His understanding of swordsmanship was unparalleled. Throughout his life, he had never faced defeat, even against the legendary Sword Emperor of the Divine Sword Mountain, who had left him with but a scar on his face. Since that day, he had made no further progress in the path of the sword. I have not been defeated. At this moment, he gazed at Mo Ran. The madness in his expression laid bare. Ha ha ha. I have not been defeated. I cannot be defeated. I, the Eastern Sword, have traversed my life, forging an invincible sword heart, vanquishing countless foes, and ultimately comprehending the laws of the sword to attain the title of Emperor. How could I possibly be defeated? Impossible. Impossible. Now his eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and without a sword in hand, he resembled a fallen, furious beggar. He could not accept the reality of his defeat, even recalling how, when he had been struck down on Divine Sword Mountain, he had not felt defeated then. Yet how could self-deception change anything? The inability to progress in the art of the sword was the clearest testament to his defeat. He lacked the courage to ascend Divine Sword Mountain again. How could he advance in the art of the sword? From the moment you ambushed, you were already defeated. Mo Ran's voice rang out calmly as he sheathed the Hou Yu sword and struck towards the sword formation that bound Shen Qingqing. In an instant, it crumbled to dust beneath his palm, revealing Shen Qingqing once more to the gaze of the crowd. She was enveloped in a shimmering celestial power, and as the sword formation dissipated, her eyes fell upon Mo Ran standing before her. A blush, reminiscent of the dawn, graced her exquisite face. This rogue, does he enjoy the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel? Oomph. Chapter 15. The Immortal will not perish at the moment of the ambush. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Dongfang experienced a fleeting moment of tranquility, his previously frenzied state giving way to deep contemplation. He pondered when it was that he began to fear failure. Was it during his time with the imperial clan? Or was it at the Sword Mountain? As he reflected, memories began to resurface. In this realm, the heavenly Tao was flawed, incapable of supporting the opening of the immortal path. If the immortal path could not be opened, then the peak of the great emperor was the ultimate limit. Ultimate? In the pursuit of cultivation, what truly constitutes an ultimate limit? It is the extremity of life. Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Jinner, my time is drawing near. If I cannot ascend the immortal path to that fabled higher realm, I shall soon perish. The extremity of life. Then what of my father? He too shall perish. Why? Because the heavenly Tao is flawed, and even the strongest great emperors remain tethered to this world, unable to transcend the barrier, resulting in an ever-increasing number of great emperors. In the past, only those who braved the emperor's path and survived could ascend to become emperors. Yet, at some point, anyone could become an emperor. This is not a favorable development for the world. Memories flashed through Dongfang Jian's mind like a slideshow. It dawned upon him, I have long since been defeated. He then turned to Mo Ran and declared, though you are powerful, I have not yet been vanquished. It is the heavenly Tao that has faltered, not I, Dongfang Jian. No, he emphatically asserted, until his form gradually dissipated into the cosmos, as if he had never existed. Even in death, he refused to acknowledge his defeat. How tragic. After Dongfang Jian's demise, the battle neared its conclusion. Ning Wu stood below, coldly holding a head with wide-open eyes. The two elder officials had perished, their essence scattered across the realm. The 3,000 Dark Agents had been decimated to a mere few. Only a handful of figures in black remained, huddled together, unscathed and devoid of exhaustion, which was indeed peculiar. Instead, the aura of death surrounding them grew increasingly potent. Their realms had even ascended several levels. Were they capable of consuming the death energy generated from the fallen? Beside Mo Ran, Shen Qingqing sensed the changes within this group, her expression shifting to one of shock. Hearing her words, Mo Ran too felt the strangeness. He immediately activated his true eye, revealing the information about the group. Item: Puppet details. To subdue the life-consuming imperial artifact accompanying Puppet, it resembles a human, yet is not truly one. It is impervious to pain and can absorb death energy. As long as the death energy persists, the puppet will not perish. The more death energy absorbed, the stronger it becomes. Life-consuming artifact? In that moment, Mo Ran recalled the dark imperial artifact in Zhuo Jiangcheng's possession. So, it is called life-consuming? Considering its rapid aging, he couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps it should be named devouring life. These beings are not human. They are puppets. The imperial artifact that trapped you has been destroyed by me, and soon they will dissipate as well. Saying this, Ran conjured a sphere of starlight, casting it towards the puppets without hesitation. The sphere expanded as it sped towards them, ultimately engulfing them upon contact, shrinking rapidly until it resembled nothing more than dust or particles. However, I shall grant you a safe passage. Once all was settled, the remnants of the three dynasties had reached a temporary conclusion. The name of Emperor Ran surged through the lower realm, achieving a level of recognition that was universally acknowledged. The external evaluation of Ran's strength reached its zenith. One sword could slay a late-stage great emperor. In the moment of Dongfang Jian's fall, a jade tablet bearing his soul imprint shattered instantly. The guard tasked with overseeing the jade tablet, upon witnessing its destruction, turned pale with fear and hurriedly fled. The distant Dongfang imperial clan erupted in a series of tremors. Who is it? Who has slain my son? The clan leader, Dongfang Ming, with the cultivation of a late-stage great emperor, unleashed an overwhelming aura that shook the entire Dongfang realm. Go investigate. I will ensure he suffers eternal damnation, never to reincarnate. After resolving everything, Ran glanced at Shen Qingqing, admonishing her, next time, do not be so stubborn. Previously, when Shen Qingqing was ensnared by the sword array, Ran had attempted to offer assistance, but the proud Empress hesitated to accept help. Understanding this, Shen Qingqing shot him a resentful glance. Wunderwelmantichmann. Ran, puzzled by her glum expression, thought it odd. Did you not refuse my help? Why does it seem as though you were blaming me? Foolish host. Enough. What do you intend to do about these dark agents? Ran inquired, observing the encircled remnants of the three dynasties. Their numbers had dwindled, with many dead or gravely injured. The loss on the side of the Qingyu dynasty was significant, with two late-stage great emperors perishing. Now, only Shen Qingqing remained, alongside Ran. Having garnered fame and a child, Ran naturally intended to assist her. Kill them. Shen Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. The dark agents that dared to reveal themselves had evidently resigned themselves to their fate. Agreed. Ran nodded in acquiescence. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. After this confrontation, the Qingyu dynasty had sustained severe damage. Not long ago, they had endured a battle resulting in the deaths of 6 great emperors, and now 2 more had perished due to the remnants' counterattack. With 8 great emperors vanquished, their lineage was essentially obliterated. Suddenly, Ran recalled something. Did he not just slay Dongfang Jian? Would the Dongfang family seek vengeance? Would they come to the Qingyu dynasty? Was he not the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty? Contemplating this, his head felt as if it were swelling. Ouch, it hurts. Can't I just enjoy raising my daughter in peace? Why must there always be so much trouble? Perhaps I should annihilate the Dongfang family? After pondering this, he nodded decisively. Yes, if anyone dares come after me, I shall have a reason to extend my hospitality. However, he still felt weary, reminiscing about the simplicity of life in the mountains. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. Returning was impossible, not in this lifetime. Why the sigh? Nothing. I simply dislike trouble. I was contemplating how to find a trivial excuse to wipe out a clan. Trouble? Indeed, a significant amount of trouble lies ahead. What trouble? Facing the wrath of the Dongfang imperial clan? He chuckled derisively at the thought. The Dongfang family would be fortunate to avoid my ire. Upon hearing this, the Empress seemed to have an epiphany, feigning contemplation before teasingly suggesting, "You are the one who committed the murder. Simply hand yourself over." In our homeland, this would be considered ungrateful and fratricidal. Is that so? Shen Qingqing remained unconvinced. Subsequently, she ceased to pay him any further attention. News of this battle spread swiftly. Upon learning of the demise of the last 2 emperors of the Qingyu dynasty, several forces that had been suppressed by the Qingyu dynasty began to stir restlessly. However, it was soon reported that the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty had vanquished the Sword Emperor of the Eastern Imperial clan with a single stroke, causing the Eastern Sword Empress to retreat in fear. The news of the Eastern Sword's fall rapidly reached the ears of the spies from the Eastern Imperial clan. Upon receiving this information, the expressions of the three venerable emperors, each at the pinnacle of the ninth realm, darkened ominously. Deep within their hearts, a tempestuous flame surged forth. Akin to a volcano newly awakened, impossible to quell, the Eastern Sword, the son of the current head of the Eastern family, had ascended to the level of emperor at a mere 3,000 years of age. He was regarded as the most promising candidate to transcend to the realm of immortality within the Eastern clan. After all, it had been an eternity since anyone had successfully broken through to immortality in this realm. Yet a millennium ago, the sage Tianjizi had prophesied, in this realm, the heavenly path is flawed and the road to emperorship is obscured, yet an emperor may still emerge. Once the number of emperors reaches a certain threshold, the capacity of this world to harbor emperors will reach its critical point. At that juncture, the path to immortality will manifest, and this realm shall perish. Thus, the entire Eastern clan devoted their resources to nurturing the Eastern Sword, aspiring for him to triumph over the arduous path to immortality and lead the Eastern family to greater heights and longevity. Now, with the Eastern Sword's demise, all their efforts have been rendered futile. The Qingyu dynasty must pay a price for this. Allow me to confront this so-called emperor of the Qingyu dynasty. Chapter 16. A Decade Fourth Brother. Do not act recklessly. Just as the formidable leader of the Dongfang family prepared to venture alone into the Qingyu Empire in pursuit of revenge against Mo Ran, a weathered voice urgently halted him. The speaker, known as Dongfang Minchong, the second ancestor of the Dongfang family, was the strongest among them. His intent was to prevent his impulsive younger brother from rushing towards certain doom. Among the entire Dongfang family, there was no one who cherished Dongfang Jian more than he did. He had imparted nearly all of his knowledge to Dongfang Jian, treating him like a son despite being an elder. With Dongfang Jian's demise, his current emotional state was undoubtedly dire. The fact that he had not succumbed to rage was already a testament to his composure. Dongfang Quang, the fourth ancestor of the Dongfang family, had a body as powerful as that of an ancient beast, having once slain an emperor-level demon with a single punch. The physical prowess of demonkind was notoriously superior to that of humans, and the might of an emperor-level demon was even more fearsome. The fact that he could dispatch such a creature with one blow spoke volumes about his strength. Reckless? A mere Qingyu empire? If it weren't for the disdain of the 9 imperial families for such hollow titles, could a woman like Shen Qingqing truly unify the southern region? Dongfang Quang's thunderous voice bellowed in anger. I must ask you, what are your chances against Jian? Dongfang Minchong spoke deliberately, observing the fury etched on Dongfang Quang's face. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Quang was momentarily rendered speechless. His previously raised head fell, and his expression became one of profound agony. This sense of helplessness was once again revisited. Dongfang Minchong's words rang true. He had little assurance in defeating Dongfang Jian. Dongfang Jian represented the future of the Dongfang family, having showcased astounding talent in cultivation since childhood. He reached the same realm as Dongfang Quang in merely 3,000 years, a feat unparalleled in the history of the Dongfang family. Should they engage, Dongfang Quang would undoubtedly be defeated within 10 moves. Now, the thought of seeking revenge against the one who had slain Dongfang Jian was tantamount to courting death. As these thoughts coursed through him, he reluctantly bowed his head, resembling a despondent statue. At that moment, the third ancestor, Dongfang Hua, who had remained silent, coldly snorted and slammed the tea table onto the adjacent surface, exclaiming, "In your opinion, second brother, what should we do about this? The one who could slay Jian must possess a cultivation level of at least the 9th stage of the Emperor realm." At this point, Dongfang Minchong paused briefly before his tone turned icy. The day the path to immortality opens will mark his demise. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was evident that taking action against Mo Ran in the Qingyu Empire was ill-advised. They had the Dongfang family to protect. The fact that Mo Ran could kill Dongfang Jian implied that he was stronger than any of the 3 of them. It might take their combined forces to stand a chance against him. However, if they united, what would become of the Dongfang family? The 9 imperial families had been at odds for years, preparing for the opening of the path to immortality. Any missteps could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, their best course of action was to wait until the path opened before making a move. In the end, despite their grievances, they could not jeopardize the entire Dongfang family for personal vendettas. The greater good must prevail. A decade later, the conflict of 10 years prior had severely weakened the Qingyu Empire, which thereafter faded into obscurity, focusing on recuperation. The Qingyu Empire had undergone a significant transformation, and without proper recovery, it risked following the path of the San dynasty. Naturally, Mo Ran's victory over Dongfang Jian served as a deterrent to those who coveted their position. They were not foolish. The strength that allowed Mo Ran to slay such a formidable opponent indicated his power far surpassed Dongfang Jian's. Even if they possessed tenfold courage, none would dare to challenge him. Contrary to his initial expectations of facing endless troubles following Dongfang Jian's death, Mo Ran found himself enjoying a decade of tranquility, as the Dongfang imperial clan chose to tolerate him, wary of his strength. This assessment was far superior to those who acted impulsively. At least it spared him from getting his hands dirty. During these 10 years, Mo Ran's life flourished, and his bond with Shen Qingqing deepened significantly. Their long-standing efforts bore fruit when Shen Qingqing gave birth to a daughter. His eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing, had already joined the Wenxin sword sect 2 years prior, leaving the Qingyu Empire and her father to pursue her swordsmanship. In the southern region, at the Canggu prefecture, the Wenxin sword sect was bustling with activity. Today marked the arrival of a visitor from the north, named Wenlin, a disciple of the Shanghai Spiritual Academy. This day marked the 5-year exchange gathering between the Wenxin sword sect and the Shanghai Spiritual Academy for the younger generation. Traditionally, Shanghai would send 8 disciples. However, this time, only one was dispatched. Instantly, the Wenxin sword sect was abuzz with excitement. The disciples gathered on the martial stage, eager to witness the skills of this solitary visitor from the north. What does it mean for Shanghai to send just one person? Do they look down upon our sword sect? Many disciples pointed fingers at Wenlin, who stood on the platform, gripping a 3-foot Qingfeng sword. Though he appeared calm, internally, he felt as if 1,000 wild horses were trampling through his mind, cold sweat pouring down his brow. At that moment, he felt like a rat in a street, targeted by countless hostile gazes. He had not wished for this situation. The number of sword cultivators in Shanghai was already scant, and the exceptional talents even fewer. The Wenxin sword sect was a prestigious sect in the southern region. Who could possibly rival them in swordplay? If it were a contest of physical prowess, it might be manageable, but swordplay? Competing against seasoned experts? 3 years prior, the eldest disciple of the sword cultivators of Shanghai, Ji Chengyan, had been in seclusion attempting to break through to the second stage of the Fate Palace realm and had yet to emerge. The 4th and 5th disciples had gone on a journey and had not returned. The 7th and 8th sisters were visiting their families, while the 2nd brother was recovering from injuries and had lost his sight. Other than some ordinary disciples who were not worth mentioning, he was the only one left to represent Shanghai. Thus, out of sheer necessity, Shanghai had no choice but to send him alone to engage in this contest of swords. Facing the multitude of hostile eyes, Wenlin took a deep breath and declared, "I am Wenlin, a disciple of the Shanghai Spiritual Academy, here to inquire about swordsmanship. I humbly request guidance from all esteemed members of the sword sect." Though reluctant, he understood that he had to uphold the dignity of the Shanghai Academy. The members of the Wenxin sword sect responded with a collective disdainful snort. "I shall step forward." Their voices resonated with overwhelming authority. He, Sect Master Gu. The disciples of the sword sect remain as spirited as ever. Chapter 17. The gentleman S. Sword Elder Xiong chuckled, remarking that, compared to the disciples of the esteemed academy, his own students were hardly noteworthy. Upon the high platform, Gu Wenxin, the leader of the Wenxin sword sect, conversed with Xiong Kai, who is the Grand Elder of the Shanghai Spirit Academy in the Northern Domain. This was the same Xiong Kai who had once obstructed the Empress from entering the nameless mountain in search of Shen Qingqing, only to have his arm mercilessly severed by her. Now, however, his arm had fully regenerated, likely due to some invaluable spiritual elixirs. The two had taken the art of mutual promotion and commerce to its zenith, exchanging compliments with one another. Meanwhile, the disciples below were in an uproar, their tempers boiling over at the audacity of Wenlin, who dared to provoke them. As the crowd simmered with agitation, a voice cut through the tension. Wenlin, the ninth disciple of the sword cultivators from Shanghai Spirit Academy, naturally endowed with a pure sword body, known as the Immaculate. At this declaration, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. The Immaculate sword body? The legendary physique that, as long as one survives for a century, could inevitably lead to ascension as an emperor, even without rigorous training in swordsmanship. It was astonishing to discover such a prodigy existed in the northern domain. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge the sword sect alone. One couldn't help but wonder how his sword body compared to that of the eldest senior brother. After all, the senior brother himself possessed an impressive sword body, though it paled in comparison to the Immaculate. The sheer terror of the Immaculate sword body was palpable. The mere notion of becoming an emperor within a century, or perhaps even sooner with diligent practice, left the assembly envious. For them, the title of emperor felt like a distant dream, while this youth on the stage could potentially grasp it within a century, or even less. Such thoughts led some to entertain the wild notion of eliminating this prodigy to claim his sword body for themselves. However, upon regaining their senses, they were struck with fear at their own thoughts and hastily recited calming mantras to steady themselves. After a long pause, noticing no challengers stepping forth, Wenlin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did they regard him with disdain? He was formidable indeed, if they were of equal cultivation. Even the eldest senior brother would not stand a chance against him. Just as he prepared to voice his frustration, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome, ascended the stage. "Look, it's senior brother Wuming," a sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. He was Wuming, the eldest disciple of Qingqing Peak, one of the 3 peaks of the Wenxin sword sect. Possessing a sword body of his own, albeit lesser than the Immaculate, he approached Wenlin, sword in hand, and stated, "I am Wuming of Qingqing Peak. Please enlighten me." Wenlin's heart leaped with joy at the arrival of a challenger, and he quickly returned the gesture with clasped hands. At last, someone was willing to face him. In an instant, the two were clashing swords, exchanging blows with fervor. Initially, Wuming held a slight advantage, but gradually, Wenlin grew bolder, seemingly deciphering Wuming's attack patterns. With a sudden flash of sword energy, Wuming's sword was sent flying, while Wenlin's blade halted perilously at his throat. "Your throat is sealed by my sword," Wenlin declared triumphantly. After witnessing Wuming's defeat, he sheathed his sword, beaming with delight, and said, "Thank you, senior brother Wuming." Wuming said nothing in reply, merely nodding slightly before walking off the stage. He lost? So quickly? Not even lasting a single incense stick. The disbelief rippled through the crowd. Soon, others, emboldened by disbelief, rushed onto the stage to challenge Wenlin, only to meet the same fate, all falling within 3 moves. As Wenlin prepared to speak again, inquiring if anyone else wished to challenge him, a figure descended from the heavens. "Phew, I made it just in time." A young man, elegant and refined, holding the gentleman's sword, emerged. "Senior brother." The crowd erupted in excitement. Senior brother has emerged from seclusion. Ha ha, this kid is in for a rough time. I wonder if senior brother has perfected his sword intent. I bet he won't last half an incense stick against him. Wenlin, upon seeing the newcomer, was momentarily taken aback. He recognized him 5 years prior. At merely 8 years of age, he had witnessed this very person in action. With a single, unadorned stroke, he had defeated his own senior brother. 5 years ago, it was the senior brother standing here, gazing upon that very sword. Now, it was his turn to experience its prowess. Ever since that defeat, the senior brother had repeatedly emphasized that sword, even if I practiced swordsmanship for 8 years and refined my skills for another 8, I still could not replicate it. When asked why, he simply replied, "Because it's handsome." This had left the 8-year-old Wenlin utterly perplexed. As he pondered, Gu Qingfeng, standing before him, remarked, "I've long heard the old man say this year's sword challenge is unlike any before. Initially, I thought it was due to the presence of numerous skilled swordsmen, but it turns out it's just an immaculate sword body. I wish to witness the famed immaculate sword body, which is said to guarantee an emperor's ascension within a century. With a gentle smile directed at Wen Lin, he continued, I seek to avenge my senior brother. Wen Lin declared resolutely. He aimed to prove that the legendary sword was not as splendid as it was made out to be. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng paused, seemingly recalling something, then laughed heartily. Very well. If you can withstand this sword strike, I shall concede. Wen Lin performed a simple bow, and Gu Qingfeng wasted no time, for he had longed for a chance to stand against the immaculate sword body. Being over 20 years Wen Lin's senior, he felt it was only fair to test his skills against someone so young. With that, he prepared to strike, raising the gentleman's sword. Surrounding water sources surged toward him as if recognizing their master. Flowing blossom and water sword technique, 6th form, weak water of 3000. This was one of the pinnacle sword techniques of the Wuxin sword sect, and only those who had mastered it could comprehend the essence of the weak water sword intent. As water flowed around Gu Qingfeng, taking the shape of a long sword, it represented the mightiest sword technique he had grasped at Wen Lin's age. If Wen Lin could endure it, Gu Qingfeng would concede. If not, victory would be his. Such strength, the water sword, seemingly soft and weak, emanated an agile sword aura. Deceptively simple, yet intricately profound. Feeling the pressure of the impending strike, Wen Lin remained calm, executing his movements with precision as he wielded his long sword. In an instant, as Wen Lin unleashed his technique, shadows of his form multiplied. The 10 residual sword technique? Am I still dreaming? How could he possibly know the 10 residual sword technique? The crowd gasped as they witnessed Wen Lin employ the unique and unparalleled skill of the Wuxin sword sect, the 10 residual sword technique. The audience could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Gu Qingfeng on the stage was filled with disbelief at that moment. Chapter 18. Xiaoyuan. As Wen Lin executed the 10 residual sword technique on stage, the disciples of the Wuxin sword sect could hardly remain seated. The 10 residual sword technique is one of the most esteemed sword forms in the sect, with a history spanning 100,000 years since its inception. Among the countless practitioners, only a mere 100 have mastered it, each of whom has risen to become a dominant force in their respective eras, instilling awe and respect far and wide. Presently, only 2 individuals within the Wuxin sword sect have comprehended this technique. The sect leader, Gu Wentian, and the second, Gu Qingfeng, who now faces Wen Lin in combat. Gu Qingfeng chuckled to himself, acknowledging his shortcomings. Yet, self-deprecation aside, he understood that he must engage in the battle. In the blink of an eye, Wen Lin's figure appeared before him, swinging his sword with intent. Gu Qingfeng raised his gentleman's sword to parry, and with a swift whoosh, 2 afterimages emerged beside him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Qingfeng retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Wen Lin flying. He wielded his sword with grace, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that flowed like gentle water from his blade. He moved with the elegance of an artist, each swing of his sword a stroke of genius. The 2 sword shadows danced in harmony with his movements, only to be engulfed by the overwhelming sword energy moments later. Meanwhile, Wen Lin, having regained his footing, charged at Gu Qingfeng again, determined to utilize the 10 residual sword technique despite his inexperience in combat. His imitation of Gu Qingfeng's style was earnest, though not quite polished. Gu Qingfeng recognized this endeavor and found it intriguing. The young man possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship and an exceptional aptitude for imitation. He recalled employing the 10 residual sword technique 5 years prior during a duel with the elder brother of the Shanghai Spirit Academy, emerging victorious through this very technique. To witness someone grasp its essence after merely observing it once, and even conjuring 2 afterimages, was nothing short of genius. However, Gu Qingfeng knew all too well the perils of youth. Imitation without the pursuit of one's own path could lead to ruin. With that thought, he seized an opening and thrust his sword forward, unleashing a torrent of flowing sword energy upon Wen Lin. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, a stillness akin to death. One sword to seal the throat. I concede, young brother Wen Lin, Gu Qingfeng remarked, sheathing his sword with a charming smile. Wen Lin, feeling the weight of defeat, displayed clear disappointment on his face. He had vowed to avenge his elder brother, yet here he stood, vanquished. Next time, I shall surely triumph, he declared, his eyes brimming with determination. Next year, do not merely indulge in imitation, Gu Chengfeng replied, affectionately ruffling Wen Lin's hair. He continued, while imitation is not inherently flawed, one must seek their own path rather than solely replicate another's. He held a fondness for the young boy, whose innate sword spirit was remarkable. Wen Lin's face flushed red at the gesture, nodding to indicate his understanding. What? You wonder why you're blushing? It's because my elder brother enjoys patting your head. Gu Chengfeng teased, recognizing a familiar shadow in Wen Lin. Until we meet again, he said, casting a gentle smile as he tossed his gentleman's sword into the air, executing a hand gesture before gracefully stepping onto the blade and soaring away. Once Gu Chengfeng departed, the onlookers finally comprehended the outcome. Look, our elder brother has triumphed, they exclaimed in unison, their admiration palpable. From this day forth, the elder brother was enshrined as their idol. What? From today onward? A disciple quickly interjected, startled. I meant the second elder brother. The crowd redirected their attention, while the disciple sighed in relief, muttering under his breath, how frightening. Thus, the quintennial sword contest drew to a close, with the Wuxin sword sect emerging victorious once more. The outcome of the next contest remained uncertain, yet they all bore witness to Wen Lin's prowess. He had been defeated by elder brother Gu Chengfeng, while the rest fell short. Their victories overshadowed by the manner of their wins, leaving the disciples with a sense of humility. At that moment, atop the first peak of the Wuxin sword sect, the maid Xiaoyin practiced her swordplay alongside Shen Qingqing. Princess, I heard today's contest was quite spectacular. Why did you not attend? I have no desire to witness it. Is my father's sword not superior? Shen Qingqing replied, standing elegantly, resembling their empress. Since the battle a decade prior, she had refrained from lingering near her father, fearful of detection. Do not slack off. Practice diligently. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts, Shen Qingqing admonished. Upon realizing her intentions had been exposed, Xiaoyin's round face fell, akin to a deflated balloon. She truly despised sword practice, so monotonous, devoid of talent. Shen Qingqing, well aware of her thoughts, recalled meeting Xiaoyin 5 years ago during an outing with Mo Ran. At merely 6 years old, Xiaoyin had faced 3 ferocious wolf demons, clutching a small sword. Despite her tears, she refused to relinquish her grip. Shen Qingqing had initially feared for the girl's life, but at the brink of despair, Xiaoyin unleashed a formidable power within her, vanquishing the wolves before collapsing from exhaustion. Mo Ran, recognizing her extraordinary potential, had taken her under his wing, designating her as Shen Qingqing's maid. When Shen Qingqing inquired about this decision, Mo Ran explained, the girl is a natural sword attendant. Her sword's slight spirit was amplified by her unique constitution, allowing her to achieve a level of sword spirit that met the standards of a sword spirit. Upon awakening, Xiaoyin seemed to have suffered some trauma, losing her memories, prompting Mo Ran to bestow her the name Xiaoyin, wishing her peace in the future. Chapter 19. The Hunting Secret Realm. As for the events that transpired prior to her amnesia, Mo Ran chose not to disclose them to Xiaoyin. Instead, she encouraged her to continue living under a completely new identity. After all, for her, perhaps forgetting was more beneficial than remembering. Princess, may we take a break? We've been practicing swordplay for 3 hours. Isn't that exhausting? Xiaoyin pouted, turning to Shen Qingqing with a plea. Over the years, Shen Qingqing had never regarded her as a mere subordinate, treating her more like a sister. Although she had once been the holy maiden of the Falling Moon clan in her past life, she had little fondness for bureaucratic formalities. Thus, she preferred a relaxed and comfortable way of life, and as a result, there was no rigid hierarchy between her and Shen Qingqing. Upon hearing her words, Shen Qingqing sighed and nodded in agreement. Yay! Seeing Shen Qingqing's nod, Xiaoyan felt as if she had been unleashed, tossing her wooden sword high into the air. She hurried over to the stone table, eagerly picking up fresh fruits she had gathered that morning and began to eat joyfully. If one were to ask her what her favorite thing was, it would undoubtedly be fruit. Shen Qingqing could only shake her head in exasperation. In her previous life, it was clear she had enough fruit and had perished from hunger. She had come to this place because she had heard of a secret realm here, similar to the Imperial Path. However, while the Imperial Path connected all realms above and below, the secret realm of the Wenshin Sword Sect merely connected 5 lower realms. It was said that the founder of the Wenshin Sword Sect, along with other sects, had created this through an imperial artifact. It opened once every decade, and today happened to be the 10th year. Coincidentally, the sword trials had just concluded. It wouldn't be long before the secret realm was activated. The reason she had joined the Wenshin Sword Sect was precisely to pursue this opportunity. After all, she had never encountered an imperial artifact capable of connecting 5 worlds. Moreover, it was rumored to contain a variety of spiritual herbs and treasures. Having been given a second chance at life, she did not wish for it to be monotonous and dull. Currently, her cultivation was at the peak of the first level of the Fate Palace, and it had been some time since she had reached this stage. She feared that it would not be long before she would break through to the second level. In her previous life, she had never progressed so swiftly. It had been as effortless as drinking water. This made her somewhat anxious, as she worried that her power might be superficial. Thus, on one hand, she wished to witness this so-called imperial artifact, and, on the other, she sought to use the secret realm to assess her current strength. Having been born in the upper realm in her past life, and in the lower realm in this one, she was experiencing 2 distinct cultivation systems for the first time. Could she be considered the first of her kind? With this thought in mind, Shen Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she addressed the blissfully munching Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, would you accompany me to the hunting secret realm shortly? Sure. The hunting secret realm? What is that? Is it delicious? Xiaoyan, with her cheeks stuffed with fruit, responded without a second thought. She was generally compliant with Shen Qingqing's requests, even if it meant practicing with the sword, which she did not enjoy. After all, she had said, practicing swordplay alone is quite dull. Therefore, she accompanied her. Although it was tiring, it was never boring. Seeing her agreement, Shen Qingqing grinned mischievously. Her intentions were purposeful. Ran had once mentioned that Xiaoyan did not belong to this world and had been abandoned here. As for her origins, she wished Ran knew, but she had not revealed them. Nevertheless, Ran had pointed her in the direction of the Wenshin Sword Sect. After much contemplation, it seemed that only the hunting secret realm of the Wenshin Sword Sect could connect to other worlds. Hence, she was eager to explore what lay within. Just then, a beam of white light surged from the center of the Wenshin Sword Sect. From the highest peak of the sect, the sound of ancient bells echoed. This was the chime announcing the opening of the hunting secret realm, signaling disciples from various peaks to participate. Hearing the bells, Shen Qingqing glanced at Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, let us go. Here I come, princess." Upon hearing the call, the somewhat dazed Xiaoyan hurried after her. Oh wait, halfway there, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered something and turned back. Huh, where are you going? To get my sword. Xiaoyan dashed into the house, retrieved the long sword hanging on the wall, and clutched it to her chest, her small feet pattering as she ran back out. The sword she held was the imperial sword, Hoyu, which Ran had given her when she first joined the Wenshin Sword Sect, though it had been sealed at the time. Now, Hoyu was only of spiritual sword grade. Having been part of the Wenshin Sword Sect for a considerable time, she had always been assigned to a tranquil place, as she had been brought in by Ran. She had only met 2 individuals, the current sect master, Gu Wenxin, and his son, Gu Qingfeng. Why are you bringing Hoyu? Shen Qingqing inquired, puzzled, upon seeing Xiaoyan emerge with the sword. Although the Hoyu sword had been sealed by Ran, after all the time she had spent nurturing it, it had accumulated a significant amount of energy. This was a protective measure given to her by Ran. However, why she would need to bring it for training within the secret realm was unclear to Shen Qingqing. Lord Emperor commanded that I always keep her close, Xiaoyan declared proudly, her chest puffed out. She had always listened to Ran's words because Ran had once said that she was the best sword attendant and must take good care of the Hoyu sword. What does being a sword attendant entail? A sword attendant is akin to a maid for the sword. The higher the sword's rank, the greater the expectations of its attendant. Even the sword's master, the Immortal Emperor, had never found the most suitable attendant for Hou Yu. A good sword attendant can nurture the sword better. The master wields the sword to vanquish foes, while the attendant solely nurtures it. Due to her unique constitution, while it takes ordinary people years to nurture a sword attendant requires only a fleeting moment. The longer the nurturing, the greater the sword's power. Ordinary people face limitations in nurturing swords, whereas sword attendants face none. That was why Mo Ran had declared her the best sword attendant, as well as the most suitable one for Hou Yu. Very well, then hold on to her tightly. Hou Yu is quite precious. Should you drop it, I could never afford to compensate. Shen Qingqing raised her brows, attempting to frighten her. I would never drop it. Xiaoyan retorted, ignoring her, and turned her head away. Thus, the two of them strolled down the mountain leisurely. Meanwhile, at the center of the Wenqin sword sect, a mirror gate stood prominently on the platform. Gu Wenqin, the sect master, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the assembled disciples of the sword sect. He spoke, "The hunting secret realm is now open. All disciples at the Fate Palace level and above may enter the realm. This trial differs from previous ones, as there is an added requirement. Disciples from various sects may compete for resources based on their strength. Therefore, securing the treasures obtained within the secret realm will not be an easy feat." Upon hearing this, all the disciples of the sword sect were momentarily taken aback. When Gu Wenqin mentioned that only those at the Fate Palace level and above could participate, they were eager to inquire why. However, as he had yet to finish his explanation, they knew better than to interrupt. Gu Wenqin continued, elucidating that the increased difficulty and elevated requirements were entirely reasonable. Indeed. Sect Master. Chapter 20. The Awakening of the Secret Realm. Meanwhile, the leaders of various sects possessing this mirror were diligently imparting instructions to their disciples. Traditionally, disciples would enter the hunting grounds in groups of 5, with all acquired treasures belonging to each individual. However, the rules had recently been amended. Should one lack the strength and have their treasures snatched away within the secret realm, they would be left with no recourse but to swallow their grievances. Consequently, many combative disciples eagerly licked their lips in anticipation. The hunting grounds, being a manifestation of an imperial artifact, boasted a concentration of spiritual energy that surpassed the outside world by more than double. Even those who emerged empty-handed would reap significant benefits. If one were to seize treasures, the rewards would be even greater. The spiritual power contained within the secret realm was sufficient to give rise to a miniature world of its own. Thus, while the realm nurtured numerous spiritual herbs and treasures, it also harbored formidable beasts. The most powerful among them was a bloodthirsty demon emperor, dwelling in the deepest recesses of the realm. It was rumored that anyone who encountered this demon emperor met with a grim fate. However, death within this realm did not equate to true demise. The secret realm was a wondrous world accessible solely through the soul, where one existed in a spiritual form. Therefore, perishing within its confines meant merely suffering severe spiritual injuries. The duration of the realm's opening was set at 10 days, during which any disciple who survived could exit unscathed. Those who were gravely injured or obliterated would endure spiritual scars, with recovery ranging from several months to several years. As the soul is the most fragile aspect of a being, after a brief respite, the leaders of the various sects shared a silent understanding and lifted their gazes toward the sky. They simultaneously performed a unique incantation, a flicker of light gathering at their fingertips. Go! With a decisive gesture, Consultant Xian directed the concentrated light towards the nearby teleportation portal. The spark erupted forth, swiftly engulfing all disciples present. In mere moments, the radiant glow enveloped them entirely. Observing this, the disciples settled into a meditative position, eyes closed. The secret realm is now open. Exercise caution, and remember, intersect conflict is strictly prohibited. Consultant Xian advised the disciples of the sword sect, resting one hand against his chin while stroking his beard. This admonition was a customary prelude to each opening of the realm, a reminder of the long-standing sect rule against internecine strife. As the disciples meditated, beams of spiritual light ascended from the heads of those who had reached the Ming Palace mirror stage. 1. 2, 3. Numerous light pillars surged skyward within the luminescent expanse, coalescing above into ethereal replicas of themselves. The phantasmal figures bowed slightly to Consultant Exine, affirming, "We shall heed the words of our leader." With a smile and a wave, Consultant Exine watched as the souls of the disciples surged toward the teleportation portal. This phenomenon was mirrored across the other 5 lower realm sections. Once the disciples of the Sword Sect had entered the portal, 2 striking figures slowly emerged into view. Your Highness, are we late?" one inquired. "Had it not been for your insistence on returning for the raincoat, would we have been delayed?" The other retorted. "It was the Emperor's call." The 2 young ladies bickered playfully as they approached the gathered crowd. "What is happening? Who are these 2 extraordinary beauties?" murmured the Sword Sect disciples in astonishment. As Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyun made their entrance, the disciples who were unable to enter the secret realm exchanged curious glances. Shen Qingqing, having been with the sect for years, had been stationed in a secluded area, unseen by others. Her presence was a mystery, as she had come primarily for the secret realm, with little interest in the Sword Sect's teachings, which she deemed trivial. Having perused ancient texts prior to joining the sect, she discovered the long history of the Sword Sect and felt compelled to explore. Her curiosity, coupled with the connection of the secret realm to Xiaoyun's heritage, drew her in. Before her arrival, she had mentioned her intentions to Mo Ran, who dismissively remarked that all was worthless. "Would you teach me swordsmanship?" she had asked, prompting Mo Ran to fall silent. Over the years, it became clear to her that Mo Ran was not inclined to instruct others in cultivation. Their time together had largely been self-driven, with occasional guidance from Shen Qingqing. Although she did not require formal training, she did not wish to appear overly knowledgeable. Thus, her arrival was somewhat abrupt, coinciding with a time when the Sword Sect was not actively recruiting, explaining why the ordinary disciples were unfamiliar with her. "Disciple, I greet the leader. Apologies for my tardiness. I was delayed on the way." Shen Qingqing addressed Consultant Exine, who stood before her, flanked by the inquisitive gazes of the disciples. "No need for apologies, my dear Qingqing. Please take your seat," Consultant Exine replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with her formal greeting. After all, she had not performed any customary rites of apprenticeship. When Mo Ran had brought her to the sect, they had traversed numerous arrays directly to his secluded chamber, an act that had left him quite astounded. Since his ascension to the Emperor realm, few things had the power to astonish him. Yet Mo Ran's sudden arrival had sent chills down his spine. The thought that Mo Ran could eliminate him without anyone noticing lingered ominously in his mind. Realizing that Shen Qingqing's presence was a visit from the daughter of a powerful figure, he quickly gestured for her to take a seat. Understanding the significance of her lineage, "Consultant, is this secret realm enjoyable? Can we bring food inside?" asked Xiaoyun, peeking out from behind Shen Qingqing, her innocent curiosity evident. Chapter 21. The initial encounter caught off guard by such a sudden question, the advisor felt a bit bewildered. Who is this fool? How were they raised? How does one even respond to such inquiries? Ever since she and Shen Qingqing had appeared in this place, the gazes of the disciples had remained fixated upon them. Xiaoyun had never encountered such a scene before. Even in the Qingtian Empire, the attention had solely been on Shen Qingqing. This was her first experience with such a situation, and feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she instinctively hid behind Shen Qingqing. "Enough of this nonsense," Shen Qingqing exclaimed, delivering a light punch to her head. Xiaoyun let out a yelp of pain and instinctively retreated further. "Why must you hit me? Just like the fierce Empress," lacking the gentleness of the Emperor. The princess grumbled, tightening her grip around her sword. Seeing this, the advisor felt at a loss for words. Shen Qingqing, however, did not elaborate further. She simply tugged at Xiaoyun's sleeve and motioned for them to sit down at the designated spot. "Xiaoyan, do you remember the incantation I taught you? Focus your energy and let your spirit transcend. You recall that, don't you?" she inquired, noting the blank expression on Xiaoyun's face, recalling how often she had forgotten things in the past. Was it due to a concussion from her fall, or had she always been this dull? Shen Qingqing shook her head helplessly before channeling her spirit, guiding Xiaoyun through the teleportation realm. It was not a restriction that only those at the Life Palace realm could enter this world, but rather a limitation imposed by the various sections. Therefore, Shen Qingqing was able to bring Xiaoyan along. Upon witnessing Shen Qingqing enter with Xiaoyan, who had just reached the Gathering Qi realm, a commotion erupted among the disciples. "Master, this is unfair," they cried. "Indeed, Master. Why can someone from the Gathering Qi realm enter? Ah, young ones, is there truly fairness in this world? Did you not notice how the Master treated her? And the way the maidservant addressed her as princess? What status does she hold?" Hearing the uproar from the disciples, the advisor shook her head in resignation. "If you wish to enter, I do not intend to stop you. However, this year marks the first alteration of the rules. There are many combative disciples among the sects, and many who are willing to kill. If you lack the strength, entering will only cause you suffering. It would be wiser to diligently cultivate your abilities and return stronger for the next battle. This is for your own good. If your spirit suffers severe damage, it could take years to recover without rare medicinal herbs." After her words, the disciples lowered their heads in understanding. The advisor's reasoning was sound. The spirit was the most fragile aspect of a person, and those who had suffered injuries were well aware of the lengthy recovery process. Having seen others incapacitated for extended periods due to spirit injuries, they could not argue further, attributing their shortcomings to their lack of strength, and thus dispersed to focus on their cultivation. Watching them depart, the advisor felt a sense of relief. They were obedient enough. She glanced again at Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan, shaking her head in resignation. She hoped they would not encounter any mishaps. Otherwise, if that individual arrived, her sword sect would be unable to withstand it. Though she had never witnessed someone slay an emperor with a single stroke, she had seen Mo Ran traverse through 10 layers of formations capable of suppressing an emperor. The terror that brought forth was not to be underestimated. Upon passing through the teleportation realm, they found themselves in a small world brimming with rich spiritual energy. Not long after their arrival, they could sense battles raging in every direction, indicating encounters with disciples from various sections. "Your Highness, what is this place? It is so beautiful," exclaimed Xiaoyan, astonished by the splendor surrounding her. The flowers bloomed more vibrantly than those outside, and the trees towered taller. In every aspect, this realm surpassed the outside world in both beauty and spiritual richness. As they stepped in, Shen Qingqing felt the barriers within her begin to loosen. "Not bad," she mused. While the beauty and richness of the spiritual energy were impressive in her memories, nothing compared to the quaint cabin on the nameless mountain. "Humph!" Xiaoyan, noticing Shen Qingqing's lack of reaction, let out a dismissive sound and wandered off to admire the scenery on her own. Just then, Shen Qingqing sensed something amiss and quickly extended her consciousness. Due to her reincarnation, she possessed not only the memories of her past life, but also an enhanced awareness in this life, making her particularly sensitive to anomalies. She detected 2 presences of the same realm approaching swiftly from 3 miles away. "Xiaoyan, someone is coming," she warned. Where? Xiaoyan turned her head, scanning the surroundings with a bewildered expression. "Fool!" Shen Qingqing thought, too annoyed to engage in idle chatter. She disliked trouble and had no intention of fighting for treasures. Swiftly, she took Xiaoyan's hand and led her to a concealed spot to hide. After settling into their hiding place, 2 figures appeared. They paused at the spot where Xiaoyan had just been standing. Where did they go? "Is there something wrong with the star compass?" one of them queried, glancing at his companion with a foolish expression. "For where did you come? Questioning the star compass. Are you daft? It never fails, understand? What's this nonsense about your family and mine? Aren't you part of the Fong family as well? Enough with the chatter. We need to focus." The other companion sighed, beginning to search the area as if looking for something. Watching from her hiding spot, Shen Qingqing was puzzled. She had not sensed any treasures or oddities in the vicinity. What were they searching for? "Fong, is your star compass truly malfunctioning?" After an extensive search, they still found nothing. Perhaps it really is malfunctioning. The first youth from the Fong family conceded, shaking his head in resignation. "Maybe it's been disturbed. Let us go. The spirit herb from 10 years ago should be ripe by now. Let's hope we aren't too late. What else are you hiding from me?" the other asked, playfully scolding him. As they conversed, The two figures vanished from Shen Qingqing's sight. She sighed in relief, glancing at the jade pendant hanging at her waist. A gift from Mo Ran that could conceal her presence within a 2-meter radius from anyone below the Emperor level. Thankfully, they had not discovered her. Otherwise, she would have been embroiled in trouble. While she could not definitively label them as trouble, it was always prudent to exercise caution. However, through their conversation, Shen Qingqing seemed to have come to some realization. She cast a glance at Xiaoyan and nodded thoughtfully. Let's go, Xiaoyan. Keep up with them. Huh? Shen Qingqing's sudden maneuver nearly overloaded Xiaoyan's CPU. Why keep up? Are we looking for trouble? Aren't we supposed to avoid it? Although bewildered, she obediently followed. After all, with Shen Qingqing and Hou Yu by her side, there was little to fear. The esteemed emperor had once said, "Hold on to Hou Yu tightly. In critical moments, it could be a lifesaver." Chapter 22. Consciousness regarding the words spoken by Mo Ran. Xiaoyan found herself inexplicably convinced. Consequently, no matter where she went, regardless of the distance, she would always carry Hou Yu with her. This had been the case for many years. As the imperial sword, Hou Yu was quite willing to accompany her, perhaps due to her status as a sword attendant, or perhaps due to her simplicity. It was entirely possible that Hou Yu appreciated her innocence. After such an extensive period of nurturing the sword, their bond had only grown closer. Aside from Mo Ran and herself, anyone attempting to approach Hou Yu had invariably been repelled by the sword aura emanating from her. Xiaoyan was the exception. She was the sole individual who could draw near without being rejected. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingqing cast a resigned glance at the little creature she was tugging along. Mo Ran had once mentioned that Hou Yu would be given to her, but that it was not yet time. After their encounter, Mo Ran had directly bestowed Hou Yu upon her. Shen Qingqing still vividly recalled the strike Mo Ran delivered to the Eastern Sword a decade ago. In her previous life, as the Immortal King, her perception was naturally extraordinary. Mo Ran's strike was merely a flicker of Hou Yu's sword aura, while the so-called strike from the Eastern Sword had never even grazed the tip of Hou Yu. Such details could not escape her keen observation. Thus, she had long coveted Hou Yu. However, Mo Ran had insisted that Hou Yu could not be entrusted to her. It must be placed in the hands of Xiaoyan, the natural sword attendant suited to wielding a sword. As a result of this statement, Xiaoyan had nearly always kept Hou Yu by her side, with the only exception being when she visited the restroom. The two of them trailed behind the earlier pair, maintaining a safe distance, just enough to remain undetected. However, Shen Qingqing soon sensed something amiss, as the two figures ahead seemed to have come to a halt. This perplexed her, for her spiritual awareness discerned no other presence aside from the two. Had they arrived at the location they mentioned? To ensure safety, she resolved to observe for a while, and thus came to a stop. "Your Highness, why have we stopped?" Xiaoyan invited. "We cannot proceed," Shen Qingqing replied. "Why not?" "Because they have halted. Weren't you the one who said we should follow them? Did you not wish to find them?" "Find them? Nonsense." Shen Qingqing could not help but tap Xiaoyan lightly on the head. Had it not been for the peculiar behavior of those two, which led her to believe they were connected to Xiaoyan's origins, she would have been disinterested in following them. Feeling unjustly chastised, Xiaoyan protested, "You are fierce. Just like the Empress. It's the same temperament." Though feeling wronged, she understood that Shen Qingqing did not genuinely wish to harm her. She merely thought her naive. In truth, she was far from foolish and could be quite clever when the moment called for it. As she indulged in her thoughts with a silly grin, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly manifested at her side. The chill emanating from it caused her to shiver uncontrollably, invoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom. That must hurt, right? Am I going to die? Terrified, she shut her eyes tightly, her grip on Hou Yu tightening as if it were a chain. After what felt like an eternity, she realized she was unscathed and felt no pain. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to see Shen Qingqing standing protectively in front of her. Her fingers braced against the sword aura directed at Xiaoyan, exuding an aura of undeniable power. "Your Highness, you look so majestic," Xiaoyan thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With a cold huff, Shen Qingqing flicked her fingers, redirecting the sword aura toward the nearby tree. The sound of splintering wood echoed as the tree was cleaved in two. Rodents hiding in the shadows, Shen Qingqing remarked with a smile, addressing the elegantly attired young man with flowing hair who wielded a sword. The youth was momentarily taken aback, seemingly intrigued that Shen Qingqing could effortlessly withstand his strike, an outcome he had not anticipated. "Which sect do you belong to?" he inquired after regaining his composure, ignoring her taunts. "Only 5 sects from the lower realms can access the Soul Small World through the transmission mirror. Tian Yuan Sword Sect, Ziwei Sword Sect, Hao Ran Sword Sect, Wen Xian Sword Sect, and Shi Shui Sword Sect. However, I have never encountered you before." The other Sword Sect disciples who could easily withstand a strike were few and far between, yet Shen Qingqing was absent from his memory, piquing his curiosity. "To attack my maid without an apology is already outrageous. You had the audacity to interrogate me?" Shen Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief at the youth's actions. "Is anyone allowed to touch my maid? That would be quite intolerable. But miss, this is truly a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding my foot." Shen Qingqing imitated Mo Ran's colorful language, having often overheard him muttering in the corners of the imperial palace, not knowing to whom he spoke or whom he cursed. Afterward, she glanced at the unharmed Xiaoyuan, exhaling in relief, and then turned her gaze to Hou in her arms. As her hand reached for Hou's hilt, it was unexpectedly stopped by a small, soft hand. "No, you cannot draw it. Let go. Do not." Xiaoyuan had an ominous premonition that such an action would bring danger. After nurturing the sword for so long, she could not afford to expend it over a trivial matter. What would she do if danger arose later? Thus, she instinctively blocked Shen Qingqing from drawing the sword. She sensed that if Shen Qingqing were to unsheath the sword, the young man before them would certainly perish beneath Hou's blade. Moreover, she felt an unsettling aura in the surroundings. She would need to rely on Hou later. Hence, she was determined to prevent Shen Qingqing from drawing the sword. Furthermore, after years of nurturing, this sword was not one that an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Moreover, Mo Ran had advised her, only draw the sword if absolutely necessary. If it can be resolved with fists, then do so first. Hou was formidable. Are you foolish? If he intends to kill you, you would protect him? Xiaoyan shook her head, indicating that she had no intention of shielding him. Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes at her, yet her hand remained on the hilt of Hou as she scolded her. "I have never seen anyone like you. The sword aura is nearly at your forehead. Had I not noticed in time, you have been sliced by it." This thought ignited further anger within Shen Qingqing. Damn it, just a moment of negligence. And danger has already approached, almost causing harm to Xiaoyan. Earlier, while expanding her spiritual awareness, she had felt that there was no danger nearby, so she had allowed herself a brief respite. Who could have predicted that in that short time, peril would arise, nearly injuring Xiaoyan? This realization filled her with anger and guilt. She truly had been sheltered under Mo Ran's wings, forgetting just how perilous this world could be. How utterly shameful. With that thought, Shen Qingqing's fury could no longer be contained. Her icy gaze fixed sternly on the young man ahead, releasing her grip on the hilt of Hou. Her cultivation at the pinnacle of the palace realm erupted forth. A fiery red lotus blossomed beneath her feet as she propelled herself forward, striking towards the sword-wielding youth. But miss, this truly is a misunderstanding. As Shen Qingqing charged at him, the young man raised his sword in defense. Yet he found himself struggling to withstand her formidable assault. He was bewildered, pondering why such a stunningly beautiful and seemingly gentle woman could wield such ferocity. Faced with Shen Qingqing's onslaught, reminiscent of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, he found himself gradually at a disadvantage while attempting to fend her off with his sword. It was not that he was unwilling to exert his full strength. Rather, he recognized the caliber of Shen Qingqing's cultivation and the extraordinary techniques she employed, which were far from ordinary. Even if he were to unleash his utmost effort, he would gain little advantage, and victory was far from assured, especially considering that she had yet to draw her sword. The earlier moment when she had prevented him from unsheathing his blade was etched clearly in his mind. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but want to slap himself for being so idle. That previous strike had indeed been an accident. His intention had been to apologize. Yet, one must first comprehend the situation, mustn't one? Of course, that was his perspective. Shen Qingqing, however, saw things differently. After all, who could endure being struck without provocation. If the blow had been directed at him, it might have been bearable, but striking someone as vulnerable as Xiaoyun was tantamount to placing her life in jeopardy. As for love or any other sentiments, they were superfluous. Let him perish first. Chapter 23. The unforeseen change under Shen Qingqing's overwhelming assault. The swordsman found himself at a disadvantage. He could only defend with his sword, the aura emanating from the blade merely encircling him to fend off her relentless onslaught. However, prolonged resistance proved futile. Seizing the opportune moment, Shen Qingqing struck at his vulnerability, channeling her internal energy to condense a small, fiery red lotus in her palm, which she thrust towards a young man's chest. In terms of combat experience, Shen Qingqing far surpassed her adversaries. How could they possibly compare to her? She was, after all, a genuine expert at the Celestial King level, having fought countless battles of varying magnitudes. With a swift motion, she exploited the opening, her palm impacting the swordsman's chest, causing the fiery lotus to bloom like a flower, enveloping him in its radiance. With a resounding explosion, the young man's body was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. His long sword slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a thud. The force of the explosion sent him crashing into a tree, where he finally came to a halt. The fabric of his shirt was scorched open by the fiery lotus, leaving a charred mark. Shen Qingqing's palm print lingered for a moment before dissipating into ethereal energy. Coughing, the young man leaned against the tree, one knee on the ground, bracing himself with one hand while the other pressed against his chest, where Shen Qingqing had struck him. A trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he coughed softly. Shen Qingqing had not intended to inflict fatal harm. She had merely targeted superficial injuries. Yet the pain from the fiery lotus was excruciating, causing him to question his very existence. What kind of technique was this? She appeared so demure, yet her methods were nothing short of brutal. These thoughts remained unspoken, for he dared not provoke her further. Despite being at the pinnacle of the celestial palace realm, she was overpowering him. He, however, was at the second level of the celestial palace. It was usually he who triumphed over opponents of higher cultivation. Being on the receiving end was a most distressing experience. "Miss, allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding," he exclaimed, noticing Shen Qingqing advancing towards him with an intimidating demeanor. He feared her wrath might lead to his expulsion from the realm. With his current injuries, he would undoubtedly be incapacitated for several days, and if there were any hidden dangers, he would be in dire straits. He needed to find some spiritual herbs to alleviate his predicament. Shen Qingqing, upon hearing his plea, remained aloof but halted her advance. She merely wished to ascertain whether her earlier strike had been too severe. It was not out of compassion. Rather, she sensed that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. After all, he had only been defending himself and had not shown any intent to fight back. Her techniques were derived from Shen Qingqing's teachings. The fiery lotus technique and the fiery palm were insights she had gleaned from her understanding of the chaotic lotus principles. Possessing an innate Tao body, she was naturally adept at comprehending such profound principles. She had previously sought to understand Mo Ranstar principles, but had been rebuffed due to her youth. Upon her return, she vowed to delve into it further, for it was simply too captivating. At that moment, a breathless Xiaoyun, clutching the Houyu sword, came sprinting towards her, panting heavily as she arrived by Shen Qingqing's side. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Xiaoyun inquired, clearly having exerted considerable effort. "Of course I am unscathed." One absurd notion. As a celestial king, dealing with a mere celestial palace realm cultivator is a trivial task. "Now, tell me, why did you attack my maid? You had better provide a reasonable explanation." Shen Qingqing's icy gaze bore into him, her tone equally frigid. The young man, realizing the gravity of the situation, exhaled deeply, finally able to explain himself. His name was Jun Rian, a direct disciple of the Howren Sword sect and its elder brother. 10 years prior, disciples of the Howren Sword sect had suffered a massacre at the hands of the bloodthirsty sword sect within a secret realm. Expelled after just 3 days, an infringement of the 5 major sects agreement. In light of this, the 5 sects were compelled to revise their regulations. a necessity brought on by the bloodthirsty sword sect's actions. As a result of that incident, many disciples from the heroine sword sect suffered severe damage to their souls, with several mysteriously perishing and losing their spiritual essence. An explanation was imperative, for the five sects could only access the secret realm if all five teleportation gates were activated simultaneously. Thus, a revision of the rules was unavoidable. The five realms were far apart, requiring substantial resources for inter-realm travel. While there were methods of teleportation available, they came at a steep price and were seldom utilized. According to the accounts of the heroine sword sect disciples, the bloodthirsty sword sect possessed an unusual technique that allowed their attacks to traverse a vortex formed from spiritual energy, manifesting on the other side, akin to spatial manipulation. Additionally, the identities of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples were exceedingly strange. In the midst of pursuit, they would inexplicably vanish. Consequently, the heroine sword sect had suffered considerable losses. 10 years ago, Junrian had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the celestial palace realm and had not participated in that hunting expedition. Thus, he only learned of the events upon emerging from his retreat. He vowed that next time, the bloodthirsty sword sect would pay dearly for their transgressions. In the present moment, while pursuing a disciple of the bloodthirsty sword sect, he had unleashed a strike, only to have his attack swallowed by a vortex conjured by the foe. This led him to this location, where he witnessed the young woman effortlessly intercepting his sword energy with her bare hands. As he concluded his explanation, Shen Qingqing remained skeptical. The tale was too far-fetched. People vanishing? Spatial manipulation? Soul loss? The implication was that someone had siphoned away his spiritual essence. As a celestial king, Shen Qingqing immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The secret realm was indeed peculiar. However, regarding spatial manipulation, she remained unconvinced. With her innate Tao body, her perception of the myriad laws was unparalleled. If any anomalies or manipulations were at play, she would undoubtedly sense them. Yet, she felt nothing amiss, indicating that the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples merely wielded an exceedingly strange technique, not true law power. True law power required at least the third level of the celestial palace realm to wield. If the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples possessed such power and mastered spatial laws, why would they flee? Therefore, the mastery of laws was implausible. You are quite peculiar. I still have matters to attend to with the princess. You suddenly appear, nearly leading to your demise. Do you not realize the peril you are in? Recalling the moment when Shen Qingqing contemplated drawing her sword, Xiaoyuan, who stood behind her, could not help but let out a cold hum, as if to convey the perilousness of the preceding moment. She sensed that the instant Shen Qingqing's hand made contact with Hou Yu, the power emanating from Hou Yu was capable of obliterating everything in its path. This compelled her to voice her concerns. When Xiaoyan mentioned the phrase with someone, Shen Qingqing suddenly appeared to realize something, swiftly turning her head towards the direction in which the two individuals had departed. It seemed she understood why they had paused. Chapter 24. Friendship. The situation unfolded as Shen Qingqing had surmised. The two figures vanished, as if they had evaporated from existence. It was likely they had encountered unforeseen misfortune. Your Highness, shall we search for those two individuals? Xiaoyan inquired, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. She was intrigued by her own origins, especially since she had awakened with no recollection of her past. This sensation was indeed unsettling. Shen Qingqing had mentioned she had been abandoned, and she too yearned to understand why she had been forsaken. Was it due to disobedience? Or perhaps it was because she had an insatiable appetite. Ran had once remarked on her voraciousness. We cannot find them. We must proceed step by step. Shen Qingqing replied nonchalantly. After all, her concern for Xiaoyuan's well-being outweighed her curiosity regarding Xiaoyuan's origins. Surely, her father possessed knowledge of her lineage. If they could not uncover it, she would simply inquire upon her return. Although she could not articulate the source of her conviction, her instincts had always proven reliable. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Junrian decided to take his leave. Observing the two girls fall silent, he picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground, carefully wiping it before speaking cautiously. He was well aware that provoking this young lady was not a wise decision. She was formidable beyond her outwardly composed demeanor. Furthermore, from Xiaoyan's address, it was apparent that her status was not to be trifled with. He had a mission to attend to and could not linger for too long, especially since the secret realm had already been open for nearly a day, leaving only 9 days remaining. He could not afford to dawdle, lest many disciples of the Heroine Sword sect be expelled. This event occurred once every 10 years, and they certainly did not wish to return empty-handed. However, he also could not afford to offend the young lady before him, despite it not being his fault. The fact remained that his sword energy had nearly caused her harm, a truth he could not deny. Shen Qingqing, feeling no need for further discourse, having already fought and vented her frustrations, found no reason to retain him. Though the misunderstanding had been cleared, the memory of his earlier demeanor remained irksome. She preferred he distance himself, as he had nearly harmed Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, too, having nearly lost her life, felt that she deserved to be discarded for her failure to draw her sword. With that thought, she cast a resentful glance at the dazed Xiaoyan, resembling a vengeful spirit eager to consume her. The unexplainable chill made Xiaoyan shiver, prompting her to clutch tightly to Shen Qingqing's garment, fearing the sword energy might surge forth again. The earlier encounter had been quite jarring. She had narrowly escaped death. A terrifying prospect indeed. Noticing Shen Qingqing nod, Jun Rian wasted no time gathering his belongings and making his exit. "Miss, may I ask whom you serve?" he recalled suddenly, having traveled nearly 10 meters. He realized he was unaware of Shen Qingqing's affiliation, as their encounter had been fraught with tension. Upon hearing his inquiry, Shen Qingqing furrowed her brow, reluctant to reveal her identity. One must always exercise caution in unfamiliar surroundings. "My princess is Shen Qingqing, and I am Xiaoyan. We hail from the Wuxin sword sect. Young sir, please refrain from recklessly drawing your sword next time. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's intervention, you would have been in grave danger." To her dismay, before Shen Qingqing could formulate a proper response, the clumsy Xiaoyan blurted out their origins. Shen Qingqing raised her hand, clenching a fist, and delivered a light rap to Xiaoyan's head. "Must you speak without thinking? Do you wish to invite trouble?" In truth, Shen Qingqing, the illustrious princess of the Luoyue clan, had never encountered anyone as thoughtless as Xiaoyan, who seemed unperturbed by her careless disclosures. "How dare you? I am a princess, and so are you. The Wuxin sword sect? Gu Qingfeng's sect." He recognized Gu Qingfeng, having faced him in battle. He was among the few who could contend with him evenly. Yet, he had not previously heard of any such formidable disciple from the Wuxin sword sect. Had they recently accepted a new recruit? His curiosity piqued, but it was merely a passing thought, as it bore little significance to him. He simply wished to ascertain their names. Turning his gaze toward Xiaoyan, he waved and said, "Ah, Miss Yin, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." Though he expressed gratitude, he remained skeptical. While Shen Qingqing was undeniably powerful, he was no insignificant character himself. To subdue him was no easy feat. The notion of him succumbing to danger was likely an exaggeration stemming from youthful naivety, and he chose not to engage further. After all, he had just been bested. To argue would be foolish, especially if she were to retaliate in anger. With that thought, he quickened his pace. "Ladies, until we meet again, take care on your journey, young sir." This scene left Shen Qingqing utterly dumbfounded. Without uttering a word, she placed her hands on her hips, bent slightly forward, and tugged at Xiaoyan's ear, gazing at her incredulously. "Are you not concerned that he sought to take your life?" "Ouch, that hurts." Xiaoyan exclaimed, quickly acknowledging the truth in Shen Qingqing's words. While she understood the necessity of caution in unfamiliar territory, she retorted defiantly. "But he said it was a misunderstanding. That nearly cost you dearly. You are fortunate to be unscathed. Have you hit your head?" Shen Qingqing's temper flared again. Her teeth gritted tightly as she spoke each word with emphasis. Do you grasp how perilous the situation was? Her anger stemmed from a deeper place. In her past life, as the saintess of the Luoyue clan, she had known profound loneliness, devoid of companionship. Each meal, every trial, and each moment of cultivation had been solitary. Every individual who approached her bore ulterior motives. Thus, she yearned for a genuine friendship, one where banter could flow freely. Xiaoyin's presence felt like a recompense for her rebirth, and their interactions were refreshingly comfortable, akin to true friends. Seeing Shen Qingqing genuinely upset, Xiaoyun, ever observant, quickly interjected, "But you are here to protect me, dear princess. You are the most formidable, insufferable girl. I will send you away one day." With matters as they were, she resolved to be more vigilant in the future. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan gently patted Shen Qingqing's hand, still gripping her ear, signaling for her to release it. Once she noticed the redness spreading, Shen Qingqing reluctantly let go, huffing in exasperation. "Upon our return, I shall have your father send you away. It is vexing. Stay close to me. Let us see what lies ahead." Chapter 25. Ling Er in the imperial palace of the Qingyu dynasty, within the chambers of Emperor Mo Ran. The emperor lay comfortably upon his bed, deeply asleep. Suddenly, a small figure, resembling him to a remarkable degree, tiptoed forward with tiny bare feet, straining to push open the firmly closed door. With utmost caution, she entered and, on tiptoes, approached Mo Ran's bedside. In a spontaneous leap, she spread her arms wide and landed squarely on his chest, wriggling her petite form as she cupped his face with her hands and exclaimed, "Father, father, wake up. Come play with Ling Er and fine sister." Sighing at the sight of the child sprawled upon his chest, Mo Ran could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. This was his second daughter, Ling Er, now 3.5 years old. As for her surname, it remained undecided. For the Empress had declared that since he had married into her family, their children would naturally bear her surname. He understood that Shen Qingqing was merely teasing him, often referring to the girl as Mo Ling Er, while he affectionately called her Xiao Ling Er. Mo Ran paid little heed to the nomenclature, regardless of the name. Be it Mo Ling Er or Shen Ling Er, she was his treasured daughter. In contrast to her more reserved sister, Shen Qingqing, Ling Er was vibrantly spirited and mischievous. Not long ago, during a morning court session, she stealthily entered the hall and, seizing an opportune moment, ignited a fire that singed the garments of a minister, causing him great embarrassment before his peers. Consequently, the Empress confined her for 3 days. Yet, confinement proved futile for this little rascal, who possessed an innate ability to sense treasures. Anything intriguing or useful that Mo Ran possessed invariably ended up in her hands. Thus, whenever the Empress was absent, she would sneak out and persuade Mo Ran to take her on excursions, returning just in time for her confinement to end. The reason behind such antics required no elaborate explanation, for who would wish to be confined by their mother? Mo Ran gazed at the 2 little buns atop her head and could not resist ruffling her hair. The style was reminiscent of the legendary Neza from his past life. Though simplistic and often criticized for its lack of beauty, he had refrained from changing it. The Empress had attempted to force her to adopt a different hairstyle several times, yet she always managed to revert to her preferred look. Mo Ran had only styled it for her once, and she had mastered it since. He could hardly blame her. He never anticipated her remarkable aptitude for learning. When he inquired about her hairstyle, she pouted and retorted, "It's because you always argue with Mother. Whatever she says, you declare it unfit, insisting on your opinions. This makes Mother confide in you daily, leaving me without time for play." At this, Mo Ran felt a wave of embarrassment. Was his little darling feeling envious? "I don't care, I miss sister," she declared, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed up at him, sweetly pleading, "Father, take me with you." This tactic was a surefire success. Mo Ran, utterly charmed by her demeanor, felt his heart melt. It had been some time since he last saw Shen Qingqing, the last encounter facilitated by Ling Er sneaking out to meet her without a word, traversing 30,000 miles to reach the Wuxin sword sect. The 3-year-old had vanished for a full 3 days, causing the Empress great distress. Had it not been for the trace of divine consciousness Mo Ran had left on her, he might have remained oblivious to her escapade. Ling Er had even managed to pilfer a teleportation talisman from him, an oversight on his part due to the quantity he possessed. Fortunately, she returned unscathed. Following her retrieval, the Empress had been furious, confining her for nearly half a month. This confinement was unique, as the Empress insisted Linger remain by her side, not permitted to stray beyond 10 paces. This arrangement left Linger feeling stifled, deprived of her opportunities for clandestine adventures, all while facing the stern demeanor of Shen Qingqing. It was not that Shen Qingqing forbade her from venturing out. Rather, Linger's stealthy escapades were genuinely alarming. Thus, she was strictly prohibited from seeking out Mo For each visit resulted in her returning with an array of unfamiliar and potentially dangerous artifacts, including many peculiar items intended for escape. On a prior occasion, she had brazenly taken the Empress's imperial seal to play, leaving behind a counterfeit that bore an uncanny resemblance to the genuine article. Had she not needed it, the anomaly might have gone unnoticed. The loss of such an imperial artifact could spell disaster for the Qingyu dynasty. So the Empress promptly demanded its return and sternly cautioned Mo to secure his collection of peculiar items, ensuring they remained out of Linger's reach. Shen Qingqing found herself helpless against Linger's unique constitution, born with an innate immunity to all formations and possessing divine sight. She could effortlessly identify treasures and had an uncanny knack for acquiring them. Truly, a remarkable talent. In a few days, Father will take you to see your sister, who is currently not at the Sword Sect. Not at the Sword Sect. Where's she then? Linger tilted her head in confusion. However, Mo spoke the truth. At that moment, Shen Qingqing was indeed absent from the Wuxin Sword Sect and the lower realms. According to the system, she had entered the secret realm of the Wuxin Sword Sect 2 days prior. The Wuxin Sword Sect's secret realm, connected to the 4 other lower realm sword sects through an imperial artifact, was no ordinary enclave, but rather a small world. The treasures they possessed included remnants of an immortal emperor's artifact, known as the Divine Soul Mirror. A complete Divine Soul Mirror could create its own realm, suppressing countless souls for the artifact's master to cultivate. The bearer of the mirror could nourish their own soul by absorbing the spirits held within, thereby enhancing their cultivation. The souls contained within were primarily those of malevolent beings, subdued for millennia and mostly refined to leave behind pure soul essences. By absorbing these essences, one could similarly enhance their soul and cultivation. However, remnants of the malevolence would linger, posing a risk to those whose resolve was weak, as the evil could seize the opportunity to retaliate. And where has sister gone? Mo rose, draping a thick white cloak over his shoulders, and gently lifted Linger into his arms, proceeding to step outside, to a very beautiful and special place. Over the next few days, as the wind outside picked up, Linger inquired, "Is it more beautiful than Mother's palace?" Having yet to experience the vastness of the outside world. The most splendid place she had seen was the Empress's palace. Even more magnificent, Mo replied, only to extinguish her burgeoning excitement with a reality check. No. As her father, he was well aware of her little schemes. If he allowed her to venture out, Shen Qingqing would undoubtedly be furious. This woman is not to be trifled with. Chapter 26. The daily banter of two girls' father. Can you take me to find sister to play? Linger blinked her clear, large eyes with anticipation. She was slightly curious about the place Mo had mentioned. To say she was curious would be an understatement. Rather, she was restless and yearned to explore the surroundings. Absolutely not. Before Mo could utter those words, a voice, firm and serious, resonated behind him, leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mo slowly turned around to behold a figure clad in a flowing crimson gown, approaching him with purpose. Upon recognizing her, Mo felt a surge of joy and remarked, "What brings you here? I was just about to take Linger to find you." "Well, I had quite a few matters to attend to today, hence my tardiness. Is your distress due to the Dongfang family?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing shook her head and replied, "It concerns the Lin family." "Is it resolvable?" Mo inquired. "It's somewhat complicated." Shen Qingqing elaborated. "Today, the third son of the Lin family came to the academy seeking someone, but I did not acquiesce." Mo paused for a moment, taken aback. "Just one person, and that is considered troublesome? Who is it?" Curiosity piqued, he pressed for details. "This individual is quite unique. He is also from the Lin family, but was expelled 3 years ago." Shen Qingqing recounted the events leading to this predicament. 3 years prior, a prodigious talent emerged from the Lin family, though he was not a direct descendant, but a collateral branch. His abilities rivaled those of the current saint son of the Lin family. Due to his lineage, the Lin family refrained from recognizing him as a saint and denied him any special privileges, which bred resentment among the direct descendants. After all, it was a blow to their pride to be overshadowed by a collateral branch. Thus, they frequently sought to trouble him. At first, it was manageable, but as incidents multiplied, the suppressed emotions began to accumulate. This tension culminated during a quest for medicine. The mother of this collateral branch suffered from an exceedingly rare ailment, one that could not be cured by ordinary elixirs. It required a 7th grade or even higher grade potion. Such high-tier elixirs were privileges reserved for the saint's sons. With his displayed talent and strength, he could easily secure a place among the 10 saint's sons. But the crux of the issue was that he was not one of them. Thus, the quest for medicine proved to be arduous and fraught with difficulties. During this quest, he was publicly humiliated by a saint's son, who commanded him to crawl beneath his legs for the medicine. Believing the promise, he complied. However, 3 days passed without receiving the elixir that could heal his mother. Ultimately, she succumbed to her affliction, leaving him in profound grief. In his despair, he sought answers from the saint's son, but the outcome was predictable. He was left severely injured, his meridian shattered. In the aftermath of this ordeal, the Lin family labeled him a traitor to the saints and expelled him. Coincidentally, that day marked the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony, where they invited the imperial court to witness the talents of their younger generation. I dispatched General Ning to attend, and upon his return, he recounted the dramatic events. As Shen Qingqing reflected on her narrative, she seemed to remember something and added. Ningwu mentioned that he could not bear to witness such cruelty and ultimately save the boy's life when he was on the brink of death. However, after the rescue, Ning was unable to locate him again. Thus, this individual was no longer within the imperial court's domain, making it impossible for me to comply with the Lin family's request. After speaking, she glanced at Mo Ran with a sense of helplessness and leaned closer to him. So comfortable. Ever since she grew closer to Mo Ran, she found herself yearning for his embrace every moment of the day. At times, she even hesitated to attend morning court sessions. As the saying goes, a beauty can lead a nation astray, and so can a handsome man. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, she suddenly nestled against Mo Ran's shoulder. The little one in Mo Ran's arms couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Shen Qingqing." Shen Qingqing pouted and playfully poked the round head of the little one, saying, "Who's being shameless here? How old are you to be clinging to your father constantly?" Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, she was considerably older than Linger. How infuriating. Why must I compete with a child every day? Mo Ran thought. I don't care. I want father to hold me. Hurry up and leave my husband alone. Then let me go out and play. Go away. As she uttered the words, the little one in Mo Ran's embrace suddenly brightened her eyes. Ha ha, you said it. I'm leaving. Just as she thought she could seize the opportunity to trap Shen Qingqing with her words, she noticed Shen Qingqing's cold smirk, revealing her awareness of the little one's intentions. You can't go anywhere. Your intentions are all written on your face. Shen Qingqing teased. Bad mother. I won't talk to you anymore. The little one crossed her arms, turning her head aside with a pouting expression. The resemblance to the Empress was uncanny. Mo Ran chuckled softly, appreciating the beauty of such a life. He then pondered Shen Qingqing's earlier words and asked, "Is the Lin family's disbelief the root of the problem? Isn't it so? After all, it was Ningwu who took him away back then. In plain sight, who would believe he is no longer within the imperial court? Yet, if he has been expelled, why seek him again?" Mo Ran found this puzzling. For once expelled, he should no longer concern the Lin family. That is their family matter. I cannot intervene. However, the fact remains that he is not in the imperial court. Indeed, you make a valid point. If he returns, let me handle it. Mo Ran was unwilling to delve into further explanations. He merely wished to nurture his daughter and cherish their moments together, hoping to reduce such troublesome matters or see them vanish altogether. Never mind, I will take action, he assured. Shen Qingqing nodded in agreement, glancing back at the little one, still sulking. She then liberated the child from Rand's embrace. What's the matter? Why are you angry with your mother? After all, Linger can't go anywhere, especially not to find Qingqing. She's just a burden. I'm not a burden. Then what are you? I am. I am. I am. Linger, already frustrated, became flustered by Shen Qingqing's words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wah! Bad mother, foolish mother, fierce mother, always bullying me. I am not a burden to my sister. Not at all. In a sudden rush of emotions, tears welled up in Linger's eyes, and she burst into inconsolable sobs. Observing this, Rand remained silent, fully aware that while his daughter was distressed, Shen Qingqing was the more formidable presence. It was best left for Shen Qingqing to handle. With practiced ease, Shen Qingqing soothed Linger, wiping away her tears. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a situation. There, dear. Mother was only teasing you. Would you like to go out and play? Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's words, Linger, with tear-filled eyes and flushed cheeks, hesitantly brushed aside Shen Qingqing's delicate hands, inquiring with uncertainty, "Is it really true?" "It's a falsehood." As soon as the words left her lips, Linger felt even more aggrieved. The tears she had previously dried began to fall uncontrollably once again. Noticing this, Shen Qingqing quickly interjected, while wiping Linger's tears, It's true. Mother and father will take you out to play." Just as the mother and daughter were engaged in their playful banter, the long-dormant system, silent for 2.5 years, suddenly reactivated. A familiar voice resonated once more in Rand's mind. Ding! The last child of destiny in this realm has appeared. The path to the Empire is about to commence. Host, it has been a while. You seem to be thriving. Chapter 27. The Son of Fortune A system? Hasn't it been updating for 2.5 years? How can it be so quick? Accompanying his daughter's growth and enjoying the warmth of home with his wife, Rand felt that these 2.5 years had flown by. The system, the Son of Fortune, could it be the one from the Lin family? From Shen Qingqing's earlier description, this young man's experiences seemed strikingly similar to those of protagonists from the novels he had read in his previous life. Could it be that he was not the Son of Fortune in this world? Was he not the protagonist? Considering that he was still young, with a wife and daughter, and had made progress in his cultivation, living a life devoid of worries and dangers, the thought that he might not be the protagonist unsettled him. What was this? A life so blissful. Who but the protagonist could enjoy it? Indeed, host, you are correct. That individual is the last Son of Fortune in this world, the system replied. With confusion and disbelief, Rand inquired inwardly, System, what am I? Upon hearing this, the system's CPU seemed to overheat, perplexed by Rand's question. Nevertheless, it replied honestly, Host, you're not a thing. Rand. He suppressed the urge to reprimand the system, taking a deep breath before continuing. Since this world already has a Son of Fortune, what does that make me? A villain? The mere thought of being a villain sent shivers down his spine. What would become of his wife and daughter if he were truly a villain? In the numerous novels he had perused, villains often led quite luxurious lives. He could not comprehend where things had gone awry. He had not engaged in any wrongdoing over the years. How had he ended up as the villain? Upon hearing his thoughts, the system was unable to contain its bewilderment. What sort of notions were swirling in the host's mind? Suppressing the urge to lash out, it clarified, Host, there is no need for excessive speculation. You are neither a villain nor a Son of Fortune. The so-called Son of Fortune is of little consequence. The Son of Fortune is merely a child of destiny born to open the path to the Emperor, it continued. You do not belong to this world. Thus, you are an anomaly. Wherever you find yourself, you are invincible. Upon hearing this, Rand felt relieved. After all, if he truly were the villain, he would have gone to eliminate that so-called Son of Fortune without hesitation to prevent any future troubles. In the novels he had read, Sons of Fortune were notoriously difficult to deal with, akin to cockroaches that wouldn't die. They encountered an endless array of bizarre adventures. Although he possessed a system, the Son of Fortune's fortuitous encounters should not be underestimated. What if he stumbled upon a chance as formidable as the system's? What if that person also had a system? Contemplating the myriad troubles he would face if he were indeed a villain, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. wishing to eradicate all potential threats to his current life. So what have you updated in these 2.5 years? Nothing much, just engaged in a battle. The system replied. What do you mean? The system's updates involve battling other systems. The victor gains more privileges. Did you win? A bunch of weaklings. Mo Ran couldn't help but rate the situation with a 6. After all, he had never encountered a story where system updates were merely the result of combat with other systems. So this was what an update entailed. No wonder there were new features like shops appearing afterward. However, the system's explanation led him to a realization. There were multiple systems, and many individuals possessed systems like his. The world was vast. He wondered if he might one day meet others who shared this trait. He could only imagine what such an encounter would entail. If the system were aware of Mo Rant's musings, it would likely leap up and deliver a punch. I fought hard for 2.5 years, just so you could meet those inferior systems? Was all that effort in vain? System, do you have any information on the Son of Fortune? Mo Ran asked, recalling how Shen Qingqing had mentioned so much without revealing the name of this Son of Fortune. It seemed she was unaware as well. The system did not respond to his question directly, but instead presented a detailed introduction. Son of Fortune, Lin Tan, reborn, brief, burdened with supreme fortune, yet beset by tumultuous fate. He lost all cultivation when his meridians were severed in his youth while seeking medicine, awakening his memories in the process. Currently, he is recuperating in a cave deep within the Million Mountains, restoring his damaged meridians. The Million Mountains? Wasn't that their destination for today? What a coincidence! Earlier, during Ling Er's birthday, she had expressed a desire to raise a spirit beast. Perhaps she had seen someone with one and wanted to have one of her own. It was a small wish, and Shen Qingqing had readily agreed. However, Shen Qingqing had brought all the spirit beasts available from the Qingyu Empire, and those that could not be brought were deemed unsuitable, which Ling Er would not appreciate, so she refrained from presenting them. But Ling Er was quite discerning. She found none of them appealing. Mo Ran then suggested they take her to the Million Mountains to search for one, as that place was teeming with spirit beasts. Of course, there were also many demon beasts. Spirit beasts and demon beasts complemented each other, the former cultivated using the unique qualities of the latter, while the weaker spirit beasts relied on the protection of powerful demon beasts to avoid falling into human hands. This was both an agreement and a survival law, with mutual contracts binding them. Although demon beasts could cultivate without spirit beasts constituted a significant lineage, and those who entered contracts with them were typically from a particular demon beast clan. Unlike solitary demon beasts, they had family and kin, akin to human families. The practice of spirit beasts and demon beasts entering into contracts was exceedingly prevalent in the Million Mountains, for the region boasted an unparalleled variety of demon beast species. Due to the abundance of spirit beasts, the spiritual energy in the Million Mountains was several times denser than in other areas, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. However, this also amplified the dangers manifold. For the denser the spiritual energy, the more powerful the demon beasts that emerged. Thus, while it was a sanctuary for cultivation, the Million Mountains typically attracted aggressive practitioners and mercenaries hired by trade guilds to capture spirit beasts for sale. Not all spirit beasts could forge contracts with demon beasts. Similar to the spirit swords in human hands, there existed a hierarchy necessitating mutual recognition. In contrast to spirit swords, spirit beasts had a simpler classification system, consisting of only 4 levels, level 1 being the highest and level for the lowest. Spirit beasts provided spiritual energy to demon beasts, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Likewise, this boost could be conferred upon humans, albeit to a lesser extent. Generally, spirit beasts were kept more for their aesthetic appeal, akin to pets. After all, numerous treasures existed that could exponentially increase spiritual energy for human cultivation, making spirit beasts unnecessary. Their destination coincided with that of the so-called Son of Fortune. He wondered if they might cross paths. Truth be told, he was curious to witness what this so-called reincarnated individual was like. After all, he had never encountered one before. Did Shen Qingqing count? Certainly, she did. However, Mo Ran, despite possessing the eye of truth, was reluctant to use it on his daughter. After all, young girls valued their privacy. Moreover, despite his long sojourn in this world, he remained at heart a decent young man who would not infringe upon others' privacy. As such, he had never employed his ability on his daughter or wife. Generally, he refrained from utilizing this auxiliary power lightly. While he was deep in thought, a pair of delicate hands suddenly grasped his, the gesture remarkably familiar. He turned to see Shen Qingqing, one hand cradling the red-eyed Ling heir and the other holding his hand. She leaned in close and softly whispered in his ear, "Shall we go?" In Shen Qingqing's embrace, the small bundle of flesh cast a fierce glance at Mo Ran, ignoring him entirely. It seemed to blame him for merely watching as her mother bullied her without offering assistance. In response, Mo Ran shrugged helplessly, conveying that he was equally powerless in the matter. "Well, we might encounter some unnecessary troubles on this journey, so dress warmly," he advised, draping the white cloak he wore over Shen Qingqing's shoulders. Then, with a swift motion of his fingers, he summoned a celestial shimmer. Thunder roared in the heavens as a carriage, drawn by two winged horses enveloped in swirling purple-black lightning, broke through the sky. The carriage, crafted from white jade, prominently displayed the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty, its faintly glowing design instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. This marked the third year since Mo Ran ascended to the throne, and the system had bestowed upon him various artifacts each year, most of which had been claimed by his two daughters. While the elder daughter was not one to take them, the issue lay with the younger. She would often sneak away to find Qing'er, bringing back an assortment of trinkets pilfered from Mo Ran. However, he did not express any discontent, as these were merely protective items, and he had not given them much thought. The white jade carriage approached Mo Ran's party, eventually coming to a halt beside them. He drew aside the jade curtain, inviting the two daughters aboard, before following closely behind. Within the carriage, the usually silent Linger suddenly exclaimed urgently, "Let the little sister come too." Chapter 28. The Abandoned Demoness Little Xiao. The sudden exclamation from the petite girl caught Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing off guard, prompting them to glance in her direction, puzzled. What could this little one be up to now? The little Xiao she mentioned was, of course, the maid assigned by Shen Qingqing to attend to her daily needs. Noticing the confused looks from Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing, the small girl quickly clarified, "Isn't the little Mrs. home in the Million Mountains?" The Million Mountains? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing fell into contemplation, as if recalling something, and nodded, saying, "Then let us take her along. After all, little Xiao is also a member of the demon clan from the Million Mountains. She was once expelled from the clan for being too mischievous and consuming the transformation herbs meant for the clan's young master. I happened to come across her, barely alive, and saved her. It has been several hundred years since she last left the imperial court." Noticing Mo Ran's confusion, she quickly elaborated. Ling Er understood this well, as little Xiao often shared small tidbits with her while taking care of her. Mo Ran, although unaware of these details, could still sense the aura of the demon clan emanating from her, yet he felt no ill intentions toward Ling Er from her. Since she was arranged by Shen Qingqing, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, everyone has their own privacy. As long as she harbored no wicked thoughts regarding Ling Er, Mo Ran would not take issue with her. Having heard the explanation, Mo Ran nodded slightly. After all, if his daughter had said so, could he refuse? Having a driver was indeed quite convenient. Seeing both Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing nod in agreement, Ling Er hurriedly climbed down from Shen Qingqing's embrace, lifting the jade curtain and calling out, "Little miss, come quickly." Just then, a maid dressed in elegant attire and possessing a delicate appearance approached briskly. Before long, she reached the jade carriage, bowing to Ling Er and the figures of Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing within, saying, "This servant, little Xiao, pays her respects to the Empress and the Emperor." She then cast a glance at the peeking Ling Er and smiled. "Greetings, Princess Ling Er." Little Xiao felt immense gratitude toward Ling Er. Although she had been exiled from the demon clan for hundreds of years, she had always considered herself a member of the clan. Her past mischief had led to a grave mistake, causing the clan's young master to fail in his transformation, and she had long sought an opportunity to apologize for her actions. To atone, she had lived modestly in the Qingyu imperial court for several hundred years, ultimately earning an imperial pill through her efforts, an item capable of producing a powerful emperor for the demon clan. This imperial pill was bestowed upon her by Shen Qingqing. The reason was twofold. First, due to the catastrophic losses the Qingyu imperial court suffered in the battle a decade ago, many powerful emperors had perished, creating a pressing need for new ones to maintain order. However, the bestowal of an imperial pill could not be done lightly. Coincidentally, little Xiao had been closely following the Empress for many years, harboring no ulterior motives, and her cultivation had just reached the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace, a mere step away from the Emperor realm. Thus, Shen Qingqing decided to grant her the imperial pill. However, in the end, she had not dared to use it, feeling unworthy of the Empress's intentions. Instead, she secluded herself for 2 years, relying solely on her own strength to break through the barrier, successfully ascending to the Emperor realm. In that way, she had not failed Shen Qingqing's expectations. Yet, she still wished to return the imperial pill, for now that she had broken through to the Emperor realm. The pill remained unused. Although she sought to atone, she did not wish to deceive the Empress. Therefore, she disclosed her thoughts and actions to Shen Qingqing. Naturally, Shen Qingqing understood her intentions and did not press further, simply stating, "The pill was bestowed upon you. Whether to use it or not is entirely your choice." While her intention in granting the imperial pill was to nurture more emperors for the Qingyu imperial court, it also served as a test to gauge the loyalty of her close confidants. Now that the results were clear, the pill had lost its purpose. It was better to grant a favor instead. Enough of the formalities. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Let us depart swiftly. Yes. After speaking, the Empress swiftly pulled Ling Er, who had been peeking out with bare feet, back in her arms, exclaiming, "It's chilly. Let mother hold you." Little Xiao understood and naturally took her place at the reins of the jade carriage. With a flick of her fingers, she cast a spell, summoning a flash of demon light that guided the horses pulling the jade carriage towards the Million Mountains. As the carriage traversed the terrain, it stirred up a thunderous roar, intimidating all around, while the sky echoed with booming sounds. The sheer magnitude of this display left countless onlookers awestruck. It's the Emperor's jade carriage. The Emperor is taking Princess Ling Er out? Not just the Emperor. The Empress is accompanying them too. Wow. This is in the direction of the Million Mountains. Could they be searching for a spirit beast for Princess Ling Er? Some influential individuals who had attended Ling Er's birthday banquet recalled the moment when the Empress had presented all the spirit beasts for Ling Er to choose from, only to have Ling Er turn her nose up at them. Upon hearing this, the crowd within the Qingyu imperial court erupted in astonishment, filled with envy. The Empress and Emperor are personally seeking a spirit beast for Princess Ling Er. How splendid! Not even the Grand Princess has received such treatment. Shen Qingqing, meanwhile, was wandering within the secret realm with her silly maid. Thanks to Xiaoya An's unique talent, she had collected a plethora of spirit fruits along the way. What puzzled her was that throughout her journey, she encountered no one and had not seen the 2 individuals with the surname Fong since their initial meeting. It was as if they had completely vanished. Even with her enhanced perception from the treasures Ling Er had extracted from Mo Ran, she could still detect no traces of anyone. Thus, her journey had mostly consisted of picking fruits, eating them, and digging for spirit herbs with Xiaoyuan. So boring. Shen Qingqing sighed, gazing at the boundless secret realm. Not having seen a single soul since Jun Ruyan's departure, she had been heading in the direction of the 2 Fong individuals for several days without encountering anyone at all. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. Wow! Princess, look! Just then, Xiaoyuan exclaimed, pointing toward a bizarre pillar of light shooting skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Shen Qingqing turned her gaze to follow her exclamation, and upon seeing the pillar of light, her pupils dilated in shock. This is the soul-gathering pillar. Chapter 29. Lin Tian gazing at the towering beam of white light in the distance. Shen Qingqing's face was a portrait of astonishment. The white light was surrounded by countless souls, drifting aimlessly. These spirits lacked consciousness, drawn towards the luminous pillar by the gravitational force it emitted. The soul-gathering column. as its name suggests, is a peculiar phenomenon formed by the aggregation of departed souls from all directions. Such occurrences are remarkably common in the upper realms. However, what left her in disbelief was not the formation of the soul-gathering column itself, but rather its very presence in this place. From her understanding, the emergence of a soul-gathering column typically requires a soul-gathering pearl as a catalyst to coalesce the deceased souls, subsequently suppressing them for millennia to eradicate any lingering consciousness. This process yields a purer essence, which can be absorbed to enhance one's soul. In the upper realms, this method is predominantly employed to suppress malevolent entities. The appearance of the soul-gathering column signified that the soul-gathering pearl had been exerting its influence over these souls for an extensive period, effectively obliterating their original consciousness. As those unconscious souls floated around the light pillar, they would gradually condense into a singular essence, which could then be absorbed by practitioners. Yet, this practice was inherently cruel, for while it offered benefits, it also harbored significant drawbacks. Those of wavering resolve might easily fall prey to the residual malevolent influences within the essence. The cost of such deception was the risk of being possessed by these malevolent spirits, whose consciousness had been largely subdued by the soul-gathering pearl. Thus, once one succumbed to temptation and lost their sense of self, they would become a chaotic entity devoid of humanity or demonic traits. Reflecting on the bizarre behaviors described by Junrian regarding the bloodthirsty disciples of the Sword Sect, she began to comprehend the source of their peculiarities. Urgently, she called out to her companion, Xiaoyun, and grasped her hand, hastening toward the light pillar. "We must leave at once." "What are we doing?" came a reply, puzzled. "Accomplishing something significant." Though the chaotic remnants of consciousness within the essence could ensnare the hearts of the weak-willed, dead entities remained just that, dead. Shen Qingqing was resolute. She would not let this opportunity slip through her fingers. As a reincarnated celestial monarch, she was in dire need of substantial resources to restore her own soul. And these essences represented the ideal choice. It was not only Shen Qingqing who witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon. The disciples of the 5 major sword sects, also present in the same secret realm, were drawn to the light pillar, believing it to be the manifestation of a rare treasure. Meanwhile, within a cave in the Million Mountains, a young man was seated in meditation. His eyes were closed, hands forming seals. Surrounding him were 6 herbs radiating a violet glow, which he was absorbing. His damaged meridians were rapidly mending. This young man was Lin Tian, the last child of destiny in this realm. Time passed, and after a considerable duration, once the potency of the herbs had been fully consumed, Lin Tian slowly opened his obsidian eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fist, feeling the restored meridians within him, and murmured to himself, "I never imagined I would truly be reborn." Yet, the trajectory of this life seems to diverge slightly from the memories of my past. His name was Lin Tian, a prodigy from the collateral line of the Lin family. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable talent in cultivation, overpowering the first saint son of the Lin family single-handedly. However, due to his collateral lineage, he never secured a place among the 10 saint sons of the Lin family. His mother, afflicted by a grave illness that ordinary pills could not cure, required supreme elixirs obtainable only through the saint sons. Thus, he forsook his dignity to plead for assistance. For his mother's sake, he endured humiliation and lost face. Yet, ultimately, his mother succumbed to her affliction, passing away in tears, still awaiting the fabled saint's son to deliver the life-saving pill. At this recollection, Lin Tian's fists smashed down onto the ground in frustration. He berated himself for failing to devise a solution. If only he had not waited idly, placing all his hopes upon that so-called saint's son, perhaps the outcome could have been different. Why could I not awaken my memories sooner? Even just a little earlier. If I had, my mother would still be alive. With this thought, his gaze turned icy. Lin family, Lin Wudao, in my previous life, you evaded a calamity due to the path of the emperor. In this life, I shall ensure you and the Lin family meet your demise. His determination solidified. In his past life, he had ascended to emperor in merely a century. Now reborn, he intended to reclaim all that belonged to him from his previous existence. Within 3 years, he would undoubtedly become an emperor again. At that time, the Lin family. He would make them pay for their transgressions. Restoring his meridians and reshaping himself was merely the first step. Next, he would seek the second item that belonged to him. However, before that, he needed to gain a clearer understanding of the situation in this life. In his previous life, he had not been saved by anyone. Rather, he had been beaten nearly to death by the Lin family servants and then cast into the abyss of the Million Mountains. By sheer luck, he had been caught by a tree branch, ultimately landing outside this cave. With the remnants of his survival instinct, he had crawled inside and discovered the legacy of the Eternal Life Emperor, allowing him to cultivate the Eternal Life technique and ascend to the status of Emperor, embarking on his legendary journey. Yet now, he had been rescued by someone from the Qingyu dynasty. According to his memories, the Qingyu dynasty had perished a decade prior. The remnants of the 3 dynasties had erupted, and the last surviving prince had trapped the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, leading to her demise at the hands of Dongfounded, who struck her down with a single sword. The Qingyu dynasty no longer existed, and the 9 imperial clans had seized control of the entire southern region that same year, becoming the true sovereigns of the land. So why did the Qingyu dynasty still exist in this life? Was it a consequence of his rebirth? Contemplating this, he found himself perplexed. He wondered if the survival of the Qingyu dynasty would impact him. However, he quickly reassured himself. After all, he was a reborn individual. What could a mere Qingyu dynasty do to him? A cold smile flickered across his lips. For now, his utmost priority was to reclaim his strength. Rising to his feet, he strode purposefully toward the cave entrance. It was time to seek the second item that belonged to him. Whether it be an anomaly or a twist of fate, he was a reborn being, seizing every advantage. What was there to fear? Chapter 30. The White Crane Clan. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Imo ran and her companions finally reached the entrance of the Million Great Mountains. The majestic palanquin, as it traversed the land, resonated with thunderous sounds, which abruptly ceased as it hovered above the entrance of the mountains. Look, what is that? Such grandeur. Which faction does this palanquin belong to? It is the Qingyu dynasty. Such magnificence. Could it be that the reigning empress is making an appearance? The palanquin had barely come to a halt when the crowd below recognized the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty emblazoned upon it, prompting a chorus of astonished exclamations. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the periphery of the Million Great Mountains. Gazing upon the familiar expanse of the mountains, a spark of joy illuminated her small eyes. She had returned. This was her former home. However, a pang of anguish flickered within her heart as she recalled the past. Had it not been for her youthful mischief that disrupted the young lord's coming-of-age ceremony, she would never have been cast out from her clan. This fate was solely her own doing. She could not blame others. Now, all that remained was to atone for her past transgressions. She held no hopes of rejoining her kin. In that moment of banishment, the identity of being a member of the demon clan was irrevocably severed from her. Now, she belonged to Qingyu. Had it not been for the Empress's timely intervention, she might very well have found herself in another realm altogether. Yea, before Shen Qingqing could speak, a childish voice burst forth with uncontained delight. From within the palanquin, the chubby little creature that had been nestled on Shen Qingqing's lap wriggled free and scampered outside, barefooted, to marvel at the breathtaking scenery. With wide, curious eyes, it surveyed its surroundings. This was the first time the little one had come to the Million Great Mountains, and it was filled with longing for the wonders described by the adults. A desire to play surged within, yet being so small, it could not venture alone and was unfamiliar with the paths. Therefore, it only dared to dream, not mentioning it to Shen Qingqing, who preferred her close proximity. Shen Qingqing was often busy with matters to attend to, leaving little time to take her out. Although Imo Ren frequently brought her on excursions, they were always to serene places devoid of disturbances. While these spots were lovely, adorned with many enchanting, winged sisters and captivating sights, they lacked excitement. Thus, this new destination seemed delightfully different, brimming with potential for fun. Suddenly, Linger recalled a story shared by the little one earlier, sparking her excitement. She grasped the little girl's hand and asked, Little miss, does your home have many adorable spirit beasts? Huh? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, the little one paused. Then remembered the tale she had recounted to soothe her to sleep, about her own childhood mischief and her antics with spirit beasts. She chuckled. Yes, there are many, but they're not my family anymore. My home is now Qingyu, and I am your maid. She intended to elaborate. Yet upon seeing the little girl's expectant gaze, she hesitated, swallowing her words. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Shen Qingqing interjected, well, I believe Linger would be quite fond of the contract spirit beasts from the White Crane clan, considering she has seen them before. They are rather small. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Mo Ran and asked, shall we visit the White Crane clan? The White Crane clan ranks among the foremost groups within the myriad demon tribes of the Million Great Mountains, boasting 3 formidable emperors, with the clan leader being a 7th-tier emperor. Mo Ran pondered for a moment, discerning Shen Qingqing's intentions, and smiled gently. Let us proceed. Ultimately, the little one belongs to the Qingyu dynasty now, despite her previous ties to the White Crane clan. Having been expelled, she no longer belongs there. If she wishes to return to atone for her youthful folly and resolve her inner turmoil, that is certainly acceptable. However, the White Crane clan may not readily forgive her. Hence, it is indeed unsafe for her to venture alone. Shen Qingqing, sharing this concern, wishes to accompany her. Seeing Mo Ran assent, Shen Qingqing wasted no time in relaying instructions, guiding the little one toward the direction of the White Crane clan. Meanwhile, the White Crane clan was entertaining several guests. Clan leader Hishan, what are your thoughts on this proposal from the Holy Sun? In the grand hall, a young man sat gracefully in his chair, sipping freshly brewed tea with an air of calm assurance, as though success in this matter was already assured. I believe it is inadvisable, Hishan replied coldly, his disapproval evident. The young man, known as Chen Qingqing, hailed from the eastern domain's Kanglan sacred land, the undisputed sovereign of the East. In contrast to the complex dynamics of the southern domain, the eastern domain appeared far more straightforward, with the Kanglan sacred land as its singular preeminent force. Thus, in the east, Kanglan's sacred land commanded absolute authority. The young man's objective was clear. He sought to utilize the forbidden grounds of the White Crane clan. Within those sacred confines lay a spirit pool, reputed for its remarkable healing properties. However, such claims were often exaggerated, merely indicating its potent restorative capabilities. Upon hearing Hishan's refusal, the young man's actions came to an abrupt halt. He placed his teacup down, a shadow crossing his features. Clan leader Hishan, I urge you to reconsider the matter of the spirit pool. I am genuinely intrigued by its properties. I have pondered it thoroughly, Hishan replied, casting a knowing glance at him. I acknowledge your status as the holy son of Kanglan sacred land, which merits some regard. However, your audacity is astonishing. You are well aware that the spirit pool is a restricted area. Even I would find it challenging to gain access. At this, he paused momentarily, only to be met with Shen Qingqing's determined response. 5,000 Emperor crystals. Hishan chuckled coldly. Does this young man truly believe he is still in Kanglan's sacred land? Emperor crystals are a form of currency forged from the essence of emperor-level beings, imbued with pure energy suitable for cultivation. Hishan regarded him with incredulity. Is this merely a matter of finances? It is a forbidden area. Do you understand what forbidden means? It is off limits. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for the young man to leave. 2 members of the White Crane clan entered the hall, approaching Shen Qingqing. Holy Son Shangwan, please. Unperturbed, Shen Qingqing merely shifted his lips, addressing Hishan once more. 10,000 Emperor crystals. A deathly silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension as his declaration echoed, leaving even the sound of breathing starkly audible. Are you insulting me? Chapter 31. The inquisitive child gazing at the youth who dared to humiliate him with the so-called imperial crystal, the expression on the white-clad figure's face turned exceedingly cold, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. This holy son had come here, ostensibly to visit the spirit pool, but his true intentions appeared frivolous. He merely wished to behold the fabled spirit pool that could resurrect the dead, a phenomenon he was eager to witness, despite knowing that its efficacy might not live up to the legends. Given that he hailed from the Qinglin's sacred land, Shan had treated him with a modicum of courtesy, recognizing the superiority of Qinglin's sacred land over the Baihe clan. A degree of respect was warranted. Yet, this young man seemed to believe that the Baihe clan feared the Qinglin's sacred land, strutting about with an air of arrogance, utterly oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships. To further insult him, he brandished the imperial crystal as if it were a token of superiority. Did he truly think Shan lacked such a trinket? Moreover, this object was meant for human cultivation. What relevance did it have to him as a creature of the demon race? Was his brain not functioning? Did he genuinely believe that this was his Qinglin's sacred land in the eastern region? Did he mistakenly think that the Qinglin's sacred land wielded absolute power in the eastern region and could extend its influence into the southern region? His ignorance was astounding. Upon hearing these thoughts, Shan's ire was entirely unexpected for Xiang Qingqing. He had presumed that the offered amount was insufficient and had thus increased it. After all, in the eastern region, there was nothing that he could not achieve with the imperial crystal. However, this was not his eastern region. It was the southern region, where the Qingyu dynasty reigned above and the 9 imperial clans resided below, with the formidable Million Mountain standing sentinel in between. Not to mention the unparalleled Jian Wushuang atop the Divine Sword Mountain and the enigmatic presence on Qingqing Mountain. It seemed he had underestimated the complexities of the southern region. Just as he was about to utter the word leave, a hurried voice from outside interrupted. Patriarch, the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty has arrived and wishes to meet with you. At this proclamation, the word leave lodged tightly in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. A sense of discomfort washed over him. How was it that as soon as he had been contemplating the Qingyu dynasty, the Empress graced them with her presence? Could it be that she too desired? Realizing this, his countenance darkened, and he let out a long sigh, addressing the frozen Xiang Qingqing. You should leave now. Witnessing Shan's outburst, Xiang Qingqing refrained from further comment, reluctantly following the 2 Baihe clan members as they guided him away. He might dare to dismiss Xiang Qingqing, but he could not afford to offend Empress Shen Qingqing. Firstly, the reach of Qinglin's sacred land was not so extensive. If they incurred her wrath, so be it. Secondly, though this matter was minor, and he had shown her sufficient deference, he was uncertain of how the Qinglin's sacred land would retaliate. However, the Empress was a different matter altogether. She represented one of the most formidable powers in the southern region and had already attained the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Furthermore, she had an emperor who could slay those at the 9th level with a single strike. With his modest cultivation at the 7th level, he dared not act recklessly. Resigned, he cast a glance at the flickering fire seed suspended from the ceiling, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and closed his eyes slightly, urging, "Stop dawdling, and please show her in." As soon as he spoke, he seemed to realize something was amiss, quickly flicking his sleeve in agitation. Never mind, never mind. Where's the Empress? I shall go meet her. The Empress wishes to see me? Do I possess such authority? Curse that foolish boy. He nearly ruined everything. He then followed the clan member who had delivered the message towards the direction of Ran and her entourage. Meanwhile, within the Baihe clan, on a spacious open ground, numerous members had gathered, their attention drawn to the exquisitely beautiful jade carriage that had suddenly appeared on their territory. Curiosity sparked lively discussions among them. Which force does that jade carriage belong to? By the patterns, it seems to belong to the Qingyu dynasty. Seems? No doubt about it. Look at the woman atop the jade carriage. She looks familiar, but I can't quite place her. Nevertheless, that little one beside her is utterly adorable. Oh my, help! That human child is so cute. Look, she's waving at me. Some admired the carriage. Others scrutinized the small figure, while a few were entranced by Linger, who was scanning the crowd and greeting everyone with enthusiasm. Hey, the beautiful sister over there. What is that little creature on your head? Linger, standing atop the jade carriage, had noticed a girl in the crowd with a palm-sized cloud-like, soft white tuft atop her head and curiously inquired, Huh, who are you calling little friend? Most Baihe clan members sported a small tuft on their heads, which was their contract spirit beast. Thus, they were puzzled by her question unsure of who she meant by beautiful sister. Yet, they all believed she was referring to themselves. After all, who wouldn't enjoy being called beautiful? Isn't that right? My lovely ladies and handsome gentlemen? Little sister, this is our contract spirit beast, known as the Qingqing beast. Though small in stature, it helps us maintain tranquility during cultivation, minimizing external disturbances and accelerating our training speed. Aside from being unable to assist us in battle, it is flawless. I would call it the best spirit beast. Several beautiful maidens eagerly responded to Linger's inquiry. Listening intently, Linger's interest piqued, and she leapt down, her bare feet dashing towards the crowd without a hint of shyness. She approached one of the Baihe clan members, gazed up at her, and in her sweet, comforting voice asked, "Sister, can I see it?" The Baihe clan member before her was momentarily taken aback. This was simply too adorable. Could I take her home for a few days? Of course. She squatted down, swiftly removing the little white tuft from her head, cradling it in her hands, and presented it to Linger for her to admire. This was the Baihe clan's unique contract spirit beast, renowned within the Million Mountain. Each member had an opportunity to bond with a spirit beast during their youth, so most Baihe clan members possessed one. Naturally, there were a few who failed to establish a connection, but they were exceedingly rare. The little creature was incredibly tiny, no larger than a palm, covered in snowy white fur, with a pair of azure eyes that resembled the vast ocean. Driven by curiosity, Linger extended her finger and poked the Qingqing beast twice, akin to prodding a cotton candy. So soft. Instantly, Linger's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new world. "I want to touch it." Her actions elicited laughter from those present, reminiscent of their own initial encounter with the Qingqing beast. Amidst the laughter, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing towards them. The crowd promptly ceased their merriment and, in unison, called out, "We pay our respects to the patriarch." Chapter 32. The leader of the Heron clan, Hishan, nodded gently towards them without pausing, proceeding directly to the side of the imperial carriage. He clasped his fists in greeting and said, "I am unaware of the esteemed presence of the Empress. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Why was there no prior notification to allow my clan to prepare for your gracious arrival?" "There's no need for such formality, clan leader Hishan. If my sudden visit causes any disturbance, I hope you will forgive me," came the calm voice of Shen Qingqing from within the carriage. "Ha ha!" Hishan suddenly laughed heartily. "How could that be? Your presence truly honors the Baihe clan. How could it be a disturbance?" However, he cast a glance at Linger beside him before returning his gaze to the imperial carriage, continuing, "I am curious as to the purpose of your visit. After all, as a ruler, you must have many state affairs to attend to daily. It is unusual for you to have the time to visit us today. Surely, it cannot be for trivial matters. If that were the case, a mere envoy would suffice. Could it be you have come for our clan's spirit pool?" He felt a pang of anxiety. They had just sent away a holy son, and now they faced the formidable presence of an empress. Their spirit pool did not possess the miraculous power of resurrecting the dead. Such claims were mere exaggerations. At most, it could only restore the life of someone on the brink of death, and even then, the cost was substantial. It wasn't something to be opened lightly. But if she truly sought the spirit pool, how could he refuse? The Qingyu dynasty was not like the Zhonglan sacred land. Even if 1,000,000 warriors from the Zhonglan dared not overstep their bounds, they were still far removed. The Qingyu dynasty, however, was the true sovereign of the southern domain. While it was a fade to the imperial clan, it was a stark reality for the Baihe clan. The imperial clan preferred to retreat into their secluded realm, tending to their own little corner of the world. They knew little of the imperial clan's true power, as they were merely reclusive figures unwilling to emerge. Yet, they were acutely aware of the might of the Qingyu dynasty. Though it could not sweep through the entirety of the Million Mountains, it could easily overpower the Baihe clan without breaking a sweat. With the imperial clan remaining withdrawn, the Qingyu dynasty had rightfully claimed its dominance in the southern domain. Moreover, the Qingyu dynasty had transformed significantly since its earlier days. It was now led by a peak emperor. The tales of the Qingyu emperor slaying an emperor with a single sword stroke had spread like wildfire. This was no ordinary emperor he had slain, but the genius emperor of the Eastern Imperial clan, Dongfangjian. After such an event, it had been a decade since the Eastern clan dared to confront the Qingyu dynasty. Who could achieve such a feat? Who possessed such confidence? The answer was no one. It was evident that no one could replicate such an act, at least among emperors. Causing another's death was no simple task unless one were to engage in a battle beyond their level. However, Dongfangjian was a genuine emperor of the 7th level. Not only that, he had a record of battling peak emperors without defeat. Thus, despite being only at the 7th level, he could contend with peak emperors. Yet, he was slain by the Qingyu emperor with a single sword strike. Only a peak emperor of unparalleled caliber could accomplish such a thing. Thus, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that the current Qingyu dynasty was not the same as before. Even the imperial clan had to tread carefully around them. Therefore, what could be deemed open was evidently no longer so. Having slain an imperial emperor, the imperial clan dared not utter a word against the Qingyu dynasty. The Qingyu dynasty had undoubtedly become the uncontested ruler of the southern domain. But if she had truly come for the spirit pool, what should he do? Would he have to pull his son, who was recuperating within, out? No, absolutely not. The thought sent him into a frenzy. That was his beloved son. To drag him out would be tantamount to a death sentence. But if the Empress genuinely desired the spirit pool and he refused, would his clan bear the brunt of her wrath? As he wrestled with these worries, the voice of Shen Qingqing emerged again from within the carriage, carrying a tone that revealed no discernible emotion, dispelling his anxieties and allowing him to exhale deeply. I have come today merely to fulfill a little girl's wish. There is nothing else to concern yourself with, clan leader Shan. A little girl? He mused, glancing at the girl squatting beside him, her eyes fixed intently on the spirit beast of the Bai He clan, Ling Er. Could she be the princess of the Qingyu dynasty? Had she come for the spirit beast? Relief washed over him. Thankfully, it was not a grave matter, just a spirit beast. Communicating with those elder figures was not too challenging. Besides, the Qingyu dynasty was much safer than his clan. When it came to protection, they could not compare to the Qingyu dynasty in the slightest. Thus, he reasoned, those elder figures would likely not refuse. After all, seeking a spirit beast was merely a quest for protection, and the Qingyu dynasty was the safest haven imaginable. Feeling reassured, Shan squinted his eyes and smiled as he shifted his gaze from Ling Er back to the imperial carriage. Just as he was about to speak with a smile, he noticed a familiar face, and suddenly his smile froze in place. Whom did he see? A person who should have perished. Who? Xiao. His face, once graced with a smile, now tightened. He raised a finger, pointing at the quietly subdued Xiao, and exclaimed loudly, "You fool! How are you still alive?" His outburst startled everyone present, including Ling Er, who had been intently watching. Upon recognizing that the one being reprimanded was Xiao, she hurriedly dashed to her side, shielding her behind her. "My little ancestor, what are you doing?" This action startled Xiao greatly. Why did she have to be protected by her master? She was merely a humble servant, and such treatment was utterly unwarranted. Moreover, this was something she ought to face alone. Instinctively, she pulled Ling Er back behind her and stepped forward, ready to confront what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Shan's sudden reaction bewildered all the members of the Bai He clan. That was the Empress's maid. What was the clan leader doing? Was he courting death? Why is the clan leader so angry? They wondered, perplexed by his sudden outburst directed at a mere maid. Following his finger's direction, they turned their gazes toward Xiao as they recognized her familiar face. Memories long buried began to resurface, becoming clearer with each passing moment. You are Xiao? Xiao. What's Xiao? It's her. Chapter 33. Reflections on the past. It is she, the center of the White Crane clan. Was it not said that she had perished? How can she still be alive? Not only alive, but seemingly under the auspices of the Qingyu Empire? Has she become a confidant to the reigning empress of the Qingyu Empire? Drawn the attention of the masses, Xiao inhaled deeply, facing the furious and wrathful Shan, who appeared as though he wished to devour her whole. She spoke. "Honorable clan leader, I acknowledge my mistakes from that year. I have come today to atone for my sins, and I implore you to punish me as you see fit." Whatever the consequence, I shall accept without complaint. At her words, Hishan let out a cold, derisive laugh. Punishment? Atonement? Acknowledgement of wrong? What purpose do they serve? Can his son awaken? He had initially thought he could forget this incident, yet upon seeing the source of his anguish, the flames of his anger still roared within him. Despite the passage of time, years ago, his son, the young heir of the White Crane clan, He was heralded as the clan's most promising talent, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the clan elders decided to employ the clan's supreme secret technique to aid him in awakening the unparalleled constitution of the White Crane clan, the sacred body of 10,000 cranes. However, the awakening required the consumption of the transformation pill during the process, which allowed the user to assume a human form capable of bearing the sacred body. After all, only in human form could one effectively awaken the sacred body. Moreover, this opportunity was singular. Success was the only option. Failure was intolerable. The transformation could not be flawed. It could not result in a human body with a crane's head, or a crane's body with a human head, or a human body with a crane's wings. It had to be a complete form. The methods for a demon beast to transform were twofold. The first was through personal cultivation to reach the level of a demon king. The second was through the transformation pill, a rare and precious elixir required for demon beasts below the demon king's realm to assume human form. It was a treasure beyond measure, nearly impossible to procure. In their desperation to obtain this single transformation pill, they expended nearly half of their resources. They believed the awakening would be a guaranteed success. Yet, on the day of the awakening, everything seemed to progress smoothly until the critical moment of consuming the transformation pill came to a halt. The precious pill, acquired through great sacrifice, had vanished. Due to the absence of the transformation pill, she was unable to successfully transform and awaken the sacred body in its ideal form, leading to a catastrophic backlash from his sacred body. Although the awakening occurred, his life hung by a thread. The body of a demon beast could scarcely withstand the energy released during the awakening of the sacred body, causing the energy to explode within him, time and again. Ultimately, while the awakening was achieved, it cost him half his life force, leaving him in a precarious state. Had it not been for the existence of a healing spiritual pool within the White Crane clan, he would surely have perished. Thus, from that time onward, he was forced into a prolonged slumber, relying on the restorative powers of the spiritual pool to recuperate. This recovery spanned centuries. Since that day, the White Crane clan no longer sought glory, opting instead for a life of retreat, ultimately leading to their current state of obscurity. They sought not to compete, but to safeguard their home. Later, through investigation, it was discovered that the array housing the transformation pill had been compromised. Someone had tampered with the formation, rendering it ineffective. Subsequently, the mischievous Xiao had entered the room housing the transformation pill and mistook it for candy, consuming it. Upon learning of this incident and being unable to identify the perpetrator who had sabotaged the formation, the White Crane clan chose to vent their frustrations on the Navi. Playful Xiao. They expelled the 13-year-old girl from the demon clan. Naturally, due to her role in the failed awakening, she became the target of disdain among many within the clan. At the moment she was informed of her expulsion from the White Crane clan, countless clan members took turns beating her, leaving her on the brink of death. She was ultimately saved by the passing Empress and, in the end, became a trusted confidant to her. Now, she serves as a maid to Linger. After much contemplation, the once furious Hishan found the fire of his anger had diminished. His finger pointing at Xiao now lowered, and his gaze turned aside as he released a heavy sigh. How helpless, he thought. As he raised his head once more, the fury in his eyes now extinguished. All these years later, the events of that time were not solely her fault. She merely happened to be present and bore the brunt of the consequences. Had someone not tampered with the formation, the outcome might have been different. Reflecting on how they had placed the blame on an innocent, playful young girl due to their inability to find the true culprit, shame washed over him. Enough is enough. He glanced at the downcast Xiao, waiting for reprimand, and waved his hand dismissively. You are no longer a member of the White Crane clan. The past has been punished, and you have been penalized. Let's leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Xiao, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her head in disbelief. Although she heard He Shan's words, her heart was heavy with discomfort. The anguish on her face had not diminished. Had she not been so reckless in consuming that invaluable transformation pill, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this extent. The heir of the White Crane clan lay on the brink of death. Though he had successfully awakened the sacred body, the injuries sustained during the awakening were permanent afflictions. Even with the aid of the White Crane clan's spiritual pool, full restoration was a distant hope. Over the years, he had not remained in a state of perpetual slumber. Yet, each time he awakened, he lingered for less than half a day, and with each awakening, the duration of his subsequent slumber increased exponentially. This phenomenon stemmed from the incomplete nature of his awakening. Clan leader, she yearned for atonement, grasping the Emperor pill tightly in her hand, yet found herself unable to lift it. Reason dictated that she could not proceed in this manner. Absolutely not. Very well. I am not your clan leader any longer, nor are you a member of the White Crane clan, he stated, casting a glance at the Imperial carriage, realizing its implication. To visit the White Crane clan for a mere spirit beast? Such an endeavor seemed excessively trivial. Her motives for coming were twofold. One was for the spirit beast, and the other was to lend support to Xiao, to convey that the past should remain in the past. Over the years, the young girl had endured her fair share of suffering. Whatever punishment he deemed fit, Xiao would accept without protest. Yet, if it threatened her life, that was absolutely unacceptable, for she now belonged to Qingyu. She was mine. At that moment, Xiao felt as though she were a petrified white crane, caught in a turmoil of indecision. The weight of her anguish grew heavier. She could not leave unscathed. She could not. She would not. She could not allow it. She had come to atone for her sins. But how could she atone? By severing herself? Yet, she held no fear. But could she truly face the Empress after such an act? Just as she was engulfed in despair, uncertain of her next move, a voice drifted softly from within the Imperial carriage. Do not be overly self-reproachful. The events of yesteryears were not solely your fault. As these words were spoken, a hand, pure as freshly fallen snow and slender without a hint of impurity, gracefully lifted the cascading jade curtain. A tall figure, clad in a flowing white robe, descended slowly from the jade palanquin. With a single arm, he embraced Linger, who stood motionless beside him. An aura reminiscent of a celestial being exiled from the heavens enveloped him, as though he were an immortal among mortals. Ran remarked, how astute one is in discerning others. Chapter 34. The return to one clad in white, as pure as snow, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. Daddy! Upon being lifted by Ran, Ling Er exclaimed joyfully. Ran gently pinched her little nose, then turned his gaze towards He Shan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clan leader He Shan, might I inquire about the whereabouts of your son? Is this indeed the legendary emperor of the Qingyu dynasty? How remarkably handsome! Such gentleness! Many young maidens of the Baihe clan, having just come of age and newly enamored, blushed upon witnessing Ran descend from the jade chariot. Ran actually hesitated to step down. However, intrigued by the conversation between the two, he could not resist using his eye of truth on He Shan. All that had transpired in the past unfolded before him like a slideshow, revealing everything in its entirety. Essentially, it was a minor incident born of a misunderstanding. Though it had caused considerable distress to the Baihe clan, it was ultimately a consequence of their own managerial negligence. One could only say they brought ruin upon themselves. Consequently, the Baihe clan had remained in seclusion over the years, refraining from participating in the numerous conflicts and territorial disputes within the Million Great Mountains. In summary, compared to the past, the Baihe clan now appeared markedly low-key. Without significant matters at hand, they would not venture beyond their clan boundaries. When faced with challenges, they chose to endure. Upon witnessing Ran's descent from the Jade Chariot, He Shan was taken aback. He had anticipated only the presence of the Empress, never expecting the fabled Emperor to accompany her. Yet, upon hearing Ran's words, He Shan felt a chill of unease. When he inquired about his son's whereabouts, a wary look flickered across his face as he replied, I am unsure, esteemed Emperor. In response, Mo Ran offered a gentle smile. There is cause and effect, right and wrong. With that, he retrieved a small jade vial from his system space. This was the 10 transformations to one pill, a product of the system. It possessed no other effect than exceptional healing properties. As long as one could still breathe, consuming this pill would restore them to full vitality instantly. Each person could use only one in a lifetime, for it was exceedingly precious. Merely encountering it once was already a lifetime's fortune. With a flick of his finger, the jade vial soared towards He Shan's outstretched hand. Although perplexed by the sudden gift, He Shan instinctively caught it. After all, the giver was the emperor of a dynasty, a peak-level sovereign. Could he possibly refuse such a gift? At the moment He Shan grasped the vial, Mo Ran's voice resonated again. Though I know not the nature of your son's injuries, I trust this 10 transformations to one pill should suffice. What exactly is this? He Shan mused, gazing fondly at the child in his arms before adding with a smile, consider it a return gift. He then turned to the bewildered He Shan. Clan leader He Shan, may I ask if we might take one of the Baihe clan's spirit beasts back with us? Of course, of course. Hearing that the pill could potentially save his son's life, He Shan was overwhelmed with joy. Although he had never encountered such a pill and was unaware of its efficacy, he presumed that Mo Ran, given his stature and identity, would not jest or deceive him regarding such matters. Yet, upon further reflection, a shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes. For over the years, he had searched for healing pills, countless in fact, and had found none capable of curing his son. Thus, amidst his joy, he felt a bittersweet pang. Nevertheless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would persist in his efforts, resolutely refusing to abandon the quest. The reason Mo Ran chose to gift him the pill was twofold. Firstly, he noticed that Ling Er was fond of the spirit beasts here. Secondly, it was for Xiao. After all, she had cared for Ling Er for so long and was a trusted confidant of the Empress. Although the incident contained her share of blame, it could not be entirely laid at her feet. Moreover, for the past several centuries, she had lived with a heavy burden of guilt, which was already a profound suffering. Thus, if he could assist, he would do so. After all, for him, saving a life was a matter of little difficulty. Esteemed Emperor. At this moment, Xiao murmured softly, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She felt immense gratitude for Mo Ran's actions, yet also a sense of unworthiness. As a sinner, she felt it was wholly inappropriate to waste a precious pill gifted by the emperor. All of this was her fault. Had it not been for her, the Baihe clan would not have descended into its current state. With this thought, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her, lowering her head in regret. Enough. Noticing Xiao Zhao's gaze upon him, Mo Ran waved his hand, signaling for her to cease her lamentations. The past was the past. Furthermore, saving a life was not a monumental task for him. It was merely a small act of kindness. Clan leader He Shan? Mo Ran called gently to the dazed He Shan, signaling him to guide him toward the spirit beasts. He Shan, snapping back to reality, quickly bowed respectfully. Esteemed Emperor, please allow me to lead you this way. With that, he hastened ahead, eager to show Mo Ran the dwelling of the contracted spirit beasts, anxious not to waste a moment of the Emperor's time. One might think he was rushing to test the pill on his son. Observing this, Mo Ran did not rush to follow, but turned back to glance at the enchanting maiden seated within the jade chariot, offering her a soft smile. My dear, will you accompany us? Huh. At his words, Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated Mo Ran would turn back to inquire about her. She had overheard their conversation and, while somewhat bewildered, did not possess a strong inclination to probe deeper. A basic understanding sufficed. After a moment of contemplation, she realized her face was burning, unbefitting of the Empress's image, and thus she refrained from joining. Instead, she simply replied, returned swiftly. Very well, my dear. Ling Er, nestled in Mo Ran's embrace, stirred restlessly upon hearing Shen Qingqing's voice, seemingly well aware of her mother's state, and urgently exclaimed, Mother, how embarrassing! Upon hearing the little one's playful jibe, Shen Qingqing huffed lightly and flicked her wrist. A surge of spiritual energy swiftly manifested, delivering a playful smack to Ling Er's forehead. Ouch! Startled by the sudden reprimand, Ling Er yelped in surprise. Mo Ran chuckled at the scene, ruffling the little girl's hair affectionately before following the now distant Hishan. He also cast Ling Er a knowing glance, as if to say, "Why do you persist in teasing your mother?" Ling Er responded with a silly grin, seemingly oblivious to the unspoken message. Before long, Mo Ran followed Hishan into a realm formed by ancient trees. A towering 100-meter ancient tree loomed before them, and Ling Er, clutching Mo Ran, was utterly astonished by the sight of the colossal tree, her little mouth agape in wonder. Chapter 35. Upon the ancient tree, "Oh, what an enormous tree!" exclaimed Ling Er, taken aback by the sight of such a colossal ancient tree for the first time. In response, Mo Ran merely chuckled. He had encountered numerous ancient trees, some even larger than this one, and thus his reaction to the ancient tree of the Baihe clan was rather subdued. The tree towered over them, rendering Mo Ran and his companions as insignificant as ants in comparison. Upon the tree, several spirit beasts that had previously been frolicking ceased their antics, gathering together to gaze at Mo Ran's group. Some peeked out shyly, while others exhibited visible fear upon sensing the aura emanating from the newcomers. Humans. How could humans appear here? Has something happened to the Baihe clan? If Hishan could comprehend their words, a multitude of questions would undoubtedly arise. Are you being polite? Daddy, look, there are so many spirit beasts. Ling Er, noticing the spirit beasts revealing themselves due to their arrival, eagerly pointed upwards and turned her eyes towards Mo Ran. Seeing this, Mo Ran gently patted her head and asked, "Do you like them, Linga?" "Yes, they are so soft," she replied, nodding vigorously. After a moment, as if recalling something, she turned to Hishan and inquired, "Uncle, can I take two of them home?" "Two?" Hishan, caught off guard by her sudden request, felt a wave of joy wash over him. Goodness, this little princess is simply adorable. Looking into the girl's expectant eyes, he quickly nodded, "Of course, little princess." But, pausing, he glanced at Mo Ran before continuing, "The question is whether these spirit beasts wish to accompany you. My clan cannot dictate their desires. If they are willing, I would not oppose, even if it meant relocating the entire ancient tree. However, the spirit beasts valued compatibility and were generally fearful of humans, except for those already bound by contract to the demon clan. Uncontracted spirit beasts were terrified of being captured and sold as mere playthings in the human world, which explained their fright upon witnessing Mo Ran's group. After all, they had yet to form a contract with the Baihe clan. Should the Baihe clan face calamity, they would certainly be unable to escape. Mo Ran nodded lightly and smiled calmly. "Rest assured, clan leader Hishan, you need only give your consent. The rest shall be handled by me." Reflecting for a moment, he mused that a mere few spirit beasts were hardly significant. As an exalted, immortal emperor, how could he not manage a single spirit beast? If he were incapable, he could simply resolve the matter with a fatal blow. For now, leave it to me. Clan leader Hishan, why not go and see how my elixir works for your son? If it fails, I have others. Once cured, I shall take 2 spirit beasts, and consider it a small price to pay. Shall we? Certainly, as long as the esteemed immortal emperor can heal my son. The Baihe clan is willing to heed your guidance, Hishan replied, cupping his fist in salute before heading down a nearby path. Mo Ran simply nodded, refraining from further conversation. Guidance? That was unnecessary. It was merely a transaction. Watching Hishan depart, Mo Ran smiled knowingly. He had plenty of elixirs. He was confident that he could heal even a wound. System, are you expressing distrust in this system? Post, it will be healed. Curse you. Can you hear my thoughts? On the Jade Palanquin, you expressed a desire for me to join you in gossip. Did you forget to disable the listening permission? Recalling the incident, Mo Ran rolled his eyes. System, you must understand, the master's words should be taken with caution. Having said that, he swiftly and ruthlessly disabled the system's ability to eavesdrop on his thoughts. After a brief exchange with the system, Ling Er, who had been in his arms, quickly wriggled free and leaped down. She couldn't remain still for a moment. Slow down, Mo Ran called out helplessly as she dashed toward the tree. Upon reaching the tree, she turned back with a mischievous grin, nodding eagerly. Got it, Daddy. Unable to help but feel a pang of nostalgia, Mo Ran was reminded of his eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing, who was far more serene and gentle in comparison to her lively and mischievous younger sister. "Ah yes, indeed, my lord," chimed Xiaoyun in agreement. Yet, another thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Linger, what do you want with two?" Only now did he realize two wasn't one. "You want one for your sister too." "Oh, I see." Mo Ran nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. This girl always included Shen Qingqing whenever she encountered something delightful, just as Qingqing would prioritize her sister when receiving gifts. "Daddy, daddy." Just then, Linger suddenly shouted from beneath the ancient tree. To his astonishment, two talismans had somehow adhered to her feet, lifting her body into the air like a feather, as if swept up by a gust of wind. Seeing her ascend, Mo Ran's expression shifted. Where did she acquire such wind talismans? He had no recollection of possessing such items. As she soared higher, he swiftly flicked his fingers, causing the talismans to disintegrate into ash, scattered by the wind. With a wave of his fingertip, a starry light flickered, forming a luminous shield around Linger, allowing her to float momentarily in the air. "Thank you, Daddy," Linger exclaimed, unable to control the wind talismans. She glanced back at Mo Ran, grinning foolishly. To have a simple-minded daughter growing up. Above the ancient tree, countless spirit beasts, akin to startled birds, scattered in fear as Linger approached. "Run! That human child is flying." "Oh dear, ancient tree, save us." Such a terrifying human. Linger watched the fleeing spirit beasts, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Hee, run away. If you get caught, I'll have Daddy stew you for soup." "Soup? Stew? How could you eat spirit beasts?" The little creatures gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Mo Ran observed with a wry smile, slowly making his way towards the ancient tree. He glanced up apologetically and said, "I apologize for the disturbance. I hope for your understanding." After a moment, a voice ethereal and genderless resonated from the ancient tree. "No harm done, no harm done." Trees possess spirits as well, especially one that has lived for countless years. The ancient tree swayed its branches in response. Mo Ran had been since the moment he stepped into this place. In the past, if a human intruded, he would undoubtedly take action to drive them away. Yet, upon sensing the aura emanating from Mo Ran, he hesitated. It was a presence potent enough to make the very depths of his soul tremble. The moment their eyes met, he felt as though he had traversed through time and space to a realm engulfed in darkness, where he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented chill, profound loneliness, and a deep-seated fear. This individual was not to be trifled with. He could not detect any murderous intent from Mo Ran, and realizing he was outmatched, he could only permit his arrival. Fortunately, after hearing Mo Ran's words, he felt a sense of relief. He had come in search of a spirit beast for his daughter. Observing Linger, he discerned that the young girl harbored no ill intentions. She simply yearned for a spirit beast. Moreover, it was evident from her eyes that she had a particular fondness for the tranquil beast. Thus, he refrained from intervening, for to provoke this individual would surely bring ruin not only to the Tranquil Beast clan, but even to the White Crane clan, all of whom would find their demise within the depths of these vast mountains. At that moment, a small figure suddenly tumbled down from the tree, landing in Mo Ran's embrace. 2 leaves clung to her cheeks, while a broken branch was awkwardly lodged in her haphazardly tied bun. In her hands, she clutched a tranquil beast, its body shimmering with a faint blue hue. She shyly glanced at Mo Ran and raised the 2 tranquil beasts she was holding, exclaiming, "Daddy, look, aren't I amazing?" Mo Ran, with a helpless smile, regarded the comical sight of Linger and proceeded to remove the leaves and branch from her. Observing her display of pride, he complimented, "You are the best, Linger. Truly impressive." Just then, the figure of Hishan, who had departed earlier, reappeared along the path. He hurried toward Mo Ran, joy radiating from his face, and upon reaching him, performed a deep bow. "Hishan, thanks to the esteemed Emperor." Judging by his demeanor, it seemed the elixir had taken effect. Mo Ran, uninterested in such matters, merely nodded and waved his hand, choosing silence. It was merely a transaction. However, Linger spoke up at that moment, her face alight with joy as she turned to Hishan, saying, "Uncle, I brought these two little cuties home. Upon hearing this, Hishan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His lips moved as he prepared to respond, but before he could utter a word, a fierce voice rang out unexpectedly. No, that spirit beast belongs to me. Chapter 36. The Unremarkable Child of Fortune Ding. Host. The plot of the Child of Fortune has been triggered. Do you wish to intervene? Upon hearing this, Mo ran, holding his daughter, was taken aback. He was puzzled as to why the system had chosen this moment to manifest. Following the source of the voice, he noticed a young man clad in black had unexpectedly appeared. Mo Ran had sensed the youth's presence initially, assuming he was merely a guest of the Baihe clan, and thus refrained from saying anything, allowing him to conceal his aura. Now that the youth had revealed himself, the system's notification echoed in Mo Rant's mind. TSK. A smirk curled at the corners of Mo Rant's mouth as he chuckled to himself. They claim I am not a villain, yet here I am encountering the Child of Fortune. How amusing. The plot involving the Child of Fortune. Is the Baihe clan one of the primary storylines for the Child of Fortune? And these two spirit beasts in my possession are meant to belong to him? Drawing from his experiences reading novels in a past life, Mo Ran pieced together the unfolding events. With a hint of interest, he cast a glance at the Child of Fortune, Lin Tian, before him. TSK. An utterly unremarkable appearance. No wonder the Child of Fortune could act so arrogantly without drawing the attention of significant figures. With a countenance like his, one could find countless similar faces among the masses. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an arduous task. The Child of Fortune? Is this really him? Whatever my daughter desires, even the stars in the sky, I, Mo Ran, can procure. Instantly, he thought to himself, System, provide me with information on the Child of Fortune. Name, Lin Tian, one of the top 10 children of fortune in the lower realm. Identity, reborn individual realm. Fate Palace first stage physique. Longevity body technique. Techniques of longevity plot summary. Having restored his cultivation, Lin Tian rushes to the Baihe clan. Within the clan, there are two contract spirit beasts particularly suited to assist his cultivation. Soon, the young clan leader, He will face life-threatening injuries due to worsening conditions, prompting Hishan to issue a quest to save his son. Should anyone successfully save He, the Baihe clan is willing to pay any price, even to the point of servitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian hastened to the Baihe clan, and in a situation where tens of thousands were powerless, he utilized the inheritance from the great Emperor of Longevity to practice the techniques of longevity. Although he could not entirely cure Hishi's injuries, he could effectively suppress them, thus saving Hishi's life. However, he must return every 2.5 years to repress the injuries, granting Hishi a brief respite. Consequently, the Baihe clan became the first blade in his quest for vengeance against the Lin family, and through the ancient trees of the Baihe clan, he successfully communicated with the two spirit beasts. Upon reading the brief introduction, Mo Ran snickered coldly. It seems my unintended actions have inadvertently thwarted the schemes of the Child of Fortune. Does this count as seizing someone's fortuitous encounter? Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Baihe clan? Hishan's sudden roar startled him. Upon seeing Lin Tian for the first time, he was rendered speechless. What manner of being is this? How could a human enter the sacred grounds of the Baihe clan without his permission? Furthermore, he had concealed himself for so long that even a powerful emperor like himself had failed to detect his presence. What were the guards doing? How could such a significant place be breached so silently? As Hishan contemplated this, a wave of dread washed over him. If this fellow could infiltrate the Baihe clan unnoticed, utilizing a method so elusive that even emperors could scarcely perceive it, the implications were terrifying. An unnameable fury ignited within Hishan's heart. In that moment, his unique aura exploded forth, bearing down upon Lin Tian. Seeing the overwhelming pressure approaching, Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. He cursed under his breath. He had intended to sneak in and discreetly retrieve the two spirit beasts that were rightfully his from his previous life. After all, he had gone to great lengths to procure them, even at the cost of his own lifespan, using the power conferred by the techniques of longevity to suppress Hishi's injuries. He had to return every 2.5 years to do so, a significant hassle. Having already endured such troubles in his past life, he had hoped to avoid them in this one, only to find himself. He watched helplessly as a girl clumsily seized what belonged to him, boldly declaring her intent to take them away. He could no longer contain himself. After all, his aspirations to break through to the emperor level and thrive in the upper realms hinged upon these two spirit beasts. Without them, he feared he would have perished in battle on multiple occasions. Just as he was about to be crushed under the weight of the emperor's oppressive aura, he struggled against the discomfort that felt akin to being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press and stammered. Shan, clan leader. I can save. At that moment, he could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to his knees, hands braced against the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even lifting a hand to wipe the blood away felt immensely difficult. I can save He gritted his teeth and coughed up blood, bellowing the words, I can save He was Shan's Achilles heel. This much he had observed during the healing process in his past life. Thus, in a moment of crisis, seizing upon Shan's vulnerability was the only way to secure his own survival. Though reborn, his current cultivation was akin to that of an ant before a giant in comparison to Shan. He was indeed that ant. Defiance would lead to a swift demise. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. How foolish of me to seek trouble. In this life, he had aimed to take shortcuts, avoiding unnecessary detours, relying on himself without incurring debts of gratitude that would lead to endless complications. Yet, he found himself stumbling before he even took his first step. Upon hearing the mention of Shan decisively retracted his aura. At that instant, Lin Tian felt an immense relief wash over him, gasping for air as he desperately inhaled. The sensation of impending death, which he had not felt in a long time, returned. Shan's fury remained unquenched, but he had to take the matter concerning He seriously. Lowering his voice, though still laced with anger, he inquired, What did you say? He was taken aback. The elixir Ran had given him had revived He from his deep slumber, and now He was drawing upon the power of the 10-turn rebirth pill to mend the permanent injuries inflicted by awakening the sacred body. A mere teenager claiming he could save He? To discern the truth of the situation, Shan suppressed his rage and sought clarification. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, regaining his composure, fixed a steely gaze upon the spirit beast in Ran's arms, his murderous intent palpable. It is this wretched girl's fault. Why must she seize what rightfully belongs to me? Noticing the faint aura of malice emanating from Lin Tian, Ran furrowed his brow. This young man must not be allowed to remain. Chapter 37. The deceased shall depart to the west after a brief moment of respite. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and slowly rose to his feet, though his garments were already tainted with his own blood, rendering him somewhat disheveled. I can heal he declared. A cold smile crept across Shan's face upon hearing this. A mere boy in his teens, spouting such audacious claims. Clearly, Shan had no faith in Lin Tian's words. Even with a treasure capable of concealing his presence, he doubted the youth could save Shan. Too young, too inexperienced. Not only did Shan harbor such thoughts, but any rational person would think the same, provided their mind was sound. Furthermore, He was currently recuperating with the aid of the elixir bestowed by Ran. Taking a deep breath, Shan considered that, despite the youth's tender age, there was an ineffable aura emanating from him, possessing a hidden treasure. He likely hailed from an extraordinary background, possibly akin to the likes of Shen Qingqing from the previous Kanglan sacred land. Shan had gleaned information about He from the elders of his clan. The boy was adventurous, eager to see the world, and perhaps even sheltered by formidable guardians in secret. In light of this, Shan resolved to fortify the Baihe clan's defenses against any unnecessary troubles. Even the Qingyu dynasty, upon their arrival, would be treated with due respect. Who would dare to sneak in like a thief? Suppressing the rage boiling within him, he nearly urged Lin Tian to leave. But before he could utter a word, a deafening thunder resonated from the heavens. A small black dot appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding to envelop the entirety of the Baihe clan's territory. Amidst the dark clouds, three-colored lightning flickered ominously, brimming with energy. Such a commotion inevitably attracted many gazes. Upon discerning the extraordinary phenomenon, astonishment washed over the onlookers. Is this the Emperor's tribulation? Is someone from the Baihe clan undergoing the Emperor's tribulation? Hishan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure above, the impossible sight of He. Exclaiming "Sure." Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood frozen, staring at that silhouette. Utterly stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a dying person undergo the Emperor's tribulation? There must be some mistake. In that moment, he felt like a mere jester, recalling his earlier words with clenched teeth. Damn it. Damn it. What is happening? What did I go wrong? Why is a dying person breaking through to the Emperor level now, undergoing the Emperor's tribulation? He should be in a state of slumber. Why were the events of this life diverging so drastically from those of his past? The Qingyu dynasty, too, an entity that should have perished in his memories. Why had it not yet met its end? These thoughts struck him like a blow, for he had successfully reincarnated. Yet, the chain reactions brought forth by this rebirth caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared and unsure of how to respond. Glancing at He, who was preparing to face the Emperor's tribulation, then back at Hishan, who was fixated on the spectacle above, oblivious to him, he noticed a young girl beneath the ancient tree, captivated by the commotion, while Mo Rand tended to her hair. Seeing everyone absorbed in the celestial spectacle, Lin Tian seized the opportunity. He committed the girl's visage to memory before discreetly retrieving a slip of paper from his back, an escape talisman that could transport him miles away in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated it. Now was not the time to linger. With He no longer gravely injured and poised to break through to the Emperor level, Hishan's vulnerability had vanished. Remaining would only lead to ruin. It was wiser to retreat and seek an opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully his later. As the talisman activated, Mo Rand glanced up, noticing the sudden disappearance of Lin Tian. A playful smile graced his lips as he gently placed the girl down, squatting to stroke her head. Linger, Daddy has some matters to attend to. Wait here obediently, all right? Linger replied, puzzled, before nodding and saying, You must come back quickly. Yes, very soon, he assured her, as he observed the choices laid before him. Mo Rand silently contemplated. He had no desire to become embroiled in these troubling affairs. Whether it be the child of fate or the harbinger of calamity, they were of no concern to him. If he could depart peacefully, he had no intention of playing the villain or courting unnecessary trouble. However, he could not allow anyone to exhibit malice toward his daughter. While he feared complications, he feared even more for her safety, especially from the sort of persistent troubles that the child of fate might bring. Beep. Option to intervene selected. Option triggered. Option 1. Spare the child of fate and allow them to grow. Reward. Unending troubles for daughter. Option 2. Act mercilessly to eliminate, granting no chance for growth. Reward. Beast controlling bell. Faced with these two choices, Mo Rand felt exasperated. Did he even have a choice? He had no option but to select the second. Truth be told, since his acquaintance with the system, he had never quite understood its nature. Was it omnipotent? Task-oriented? A sign-in system? A villainous entity? Mo Rand could only conclude that it had a hand in all of these. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Emperor artifact, Beast Controlling Bell. Artifact, Beast Controlling Bell Effect. A basic method for controlling low-level spiritual beasts from the Wan Beast Immortal sect. It enhances the bond with spiritual beasts and can forcibly control their minds, allowing for the establishment of a master-servant contract, though it is only effective on low-level spiritual beasts. Mo Rand shook his head in disbelief. In a flash, he vanished from sight. A million mountains away, Lin Tian suddenly materialized in an unfamiliar location. Wiping the blood from his lips, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally escaped. Reflecting on the near-fatal moment with Hishan, he patted his chest and sighed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Damn Hishan. Once I recover my strength, you shall experience the taste of oppression. Recollecting his earlier disheveled state, he vented his frustration by kicking a stone beneath his feet. And that girl who stole my opportunity, once I regain my power, I'll make sure you pay. Just as he murmured to himself, Mo Rand's figure appeared behind him. Coldly, he let out a derisive extending his hand before clenching it tightly. In the next life? Perhaps. Suddenly, upon hearing a voice from behind, Lin Tian turned abruptly, ready to question, who? But before he could finish, he found himself unable to muster a sound. His body began to disintegrate from the waist down, and, as he widened his eyes in disbelief at the figure behind him, he was left with a blank expression, unable to utter another word before it was too late. The body erupted like a blooming rose, transforming into a mist of crimson, vanishing into the void of existence. I am Lin Tian, the child of destiny, a favored son of the heavens, predestined by fate and ordained by the cosmos. I shall ascend to become the unparalleled, immortal king. As a reborn soul, I seize every opportunity. Who can triumph over me? With my return from death, I fear nothing. The Qingyu dynasty? An anomaly? Will it sway me? A power that ought to have been obliterated. Is the Baihe clan also an anomaly? It has transcended my comprehension. I to perish? No, I shall not die. How could I? I am destined by the heavens. How could I meet my end? I, perhaps, have long since perished before my rebirth. Was it merely a dream, so vividly real? These are the murmurs of Lin Tian, the child of destiny, in his final moments. Chapter 38. What does the noble one inquire about home? Does the wandering child long for home, or is it a mere dream? No, it is not. Is it the fleeting dream before death? Neither. Has he been reborn? Indeed. As a reborn individual, he ought to seize every opportunity. Yet he encountered Mo Ran. Mo Ran does not belong to this realm. Here, he transcends the boundaries of the upper and lower worlds, evading the constraints of the five elements. The backlash from slaying the child of destiny is non-existent. As beings not of this world, why should I suffer the repercussions of your world's fate? After vanquishing Lin Tian, the child of destiny, Mo Ran hurried back to Ling Er's side. Upon his return, he found the small figure beneath the ancient tree, startled by the tribulation of the emperor. Observing the bolts of lightning descending from the heavens towards He at the moment they were about to strike him, the little one could not bear to watch and quickly covered her eyes with the two fluffy balls in her hands. The sight was utterly adorable. It was not long before He completed his tribulation. Due to the commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation, many powerful demons residing deep within the mountains emerged. Upon learning that the one undergoing the tribulation was from the Baihe clan, they rushed to pay their respects. Thus, after bidding farewell to Mo Ran, Shan went to entertain the guests. As for He, who had just completed his tribulation, upon discovering that it was Mo Ran's elixir that saved his life, he came to express his gratitude. Mo Ran said little in response, as this was merely a transaction. Meanwhile, upon learning that He was now safe and had advanced to the Emperor realm, Ling Er felt her heart's knot unravel. The truth of the past? It was no longer important. Mo Ran had no desire to know. This matter was best left for the Baihe clan to resolve. As for whether they could find the culprit who disrupted the formation back then, that was not Mo Ran's concern. Once everything was settled, Mo Ran and his companions set forth on their journey home. On the jade palanquin, Mo Ran took out the beast-taming bell provided by the system and placed it on Ling Er's small wrist. The bell jingled sweetly. She delightedly shook her hand, producing a melodious sound. "What is this?" Shen Qingqing asked, puzzled by the peculiar item Mo Ran had produced. She had long been curious about the strange treasures Ling Er possessed. Without question, all of these belonged to Mo Ran. Either she had taken them or he had given them. The source of Mo Ran's collection of such unique items had always been her greatest mystery. Mo Ran glanced at her with a smile, ready to respond, but Ling Er, shifting in his arms, eagerly interjected, I know. At the moment, Mo Ran adorned her with a bell. All the information regarding the beast-taming bell flooded her mind. She fixated on Shen Qingqing's face, feeling quite proud. This is the beast-taming bell. It can. Staring at the surplus information in her mind, she struggled to articulate it clearly. After a brief pause, her face turned crimson as she failed to find the words. Ultimately, feeling deflated, she blurted, it can control beautiful spirit beasts. She inadvertently shared her inner thoughts, for she certainly did not wish for anything unattractive. Hearing this, Shen Qingqing raised her hand and gently flicked Ling Er's forehead, feigning annoyance as she teased. I'm asking your father, Adults are speaking, and children should not interrupt. Oomph. Bad mother. I'm not talking to you. The little one pouted defiantly at the Empress. Without rebuttal. How could she argue? She was just a child. Observing the playful banter between mother and daughter, Ran shrugged helplessly, having no means to intervene in Shen Qingqing's teasing of Ling Er. He explained, the beast-taming bell comes from a sect specializing in beast-taming. It is one of the most commonly used means of control. A celestial sect is also a sect, Shen Qingqing retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. I truly do not know where you procure such peculiar items. Would you like to know? Will you tell me? I will not. However, I can take you to see. A blush crept across Shen Qingqing's face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Oomph. Men are no good. He certainly had a way with words. She recalled the day Ran rescued her, and what he had said, suddenly pondering something. In my hometown, we call that murder of a husband. Your hometown. She glanced at Ran, hesitating. For so many years, she had never heard him mention his home, and thus curiosity stirred within her to inquire. Yet, she feared touching upon a painful subject for him, torn between wanting to ask and hesitating. My hometown? Hometown. Ran observed her indecisiveness, and, upon hearing her first half of the sentence, memories long sealed in his mind surged forth. Where's your hometown? Is it beautiful? If given the chance, could you take me to see it? Recalling the visage of his old home, which was a distant memory, Ran nodded and promised in a gentle tone, of course. It lies in a faraway place. I consider it quite beautiful, the most exquisite I have ever seen. After speaking, he cast a playful glance at the beauty beside him, his hand casually resting, and added, yet it pales in comparison to your beauty. Smooth talking. Father, I want to go too. All right, you can go, we all can go. Seeing the little one stirring in his arms, Ran quickly reassured her. Ah, his old home. It had been a long time since he last visited. The world is vast. His home is so small, like dust amidst countless realms. When would he find the way back? Even he himself did not know. Emotions welled up within him, and he refrained from further lamentation. Observing Ran lost in thought, Shen Qingqing worriedly grasped his hand. Had she said something amiss? Should she not have brought it up? Do not worry, I am fine. It is merely a sudden wave of memories, prompting a moment of reflection. He discerned Shen Qingqing's concern and hurriedly eased her worries, alleviating her apprehensions. After all, his experience of traversing worlds was somewhat absurd. No one would believe it if he spoke of it. Such matters were not easy to discuss. The conversation took on a heavier tone. Just then, Ling Er's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something. She tugged at Ran's clothing urgently. She pointed toward the window, exclaiming, Father, look, there is something there. Shen Qingqing and Ran followed the direction of her finger. The former saw nothing unusual, while Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Aswaltoha? That direction is the Xinjian sect? Chapter 39. The Lethal Temptation, Your Highness. There are so many people. As Shen Qingqing and Xiaoya arrived late, they followed the direction of the soul-collecting light pillar. At this moment, disciples from various sword sects gathered around the light pillar, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon for the first time. They thought to themselves that since they had entered the secret realm with their souls, there was no real danger. They might as well take the risk. After all, the worst that could happen would be a long recovery period. The appearance of Shen Qingqing and Xiaoya naturally attracted the attention of many. Who are these unfamiliar disciples? They are quite beautiful. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with whispers and murmurs. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation about the nature of this phenomenon, a figure stepped forward from the throng. With a soft sword coiled at his waist and a folding fan in hand, he opened the fan with a swift motion. Esteemed guests, in the ancient texts of the ZY Sword sect, it is recorded that the world within the mirror is governed by the soul, and the gathering of souls can enhance one's essence. After he spoke, the crowd fell silent, and he glanced at the faintly drifting unconscious souls surrounding the light pillar. He continued, It seems this light pillar is the peculiar phenomenon described in our ancient texts, and those luminous orbs floating nearby are what we refer to as essence, treasures capable of augmenting the soul. Essence? Is he Hawaiian? the senior disciple of the first lineage of the ZY Sword Sect. Many recognized him, for his tale was legendary. The ZY Sword Sect, a prestigious institution of swordsmanship, had a reputation bolstered by Xiaoyan, a frail scholar with an extraordinary love for reading. Although he was often seen with a soft sword at his side, no one had ever witnessed him practicing swordplay. When questioned about his unusual habit, he would smile and reply, "Is there a rule forbidding scholars from carrying swords?" As the ZY Sword Sect began to recruit disciples, he left home, declaring it a worthy pursuit. His aspiration to join the sword sect became a topic of gossip in his hometown. Later, those who accompanied him to the ZY Sword Sect claimed he possessed remarkable talent for swordsmanship, eventually becoming a direct disciple of the sect's leader. Despite never being seen training, he spent 3 years in the ancient text hall, immersed in study. After 3 years, he emerged enlightened, achieving mastery in the realm of destiny with a single strike. His story spread like wildfire, captivating many. As the crowd absorbed this information, Xiaoyan nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, neither confirming nor denying the admiration directed at him. "He is truly impressive," Xiaoyan remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shen Qingqing, however, dismissed the praise with a scoff, ignoring the comment. After a while, others began to arrive. Of the 5 great sword sects entering the secret realm, 4 had already gathered. Yet, the bloodthirsty sword sect had yet to make an appearance. "Qingqing, Xiaoyan, what a pleasure to see you again," said Jun Ruyan, who had previously been reprimanded by Shen Qingqing. "Ah, it's young Master Jun," Shen Qingqing acknowledged with a nod, while Xiaoyan greeted him softly. Yun Huyan, feeling awkward due to Shen Qingqing's indifference, scratched his head. "Isn't Brother Ruyan familiar with those 2 beauties? I wonder which sword sect they belong to," remarked a fellow disciple of the heroine sword sect, noticing his senior's unease. The whispers, though quiet, reached Jun Ruyan's ears, igniting a flicker of anger within him. "You lot, wait for me when we return." As they gazed at the increasingly numerous luminous orbs surrounding the light pillar, impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Treasures that could enhance the soul were always highly sought after. With the convergence of various sects and a change in the rules of the secret realm, members could now compete for resources openly. Thus, no one wished to be the first to act, yet the allure of these essences was undeniable. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and made the first move. "The essence is mine." With one bold act, others followed suit. And soon chaos erupted as the crowd engaged in a frenzied scramble for the coveted treasures. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Shen Qingqing, "Sister Shen." "Sister Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" It was Gu Qingfeng, the elder brother of the Wenxin sword sect, followed by a small group of disciples. Their attire marred with dirt, suggesting they had recently endured a fierce battle. "Who is this? A disciple of the sword sect? Why have I never seen him before?" wondered the Wenxin sword sect disciples, puzzled by Gu Qingfeng's familiarity with Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan brother Qingfeng. "What is the situation?" Some of the Wenxin disciples who had arrived earlier rushed towards him, expressing concern upon noticing their tattered clothing. With a sigh, Gu Qingfeng replied, "Don't ask. We encountered a group of lunatics." "A group of lunatics? Was it the bloodthirsty sword sect?" Jun Ruyan, hearing the sensitive remark, inquired urgently. Gu Qingfeng turned to look aside, and upon seeing a familiar face, his brows furrowed as he caught a whiff of impending conflict. "Yun Huyan, how do you know that? Indeed, you encountered them as well." He proceeded to recount how the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect had expelled those from the heroine sword sect from the secret realm, along with their bizarre behavior. As Jun Ruyan listened to Gu Qingfeng's account, he realized their experiences were nearly identical. Gripping his sword tightly, Gu Qingfeng's anger surged. "These scoundrels! The Jin Zone of the Heart has seen its ranks dwindle from over 100 to merely 15 or 16. Presently, the assembly comprises fewer than 100 individuals. Recently, the situation escalated as some individuals resorted to force to seize the essence known as Pa, resulting in further eliminations. This turmoil is largely attributable to that group of frenzied individuals. Observing the increasingly precarious circumstances, with more disciples engaging in conflict, Jun Ruyan bid farewell to Gu Qingfeng and Shen Qingqing. Returning to the ranks of the heroine sword sect, to oversee the unfolding chaos. The current state of affairs is far from manageable. Treasures capable of enhancing one's spirit are exceedingly rare, and upon encountering such an item, it is only natural for all to vie for it. The Shuiyuan of the Ziwei sword sect has taken the lead in the pursuit of the so-called. Meanwhile, the eldest disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect has yet to make an appearance, leaving the sect's disciples in disarray. Disciples from various sects, unable to resist temptation, have joined the fray for the fight. Not everyone adheres to instructions with ease. In this world, most individuals navigate their paths in solitude. The journey of cultivation is predominantly a solitary endeavor, where one must compete fiercely for their own advancement. For them, forming alliances is a sign of weakness. True strength lies in solitude. In everyday encounters, they may courteously address one another as senior brother, yet when it comes to matters of profit, the titles of seniority hold little significance. Chapter 40. The Spirit Has a Soul and Awareness. Brother Jun. Should we proceed? Upon Jun Rian's return, the previously restless disciples of the Haoran sword sect managed to quell their inner turmoil. Some had previously considered taking action, yet their apprehension of incurring Jun Rian's displeasure led them to bide their time, especially since their senior brother had yet to make a move. With Jun Rian back, they eagerly rubbed their fists, signaling their desire to advance. Jun Rian cast a glance at them, offering a calming look, and then surveyed the remaining disciples who had not yet acted. Patience, let us wait a while longer. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Although he had visited this secret realm several times, this peculiar phenomenon was unprecedented. Unlike Shuiyan, who relished delving into ancient texts, Jun Rian lacked the habit of consulting historical records, leaving him uncertain whether any documentation of such anomalies existed within the Haoran sword sect's archives. Moreover, the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect had yet to show themselves. He harbored suspicions of deception. As the senior brother, he deemed it imperative to approach matters with rationality, resisting temptation and prioritizing the safety of his junior disciples, a fundamental responsibility of his role. Since the bloodthirsty sword sect had expelled all disciples of the Haoran sword sect from the secret realm a decade ago, their conduct had become increasingly erratic. Before entering the realm, his master had warned him to be cautious of the bloodthirsty sword sect's disciples. He had also mentioned that prior to any changes in rules, the sect's leader had not provided an explanation to the Haoran sword sect or the other three sections. Faced with such a predicament, they were at a loss. For the five major sects were separated by vast distances, leaving them uncertain of the bloodthirsty sword sect's intentions. Thus, he had been particularly vigilant regarding the bloodthirsty sword sect during this expedition. Throughout his days in the secret realm, he had searched for their disciples, but had only encountered one, whom he had lost track of. Now, with such a significant event unfolding, the absence of any bloodthirsty sword sect members was indeed perplexing. The situation grew increasingly tense amidst brief skirmishes. Led by Shuiyan, the disciples of the ZY sword sect wreaked havoc, quickly establishing themselves as the dominant force. Meanwhile, solitary disciples realized that they could not outmatch the ZY sword sect under Shuiyan's command. Having taken the initiative, they could not return to their own ranks with dejected faces, forcing them to soldier on. Most disciples capable of entering the secret realm shared similar cultivation levels, and among those who had taken action, several were of comparable strength to Shuiyan. However, they tacitly refrained from provoking him. Engaging Shuiyan could result in them being overshadowed, so it was more advantageous to allow ZY sword sect to eliminate unnecessary competitors, thus maximizing their own gains. As they drew closer to the essence, their eyes gleamed with fervor, uncontainable in their anticipation. Should they successfully acquire even a fragment, enhancing their souls, it would render their journey worthwhile. For treasures that could augment one's spirit were exceedingly rare and often monopolized by the major sections. No, we cannot allow the ZY sword sect to take them down one by one. A disciple among them discerned the shifting tides of battle and called out. He then turned to a fellow Tianyuan sword sect disciple of similar cultivation, exclaiming, "Hey, Tianyuan sword sect, let's join forces. We'll split the essence 50-50. The other nodded in agreement. Witnessing this alliance, other isolated disciples followed suit. After all, even if a 50-50 split felt meager compared to being ousted entirely, it was still preferable. With their newfound collaboration, they surged forth like a tidal wave, systematically eliminating the solitary disciples who had failed to form alliances. After approximately half an hour, the remaining disciples from the four major sects had dwindled significantly. The Tianyuan sword sect had suffered the most devastating losses, their numbers reduced to a bare few, awaiting the arrival of their senior brother. Where is our senior brother? The Tianyuan sword sect disciples grew increasingly anxious as their ranks thinned. Silence. Tianyuan sword sect disciple, acting as their leader, admonished. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the few remaining comrades and calmly inquired, "During our time in the secret realm, have any of you seen our senior brother?" At this, the disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they had not encountered him. The leader's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. This makes no sense. The other sect senior brothers are present, yet ours is missing, and the bloodthirsty sword sect has not appeared either. What could be happening? Could it be that our senior brother— Be quiet. He snapped at the one voicing such dismal thoughts, disrupting their morale. In their current predicament, without their senior brother to maintain order, and with the other three sects leaders present, he glanced at Jun Rian and Gu Qingfeng, then at Shuayan of the ZY sword sect. Only Shuayan was actively leading the charge. The others remained unmoved, seemingly wary of something. Could it be that the bloodthirsty sword sect had been expelled? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. There had to be a deception at play. We must not act. Without our senior brother, we cannot control those who might charge forward. Let them go if they wish. We must hold our ground. He gestured to the few remaining disciples, indicating Jun Rian and Gu Qingfeng. Seeing their lack of urgency, the others gradually calmed themselves, reminding themselves that there was no need for haste. The current rules differed vastly from the past, where possessions were claimed solely by those who acquired them. Now, resources could be contested among sects, meaning they might secure something but lack the strength to defend it. Furthermore, with their senior brother absent, the other sects leaders were present, and should confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. Ultimately, they could end up with nothing and perhaps even lose their lives. A grievous miscalculation. Ha 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 ha. The essence is mine. I have it. Came Shuayan's triumphant laughter, echoing with manic delight. During their deliberations, Shuayan had already led his ZY sword sect disciples to the luminous pillar, with some having grasped the radiant orb tightly in their hands. Soon after, the other sect disciples, who had banded together to break through the encirclement, rushed to the light pillar as well. Fools! Shuayan scoffed, glancing at the remaining disciples of the other three sects who hesitated to engage. He smiled coldly. While he had indeed shared some information about the light pillar, it was merely a fraction. The phenomenon from which the essence emerged was something he had inadvertently noted. The essence possessed a soul, capable of augmenting one's own spirit, enhancing one's divine consciousness. With both soul and consciousness, the memory is indelible. However, it is imperative to avoid. He could only recall so much. The subsequent inscriptions seemed to have been obliterated, resulting in a missing segment. Yet, even this fragment suffices to substantiate the effect of the soul produced by the light pillar. It merely enhances the spirit's vitality. Moreover, since this is a realm that only permits the entry of souls, even if the spirit sustains injuries, there is no risk of demise. There exists only a slight chance of injury. After a period of rest, one would recover. Furthermore, the soul that has manifested this time is a treasure designed to bolster and strengthen the spirit. Thus, even if injured, there is no cause for alarm. Restoration can be achieved through the treasure. Additionally, throughout the many years of the realm's existence, there has never been a mishap. Hence, he conjectured that the subsequent phrase was likely cautioning him against excess. Otherwise, how could one explain it? Consequently, he imparted his counsel to the disciple who had obtained the soul, permitting only one to be taken. Before reaching for the nearest soul, just as he made contact with the soul, a terrifying red light suddenly erupted around the soul-collecting pillar. Within a mile of the pillar, an enigmatic formation emerged from the ground. What is this? Curse it, could it be a trap? At that moment, hundreds of disciples clad in crimson garments surged forth from all directions. Within a mile, surrounding the light pillar, a multitude of luminous circles appeared, with the red-clad disciples swiftly taking their positions. With fingers poised, they summoned waves of red light. A beam of crimson shot skyward, enveloping all who approached the light pillar. Is the bloodthirsty sword sect? Damn it, what do they intend to do? Chapter 41. The Soul Within the Array. The soul refining formation as the bloodthirsty disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect surged forth from all directions. A wave of panic engulfed the crowd. Particularly affected were Tian Yuan, Hao Ran, and the disciples of the Asking Heart sword sect, who remained motionless. Surely this was a deception. What could the bloodthirsty sword sect possibly intend? Look, it appears to be a cauldron. With the arrival of the disciples from the bloodthirsty sword sect, a crimson column of bloodlight emerged within a radius of 1 mile. The ground bore a resemblance to a formation inscribed with runes. As the disciples positioned themselves at specific locations, the crimson aura began to become controllable. Gradually, the gaseous forms that drifted up from the ground became tangible, coalescing together. Ultimately, under the manipulation of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, it slowly took the shape of a cauldron. The crimson cauldron towered 100 meters high, enveloping all beneath the heavens. Beside the 3 sects, 5 figures clad in red robes and wearing red hats appear before them. The leader cast a contemptuous glance, twisting his neck with a series of cracking sounds. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, able to resist the allure of this essence. Quite rare indeed. In his view, those capable of withstanding the temptation of enhancing their souls were nearly non-existent in this world, especially within a realm of souls. Seeing that these individuals did not attempt to seize the opportunity, he was greatly astonished. Upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian could not help but exclaim, "Bloodspiritzi?" Bloodspiritzi, the sword child of the bloodthirsty sword sect, stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of the Life Palace, with 1 foot nearly crossing into the realm of the emperors. 10 years ago, during the opening of the secret realm, he had not made an appearance. Rumors had it that he was in seclusion, preparing to face the emperor's tribulation and ascend to greatness. Who would have thought that a decade later, they would encounter him within this secret realm? Bloodspiritzi, what exactly is your bloodthirsty sword sect up to? Jun Rian inquired, glancing at him and then at the massive cauldron rising behind him. Within the cauldron, a flame of spirit fire, so potent it could stir one's soul, blazed at its peak. This fire could consume souls. Ha 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 ha! Bloodspiritzi erupted into a maniacal laughter. He shrugged, a glint of mockery in his gaze directed at Jun Rian. Oh, it's nothing. I suppose I can share it with you. He then turned to face the enormous cauldron behind him and spread his arms wide. This formation is known as the Soul Refining Formation, capable of refining souls. It is a magnificent work that took me several hundred years to complete. Several hundred years? Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian exchanged incredulous looks. A century prior, when he first entered the secret realm, he had discovered a hidden cave during his explorations and obtained a ring within. To his astonishment, this ring housed the soul of an entity that had perished tens of thousands of years ago. When he donned the ring, the ancient soul awakened. This elder soul revealed that he hailed from the upper realm, formerly a powerful immortal king. With the elder's guidance, he had swiftly ascended from an ordinary disciple to the master brother of the bloodthirsty sword sect in a mere decade. In the year he entered the Life Palace realm, the mysterious elder presented him with a request to resurrect him. He was taken aback. Could someone who had died for so long truly be revived? Clearly, this exceeded his understanding. The elder explained that in this place, resurrection was impossible. However, in that world there would be a chance. The elder provided him with a brief overview of a secret realm, accessible only to souls. He learned that it was an immortal king artifact, designed to suppress myriad souls and nourish its own. Within it lay countless souls that had been imprisoned for eons, their consciousness long since faded. Ultimately, they were refined into essence that could enhance one's soul. His task was to use this essence to repair the elder's fragmented soul, and subsequently to find a suitable conscious soul to seize, granting the elder a new life. The elder indicated that the effort he had expended to elevate him to the Life Palace realm had nearly depleted his limited soul power. If he did not replenish this power, he would dissipate and vanish entirely from this world. Grateful for the elder's assistance over the years, he readily agreed. Upon his agreement, the elder imparted to him a unique technique capable of controlling someone of a lower realm than his own, as well as teaching him a formation, the magnificent cauldron formation behind him, the soul refining formation. He promised that should the elder truly regain his former unparalleled strength, he would take him to a higher realm to pursue the exalted path of immortality. During that time, the elder aided him, propelling him from the first to the pinnacle of the third realm of the Life Palace. Over the course of a century, he entered the secret realm 9 times, dedicating 63 days to meticulously inscribing the formation. Moreover, he utilized the technique granted by the elder to control hundreds of disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect who had entered the secret realm alongside him. In a bid to ensure the elder's revival and ascend to the upper realm in pursuit of the coveted immortal realm, he was led by the elder's persuasion to silently eliminate his own sect leader. There were myriad ways for an immortal king to orchestrate the demise of an emperor, especially through subtle means. He had manipulated his most cherished disciple, lowering his guard to maximize the success of his scheme. This was also the reason the bloodthirsty sword sect's leader did not attend the meeting of the 5 sect leaders. 10 years prior, the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples had attacked the Hao Ran sword sect disciples at his behest. Had they not acted, the rules would not have changed, and the plan would not have materialized so swiftly. Only by altering the rules to allow disciples from various sects to freely seize each other's resources could they attract more souls. Coupled with the allure of enhancing souls, the number of potential targets would increase. He merely needed to activate the formation the moment the disciples of the 4 major sects stepped into its confines. Then, everything would be accomplished. What he did not anticipate was that his absence and the peculiar behavior of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples would raise suspicions among some, leading to the sudden emergence of the soul-gathering pillar, instilling a sense of vigilance in them. Thus, he hesitated to activate the formation at the moment the disciples stepped in, waiting a little longer instead. He had not foreseen that Gu Chengfeng, Jun Ruyan, and the others would possess such patience. When Shu Weiyan led the ZY sword sect disciples to touch the essence, he could wait no longer. He had to reveal himself and activate the formation. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Losing a few individuals was inconsequential. He only needed to initiate the formation, refining the souls within, allowing the mysterious elder to absorb them and resurrect himself. With that, his task would be complete, and his life would soon change. His destiny would be rewritten. This was an entity from the upper realm, an immortal king. He had never even heard of such a being. Surely, they were immensely powerful. As he pondered this, excitement, fervor, and longing danced in his eyes, each emotion vying for dominance. He turned around and cast a glance at the individuals standing outside the confines of the formation, proclaiming, "You shall be the witnesses. Bear witness to this most magnificent moment." Upon finishing his words, he abruptly snapped his fingers. A group of disciples from the 4 great sects, bound tightly, were dragged forth one by one. At his command, these disciples were unceremoniously cast into the cauldron formation. "Save me. Senior brother, help," cried one. "I don't want to. I don't want to," shouted another. "Junior brother June, save me. I don't wish to die." Second senior brother, "Help. Senior brother. But senior brother is already dead. I do not want to die. I do not wish for this." Many disciples turned their fearful gazes towards Jun Ruyan, Gu Chengfeng, and the leader of the Tianyuan sword sect, crying out for aid. Their faces were etched with sheer terror. "Blood spirit, though I know not your intentions." The notion of soul refining cannot bode well. Such wickedness deserves to perish beneath my gentlemanly sword. Observing his fellow disciples being ruthlessly thrown into the cauldron, Gu Chengfeng, who had remained silent for a long time, felt a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. This was the first time he contemplated taking a life. To do so within this secret realm. As their senior brother, he could not stand idly by while his disciples fell one after another into this unknown peril. Gripping his long sword tightly, he felt the sword aura envelop him. Taking a decisive step forward, he raised his hand slightly, and countless sword shadows formed behind him. With a single stroke of his sword, these shadows surged forth like a rain of blades, hurtling towards the ominous formation. He sought to dismantle this seemingly sinister array. For ever since its inception, his eyelids had been twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Raising the sword. Determining the half-step emperor, a torrent of sword energy surged, rippling in rejection. Boom! A muffled groan echoed. The sword strike, unleashed by Gu Chengfeng, felt as though it had struck nothing but air, soft and powerless. Ha ha! Observing Gu Chengfeng's audacity as he directly cleaved towards the grand formation, the blood spirit, Xiaotongzi, tilted his head back and laughed heartily. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he gazed at their group, sneering, "The formation is complete. Everything is already predetermined. This grand array belongs to the upper realm, and it is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals from the lower realm to disrupt. Moreover, I have meticulously arranged this formation over the course of a century. Did I not consider all possible outcomes before setting it up? Or is it conceivable that unforeseen variables might arise? I have taken ample precautions against such possibilities. How could it be?" Seeing that his strike had not even grazed the formation, Gu Chengfeng found it hard to believe. He held Xiaotongzi's claim that everything is predetermined in disdain. Predetermined? Only by sitting idly would one accept such a fate. As Xiaotongzi appeared seemingly out of nowhere, Shen Qingqing felt a flicker of doubt. It shouldn't be possible. How could anyone evade her senses? After all, she was a reincarnated celestial king, endowed with treasures bestowed by Mo Ran. No one should be able to elude her. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled the earlier incident where two disciples bearing the Fong surname had inexplicably slipped from her perception. She glanced again at the extraordinarily peculiar grand formation, sensing an impending unease. The oppressive force emanating from the formation was certainly beyond their capacity to contend with. But before she could utter a word, the voice of Jun Rian quietly reverberated, "Gu Chengfeng, let us act together." Seeing that Gu Chengfeng's sword strike had failed to shake the formation in the slightest, Jun Rian cast a glance at him and said, "After all, if even Gu Chengfeng cannot sever it with a single blow, I will not recklessly attempt to act alone. I must consider my fellow disciples behind me." "All right." Gu Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two began to weave hand seals, their spiritual swords soaring like ethereal serpents. In the air, they conjured thousands of illusory sword energies. Surrounding them, torrents of spiritual energy surged madly towards the spiraling swords. The two distinct sword intents emanating from Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian ignited, the sword energy rampaging as if it sought to tear apart and shatter everything in its vicinity. "Go!" With a fierce roar, the concentrated sword energy awakened like a beast that had slumbered for millennia, launching a cataclysmic assault against the grand formation. Overreaching, Xiaotongzi scoffed as he watched the duo charge at the formation. This grand array of the upper realm was not so easily shaken. Furthermore, he looked at the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect within the cauldron formation, their faces contorted in anguish as they incessantly attacked the formation from within. He chuckled derisively. Within this formation, with a scorching spiritual fire capable of incinerating one's soul overhead, who can remain calm? Even a genius of swordsmanship who has read for 100 years would go mad, relentlessly assaulting the formation that confines him. Many disciples of the Ziwei sword sect and the other three sects have been severely injured by his frenzied sword energy. The forces clashed, mutually canceling each other out. Coupled with the refining of the spiritual fire within the cauldron and the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples sacrificing themselves as fuel, the flames burned ever more fiercely. Boom! Another muffled explosion resounded. As layers of mist dissipated, the intact formation remained before everyone's eyes. "How is this possible?" Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian exclaimed in unison. Xiaotongzi regarded their astonishment with indifference, remarking, "A futile struggle. Why not heed my words? Would it not be better to await your demise obediently? The tide has turned. This is fate." In their moment of distraction, he cast a glance at the increasingly blazing spiritual fire atop the cauldron. observing the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples he had ensnared through secret arts. His expression darkened as if he had resolved something. Reflecting on past events, like smoke from the past, he chose to delve deeper into his entanglement. Even though his soul knew this was an ill-advised course, in the face of power's allure, all else faded away. Thus, he resolved to go deeper into the abyss. He would not regret it. From the moment he had slain his mentor, regret was no longer an option. The decision had seemingly been made long ago. His current hesitation was merely the last vestiges of conscience stirring within him. Offer your essence. He raised his hand and commanded. The disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect, stationed at the edge of the formation, appeared to receive some unseen guidance. At the moment the formation coalesced, bizarre blood-red runes began to manifest upon their bodies. As the runes grew clearer, ancient characters unfolded before the gathered crowd. Those runes incessantly drained the essence of their souls. The souls of the disciples grew increasingly indistinct at a visible pace. Xiaotongzi, do you understand the gravity of your actions? Gu Qingfeng and Jun Ruyan shouted in unison. Witnessing the blood, runes drawing from the disciples' soul energy, though they were uncertain of his intentions, they recognized that this could not bode well. For once a person's soul dissipated, they were truly dead. Even if their corporeal form remained intact, it would merely be a hollow shell. Gradually, under the gaze of all, the souls of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples vanished entirely, ultimately merging with the bizarre blood-red runes. Ultimately, hundreds of these runes soared towards the cauldron's apex, coalescing into a radiant brilliance, as if birthing something extraordinary. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control, or perhaps it had been uncontrollable from the very start, Jun Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng fixed their gazes firmly upon Xiaotongzi. Exchanging a glance, they nodded in mutual understanding. Gripping their swords tightly, they fortified their sword energy. The powers of their sword physiques surged forth. With a thunderous roar, Jun Ruyan was the first to act, lunging forward in a swift stride. Her sword danced incessantly, each swing amplifying the sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. Xiaotongzi observed Jun Ruyan charging towards him with her sword. His expression remained calm as he formed his fingers into the shape of a sword. The sword energy condensed at his fingertips, leisurely deflecting the barrage of formidable sword energy unleashed by Jun Ruyan. The sword energy coalesced. Half-step Emperor. Yun Ruyan is quickent. This blood spirit had truly 1 foot in the realm of the Emperor. Too fast. Remembering their first encounter in the secret realm, they had merely been at the dispelling Qi realm. Now, years later, he had stepped into the second realm of the Fate Palace. While the latter was on the verge of achieving Emperor status, merely a half-step away from the pinnacle. Yet that half-step was not so easily traversed. Unyielding, she pressed on, her resolve intensifying. Even against an emperor, she would not shy away from battle. With the supreme, righteous sword physique within her, she stood unafraid to face him. With a furious roar, she gripped the sword tighter, her righteous aura surging once more. Clang! Amidst the cacophony of clashing swords, the disciples of the questioning heart sword sect drew their blades in unison, taking their positions with precision around Gu Qingfeng. At the forefront, Gu Qingfeng stood resolute, encircled by his devoted followers. With their swords raised towards the heavens, several streams of sword energy surged skyward, while a radiant light emanated from the ground below. The sword formation was now in place. Observing the formation's completion, Gu Qingfeng felt the energy of the Junzi sword coiling around him, exuding an aura that resonated with the power of a half-step emperor. Originally, he was a formidable force at the third realm of the Life Palace. Now, by harnessing the collective strength of his disciples, he had forcibly stepped into the realm of a half-step emperor, albeit relying on external power, which still left him a shade short of true mastery. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently empowered to engage in battle, knowing that the formation required time to establish. Jun Ruyan took the initiative to strike first, buying Gu Qingfeng precious seconds. As the questioning heart sword body awakened within him, a formidable surge of sword energy ascended, soaring into the clouds. Within the formation, Gu Qingfeng's expression remained indifferent, Yet the anger in his eyes could not be contained, bursting forth like a torrent. This sword must sever the one who orchestrated the formation. With a slight movement of his lips, he uttered a low command, questioning Heart One's sword. Boom! The soaring sword energy cascaded down like a torrent from the Milky Way, aimed directly at the blood spirit child. Their attacks could not harm the formation in the slightest. Therefore, the one who established the formation must be the target, for to dismantle the formation was to vanquish its master. As long as the bearer of the formation perished, the formation would naturally cease its operations. Seeing the oncoming sword energy that matched his own might, the blood spirit child silently cursed. Not good. Clang! After parrying Junrian's descending blade, he seized the fleeting moment of her surprise to deliver a powerful kick to her abdomen. Puff! Instantly, Junrian's figure was sent reeling back like a kite severed from its string, freed from his grasp. Familiar sensations washed over him. He had escaped her entanglement. The blood spirit child flickered, and a crimson long sword materialized in his hand. Infused with a sinister blood energy, the red sword aura spread outward, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. Pathetic. He regarded it with disdain. How could one who had truly encountered the Emperor's barrier fear the sword energy of someone who merely scraped its surface through the combined strength of several? At the moment he grasped the sword, his surrounding sword energy rippled defiantly. With a decisive rise and a sweeping strike, he unleashed a sword attack. The power of the laws flowed like an unceasing river, relentless and eternal. Chapter 43. The convergence of souls for their refinement boom. The clash of sword energies reverberated, creating waves that expanded outward. Two beams of sword light collided, tearing the sky asunder, and in an instant, the heavens darkened, resembling a scene of apocalypse. Crimson sword energy, intertwined with threads of law power, emanated, a force comprehensible only to those who have ascended to the third realm of the Fate Palace. Gu Qingfeng had only just entered this realm and had yet to grasp its intricacies. Even with the aid of a sword formation, forcibly elevating his strength to a half-step emperor, he could not touch the laws in the slightest. In contrast, Blood Spirit had long traversed the third realm, having comprehended the laws well before this confrontation. After the explosion, the sword energy dissipated, the attacks ceased, yet the crimson law power lingering in the sky still rippled, refusing to fade. Beneath the blood-red firmament, the energy and blood of those below surged tumultuously, their soul powers weakening further under the crimson law's illumination. This law could indeed consume one's soul. Be cautious, retreat, urged Junrian, wiping the blood from her lips as she addressed the stunned crowd, wearing expressions of dread. Under her warning, they sensed their own peculiarities and hastily summoned their spiritual power to shield themselves, retreating further. Before them, Blood Spirit stood, his long black hair flowing like water in the wind, wielding a blood-colored sword with an enigmatic expression. He pointed his blade at Junrian and calmly declared, "You shall serve as stepping stones on my path." Roar! Roar! Within the cauldron, spiritual fire raged uncontrollably. Having already endured a fierce battle, their strength was nearly depleted. Now, having expended considerable energy attacking the formation that ensnared them, they were all but exhausted. Many succumbed to the refining powers of the spiritual fire, their souls dissipating. Accompanied by the sacrifice of the blood sword sect disciples, the flames above their heads blazed ever more fiercely, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. No, I don't want this. Shuiyuan, it's all your fault, cried out those still clinging to life, watching as their forms grew increasingly ethereal and the heat intensified around them. Observing the struggling Shuiyuan, they voiced their resentment. Yet, as the words left their lips, they faltered, recognizing the futility of their blame. Was it truly another's fault? Did they bear no responsibility? Had they not succumbed to temptation? How could they end up in such dire straits? Who else could be blamed for this fate? Before they could utter any parting words, their bodies were consumed by the spiritual fire, ultimately transforming into droplets of pure liquid soaring toward the flames. Within the cauldron's formation, countless individuals enveloped by the array knelt in despair, their anguished cries echoing as their forms gradually disintegrated. At last, a massive liquid formed, encircling the spiritual fire. In the end, only one remained, desperately holding on, yet his aura had long since waned. His eyes glazed over as he watched his fellow disciples being refined one by one. As he beheld Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian attacking Blood Spirit from outside the formation, he recalled his earlier words, calling someone an idiot. He laughed bitterly, realizing, I am the true fool. The greatest fool who has doomed an entire generation of disciples from the Ziwei sword sect. Gazing at the fiery mass above, it seemed to beckon him, saying, Come, you're the last piece. This was a dead end, devoid of any hope for survival. Ultimately, in his bewildered state, his body succumbed to the flames, transforming into a single drop of liquid that merged into the fiery essence. At that moment of merging, the spiritual fire emitted a blinding radiance, and a distinctly visible silhouette began to coalesce within. Boom! Crack! The cauldron shattered, producing a sound akin to glass breaking. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged toward the flames, enveloping them completely. From within, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of an emperor, radiated outward, as if to shatter the very fabric of this realm. An immensely powerful force emerged from the heart of the spiritual fire, suppressing everything in existence, causing the souls around to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, who had remained silent and observant, furrowed her brow at this spectacle, as if recalling something important. She felt no remorse for those who had recklessly entered the array out of greed. They were adults, responsible for their own actions. Behind her, Xiaoyan observed with curiosity. Blood Spirit, who had intended to strike Gu Chengfeng and Jun Ruyan, suddenly halted, trembling with excitement. I have succeeded. The grand momentum belongs to me, Blood Spirit. The Elder's resurrection is assured. Everything else is trivial now. The remaining individuals gaze at the massive soul entity formed from the convergence of countless souls above the spiritual fire, its pressure dwarfing even that of an emperor. Their faces turned ashen. They had encountered emperors before, yet the emperors might felt insignificant here. Even if an emperor were to descend, a mere thought from this soul entity could spell their doom. Seizing the moment, Blood Spirit removed a ring from his finger and hurled it toward the glowing mass of fire. Elder, I entrust the next phase to you. He laughed maniacally. Rest assured, my dear little spirit, I shall fulfill my promise to you. The ring emitted a radiant white light, and an ancient soul emerged, charging toward the fiery mass. As he gestured, mysterious symbols appeared, gradually attaching themselves to the glowing mass. With a decisive grasp, he seized it, casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers before swallowing the light whole. The soul liquid, infused with the essence of numerous disciples, coursed through him, mending his fragmented spirit. The soul gathering pearl, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing, finally recognized the anomaly when the elder emerged from the ring and consumed the glowing mass. This was indeed the soul gathering pearl. The formation of the soul gathering pill required the soul gathering pearl as a catalyst, which could converge countless souls. The spiritual fire birthed from this array could refine myriad souls, allowing it to attach to the soul gathering pearl, thus enabling soul refinement and ultimately creating a liquid capable of nourishing and restoring the spirit. The process of suppressing countless souls with the soul gathering pearl was far simpler and more effective, yielding superior results. Wow! As she watched a figure emerge from the ring cast into the air by the Blood Spirit, Xiaoyan, clutching her sword, suddenly released one hand and pointed towards the ring, exclaiming, My lady, look, a person has appeared from this ring. How incredible! This ring can conceal a person. How can something so small hide someone? It's truly marvelous. Hearing her sudden outburst interrupted her contemplation. Shen Qingqing shot a glance at the foolish girl. Has your head been caught in a door? How can you still find amusement in this? Soon I shall confine you. I refuse. It's too small. There's no way it could contain me, and I cannot shrink. She hastily protested, shaking her head in earnest. TSK, foolish girl. Shen Qingqing dismissed her, lifting her graceful visage to gaze at the elderly figure hovering in the air. She sensed the remarkable aura emanating from him, feeling a strange familiarity. Suddenly, As if struck by a revelation, her eyes brightened with surprise as she remarked, "So, it is an immortal." Chapter 44. The Malevolent Immortal and the Escape from the Law Gazing at the Sky. The familiar aura emanating from the elder, known as Dong Lao, left Shen Qingqing in a state of perplexity. After all, how could there be immortals in this world? The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of existence, an immortal that belonged to an entirely different echelon, one that should not exist here. Thus, her surprise at the appearance of an immortal was somewhat muted. The reason for her lack of astonishment, however, could be traced back to her father, Ran. She felt that, compared to the existence of an immortal in this world, her father's presence was far more outrageous. Although she had rarely witnessed Ran in action, only once or twice, and each time it was a swift victory, his prowess was undeniable. When she was a child, he had drawn forth the blood of a celestial phoenix to awaken her innate abilities, possessed a tome detailing the myriad affairs of the upper realm, and had an abundance of formidable techniques, each exponentially superior to the immortal king methods she practiced in her previous life. It was clear that he would not be weak. Hence, upon sensing the immortal aura from the elder before her, she was merely puzzled and slightly astonished. "My lady, what is an immortal? Is it delicious?" Beside her, the ever-curious Xiaoyan, having overheard the princess's murmurs, was intrigued. Having never heard of immortals, she asked, "What is an immortal?" The princess seems to know. "It's something that eats people, especially foolish ones like you." "I don't want to be eaten. It must be a bad thing." Terrified, she took 2 steps back, glancing at the elder, glowing with dazzling light above. "What is it?" "It wants to eat Xiaoyan." But Xiaoyan isn't as tasty as the princess. Similarly, as Shen Qingqing was filled with astonishment and confusion, Jun Rian, who had been sent flying by a kick, finally regained her composure at the moment when a wisp of divine soul flew from the ring. Her pupils widened in disbelief. "What is this?" "The pressure from this elder. It exceeds even that of my master." Gu Qingfeng experienced the same sensation. He had seen his emperor father daily and had witnessed his wrath firsthand. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from the elder before them rendered his father's presence insignificant by comparison. Where did this blood spirit acquire such a terrifying being? Sacrificing so many disciples' lives was for this? Above them, the elder's ethereal form grew increasingly distinct, and the overwhelming pressure he radiated compelled many to collapse to the ground. Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian exchanged a glance, seemingly arriving at a mutual resolve. The spirit of their swords surged once more. If the elder were to complete this ritual-like endeavor, their demise would be assured. Rather than await their inevitable death, they sought a glimmer of survival. With determination, they braced against the oppressive sensation, forcibly channeling their spiritual energy to empower their swords. Gripping their blades tightly, they prepared to charge toward the blood spirit in an attempt to hinder the elder's restoration. However, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing the situation from behind Gu Qingfeng, spoke up in a tone of warning. "If you wish to live, do not go forward. If you charge now, your deaths will be certain." Crushed beneath the elder's overwhelming pressure. This is no jest. The pressure of an immortal is unlike that of an emperor. The might of an immortal is unfathomably powerful. Every movement resonating with the essence of the Tao. Should you force your way in, you may perish long before reaching him. Hearing her words, both of them turned to face her, momentarily taken aback, their previously gathered momentum dissipating as they simultaneously inquired, "Junior sister, do you know what is happening?" "Shun, why can't we go?" While Jun Rian questioned her with genuine curiosity, Gu Qingfeng, recognizing Shen Qingqing's extensive knowledge, hoped she could enlighten them on the situation. After all, he had witnessed the formidable strength of her father. Conversely, Jun Rian was genuinely baffled, although he had previously engaged with Shen Qingqing and recognized her powerful techniques. He concluded that she could not possibly surpass the elder before them. Thus, he was perplexed as to why she would seek to stop them. Noting the confused expressions directed at her from the two, along with a group of surviving disciples, she cleared her throat gently and replied, "It is prudent not to enter the formation's range. This formation could devour and refine souls. Thus, if you rashly step in, your deaths are assured." She gestured towards the blood spirit, who remained outside the formation, not daring to venture in. Moreover, the aura radiating from the elder far surpassed that of an emperor. Observing the elder, she noticed countless crimson runes swirling around him, inscribed with ancient characters that floated above the runes, coalescing around the elder's form. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing seemed to recall something, furrowing her brow. This is a malevolent sorcery? How could this elder be a wicked immortal? These individuals truly are unfortunate. To encounter something that has long since perished is indeed a remarkable stroke of ill fortune. Shen Qingqing shook her head and began to silently pray for them in her heart. She need not worry about her own safety. Those who sought to provoke her would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Out of a sense of humanitarianism, she felt compelled to assist these individuals, for they were, after all, from the same sect. Surely she could lend a hand. If rescue proved impossible, then it would be a matter of fate. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of destiny. She glanced at Gu Chengfeng and inquired, "Senior brother Gu, is there any way to leave this secret realm?" Gu Chengfeng, taken aback by her question, paused momentarily, unsure of her motives. As the secret realm had only just opened a few days prior. Although puzzled, he chose not to press further and replied candidly, "There's a way. Either one must be gravely injured and on the brink of death, or wait for 7 days." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing surveyed the remaining disciples and pursed her lips. Waiting for 7 days was certainly not an option. The realm had only just opened, after all. As for being gravely injured and on the brink of death, well, that is a feasible option. Chapter 45. The Soul-Luring Clan and the Descent into Evil at the Outset. Shen Qingqing believed that the spectral elder was merely a long-deceased being, desperately in need of a substantial infusion of spiritual energy to mend his own soul, a reprehensible act for any morally upright immortal. Generally, virtuous immortals would never stoop to such a heinous endeavor. Although soul gathering for personal restoration is common in the higher realms, she had never encountered anyone like this enigmatic immortal, utilizing soul-gathering pearls and formations in such a manner. However, she was certain that as long as they remained outside the formation, they would be safe. Thus, she cautioned Gu Chengfeng and Jun Ruyan against recklessness, for stepping into the formation would lead to an uncertain fate. Despite their eagerness to save others, one must not gamble with their own lives, especially when confronting an immortal. Therefore, when Gu Chengfeng and the others prepared to act against the mysterious elder, she intervened. Yet, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of blood-red runes enveloping the elder, inscribed with ancient characters, her expression turned grave. Was this not a phenomenon associated with those who practiced malevolent arts? Yet, the malevolent beings of the higher realms had long been suppressed by the immortal emperors, leaving only those with dubious intentions. Immortals who favored shortcuts in their cultivation. In her previous life, although she held the esteemed title of Immortal King, her understanding of malevolence remained vague, for she had never encountered it firsthand. Her knowledge was derived solely from ancient texts. If this were merely a morally bankrupt immortal seeking to restore his soul, it would be acceptable, as he likely aimed to lure souls into the formation for his own benefit. It should be safe standing outside the formation. But now, sighing deeply, Shen Qingqing felt disinclined to explain further. Unfazed, she shrugged and addressed the bewildered crowd, saying, "You may as well take your own lives. If you delay, you may all perish here. Do not blame me for not warning you." Realizing the gravity of the situation might be lost on them, she reiterated the importance of her warning. Ancient texts from the higher realms spoke of the malevolent beings known as the Soul-Luring Clan, formerly known as the Soul Guide Clan, adept in employing myriad techniques, with their unique soul-guiding arts being the most formidable. The method of refining essence by attracting souls through soul-gathering pearls originated from the Soul Guide Clan. Hence, the Soul Guide Clan was a particularly unique entity among the myriad beings of the higher realms. Due to their exceptional nature, it was challenging for their clan to cultivate any immortal emperors, with the highest among them barely attaining the rank of Immortal King. In their quest for ascension, they sought new paths. After numerous setbacks, they discovered a peculiar trait. Their souls could absorb other souls to facilitate breakthroughs. This revelation plunged the clan into a frenzy over the subsequent millennia, ultimately producing their first immortal emperor, which ignited their ambition to no longer remain subservient, leading them to voraciously consume the souls of the deceased. Their cruel methods, in violation of natural laws, resulted in their condemnation by the myriad beings of the higher realms. Thus, they forsook their original duties of guiding souls and turned to soul plundering. Labeled as malevolent, the Soul Guide clan effectively vanished from the higher realms. Ultimately, incurring the wrath of many, they were suppressed by several immortal emperors and forced into a desolate void, where they fell into obscurity. Reflecting on the ancient texts she had perused out of boredom, Shen Qingqing could not help but smile wryly. It was fortunate that she had read extensively. Otherwise, she would not have recognized the elder's identity. Yet, she never anticipated that such ancient malevolence, long thought to be a relic of the past, would manifest before her one day. Indeed, it echoed her earlier words to Xiaoyan. They would consume souls, and they truly would. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, for her background was formidable enough. Noticing that her warnings had gone unheeded, she furrowed her brow. Did these individuals genuinely wish to perish here? Given their indifference, she chose not to press further. After all, fate governs life and death, and with so many present, she could not possibly save them all. She had already made her point. Whether they chose to leave was their own affair. Perhaps their backgrounds were as resilient as her own? With this thought, Shen Qingqing leisurely resumed her observation of the unfolding drama. After all, this was an experience she had only heard of, and now she welcomed the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Gu Qingfeng, however, sensed something amiss and felt an ominous premonition rising within him, leading him to trust Shen Qingqing's words. Everyone flee quickly. We must heed junior sister Shen's warning and take our own lives to escape this place. He urged gravely, emphasizing that sustaining injuries was preferable to perishing here. His intent was clear. Waiting for the entrance to the secret realm to open was no longer a viable option. The only course of action left was to forcefully exit the realm, despite the significant toll it would exact on their souls, the most vulnerable aspect of any being. Yet, without an exit, the consequences could be dire. As this thought crossed their minds, they all nodded solemnly. Quickly restrained them. The elder, engaged in the restoration of his soul, seemed to sense something amiss and shouted at the blood spirit. Taken aback, the blood spirit did not fully grasp the elder's intentions, but complied nonetheless. At this point, he was akin to a grasshopper on the same boat as the elder. Disobedience could lead to his demise at any moment. With no turning back, he dashed forward, and those disciples of the Bloodsword sect who had not yet received his sacrifice order followed in haste. Seeing the blood spirit and his followers charging towards them at breakneck speed, the disciples who intended to end their lives were thrown into disarray. Suicide was already a daunting task, and now this unexpected turn of events left them paralyzed with fear. Gu Qingfeng, recognizing the precarious situation, inwardly lamented. While he could assist them in their self-sacrifice, he yearned to save everyone. With a deep breath, he commanded the crowd, "Run. Find a safe place and sacrifice yourselves swiftly." With that, he gripped his sword tightly and propelled himself towards the advancing blood spirit. He rose gently, delivering a swift kick to the nearby tree. Harnessing the tree's rebound, he unleashed a sword strike towards Xiaotongzi. At that moment, the onlookers seized the opportunity and fled in haste. A sharp clang resonated through the air as Xiaotongzi, wielding a blood-red longsword, met the attack head-on. Observing this, Gu Qingfeng emitted a cold snort and retreated several paces, unleashing the full potential of his own sword. The air around his longsword shimmered with a fierce and ethereal sword aura, a resolute refusal to back down. "Is it really necessary?" Xiaotongzi replied calmly, twisting her long sword with a flourish. With a resounding clang, the crimson laws enveloped her being, infusing her with power, and her sword aura surged forth in all directions. Gu Qingfeng, unwilling to lag behind, accelerated the movement of his sword, his own aura pushing back against the onslaught. However, in comparison to Xiaotongzi, who wielded the might of the laws, he fell short. After all, she stood on the precipice of emperor-level power, while he had only just entered the third realm of the Fate Palace. The disparity was considerable. In an instant, Xiaotongzi's figure flickered and appeared directly before him. How swift! As he beheld the sword thrusting toward him, Gu Chengfeng clenched his jaw, desperately attempting to maneuver his body out of harm's way. But it was futile. The sword was too fast. He was too slow. Move, I implore you, move. Just as the blade was about to descend upon him, a fiery lotus brushed past his ear. Upon contact with the sword's light, it erupted in a brilliant explosion. The force of the blast sent his body hurtling backward, but he quickly regained his composure, redirecting his spiritual energy for defense. Senior Brother Gu, leave him to me, he declared resolutely. Chapter 46. The Power of Calculation. Unscathed as the smoke dissipated, the figure of Blood Spirit reemerged, lightly coughing twice. Observing the unfamiliar visage of Shen Qingqing and casting a glance at Gu Chengfeng, who was still recovering from the shock of the sword he had just unleashed, he remarked, "Interesting. From the fiery lotus moments ago, he sensed the aura of the laws." The exquisite maiden before him appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet her prowess had reached the second realm of the Fate Palace, having comprehended laws only accessible to those in the third realm. Such innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The power that could cultivate such a genius must surely be formidable. Yet what of it? No matter how potent the forces behind the maiden, could they rival the immortal elder standing behind him? Upon hearing his words, a flicker of coldness flashed in Shen Qingqing's eyes. She was not inclined to engage in unnecessary conversation. With a surge of energy from her feet, a fire lotus erupted beneath her, blooming magnificently. She leapt past Gu Chengfeng, snatching the sword he held tightly. "Brother, may I borrow your sword?" As the sword was taken, Gu Chengfeng instinctively nodded, regaining his composure from the earlier shock. Seeing Shen Qingqing charge toward Blood Spirit, he hastily called out, "Sister, be careful," before rushing toward the bloodthirsty disciples of the sword sect. His chances of overcoming Blood Spirit were virtually non-existent, but Shen Qingqing had previously clashed with him. She was well-versed in the techniques of the Fire Lotus of the Azure Feather Empress. In her hands, he had not even lasted 10 moves before his defeat. The only viable strategy was for him and Jun Rian to swiftly eliminate the bloodthirsty disciples, then join forces with Shen Qingqing for a slim chance of survival. In an instant, Shen Qingqing wielded the Junzi sword, red sword energy enveloping her, as she thrust towards Blood Spirit's chest. Blood Spirit raised his hand, crossing his sword to deflect her strike. A resounding ding echoed. Blood Spirit chuckled. "Is that all?" Shen Qingqing regarded his arrogant demeanor with a cold tisich of disdain. She immediately channeled her inner spiritual energy, and behind her, a shadow of a fire lotus radiating destruction appeared. The tip of the Junzi sword bore a small lotus mark that rapidly expanded. Upon witnessing this, Blood Spirit inwardly cursed, realizing the peril of being surrounded by thorns. He promptly thrust his sword forward with force, using one hand to form a spell. Blood-red runes swirled around his hand, enhancing his crimson sword. In the skies above, several streaks of scarlet sword energy crisscrossed. With a sharp exclamation, he commanded, "Slash." The sword energy surged forth, targeting Shen Qingqing with relentless ferocity. Unperturbed, Shen Qingqing raised her jade hand, directing it towards the descending crimson sword energies. With a gentle push, she commanded, "Go." At her command, the fire lotus shadow behind her erupted, transforming into a rain of tiny fire lotuses that surged toward the scarlet sword energies. Upon contact, they erupted into a conflagration of blinding flames. Boom! 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 The explosions resonated throughout the sky, engulfing the heavens in a fiery inferno. "How formidable!" Jun Rian gasped, his eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding from Shen Qingqing's battle with Blood Spirit. He swiftly discarded the body of a bloodthirsty disciple against a nearby tree. What a powerful girl! Recalling the thrashing he had endured earlier, a flush of embarrassment crossed his face. Did she hold back? With a sigh of relief, he glanced at the nearly vanquished, bloodthirsty disciples. "You all should exit the secret realm quickly. I will assist. Senior brother, let us go together." "Yes." "Senior brother, hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Having witnessed the terrifying aura emanating from the elder, they knew they could not stand against him. As Junrian prepared to help, the disciples of the Howren Sword sect voiced their concerns, not wishing for him to venture into danger after experiencing such terror. Seeing his younger disciples in such a state, Junrian's expression darkened. Gazing coldly at those who spoke, he reprimanded, "Get lost. She risks her life to create a chance for you. Yunhuyan am not one to forget a favor." With that, he charged towards Shen Qingqing without looking back. The reprimanded disciples lowered their heads, their faces grim, fists clenched in frustration, eventually letting out a cold huff. What did it matter what others did? All they desired was to survive. Was that wrong? If he wished to perish, so be it. He had merely offered friendly advice. With a punch to his chest, the disciple's form began to flicker, ultimately transforming into a light orb soaring towards the horizon. Observing this, several disciples of the Howren Sword sect followed suit, channeling their energy to strike their chests. In an instant, numerous light orbs ascended from the ground, soaring into the azure sky, an extraordinary sight. Just as countless light orbs were about to touch the barrier of the sky and escape, a scarlet vortex erupted from below. A powerful suction drew the orbs into a swirling mass, ultimately incorporating them into the blood-red vortex. "Ha ha ha ha, you little brats. Do you foolishly believe you can depart unscathed from my grasp?" Suddenly, a figure appeared high above, an elder clad in crimson robes, holding a bead in his left hand, standing imperiously aloft. The vortex, having drawn in the light orbs that were about to escape the secret realm, transformed into a blood-red rainbow, vanishing into the bead. "Damn it, you scoundrel!" Junrian's face contorted in rage as he witnessed his disciples being ensnared by the vortex the moment they attempted to flee. Clenching his sword tightly, he summoned his utmost energy, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the ground crimson. Consumed by fury, he disregarded his own condition, bloodshot eyes fixated on the immortal elder above. Once more, he formed a spell. Behind him, thousands of strands of sword energy coalesced. With a swift motion of his fingers, he directed the sword upward, his long sword, enveloped in purple sword energy, cleaving towards the elder. The assembled sword energies followed suit, all converging on the elder. You scoundrel, prepare to die." Observing the ants below attempting to strike him with their utmost efforts, the elder merely smirked disdainfully. With a fierce glare, he directed his gaze at the incoming sword energies. In an instant, they shattered mid-air. Below, Junrian beheld his most formidable strike, and found that he could not even graze the elder's form. Another mouthful of blood gushed forth as he clutched his chest, enduring the agony while gazing at the figure above, one he would never reach. A self-deprecating smile surfaced on his lips. This is what it means to be above the so-called Empress? What wonders lie beyond that realm? If only there were another chance. I too would wish to ascend. Chapter 47. An eternal farewell, Master Brother. Master Brother, what is your dream? Huh? My dream? Yes. What is your dream? Within the sword forest of the Howren Sword sect, a young girl, no more than 5 years old, brandished a meticulously carved wooden sword, mimicking the sword techniques taught to her by a nearby boy. As she practiced, she eagerly inquired. The boy pondered for a moment, stroking his flawless chin, and responded with a smile. "My dream is to protect you all. So is mine. When I grow up, I want to be someone like Master Brother." In an instant, the air was filled with joyous laughter amidst the sword forest. "Little one, I fear I must break my promise. I have failed to protect you all." At that moment, Junrian closed his eyes, his breath becoming increasingly feeble, resembling a living corpse, until he could no longer bear the weight of his own body and fell heavily to the ground. The earth, stained with his blood, blossomed with crimson flowers, seemingly offering their support and affirmation for his guardianship. His body lay amidst the sea of flowers that had sprung from his blood, eventually transforming into a radiant orb. Soaring towards the horizon, an elderly man reached out his aged hand towards the orb of light. A powerful force emanated from his palm, firmly grasping the essence of Junrian. From the outset, in the old man's eyes, even if Jun Rian exerted all his might, risking his life. He could not shake him in the slightest. How could an ant disturb a great tree? At this moment, Gu Chengfeng, hastening towards the source of the commotion, beheld the orb of spirit light in the old man's grasp, emanating a faint essence of Jun Rian. His fists clenched tightly. Could it be that even the formidable Jun Rian could not alter the situation? Was this truly an inescapable fate? Just moments ago, he had urged his disciples to flee the secret realm. Little did he expect that after issuing the command, he would hear Jun Rian's furious shout. Anxiously, he rushed in that direction, only to witness such a scene. Oh no! Suddenly, as he gazed at the orb of spirit light in the old man's hand, a thought struck him, and he dashed toward the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect. Damn it, I must be in time. But in this world, how often do things unfold as one wishes? Upon reaching the spot where he had previously settled the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect, he found them enveloped in radiant white light. No, when they saw Gu Chengfeng rushing towards them, their lips moved, as if trying to convey something. They endured their injuries, smiling and waving at him. It's Master Brother. Master Brother has returned. Haha, don't rush, Master Brother. We will see you after we get out. Master Brother, when we return, I will treat you to the finest peach blossom wine. In an instant, it was a final farewell. As Gu Chengfeng watched the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect transform into orbs of spirit light, soaring into the sky, his eyes glazed over, his mouth agape. His heart shattered. He was powerless to stop it all. No one could halt this fate. Once renowned as a graceful gentleman, he now appeared somewhat disheveled. He could not comprehend why this journey had turned out thus. He could not fathom the presence of an immortal in this place. In the face of such a being, they were likely not even worthy of being called ants. Words failed to describe the situation. Gushi Xiao? At that moment, Shen Qingqing, having freed herself from the clutches of the blood spirit, arrived late. She found Gu Chengfeng standing in a daze, surrounded by the absence of the Wenshin sword sect disciples, and gently called out to him. Turning to survey the surroundings, she noticed the familiar figure was nowhere to be found, causing her heart to race with fear. Gu Xiao, where is Xiaoyan? At the sound of her voice, Gu Chengfeng snapped out of his stupor. I haven't seen her. What about Jun Rian? Dead. Dead? How could that be? How'd he die? What about Xiaoyan? That fool. She wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would she? Damn it. With that, she flung her sword towards Gu Chengfeng and began searching for Xiaoyan. What did it matter to her what happened to others? As long as that fool was safe. That was enough. Xiaoyan, where are you? She searched tirelessly and called out repeatedly, yet she could not find Xiaoyan's figure, her expression turning pained. As a wave of indescribable emotion surged from her heart. Not only had she failed to see Xiaoyan, but neither had she spotted any of the disciples from the 4 sections. They must have all escaped, right? That fool wouldn't have met with any misfortune, would she? Perhaps she had managed to flee? With that thought, she quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the dreadful notion. Would that fool harm herself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having searched extensively without encountering the familiar figure, she anxiously removed the jade pendant from her waist, lifted her hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall. The moment the jade pendant absorbed the blood, it radiated a dazzling light. The glow surged into her brow, expanding her consciousness significantly. Just as she prepared to extend her awareness to find someone, a foolish voice suddenly echoed ahead. Princess, I'm here. I'm here. Seeing the silly figure waving her small hands in the distance, she let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves relaxing a bit. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that fool was safe. As she watched Xiaoyan run towards her, panting heavily, she couldn't help but punch her on the head again. Stop running around aimlessly. In response, Xiaoyan winced in pain and pouted, explaining, I saw them turn into light orbs and fly away, and then I hid when that man-eating monster came. Turn into light orbs and fly away? A man-eating monster? What on earth are you talking about? Just as she was puzzled, Gu Chengfeng, who had been lost in thought, seemed to regain his composure and stepped forward, saying that immortal elder took all the disciples who were forcefully trying to leave. He briefly explained the situation to Shen Qingqing. MMHM, Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, affirming, that's exactly what I meant. Hearing the inexplicable explanation from Gu Chengfeng, Shen Qingqing felt utterly exhausted. What is going on? I just wanted to come in to help this fool uncover her origins. How did so many troubles arise? What did I go wrong? Just as she was lost in thought, the sky darkened with blood, and the elder's figure materialized amidst the crimson haze, his aged voice resonating throughout the realm. He looked at Shen Qingqing with astonishment, proclaiming, "Innate Tao body." Chapter 48. I desire to seek death. What can you do? Upon hearing these words, the elder swiftly vanished from the air. When his figure reappeared, he stood before Shen Qingqing. Without hesitation, Shen Qingqing erupted in flames of crimson hue, the fire lotus law surging once more. Just as the elder was about to seize her, she hastily grasped the hand of Xiaoya and beside her and retreated several hundred steps. The elder chuckled coldly at this sight, choosing not to pursue but instead watching Shen Qingqing retreat with keen interest, lost in thought. To encounter an awakened innate Tao body here was indeed terrifying. The innate Tao body, a transcendent constitution that had not manifested in the upper realm for millennia. If he could devour it, his soul would undoubtedly return to its former glory. Moreover, possessing such a Tao body would enable him to transcend the long-standing limitations of the soul-drawing clan and achieve true celestial emperor status, far beyond mere spiritual attainment. The elder's excitement was barely contained as he reminisced about the years he had been suppressed by the Haoyu celestial emperor, enduring countless trials. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter years ago, where he obtained a nameless ring capable of nurturing the soul, he would have been completely refined by the Haoyu celestial emperor as a companion artifact long ago. That ring allowed him to survive in a state of lingering soul until today. Now, after a millennium, he had pieced together much from the words of the blood spirit who had rescued him from this place. This realm remained familiar to him, still the same celestial artifact, miniature world that had confined and refined him for eons. The celestial artifact responsible for his torment had been split into 5 fragments during a secretive battle by the Haoyu celestial emperor, scattered across myriad worlds to ensure that the evil beings he had suppressed would remain trapped forever. Yet, he never anticipated that after his demise, those fragments would be acquired by others. In a serendipitous attempt, they managed to construct a bridge connecting the fragments through the last remnant of unbroken essence. Thus, the 5 fallen fragments were collected by their respective owners, who, through the power of their souls, established a unique space. After numerous discussions and years of experimentation, they finally activated the fragments, bringing forth the soul mirror miniature world once more. Through a stroke of fate, he had lured the blood spirit to a cave he had opened before sealing himself away, allowing him to escape. All of this was thanks to those who had initially established the hidden realm. What did he say? A dignified celestial being? Unable to contain his emotions? Let him be imprisoned for a millennium and see how he fares. But upon reflection, this was a realm of the soul. Devouring it would not result in a complete body. Thus, he conceived a bold idea to descend to the mortal realm and seize her body entirely, to wholly possess that so-called innate Tao body that had not appeared for millennia. As he contemplated this, his greedy gaze roamed over Shen Qingqing. Feeling the weight of the elder's avaricious stare, Shen Qingqing was profoundly unsettled. Although she could not discern the elder's intentions, the sensation made her wish to slay him. Yet, she was faced with a celestial being. Furrowing her brow, she thought, when had the Moonfall Celestial King ever been so openly scrutinized? Suppressing her discomfort, she released Xiaoya in S hand and naturally positioned herself with the rain sword's hilt resting in her embrace. The figure before her was a true celestial, and despite her former status as a celestial king, her current realm limited her capabilities. Thus, she dared not act recklessly. The rain sword was her final and greatest reliance. Noticing the alarm on her face, the elder realized he had lost composure, overwhelmed by excitement. He averted his gaze and resolved inwardly. The mortal realm could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. With his soul-drawing clan's techniques, combined with his mastery of the myriad races' laws and his restored celestial power, traversing space posed little challenge. However, a moment's hesitation struck him, not due to fear, but because Shen Qingqing was a woman. Seizing her body would tarnish his image. Yet, after further contemplation, he dismissed his reservations. To break through the long-standing limitations of the soul-drawing clan, what did it matter if she were a woman? With that thought, he shifted his focus, his soul power coalescing at his side into a dark vortex. With a sly smile, he raised his hand, pulling the blood spirit, who was in disarray from Shen Qingqing's fire lotus law, through the air, suddenly yanked into the vortex. The blood spirit was momentarily bewildered. He had felt a powerful pressure and an intense pull, and before he could comprehend the situation, a hand emerged from the dark whirlpool, dragging him in. "Wait, get the jade piece off you," the elder commanded coldly, devoid of any emotion. At this, Xiaoyan, witnessing the elder's miraculous transformation, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, that's incredible." Though the blood spirit remained confused, he quickly retrieved the jade piece the elder demanded and handed it over. The jade piece was only half. The other half resided within the Bloodsword sect. This was the elder's contingency plan. Through the soul-drawing clan's techniques, he had extracted a fragment of his soul and sealed it within the jade piece stored at the Bloodsword sect. He had instructed that if anything went awry, he could shatter the jade piece to awaken the separated soul and disrupt the transmission mirror, forcibly transporting them away. However, due to the mirror's destruction, they could not return to the world of the Bloodsword sect, but would be randomly sent to one of the other 4 realms. He feared that the Haoyu Celestial Emperor might also have a backup plan. Thus, this was a necessary measure. "Your Highness, what is he planning to do?" Xiaoyan inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. "I do not know," Shen Qingqing replied, shaking her head, though she remained oblivious to the elder's intentions. One thing was certain. The old man bore no murderous intent towards them. Otherwise, they would scarcely have survived 3 seconds. A mere thought from an immortal could spell their demise. Just as her confusion deepened, a crisp sound echoed, resonating with a crack. The jade piece in the elder's hand was instantly crushed. In that fleeting moment, several streams of crimson blood erupted from the shattered jade, spreading outward in a dazzling display. At that moment, the sky above began to fracture, with numerous cracks appearing in the celestial barrier. Surrounding them, torrents of spiritual energy surged into the air, pouring forth from the fissures. Ancient trees were obliterated one after another, as everything around them threatened to dissolve into nothingness. The sky was awash with the sanguine essence of spiritual power, coupled with the shattered heavens, creating an apocalyptic tableau. Was someone demolishing the secret realm? Beside her, Gu Qingfeng, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, was reminded of a time in his youth when he inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm and was imprisoned for over a year, until his father, the Emperor, in a fit of rage, shattered the very realm that confined him. The scene before him mirrored his past experiences with uncanny precision. Observing the destruction, Gu Qingfeng turned to Shen Qingqing, his heart brimming with newfound hope. "Junior sister Shanwei, we can escape." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing wore a puzzled expression. Gu Qingfeng, noticing her confusion, offered a brief explanation. As she listened, the corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief. Was it truly possible? The secret realms of the lower realms were so peculiar. Could destruction lead to freedom? Shouldn't they be utterly annihilated alongside the realm? No, wait a moment. If that were the case, wouldn't the Elder also escape with them? An immortal had descended upon the Wuxin sword sect. As she observed Gu Qingfeng's jubilant demeanor, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, she was left in a state of shock. "Big brother, your sword sect is doomed." Just then, a radiant light suddenly appeared behind her, and an immense force pulled her and Xiaoyan into its embrace. Startled, Xiaoyan clutched Shen Qingqing's arm tightly. Princess, save me." "Quiet," Gu Qingfeng responded, and so did the blood spirit. Just before being drawn in, the elder transformed into a wisp of crimson smoke, vanishing into the ring held by the blood spirit, leaving behind a resonant declaration. "The innate Tao body, this king has arrived." The words echoed through the air, reverberating in the valley, a joyful sound that turned despair into hope. Emo ran, "Ha! Finally, life has come to me." Chapter 49. Even the Celestial Emperor cannot save you, the heavens lamented. A beam of sword light erupted from within the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, cleaving the protective array of the sect in twain. Instantly, within the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, the sword intent surged, radiating a cold brilliance that surged towards the sky. Upon contact with the sword light, the heavens themselves shattered, unleashing a torrent of swirling storms that poured in like an unending river. The piercing sword light struck like a bone-chilling winter gale, striking at the very core of one's being. What an astonishing spectacle! The sword sect must have lost its sanity. Are they discontent with this world? With such a strike, even an emperor will be brought to their knees. This was sheer madness. The protective array had been cleaved in two. What a fright! Around the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, countless onlookers gazed in awe at the sword light piercing the clouds, carving a breathtaking scar across the sky. The storms whirled in, leaving the heavens long unable to mend, and they could not help but express their shock. The heart of Inquiry Sword Sect was a transcendent force in this region. Yet, these individuals had initially intended to pay tribute to the sect. To their astonishment, before they even reached the foot of the mountain, they witnessed this striking beam of sword light. Even from such a distance, they could feel the overwhelming sword intent. If they ventured closer, would they not meet their demise? A shiver ran down their spines at the thought. Just as they hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed and fulfill their obligation of tribute, a white jade palanquin sped overhead towards the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect. Thunder roared in its wake, a sound that lingered ominously. This was the palanquin of the Qingyu dynasty. Yet, it remained uncertain which formidable being of the dynasty occupied it. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered and speculating. It seemed the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect was no longer an option for them. They would have to wait for another time. After all, gazing at the terrifying scar upon the heavens, they swallowed hard and turned back home. What folly it would be to venture further. Their lives might well be at stake. The sect's protective array had withstood assaults from 3 peak emperors in the past. If a single sword could shatter it, what hope did they have? No thanks. They bid their farewells. Meanwhile, beside the training grounds of the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, a vast plaza lay in ruins. The teleportation mirror, which transported disciples into the realm of the soul, lay in shattered fragments. Those who had entered the secret realm with their souls found their bodies twisted and scattered, as if stars had fallen from the sky. At that moment, they were mere shells devoid of souls. Their souls had been devoured by an elder clad in a blood-red robe, who stood beside the shattered mirror, merging them into one. Before the elder, a sword light coalesced at his fingertips, while beside him, Shen Qingqing approached with a sword in hand, surrounded by fiery lotus blossoms, her long sword emitting a faint glow. The elder bore a ghastly blood hole in his chest, his face as pale as death, devoid of the former grandeur he had exhibited in the secret realm. He glared ferociously at Shen Qingqing, who stood defiantly with her jade-green sword, encircled by flames, her back adorned with the ethereal images of blooming lotuses. At this moment, he dared not act recklessly. The instant he arrived in this realm, he sensed the deficiency of its heavenly laws, which forcibly suppressed his cultivation from the realm of immortals to the pinnacle of this world, peak emperor. Moreover, he had yet to seize a physical body and remained in a state of the soul. Thus, he refrained from overly depleting his spiritual power, for excessive consumption could lead him into a deep slumber, as he lacked a corporeal form for rest. In the realm of the soul, he had been at ease, for it belonged to the world of spirits, where spiritual energy was abundant. Yet now, he found himself constrained. He had initially intended to seize this girl the moment he emerged and transport her to a suitable location for possession. However, to his dismay, she possessed a protective treasure. The instant he attempted to engage her, the jade pendant at her waist radiated a stellar light, enveloping her entirely in a cosmic shield. All his efforts to breach that celestial barrier proved futile. Thus, the ensuing conflict unfolded. Despite being a mere ant at the second level of the Life Palace, she launched a fierce assault against a peak emperor. Can you imagine the frustration he felt? He wished to retaliate, yet he could not so much as scratch that starry shield, forced to endure her relentless attacks. Though those strikes were inconsequential to him, prolonged exposure to such assaults grew tiresome. He had hoped to wait until her shield faltered before making his move. Yet after half an hour, the celestial shield showed no signs of weakening. In fact, it appeared to grow even stronger, now possessing a reflective counterattack effect. Realizing that prolonging this standoff was unwise, he began to contemplate retreat. After all, there would be other opportunities. However, as fate would have it, the moment she perceived his intent to flee, she dashed to her attendant's side, retrieving a blue long sword from her grasp. Without hesitation, she drew it. The instant the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding air chilled at a visible rate, as a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards the blade, an aura of death rushing towards him, piercing the depths of his heart. All the sword energy within a radius of several dozen miles converged into the girl's hand. Then, she aimed the blade at his forehead and struck. That single stroke seemed to sever all avenues of retreat. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. A wave of impending death washed over him. In that instant, he nearly perished, nearly met his end in this desolate realm. Had he not belonged to the soul-calling clan, possessed mastery over myriad laws, and held a modicum of understanding of the spatial path, he would have surely succumbed. Just as the sword light was about to pierce through him entirely, he employed the spatial method to transcend the moment. Now he was likely on his way to meet the King of Hell. Thus, the scene unfolded, sword energy soaring into the heavens, cleaving the heart of Inquiry sword sect as a protective array and tearing apart the sky. With that thought, his aura surged forth, the crimson laws swirling around him. Scarlet runes, interspersed with ancient characters, floated about him, gradually merging into his being. Gazing at the grievous wound upon his chest, he narrowed his eyes and clawed at the top of the soul's head with a fierce grip. A tremendous force emanated from his palm. "Old man, what are you doing?" In response, the elder cackled malevolently. "Fear not, I shall fulfill my promise to you. As for whether or not I will bring your people along, does it truly matter? To me, it does not." Upon encountering the sudden aggression of the elder known as Dong Lao, his eyes widened in disbelief. A fleeting expression of incredulity crossing his visage. He could not fathom why he would turn against him, especially after he had assisted in his rebirth. Yet, no one would provide him with the answer. In the blink of an eye, the essence of the blood spirit had been thoroughly absorbed. Meanwhile, the gaping wound on his chest was healing at an alarming rate. A smile crept upon his lips as he gazed at the sword-wielding Shen Qingqing. The advisor Xan beside her with fingers poised like blades, and the disciples of the Wuxin sword sect, already positioned in a formation. He raised his hand, pointing at Shen Qingqing, and declared with a smirk, "Your body belongs to me. I have claimed it. Not even the Celestial Emperor can save you. Mark my words." At this juncture, he was determined to seize the innate Dao body, for failure would result in monumental loss. "Then come and try," Shen Qingqing retorted coldly, her fiery lotus apparition surging in power once more. Gripping the hilt of the rain sword, she infused it with her spiritual energy, causing the blade to shimmer with sword aura. The elder, upon hearing her words, formed a seal with his hands, crimson runes flowing from his fingertips. "Concentrate the soul seal," he bellowed, and a symbol manifested between his brows, emitting a scarlet beam aimed directly at Shen Qingqing. Without hesitation, she countered with a swift strike of her sword. The elder understood that conventional attacks were futile against her. Thus, he resolved to employ a soul technique, confident that this jade pendant, which defied the heavens, could not only withstand physical assaults, but also repel spiritual ones. To his astonishment, the crimson light shattered the sword aura she had conjured, hurtling towards her with unstoppable force. "This is bad." The advisor Xian, witnessing the impending danger, swiftly interposed himself before Shen Qingqing. He pointed his fingers at the crimson light, unleashing a brilliant radiance from his fingertips, the power of the laws swirling around him. However, with a resounding crack, the sword energy he projected was obliterated by the red light, sending him flying several meters away along with his momentum. "Father, Master Gu." Both Gu Qingfeng and Shen Qingqing cried out in concern as they watched the advisor being thrown back by the overwhelming force. "Cough." Xian quickly steadied himself, clearing his throat. "I am unscathed." Seeing this, the elder erupted into maniacal laughter, disdainfully glancing at the advisor, whom he deemed as insignificant as an ant, before turning his attention to Shen Qingqing, who was retreating while desperately wielding her long sword to fend off the assaults. He sneered, "I told you. Even if the Celestial Emperor were to arrive today, he could not save before he could finish his sentence." A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as a jade chariot descended from the void, accompanied by a voice that resonated throughout the cosmos. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 50, Severing the Universe and All Things, breaking the laws of heaven and earth at the moment when the divine light was about to descend upon Shen Qingqing. A figure abruptly appeared before her. "Father, silly old dad." Upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Qingqing smiled with delight, the tension in her body entirely dissipating with Mo Ran's arrival. Mo Ran raised his palms slightly to intercept the divine light. Just as the terrifying aura of the divine light was about to touch his hand, it shattered effortlessly. "Emperor!" At this, the advisor, who had been flung aside, wore a look of joy. Xiaoyan couldn't contain her surprise upon seeing the reassuring figure. "Hooray! The Emperor has arrived. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The elder in front shook his head in disbelief. Witnessing Mo Ran effortlessly crush the divine light he had conjured, he found it hard to accept the reality before him. After shattering that strike, Mo Ran chose not to engage with the elder immediately, letting him wrestle with his own disbelief. He turned to his eldest daughter, noticing the weariness etched on her face, and felt a pang of sympathy. He gently ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "Fear not, my dear. Father shall vanquish this old fool." "Oomph. Then hurry up," Shen Qingqing huffed, handing him the rainblade, for she truly had no means to handle the situation herself. Although she was a celestial king in her past life, she was now just a mere practitioner at the second level of the Fate Palace. The elder, having his power suppressed to the peak of the Emperor realm, could easily crush her, if not for the jade pinned in Mo Ran had given her for protection. She would have likely been captured by this old man the moment she emerged. Mo Ran accepted the rainblade with an awkward smile. Turning around, he gazed at the elder, whose once clear form had now become somewhat ethereal. His eyes instantly hardened with a frigid glare. "With a single sword, I shall sever you." He raised the rainblade and swung it towards the elder. In an instant, a starry brilliance emanated from the blade. The fierce sword light, mingling with the starlight, descended upon the elder. The elder, witnessing the sword aimed at him, felt a flicker of unwillingness cross his pale face as he gritted his teeth. The power he had suppressed to the peak of the Emperor realm erupted forth, and just as the sword energy was about to reach him, he once again invoked the spatial technique, expending a substantial amount of his divine energy to evade the blow. At this moment, his divine form appeared even more insubstantial. His pale visage and ephemeral essence indicated that it would not be long before he might completely dissipate due to the excessive consumption of his divine energy. His face darkened with gravity. The sword strike Shen Qingqing had unleashed earlier compelled him to use his spatial technique once more, as Mo Ran's mere casual strike had made him sense the specter of death, forcing him to evade again. While the spatial technique was indeed effective, he was currently a being of divine essence. Moreover, employing the spatial technique consumed immense spiritual energy. If he had a physical body, his spiritual energy could be effectively replenished. But as a being of divine essence, he could not restore the consumed divine energy. He could only rely on spiritual energy for a brief respite. If he could not find a physical body to seize, he would truly fall into slumber. He had thought that merely a lower realm would be easily suppressed by him, for he had once been a celestial king at his peak. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon his descent, the flawed heavenly laws would suppress all his powers, forcing him into the so-called peak of the Emperor realm? In other worlds, he could at least negotiate with the heavenly laws and exert half of his celestial might. But in this realm, he could not find the heavenly laws, let alone negotiate. With a low murmur, he uttered divine essence technique he might call coalesce. Now, he found himself at the end of his rope. The only way to break free from the sealed divine energy was to forcibly shatter it, allowing his currently limited divine essence to be replenished effectively, enabling him to navigate through this perilous moment. However, breaking free would contravene the heavenly laws of this realm, which would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Yet, he had no other choice. He was willing to take a gamble, hoping that the heavenly laws of this realm could not contain him. If he could successfully break the seal and restore his powers to ascend to the celestial realm, even if the heavenly laws intervened, he would be able to confront them. As his thoughts settled, crimson blood coalesced around the elder, enveloping him. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards him, forming a vortex of power centered on him. His divine essence was lifted by the incoming spiritual energy floating above. At this moment, his aura surged dramatically, tearing apart the celestial barrier that Shen Qingqing had previously wounded. As he gathered the spiritual energy to forcibly break the seal, the space around him began to fracture. In that fleeting moment, he seemed on the verge of transcending the limits of this realm. Meanwhile, within Mo Rant's mind, the ethereal voice of the system reverberated. Ding! The space here is beginning to collapse. Host must swiftly eliminate this threat, or else the heavenly laws of this realm will not withstand the power of a celestial and will soon shatter, rendering this realm into nothingness. Is the heavenly law truly so fragile? No. I must have a serious discussion with the system later. What exactly is the situation with these heavenly laws? How can they be so weak, merely due to a few flaws? Can they not withstand even a mere celestial being? Have they just been newly birthed? Are they still unfamiliar with the order of this world? Taking a deep breath, he cast aside the myriad of thoughts. Turning to Shen Qingqing behind him, he spoke slowly. Qing'er, I shall impart a sword to you that can sever all things and break all laws. With that, Mo Ran lifted his hand once more, raising the rain blade. Although the rain blade was currently sealed, its aura appeared merely as that of a spiritual sword. It remained unafraid even when facing a celestial emperor. Mo Rant's body radiated with the laws of the stars, merging into the blade. As the laws flowed, the rain blade emitted a series of sharp, heart-piercing sword glimmers. A maelstrom of celestial sword energy surged around him. Can a single sword sever all things and break all laws? Shen Qingqing gazed at Mo Ran, surrounded by countless starry sword energies, echoing his earlier words. In the next moment, Mo Ran slashed at the elder suspended in the air. A resounding sword cry echoed as myriad sword energies, like countless stars, surged towards the elder. That singular strike seemed to pierce through the past and future. Chapter 51. The moment of defiance of the new heavenly path in the aftermath of a single decisive strike. The atmosphere above the Wuxin sword sect reverberated with the relentless echoes of swordplay. That seemingly suspended moment, marked by a transcendent slash, scattered the swirling energies enveloping the elder. The sword's aura surged across vast distances, its fierce essence refusing to dissipate, casting an indelible presence over the entirety of the sect. Above, a jagged scar in the fabric of space remained, a wound that could not heal as tempestuous forces of nature poured through the narrow fissure, threatening to rend it further apart. The elder's essence had long vanished from this realm, as if he had never existed. This strike from Mo Ran could fell deities. It was a display of overwhelming power that left all witnesses in awe. Whether they were emperors or celestial beings, they seemed insignificant in the face of such might, unable even to withstand a single blow. At this moment, the Wuxin sword sect had transformed into a realm uniquely governed by sword energy. Under the force of Mo Ran's strike, all worldly principles could be shattered with a mere swing of the sword. Throughout, his visage remained utterly impassive. Both Shen Qingqing and Gu Wenxin, the sect's leader, along with countless disciples, were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock that lingered long after. Gazing skyward at the scar left behind, the raging storm of space appeared as a ferocious beast, ravenously seeking to consume the barriers of this realm, aiming to breach its very essence. Gradually, this scar was being infiltrated by the destructive breath of the storm. If not swiftly mended, the Wuxin sword sect would soon become a desolate wasteland in the southern domain. The once thriving sect seemed destined to fade into the annals of history after this day. These ants drive me mad. Why must they shatter the heavens while fighting? At the edge of the rift, a vague, ethereal figure, small and elusive, was desperately tugging at the fissure with her tiny hands, straining to mend it. She was known as the Heavenly Path, the guardian of this realm and the upholder of order. Having recently emerged following the demise of the previous Heavenly Path, her understanding of the world was still in its infancy. Simply put, she was too young to govern such a vast domain. Her birth had been a twist of fate. Years prior, a powerful entity from the upper realms attempted to invade this world. The former Heavenly Path, as its protector, could not allow such malign intentions to breach the sanctity of his domain. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in the invader's retreat but leaving the protector with a fractured essence on the brink of death. Aware of his impending demise and unwilling to witness the world he had safeguarded descend into chaos, he utilized his remaining powers to nurture her ahead of time. What was initially thought to be a swift process unexpectedly extended over several years. During this period, the former Heavenly Path forcibly altered the existing order. Should any celestial beings emerge, even those merely at the half-celestial level, they would be violently expelled from this realm, not through legitimate pathways, but through ruthless banishment, indifferent to their lives. This new rule was established to prevent any upper realm entities from breaching the world while she was being nurtured. The unfortunate fate of those expelled was to be cast into the storm beyond, where they would be shredded by its turmoil, with no hope of survival, except for those of unparalleled strength. Surely, no formidable powers beyond the Celestial King would dare to descend upon such a humble world, for it simply could not sustain them. A mere stomp could obliterate it. Thus, it was entirely unnecessary for such beings to disrupt a fragile realm. Consequently, the prolonged effort to foster a new heavenly path led to a surge of emperors within this world, unable to depart through the celestial pathway, ultimately meeting their natural end. Surely, no emperor would wish to breach the world's barriers and plunge into the storm, for such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Moreover, ascending to become an emperor no longer necessitated traversing the perilous path of the past, but rather involved embracing the trials of the emperor's tribulation. While this method was simpler, emperors born of tribulation were inherently weaker than those forged through the traditional path. This discrepancy in strength gave rise to the term pseudo-emperor, as questions arose regarding the vast differences in power among those of the same rank. By my word, this rift is expanding, and I cannot fully mend it. The heavenly path, manifested as a small girl, suddenly released her grip, placing her hands over her mouth in astonishment. She had merely wished to observe the unfolding drama of this world, but before she could enjoy her moment, chaos erupted. What vendetta had prompted such a grand display upon her arrival? Observing the irreparable scar, she chose to abandon her efforts, expressing her disdain with a slight frown. Raising her hands in resignation, she resolved to revisit once her own principles were fully developed. As for the fate of this realm, whether it would succumb to the storm's wrath and become a wasteland, the little voice in her mind suggested, simply let it be. With a heavy sigh, she shrugged her shoulders, preparing to depart. When that elder from the celestial realm had arrived, the previous regulations set by the former heavenly path had sealed his powers at the peak of the emperor level. However, with the emergence of a new heavenly path, the strength of those regulations had waned, preventing his expulsion. Upon sensing the elder's arrival, intrigued by the prospect of impending events, she lingered a moment longer. It remained uncertain whether her faint essence had been detected by the elder or if other factors were at play. But he began to employ a peculiar secret technique to communicate with her, seeking her assistance in lifting his seal to reveal his half-celestial powers. Yet, she remained unresponsive, as she had no means to assist him. "Brother, you have mistaken the one to ask," she declared. "I have not been taught this. You have come to the wrong person." And thus, she fell silent, content to observe the unfolding spectacle. However, matters took a turn for the worse as the elder, driven by desperation, attempted to forcibly shatter the seal left by the former heavenly path. She intended to intervene, acutely aware that should he succeed, the world would be thrown into turmoil. But just as she prepared to act, a radiant beam of sword light pierced through the elder, targeting her with lethal intent. Startled, she swiftly evaded. And so it was. She concealed herself, as the recently mended scar of the sword was once again beset. In the very first month of her new post, she commenced her labor, just as she was poised to make a swift escape. Intending to return once she had matured sufficiently to mend the fissure, a gentle voice quietly resonated from behind her. "Hello, do you require assistance?" Chapter 52. Preparing to embrace new rules and order the embodiment of the heavenly path, poised to flee this land of strife, was startled into stillness by a sudden voice behind her. "Who is it? Who dares? To devour me? Ah, how absurd! To consume the heavenly path? How is it possible that I can be seen? Who am I? Where am I?" As the incarnation of the heavenly path, unless she wished for someone to perceive her, others could not. Moreover, in this realm that belonged to her, it was inconceivable. Yet now, uncertainty crept in. Could it be? Could this person be akin to the previous one? A cross-border traveler? Surely not. That elder had to employ certain means to connect with her. But this individual seems truly capable of seeing her. By the heavens, the crux of the matter? As the master of this realm, how could someone appear without her awareness? If someone were to sneak up and strike her down, the mere thought was terrifying. However, that voice, it sounded so familiar. In her confusion, she slowly turned around. There stood Mo Ran, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at her with a playful expression. It seemed he was saying, "Don't run. I still have many questions for you." To her astonishment, it was him. But this shouldn't be possible. How could he see me? Upon witnessing Mo Ran's handsome visage, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She no longer had to fear an unexpected attack from behind. Yet, alongside this relief, a sense of confusion and anger arose. It was him, this very person. She was furious that, merely 1 month into her role, Mo Ran had presented her with such a significant dilemma. But why could he see her? It made no sense. Logically, as a peak emperor, Mo Ran was a pseudo-emperor birthed from an era where the path to true sovereignty remained elusive. In such a state, he should have been incapable of perceiving her existence. How could he possibly see her? Did he possess some unique ability? With a hint of trepidation, she took 2 steps back, scrutinizing the man before her, whose expression hinted at ill intentions. After a prolonged silence, Mo Ran spoke. "Little one, do you need assistance?" "Assistance? You? You wish to help?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly path embodiment's expression darkened instantly. Her tiny fist clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Ran, exclaiming, "Help? You? This mess, didn't you cause it? Wasn't it your conflict that led to this chaos? I've only just arrived. Do you understand? I've only just taken my position, and you've already presented me with such a monumental task. It's utterly impossible to retract. No, I've already repaired it once. Why must you continue to cleave at the same spot? Is it amusing to you? Can't you strike somewhere else? Must you target a single location? Is that polite?" Though she was unsure how Mo Ran could see her, she was eager to vent her frustrations. Mo Ran, feeling somewhat awkward after her verbal onslaught, rubbed his nose. Truth be told, he had initially sensed her presence. Had it not been for the elder's sudden invocation of spatial magic before his demise, he would have remained oblivious. Earlier, when he had unleashed his sword strike, though it pierced the elder, the latter had already begun to shatter the seals within himself. Perhaps, sensing the newly born heavenly path observing, the elder might have wished to share the burden before his end, utilizing spatial magic to slightly divert the trajectory of Mo Ran's attack, thus causing it to strike toward the heavenly path. It was not intentional. To his surprise, his words had proven prophetic. The freshly birthed heavenly path was indeed unfamiliar with the workings of this world. Contemplating this, he gazed at the widening rift behind the heavenly path, increasingly being consumed by the storm. He raised a hand, directing a finger towards it. A glimmer of starlight emanated from his fingertip, resembling a serpent slowly slithering through the air, meticulously mending the celestial barrier that had been ravaged by the spatial tempest. In a short while, the once tumultuous rift was restored to its former glory. Moreover, after his intervention, the heavenly path embodiment could distinctly sense that this barrier had become even more formidable than before. "This is astonishing. Perhaps I should let the heavenly path serve you?" The fierce demeanor she had initially displayed evaporated upon witnessing Rent's adept restoration of the rift. Dissipating as swiftly as it had come, she blinked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, lost in thought. While she remained unsure of what made Ren unique, his method of repair suggested he was a reclusive powerhouse enjoying retirement here. She had no intention of being like those mindless embodiments of the heavenly path, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. A single strike could pierce the heavens. A mere gesture could mend the cosmos. Would you believe he is merely a peak emperor? I certainly do not. Suddenly, a cunning thought struck her. With a mischievous smile, she addressed Ren, boss. Why not let the heavenly path serve you? Ren froze momentarily, a large question mark hovering above his head, his hand suspended in midair as he momentarily forgot to retract it. Boss, you want me to be the heavenly path? Are you out of your mind? Why would I forsake my position as the esteemed Qingyu emperor? Why would I abandon my wife for the sake of becoming your heavenly path laborer? The last individual who took on such a role now has a grave 2 meters high. Do you comprehend? Not even a dog would accept that. Clearing his mind of such thoughts, Ren looked at the newly emerged heavenly path, his lips twitching as he nearly lost his composure. Yet compared to that old fellow, this little one was far more entertaining. Reflecting on the day he ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor, he recalled how he had yet to fully master the powers of an Immortal Emperor. He had nearly altered the rules painstakingly crafted by the Elder, who had spent half his life to establish them. The Elder's fury had been palpable, and he had raged incessantly, exhibiting none of the decorum expected of a heavenly path. As he regarded the new heavenly path, now rubbing her hands together with a devious expression, he mused that she had inherited none of that Elder's volatility, but rather seemed to possess a new, similar attribute. Oh well, let us not digress. Tell me, how long will it take for you to fully grasp the laws of the heavenly path in this realm? With the emergence of the new heavenly path, a transformation of this era loomed on the horizon. Prepare to embrace the new rules and order. Whether I want to or not, your desire is inconsequential. Upon hearing Rent's refusal, she pouted, coldly retorting, half a year? Half a year? That rather lengthy Rent stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. With the demise of the former heavenly path, the new rules he had established were gradually weakening. It wouldn't be long before they faded entirely. At that point, this new heavenly path would officially assume the role of guardian of this realm. However, therein lay the issue. She was not the inheritor of the heavenly path. Rather, it is the celestial path that has been nurtured a unique heavenly law. In other words, the inheritor can directly receive the entirety of the previous heavenly law's power, albeit with limitations. The nurtured celestial path, however, is of a growth nature, devoid of such restrictions. The extent to which it can develop depends on her comprehension of the laws and her mastery over them. If the embodiment of the celestial path could hear his thoughts at this moment, it would undoubtedly berate him vehemently. What the devil? Half a year and still no growth? Of course, such words are mere fabrications. The reason he posed such a question was to assist in reinforcing the spatial integrity of this realm. After all, the spatial fabric of this world is indeed fragile beyond measure. Just one immortal's descent is enough to threaten its stability. Why not reinforce it earlier? Am I not entitled to my reluctance? Do I not have the choice to abstain? Reinforcement is the duty of the celestial path. What does it have to do with me as an immortal emperor? Is it not necessary to obtain the master's consent for such reinforcement? Must it not be permitted? What consequences arise from disrupting order? Some matters are irreversible, even for an immortal emperor. Do you understand? Upon receiving his answer, Ren refrained from making further demands, for such matters were beyond his purview. He was not the celestial path, so why should he interfere with its affairs? In that moment, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. Was it not time for someone to retrieve the coffin stored within the Qingyu dynasty? After all, the old celestial path was no more. The new celestial path appeared somewhat unsteady, and its power was rather mediocre. Sighing, he shook his head and offered her a look of helplessness, delivering a final reminder. Devote more energy to mastering this world. The order rests upon your shoulders. At these words, the celestial path looked utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the situation. By the time she regained her senses, Mo Ran had already departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 53, where the immortals do not dwell gazing at the graceful figure of Mo Ran departing. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao was filled with perplexity. Although the meaning eluded comprehension, it ultimately resigned to shaking its head, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Below, the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect exhaled a sigh of relief as they beheld the suddenly restored fissure. At least they no longer had to worry about the sect's downfall. However, as they surveyed the aftermath of the battle, a bitter smile spread across their faces. Some are occupied with. After a single strike, the storm persisted. The world returned to its former tranquility, leaving behind the bustling disciples of the Wenshin sword sect. In this present moment, the young and powerful disciples of the sect had all perished. Out of the two who entered the secret realm, only two survived, and one of them was emotionally absent. It was a tragic scene. Yet, compared to other sword sects in different realms, the Wenshin sword sect fared much better. In the Forgetting Heart realm, amidst the Howren sword sect's forest of swords, a wooden sword stood firmly in the ground beside a gravestone. Before it, 3 bowls of farewell wine were set. "Do you know?" the master said. A melodious voice echoed beside the gravestone, laced with unspeakable sorrow. Tears stained the young girl's cheeks as she choked back sobs, forcing a smile through her grief. "Those who break their promises will be condemned by the heavens. They will suffer in their next life." As her words fell, her tears flowed freely, an unstoppable tide. It was unclear whether the surge of emotions or the weight of sorrow overwhelmed her. At that moment, her expression remained placid, yet for reasons unknown, the tears continued to cascade down her face. "Yun Huyen, you wretched soul." The inscription on the gravestone was clear. The familiar voice would no longer whisper in her ears, and the past could not re-emerge. The master once said, "All mortals must face death, whether heavy or light." Are you heavy or light? You bear no resemblance to my brother at all. Now that you are gone, what am I to do? Her murmurs filled the air, yet they echoed back with silence. Time flowed, and she lost track of how long she had been there. The tears had seemingly dried, yet the traces on her cheeks remained vivid, though no further tears fell. "You've gone, you fool." She waved farewell to the gravestone, as if bidding adieu to the past. The wooden sword, still embedded in the ground, remained untouched. In time, the sword forest became a forbidden zone. "I am Xiao, the second disciple of the Howren sword sect." Xiao. No, it's just Xiao. "Oh, Xiao, greetings. I am your elder brother, Jun Ruyan. I shall protect you from now on." Mo Ran bid farewell to the advisor and ascended the jade carriage with Shen Qingqing, returning together to the Qingyu Empire. Along the way, within the carriage, Shen Qingqing's voice of confusion emerged as she turned to Mo Ran, asking, "Can you slay immortals?" The sword struck forth earlier, its momentum surpassing that of an ordinary emperor. The elder's aura had, at one moment, transcended the emperor's, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. Thus, she was deeply perplexed by Mo Ran's ability to slay the elder with that single strike, to sever all in this world, to shatter all laws. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran rubbed his nose, uncertain how to respond. Yet he replied candidly, "I can." Observing Mo Ran's demeanor, Shen Qingqing found herself momentarily dazed. An immortal? What kind of being is that? Uncertain when it began, the term immortal had not graced anyone's lips for many years. The ancient texts detailing the path of immortality and the path of emperors had grown hazy in the eyes of the people, as if all had been forgotten. Are you one? Have you ascended to that legendary realm? Well, sort of. An immortal? An immortal emperor should perhaps count as one? Upon hearing Mo Ran's affirmation, the empress seated beside him nearly fainted from shock. What have I done? Have I entangled myself with an immortal? She recalled their first meeting and how this trickster had feigned weakness, leading her to severe injury and subsequently seizing her body. A flash of indignation crossed her face. He truly is a wretched being, a rogue. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing sat quietly beside her, cradling Linger, trembling and unable to speak. From the outset, she had known her father was a being comparable to an immortal emperor, yet she lacked evidence and found it difficult to voice. Now, hearing him admit it, She felt an inexplicable excitement. Does this mean I can be bold? Do I need to continue cultivating? Perhaps I should flaunt my status? With that thought, she glanced up at Mo Ran, hastily discarding that alarming notion. No, absolutely not. I cannot act so recklessly. Such behavior leads to an early demise. She had often heard of a peculiar coincidence in this world. Those who are arrogant and overbearing are destined to perish. The ancient texts of the Falling Moon clan warned, those who are arrogant, possess extraordinary backgrounds, are handsome, and have powerful parents. Never approach them. They bring misfortune. All these traits applied to her parents. What should she do? Wow, how thrilling. Sister, what is an immortal? Is it delicious? In her arms, Ling'er played with the two spirit beasts she had struggled to capture. Then, hearing Shen Qingqing's mention of slaying immortals, she innocently inquired. At that moment, when Xiaoyan heard Ling'er's mention of eat, her previously sleepy eyelids flew open. Eat? Where? Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing turned their attention to that bewildered voice. Ahem. This. Shen Qingqing felt the eyes of Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing fixated upon her. Her face flushed as she hesitated to speak, unsure if she should reveal anything that might expose secrets. I know. Xiaoyan interjected, glancing at Ling'er in Shen Qingqing's arms. Recalling that she had once asked Shen Qingqing a similar question, she continued, it's a bad thing that can eat people. Ling'er was startled by Xiaoyan's answer and clutched Shen Qingqing tighter. With that, Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing burst into laughter, filling the carriage with mirth. Meanwhile, within various sects and imperial clans, astonished gasps echoed. Even those who had sealed themselves away for millennia broke free from their bindings. On Tianji Mountain, Tianjizi closed his eyes, calculating with his fingers. After a moment, a look of joy illuminated his face. He hurriedly turned to the girl playing the zither behind him, exclaiming, Ranner, the moment has arrived. Huh? The moment? What moment? Startled by Tianjizi's sudden joy, she was left perplexed. It is the moment for you to descend the mountain. Why should I descend? The girl was filled with doubt. Ever since she ascended the mountain to apprentice, she had never come down again. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather that the old man would not allow it. Over time, she had grown indifferent to it. This is quite nice, tranquil, and suitable for my cultivation. I silently cursed within. This old man has begun his madness once more. He uttered such words a decade ago, and I hardly paid them any heed. I had nearly forgotten. Could it be? Do you truly wish for me to descend a mountain? What purpose would that serve? Here I am, nurturing my birds and admiring the scenery. Is this not delightful? Chapter 54. The Maiden of Heavenly Secrets on Heavenly Secret Mountain. Suddenly, a ruler appeared in the hands of the Master of Heavenly Secrets, and with a swift motion, he pointed it at the young girl's head. Ouch! That old rascal! She muttered in pain. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that her master was exceptionally skilled at discerning the secrets of heaven. All her youthful thoughts were plainly written on her face. There was no need for the master to divine them. It was merely a matter of conjecture. She brushed aside her disheveled hair with a pout and inquired, Is it for the sake of contending for the imperial throne? Am I capable of that? I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that old man's mind. Does he not fear that I might be led astray after descending the mountain? Upon hearing this, the master stroked his beard, his expression inscrutable, and replied, Whether it is the imperial throne or not, it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you lack experience in the mortal realm. Then why not allow me to descend the mountain sooner to gain that experience? She retorted. The master's hand froze mid-motion. Clearing his throat twice to dispel the awkwardness, he said, The time is not yet ripe. At this, the girl's lips twitched in frustration. She wished to rebuke him, but knew better than to disrespect her master, though she often cursed him in private. It was merely a term of endearment from a disciple to her mentor, devoid of any malice. Observing his ethereal demeanor, she settled beside the guqin, her fingers deftly dancing across the strings. The melodious notes filled the air, enveloping everything in a tranquil silence. It seemed even the wind was captivated by her music. Forgetting to blow, Will I be able to return and keep you company? She raised her gaze, hoping to receive the answer she longed for. However, the old man's expression shifted abruptly, his hands suspended in the air, his throat moving as if he wished to speak but found it difficult. Finally, he let out a soft sigh and said, "Logically speaking, you cannot return. Once you embark on the path to becoming an emperor, you will have your own path to tread. You cannot remain in my shadow forever." Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head in silence, continuing to play the guqin. As for the so-called path to becoming an emperor, she was reluctant to compete for it, but felt compelled to do so. Her name was Wenran, a girl fated to a short life. In the southern region, within the Qingyu dynasty's Longnan city, she was the eldest daughter of the inconspicuous Wen family, born with a fatal flaw that destined her to live no longer than 18 years. In an attempt to escape her enemies, her mother sacrificed herself to protect her, and she witnessed that tragic scene. She also saw her father bravely confront their foes to avenge her mother, only to meet a cruel demise. Later, she encountered her master, the master of heavenly secrets, who saved her and annihilated those who had wronged her family before bringing her back to Heavenly Secret Mountain. Since then, she had not descended the mountain again. She was merely 3 years old at that time. Detached from worldly ties, why should she stir up the dust? For her, the present moment was just right, comfortable. She showed little interest in the path to becoming an emperor and did not wish to compete for it. Yet, she was left with no choice. She had to survive. To walk the path to emperorship and attain the throne was her sole means of survival. After all, she was on borrowed time. Her continued existence was solely due to the master's aid in prolonging her life. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. As the final note faded, she rose, storing the guqin in her ring, and bowed respectfully to the master. "Then I shall take my leave." Hearing this, the master nodded gently in acknowledgement, remaining silent. "Che, old man, it is said that on Heavenly Secret Mountain resides the Maiden of Heavenly Secrets, who, upon stepping into the mortal world, became entwined in the dust of life, reflecting upon the past 1,000 years. This mountain remains Heavenly Secret Mountain, yet the master of heavenly secrets is nowhere to be seen. Whether among the 9 great imperial families of the southern region or in the other 3 regions, or within any sect or faction, powerful auras surged into the sky. Those who had secluded themselves for years, nearing death, revealed their ultimate trump cards to prolong their lives. After an extended period of silence, the celestial path suddenly emanated a faint, elusive aura, imperceptible yet palpable. Moreover, even the aura of the path to emperorship showed signs of stirring. In the southern region's 9 great imperial families, the Luo family Finally, the old man has persevered to this moment. The elder of the Luo family, who had been dormant for an unknown duration, awoke from his seal. He stretched his stiff neck, his frail body appearing to have emerged slowly from the depths of the abyss. Is it the aura of the celestial path? Before he could finish his sentence, a young man, who had awakened before him, suddenly appeared before him, gazing intently with a knowing smile, saying, "And the aura of the path to emperorship." The imperial heir of the Luo family, Luo Qingqing, who had entered seclusion years ago to await the next opening of the path to emperorship, was astonished that the imperial heir had awakened before the elder. Truly, his senses were remarkably keen. Luo Qingqing smiled slightly, unperturbed. No sooner had the two awakened than 2 figures rushed toward them at great speed. Old ancestor, imperial heir. The visitors were none other than the current head of the Luo family and the family's elder. Luo Ji and Luo Kuan approached the two with respectful bows. Similar occurrences transpired across the 9 great imperial families. Even some ancient sects, which had endured for ages, were conducting old rituals, summoning something mysterious. The birth of a new heavenly Tao brought numerous changes to this world. As it assimilated the laws and perfected itself, it sought to dominate the entire realm, inevitably causing some disturbances. Alongside these disturbances, they speculated on the underlying truths. A millennium ago, the master of heavenly secrets had proclaimed that the heavenly Tao was flawed. Thus, the paths to emperorship and celestial ascension were unlikely to manifest again. Once the number of emperors reached a critical threshold, the celestial path would emerge, as the world could not sustain so many emperors. However, the appearance of Mo Ran altered this trajectory. The birth of the new heavenly Tao was one such change. If the previous trajectory had been followed, the emergence of the celestial path would have led to the world's demise. However, with the new heavenly Tao now present, the paths to emperorship and celestial ascension could be opened, allowing the world to evade destruction. Consequently, those who had secluded themselves, awaiting the next celestial path or the opening of the path to emperorship, began to awaken one after another. These prodigies were each a paragon of their respective eras, endowed with extraordinary physiques and exceptional cultivation talents. Yet they were born in a time of flawed heavenly Tao, forcing them into seclusion, waiting for the arrival of the path to emperorship to claim their rightful place as emperors. How proud were these prodigies! Those who had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of emperorship, standing at the threshold of celestial ascension, sought to await the celestial path's arrival in the time they had left, pursuing higher realms and venturing to greater, more distant places. At this moment, within the Eastern Imperial clan, the 3 ancestors of the Dongfang family gazed upon the suddenly activated compass before them, their faces revealing expressions of joy. The Dongfang Quang, who had attained the status of an emperor in body, struck his fists together, igniting a fierce battle spirit. His boisterous voice echoed throughout the hall. After waiting for so many years, the celestial path is finally about to descend. The anticipation is truly exhilarating. A wave of heat emanated from his fists, rippling through the surroundings. Of Qingyu dynasty, the Dongfang men, with a cold smile, declared, "It is time to settle the debts. The debts to Dongfang Jian. It is time to reclaim what is owed, right upon the celestial path." Chapter 55, Fleeting Moments, Never to Return. Time, indeed, is fleeting. 6 months may be described as neither long nor short, yet for the multitude of cultivators, it passes in the blink of an eye. Presently, various great powers have begun to make their presence known, while the once secluded prodigies of these factions have awakened one by one during this brief interval. Though their auras are faint, the cunning among them have sensed these changes. After years of anticipation, they finally witness the long-awaited emergence, a prospect that fills them with exhilaration. Particularly in a desolate region, a dilapidated sect has experienced a sudden upheaval. Recently, a thunderous sound erupted as a coffin burst forth from beneath the ground of this sect. Initially thought to be a secret treasure, it was revealed that the coffin contained their founding ancestor, who astonishingly remains alive. The news spread like wildfire, causing many who had intended to eradicate the sect to exclaim, "Old Six, I concede. Thank goodness we did not act." With the gradual refinement of the heavenly laws, numerous ancient ruins that had lain dormant for years have begun to surge forth, further validating the rumor of the impending opening of the imperial path. These ruins are both a boon and a calamity, serving as protective trump cards for countless prodigies aspiring to ascend the imperial path. Among them are various imperial artifacts. In this newly emerged ruin, a 100-foot-tall beast resembling a toad, albeit somewhat grotesque, stands upon a foundation of mysterious flames, leaving a massive indentation in the ground. Upon its back, a young man clad in purple gazes down at the crowd with a chilling smile, declaring, "A swarm of ants dares to vie with this imperial son for treasures?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers surveyed the desolation around them and the parchment floating before the youth, their faces betraying their unwillingness to concede. The parchment contained the teachings of a great emperor, a legendary fire technique attributed to the Fire Emperor. It recorded tens of thousands of methods for controlling fire and encapsulated the Fire Emperor's profound insights into the nature of flames. The very ruin they occupied was the site of the Fire Emperor's legacy, with the parchment enveloped in flames representing the culmination of his life's work. It is said that the Fire Emperor wielded this technique to carve a path of destruction upon the imperial path, leaving no rival who dared to claim the title of emperor. Now, having ascended to the realm of immortals, he has departed for the fabled upper realms, a place coveted by many. Yet, as they gaze upon the inheritance before them, the crowd feels no spark of desire to contest for it. For the young man in purple hails from one of the 9 great imperial clans, the Song family, and is known as Song Mingji, the imperial son of the Song clan. He had awakened merely half a month prior, endowed with a spirit fire body and an innate affinity for the path of fire. Upon hearing of the Fire Emperor's relics, he hastened from his clan. However, before they could even begin to contend, he had already claimed the prize. Beside him rests a beast that had presumably slumbered for countless millennia, a companion beast known as the Purple Spirit King. At the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace, a true demon sage. In contrast, they are mere initiates of the second realm. How could they hope to compete? Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Of course, some remain unwilling to retreat so easily. One individual, glaring defiantly, exclaimed, "Humph. Merely a coward who fears death. What if he has awakened? I, a mere passerby, fear not a battle." Upon hearing this, Song Mingji's expression darkened. He had sealed his fate, but it was not out of fear. As a prodigy of heaven, he feared not death. If he could not ascend the imperial path and emerge as the Fire Emperor did among his peers, then what meaning did life hold? Thus, upon hearing such insolent words from below, Song Mingji clenched his fist, igniting a surge of spirit fire that enveloped him. Instantly, his cultivation at the third realm of the Fate Palace erupted, radiating an intense, scorching energy that transformed the space into a veritable steamer, unbearably hot. He hurled a fist towards the insolent passerby, who could not evade in time, being obliterated into ashes by the fiery blow. The crowd gasped in horror, struggling to comprehend the ferocity of this prodigy from a millennium past. Despite being merely at the third realm of the Fate Palace, he had reduced a peaked second realm passerby to mere fragments. This was the might of a self-proclaimed prodigy, indeed formidable. Observing the stunned crowd, Song Mingji let out a cold smile, clutching the parchment tightly in his grasp as he bellowed, "Who else dares?" Silence ensued. The atmosphere grew so thick with tension that it felt suffocating. The prodigy of the Song clan seemed to be losing his grip on reality. Having acquired the treasure, he could depart, yet the others wished to pursue their own quests. In that moment, a young girl, cradling a jade sword, emerged from a side path. She gazed in awe at the colossal beast standing in the center of the plaza, her mouth agape in surprise. "What a huge toad!" she exclaimed. A ripple of laughter broke out among the crowd, though some quickly stifled their amusement, fearful of attracting Song Mingji's ire. The young man's expression darkened further. Despite the beast's resemblance to a toad, it was merely an appearance. He loathed it when others referred to his companion in such a manner, feeling as though they were mocking him. Who was this insolent girl? He resolved to silence her. Clenching his fist once more, he summoned a fresh surge of spirit fire, illuminating the surroundings with a fierce blaze as he unleashed a punch towards her without hesitation. The onlookers held their breath, bracing for the worst, as they witnessed the unprepared girl on the verge of being struck down. However, just as the fiery fist was about to connect, a blazing lotus flower erupted from behind the girl, shattering the attack into scintillating embers. As the crowd reeled from the sudden display of power, a second wave of fire surged forth from behind the girl, hurtling towards Song Mingji. Chapter 56. What fear is there in death? Ancestor, save me. Song Mingji spread his palms, gazing at the crimson fire lotus rushing towards him. A unique rune adorned his hands, and with a flicker of thought, the mysterious flames danced to his will, cleaving through the air. The two forces collided, producing a thunderous roar within the ruins. As the smoke dissipated, Song Mingji's gaze turned icy, fixating on the elusive figure ahead, and he shouted, "Who are you?" In the fortnight since his awakening, he had claimed 3 relic sites, each time returning triumphantly, never having met an opponent capable of withstanding his strike. Yet, despite his furious glare, the figure seemed indifferent, delivering a fierce punch to the head of the girl clutching a jade sword, scolding, "You silly girl, why do you always invite trouble? Last time, you nearly faced a sword's edge. This time, it was nearly a fiery fist. Your mouth sure does run." The massive fist fell upon her head, and Xiaoya felt a strange resilience growing within her. It doesn't hurt. The princess finally can't hurt me. She chuckled to herself, her joy uncontainable, though the reason for her mirth remained a mystery. She pointed at Song Mingji, who was standing atop a beast, brimming with anger, and whispered, "Was that really a frog?" She spoke true. It certainly resembled one. Looking in the direction she indicated, Xiaoyu gasped in surprise. Indeed, it was quite a peculiar sight. Clearing her throat, she offered an apologetic glance towards Song Mingji, saying, "I'm sorry, my servant is not very articulate. I hope you won't take offense." "Very well, very well. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. After your long slumber, of course, no one has." At her words, Song Mingji's expression fluctuated, exceedingly unpleasant. The mysterious flames surged around him, his cultivation at the third level of the life palace erupting in an instant. The spirit flames whirled about him, a pale yellow aura coiling like a serpent. He was determined to make those who dared to belittle him pay dearly. His aura rapidly intensified, the surrounding spiritual energy rippling. With a sudden, forceful step, he raised his fist and charged at Shen Qingqing. As a proud scion, he was resolute in fighting for his dignity. He was not a wretched frog. Witnessing his approach, Shen Qingqing felt a headache coming on. She had no desire to become entangled in conflict here. She had come seeking fortune, hoping to uncover the exquisite fire control techniques of the Fire Emperor. After all, she held a keen interest in fire, having heard much of the Fire Emperor's renown in the upper realm, though the distance had kept her from witnessing his prowess firsthand. She only knew that his fire manipulation was unparalleled, a feat never before achieved, for the Fire Emperor was a being of celestial sovereignty. There was a tale of a wager between him and the ancestral figure of the Fire Clan, wherein, if he lost, he would allow the clan to take one of their spiritual fires. The specifics of that wager remained undisclosed, but it was said that the Fire Emperor, showcasing his mastery of fire, rendered 5 celestial sovereigns of the Fire Clan utterly immobile, allowing him to claim their clan's spiritual fire and depart with elegance. From then on, the name of the Fire Emperor resounded throughout the upper realm, a prominent figure among celestial sovereigns. After a brief moment of contemplation, as Song Mingji attacked, a fire lotus manifested behind Shen Qingqing. Enveloped in flames, Song Mingji unleashed a downward strike, but just as it was about to land upon her head, the fire lotus flickered. Rays of crimson light burst forth, piercing through his form, propelling him backward with great force until he steadied himself several meters away. The onlookers were astonished, their gazes filled with disbelief as they regarded Shen Qingqing. This individual was formidable. Who could she be? Was she yet another self-sealed prodigy from an imperial clan? Oh dear! Shen Qingqing sighed at the astonished stares, feeling exasperated. She truly wished to avoid trouble. Yet wherever she went, chaos seemed to follow. Perhaps next time she should bring her father along? No, it was all this fool's fault for babbling incessantly. She must find something to silence her when they return. Having been knocked back several meters, Song Mingji quickly regained his composure. He had been careless, failing to evade. He had squandered an opportunity due to overconfidence. Perhaps his prolonged self-seal had left him with after-effects. Meanwhile, witnessing his master being sent flying, Song Mingji's companion spirit beast roared angrily at Shen Qingqing. The flames around its feet surged, the air heating dramatically. What the? Run. Keep your distance from this thing. It's burning me alive. The creature, engulfed in fiery energy, emitted a scorching blaze that made it unbearable for those nearby. They hastily dodged, fearing for their safety, while internally questioning, why has it suddenly become so fiery? Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? It's just because its master got hit. Is it really necessary to react this way? The purple spirit king, enveloped in surging flames, glared with blood-red eyes, as if it could breathe fire itself. Seeing this, Shen Qingqing glanced at Song Mingji, who was clutching his chest, lost in thought, then turned her attention to the rampaging spirit beast charging at her. Unhurried, she slowly brought her fingers together, a glimmer of starlight emanating from her fingertips, coalescing into a formidable sword energy. As the starry sword energy materialized, several streams of red light burst forth from her wrist, gracefully swirling around the sword energy. Suddenly, she raised her hand, delivering a decisive strike towards the beast. Countless streams of sword energy flowed from her fingertips, transforming into a torrential downpour of lethal strikes directed at the creature. The radiant energy she wielded was none other than the power of the stellar law, frequently employed by Ran. 6 months prior, upon returning to the Qingyu Empire, she had expressed her desire to comprehend Ran's stellar law. Possessing an innate Tao body, her affinity for the laws came effortlessly. In just 6 months, she was able to condense the stellar sword energy. As for the sword technique taught by Ran during his encounter with the elder from the Heartsword sect, apologies, she had yet to master it. Upon seeing the starry sword energy hurtling towards his companion spirit beast, Song Mingji stood frozen in place. The aura radiating from that strike filled him with trepidation. He knew he could not contend with it. Yet, he could not simply watch as his spirit beast faced annihilation. This blow would leave it severely wounded, if not dead. The Purple Spirit King had been born alongside him, their fates intricately linked. Should the Spirit King suffer harm, he would undoubtedly share in its pain. Thus, with clenched teeth and a face twisted in fear, he looked skyward and shouted, "Ancestor, save me." After all, having just awakened, and with the Imperial Path soon to open, he wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities. Chapter 57. The Ancestor of the Song Family. Song Ji, with a cry for help escaping from Song Mingji's lips, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a protector? The young girl, despite her tender age, wielded such ruthless power? Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson in behalf of your parents, you ignorant little girl. Unbeknownst to her, the voice was heard before the person was seen. Just as the sword energy aimed at the Purple Spirit King was about to reach its target, an elderly man, grasping a serpent-shaped staff, suddenly appeared before the Purple Spirit King. With a mere flick of his staff, the starry sword energy shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. Dressed in black robes, wielding a serpent staff, he is Song Ji, the third ancestor of the Song family, who, according to legend, had long since perished. The crowd gazed at the suddenly materialized elder, their hearts churning. Some wished to speak disrespectfully, yet dare not. Before the word death could escape their lips, they felt as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon them, a deep-seated fear surging through their hearts. It was rumored that Song Ji had long since fallen due to the ravages of time. Yet here he stood, unexpectedly reappeared. How could they not be astonished? This man was akin to that other ancient being from Sword Mountain, having descended from the Imperial Path. To traverse the Imperial Path is not an extraordinary feat, however. To emerge victorious amidst the competition of the celestial prodigies across myriad realms and claim an imperial throne is truly astonishing. For each individual who ascends to the throne upon the Imperial Path has clawed their way up from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each one is a formidable figure. Upon hearing this, as she beheld the sudden appearance of the elder, Shen Qingqing remained unfazed. Instead, upon hearing his words, she could not help but laugh. "Are you certain you wish to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents?" At her nonchalant demeanor, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Their hearts stirred anew. Could it be that this young girl possessed such audacity? Remarkable, truly remarkable. At such a young age, she exhibited formidable strength, compelling even the self-proclaimed prodigies to cry out, "Ancestor, save me." Such a talent could not lack a prestigious lineage. One could only wonder which faction she belonged to. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, large enough to hold an entire egg. A woman wielding a sword, playing with fire. Fire Lotus? Could it be from the Qingyu dynasty? Do you think you are worthy? Oomph. At these words, the elder's anger flared, and with a cold snort, he struck the ground forcefully with his serpent staff. A wave of energy radiated outward from him, causing the onlookers to retreat in haste. Many of the lower-ranked cultivators, unable to escape in time, were obliterated by his strike, leaving not even a trace behind. Instantly, cold sweat broke out among countless cultivators. "Brother, this has nothing to do with us. Can you refrain from using us as scapegoats? We didn't even want the sheepskin scroll. We just came to watch." Shen Qingqing did not retreat. Instead, the illusion of the Fire Lotus appeared behind her, and a surge of fiery energy clashed against the wave of pressure. Her cultivation at the third level of the Destiny Palace erupting in a bid to stabilize her form. "You sharp-tongued little girl, Today I shall let you know whether I am worthy." Seeing this, Xiaotongzi was slightly taken aback, but it did not stir much within him. At that very moment, Xiaotongzi, who had been repelled by Shen Qingqing, dashed to Xiaotongzi's side, his face alight with excitement and an unsettling grin as he inquired, "Ancestor, may I capture her alive?" Upon hearing this, Xiaotongzi paused momentarily. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he smiled in delight. Who would have thought? Even after sealing himself for so long, the prince's interests remain unchanged. He nodded in agreement, responding, "Certainly." Boom! In an instant, the elder unleashed an overwhelming imperial pressure. An invisible force compelled the spectators to bow low to the ground. "Goodness! Not again! I yield. Do you have to oppress everyone? Has Xiaotongzi lost his mind? What nonsense did he just say to that old man?" The crowd, distanced from the event, could not hear Xiaotongzi's words to Xiaotongzi. However, Shen Qingqing, standing close, heard every word clearly. Fury radiated from her exquisite visage, her expression marred with disgust. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts or take action, the elder pointed his serpent staff towards her. At the tip of the staff, a mystical seal appeared, emanating a green light that surged towards Shen Qingqing, imbued with a hint of annihilation, albeit faint. Meanwhile, the monumental imperial aura gradually diminished. This was due to Xiaotongzi's desire to capture her alive. And as he was a disciple of the family, the future of the clan, Xiaotongzi could not blatantly oppose him. After all, from the moment he acted, the clan members had been at his beck and call, and he was no exception. Thus, he feared injuring the girl and inciting Xiaotongzi's displeasure, compelling him to hold back while retaining a sliver of caution. Upon witnessing the approaching green light, Shen Qingqing summoned the fire lotus beneath her feet, causing it to erupt. Her figure danced as she evaded the attack, her delicate hands forming seals as a starry glow radiated from her palms. With a swift turn, she formed a sword with her fingers, slicing towards the green light. The starry sword light resonated with a melodic clang, the accompanying crimson fire lotus seemingly ready to ignite the very ground beneath her. Seeing Shen Qingqing daring to confront the imperial might head-on, the onlookers, still hesitant to flee, could not help but murmur among themselves. "This woman cannot possibly be a mere prodigy. Can she? That is an emperor. How could she be so audacious?" Logically, one would think to flee in such a perilous situation. Yet this girl not only stood her ground, but boldly faced the world-ending intent embodied in the green light. Such courage was commendable. In comparison to the so-called Xiaotongzi, a disciple of the Song family, she was undeniably superior. He would not even be worthy to carry her shoes. As the starry sword light collided with the green energy, the force generated shattered everything around them. In the instant of impact, the starry sword light struck, the fire lotus attached to it detonating as if it had struck a trigger. Boom! Boom! The flames roared to life. This move was a culmination of her understanding of her mother, Shen Qingqing's fire lotus principles, and her father, Immortal's stellar principles, honed during her 6-month seclusion. Half a year ago, Immortal had gifted her a jade pendant imbued with a trace of stellar principles. Utilizing her innate Tao body, she grasped these principles in a mere 6 months. This was a technique she had developed, inspired by Immortal's swordsmanship from years past. In her previous life, as an immortal monarch, her comprehension had always been exceptional. She could grasp techniques from the lower realms with ease, except for her father's peculiar methods, which were utterly incomprehensible. Had it not been for Immortal's deliberate guidance half a year prior, she might have never understood how the elder met his end. In a fleeting moment, the situation changed dramatically. Stubborn and unyielding. Witnessing his casual attack thwarted by Shen Qingqing's starry sword energy, Xiaotongzi scoffed coldly. Immediately, a spectral figure re-emerged behind him. A colossal ancient serpent. Chapter 58. The Ancient Art of Contracts. Shadows of white jade in the sky. Many keen observers recognized this ethereal figure. It is said that the Song imperial clan once forged an ancient pact with a mysterious clan of illusionary beasts capable of transforming into various monstrous forms. The existence of the illusionary clan is quite unique, as they exist as spiritual entities without physical bodies. This allows them to assume the forms of all creatures in the world. Through this covenant, they could be born alongside the prodigies of the Song clan, sharing a corporeal existence with them, living and dying together. In simpler terms, a portion of the physical essence of the Song clan's elite is severed and granted to the illusionary clan, enabling them to exist in a corporeal form rather than as mere spirits. The illusionary beings, once endowed with a body, are entirely submissive to their masters, fighting alongside them as allies. Due to their rarity, the illusionary clan is particularly suited for such contracts with the human race. Consequently, whenever a prodigy of the Song clan is born, it is common for a beast to accompany their arrival. Through this agreement, the illusionary clan can share their master's cultivation talents, while the master also inherits certain traits of the illusionary being. For instance, the ethereal figure that appeared behind Xiaotongzi. A flash of green light flickered in his eyes, transforming them from an inky black into a pair of strikingly vibrant serpent-like eyes, instilling a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. Anyone caught in his stare felt a chilling breeze sweep past them, leaving them cold. What a despicable act! Watching Xiaotongzi's rising aura, Shen Qingqing silently cursed. The moment Xiaotongzi fixed his gaze upon her, she felt as if she had been frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, his aged hand lifted, and an invisible imperial pressure erupted with tremendous force, akin to countless colossal stones plummeting from the heavens, crashing down upon her. Unfathomable audacity. As he brought his hand down forcefully upon her, commanding her to kneel, Shen Qingqing felt a familiar voice call out from behind her. "Warning, my lady, be cautious." It was none other than the petite figure of Xiaoyuan, who stood defiantly in front of her, trembling as she clutched her sword, her legs quaking like frail blades of grass ready to collapse at a mere gust. In a moment of panic, Shen Qingqing exclaimed, "You foolish girl!" Yet, realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly pulled Xiaoyuan behind her. The overwhelming pressure from the old man caused her expression to shift dramatically. This elder was indeed lacking in martial ethics. She was merely at the third realm of her cultivation, while he was a mighty emperor. How shameless! With a disdainful glance at Song Mingji, who was lost in thought and grinning foolishly, her anger deepened. "Is that all you can do? My father is an immortal. Should I fear you?" She swiftly retrieved a jade pendant infused with the essence of celestial laws from her waist, intending to shatter it with force. However, at that moment, the space around them suddenly froze, and a voice laced with amusement resonated throughout the area. "You old fool, dare to discipline my daughter?" As the words fell, the oppressive aura emanating from the elder crumbled, as if it had never existed. "Who dares?" Xiaotongzi exclaimed, his face shifting to one of shock and horror as he realized the source of his dissipating imperial pressure. Yet, no one answered him. Under his bewildered gaze, onlookers turned their attention to the horizon, where a figure of white jade materialized in the sky. As they looked on, the figure flickered and transformed into a shimmering starry silhouette, vanishing, leaving only a faint celestial glow behind. Next to Shen Qingqing, a starry light appeared, and as everyone focused, they beheld that pure, jade-like figure materialize beside her. With a gentle voice, he inquired, "You slipped out, did you?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shen Qingqing exhaled in relief. However, when he referred to her actions as slipping out, she cleared her throat to ease the tension and instinctively lowered her head, a blush blooming uncontrollably on her cheeks. Half a year prior, after being brought back to the Qingyu Empire by Mo Ran, she had hurriedly briefed them before retreating into seclusion, claiming to have gained insights. This retreat lasted for 6 months, during which she developed a new sword technique. Upon concluding her seclusion, she intended to seek out others to test her skills, but was drawn to discussions about the emergence of the Fire Emperor's relics. After listening to the current situation, her interest in the Fire Emperor's legacy was piqued, especially given her previous knowledge of his extraordinary mastery over fire. Thus, she hastily persuaded Xiaoyuan to accompany her in exploring the Fire Emperor's relics, neglecting to inform Mo Ran or Shen Qingqing of her plans. It might have been a stealthy departure, but it was unlikely to escape Mo Ran's notice. When Mo Ran heard her words, he smiled gently, acknowledging his awareness of her actions since she had completed her seclusion. However, he had not anticipated her audacity to embark on such an adventure without informing him. What is there to gain from this reckless expedition? He mused. As fate would have it, Shen Qingqing arrived in haste, compelling him to follow her. Along the way, he learned through the system about the Fire Emperor's life and was greatly astonished. What a coincidence, he thought, as familiar memories resurfaced, prompting a sigh of nostalgia. He was curious to see how much his daughter had grown over the years, especially since only Shen Qingqing had been diligently cultivating among his two daughters. He recalled a recent attempt to persuade his younger daughter to train or study, only to have her vanish in a flash, covered in talismans, leaving him perplexed as to her whereabouts. Returning to the present, Ran gazed helplessly at Shen Qingqing, reflecting on how much she had matured. He remembered the days when she was just a small child, and time seemed to have flown by. Slowly, he turned, his voice steady yet enigmatic, articulating the Song clan. Xiaotongzi, you have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 59, what can you do? As Ran's voice resonated, Xiaotongzi felt an unprecedented pressure. The figure before him stood still, yet an inexplicable fear gripped him. He was a peak emperor, on the cusp of ascension to immortality. The spectators, taken aback, cast envious glances at Shen Qingqing. The warning from the petite yin behind her, "Be careful, Your Highness," led to a revelation among the crowd. The girl in red, stepping upon a lotus of fire and wielding a sword radiating starry brilliance, could only be the daughter of the reigning empress of the Qingyu dynasty, the sole master of the fire lotus technique. The faint yet distinct starry sword energy emanating from her was undoubtedly a gift from her mother as husband, Ran. Thus, admiration surged among the onlookers, who couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the art of reincarnation. Who is your faction? Xiaotongzi inquired with palpable terror, gazing at the man who, without lifting a finger, resembled an otherworldly immortal, extinguishing any fighting spirit within him. This fear stemmed from the depths of his soul. Ran, calm and composed, raised a hand, and a sphere of starlight coalesced above his palm. Brilliant sword light surged within, yearning to burst forth, while the starlit orb enveloped all things in existence. With a serene smile, he declared, "I am Ran of the Qingyu Emperor's lineage." Upon hearing this, the world around him seemed to shatter Xiaotongzi's composure as he stumbled backward in fright. Unassailable, this is an unparalleled emperor. He hastily clasped his hands, adding, "I apologize for any offense." I hope he shot a venomous glance at his companion, Mingji, the foolish junior, who cowered under his gaze, drenched in cold sweat, unable to meet his eyes. I hope you can spare us for the sake of my Song family's imperial lineage. Having slumbered for an eternity, he had only recently awakened and been thrust into the role of protector for the crown prince, leaving him oblivious to the current state of the imperial court. Unaware that the only reigning dynasty in the southern region was Qingyu, his memories were anchored in a bygone era, and thus he did not recognize the youthful emperor before him. The name Qingyu triggered a vague recollection of two comical figures from a well-known tale of their time, a story of two individuals who faced repeated defeats on the imperial path, ultimately being dramatically expelled. They seemed to hail from a dynasty known as Qingyu. However, due to the passage of time, his memories were muddled, preventing him from correlating this imposing figure with the Qingyu dynasty he remembered. Instead, he attempted to invoke the might of his imperial lineage, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Ran. Ran chuckled softly, finding the notion of an imperial lineage somewhat amusing. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could extinguish it. Xiaotongzi, misreading Ran's silence as trepidation towards his family, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, Ran's gaze sharpened as he emerged from his contemplation. The starlit orb in his palm transformed into a streak of sword light, swirling with intent, and, as he commanded, the brilliance erupted forth, raining down upon Xiaotongzi and Mingji. Within the Fire Emperor's relic, the sound of clashing swords echoed. Terrified, Xiaotongzi stepped forward, brandishing his serpent staff as a colossal serpent manifested behind him, its head emerging from the void, hissing menacingly. The serpent exuded a formidable aura as it roared at the countless sword lights. Dark green smoke billowed from its mouth, enveloping the area in a toxic haze. Quick, use spiritual energy to shield yourselves. The smoke is poisonous, shouted a bystander. The crowd hastily circulated their spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier against the noxious fumes. Yet, misfortune befell some, as the toxic gas seeped into their bodies. One unfortunate soul, a genius of the second realm, inadvertently succumbed to the poison. As the onlookers recoiled in horror, fearing the toxic residue would cling to them, Emo Ran remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the green smoke, revealing the terrified figures of Song Ji and Song Mingji once more. Do you truly wish to oppose my Song family? Song Ji questioned, clutching his serpent staff, its emerald orbs glowing ominously. Emo Ran, with a playful smile, gathered the starlit sword energy anew, this time even sharper, radiating an intensified intent. The sword energy coalesced into a faint blue blade, adorned with two starry orbs, embodying a sense of annihilation. Oppose your Song family? He mused, and in an instant, the blade shot forth from his palm, tearing through space with blinding speed, aimed directly at his brow. In the blink of an eye, before Song Ji could react, a scarlet point materialized on his forehead, and as it appeared, he staggered backward. The colossal serpent, its eyes locked onto Emo Ran, let out a furious roar, sensing its master's impending doom. As Song Ji collapsed, Emo Ran's expression remained placid, his demeanor unperturbed. He looked at the increasingly ethereal serpent, continuing his earlier thought. What can you do? Chapter 60, Warmth. And sending warmth, observing the anguished roar of the giant python, Emo Ran remained expressionless, regardless of its cries. He was unfazed. Why, you ask? Absurdity. Because I cannot comprehend the language of snakes. In less than 2 breaths, the silhouette of the giant python dissipated along with Song Ji's consciousness, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Song Mingji, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, clutched tightly to the life-saving space talisman, ready to act as soon as his protector was about to fall. Upon seeing Song Ji collapse, he immediately crushed the talisman. With a sharp crack, a black circle of light appeared behind him. Qingyu Dynasty. I, Song Mingji, shall remember this grievance. And one day I will trample your Qingyu Dynasty into the ground, he declared fiercely. After uttering these words, he was engulfed by the black circle and vanished from this realm, leaving no trace behind. Following his departure, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. This young man, no, this comrade who had lived for so many years, was truly formidable. The scattered spectators silently thought to themselves, paying a 3-minute tribute, hoping to see him again in this world. After all, each of them had, to some extent, heard of Emo Ran's legendary feat of slaying an emperor with a single sword strike. If they had only heard the tales before and remained skeptical of such celestial prowess, their disbelief was shattered today. Why? Because they had just witnessed the fall of an emperor with their own eyes. Yet this time, the heavens did not weep. Perhaps it was because the heavens had grown weary of this ancient being. They could not comprehend. Heavenly Tao weeping? The previous weeping was due to the former heavenly Tao nurturing me. The world's consciousness was in mourning. How is that related to me? Upon hearing these thoughts, the little heavenly Tao, who had been observing the spectacle from above and was about to depart, suddenly shuddered. She glanced down once more at the crowd below, her face a mask of confusion. Who is murmuring about me? As she turned her gaze back, Emo Ran also looked skyward, meeting her eyes with a warm smile, as if to say, hello, little heavenly Tao, good morning. However, the sudden warmth in Emo Ran's gaze startled the heavenly Tao, causing her to retreat several steps, her expression one of refusal to engage. She hastily waved her hand, signaling him not to fixate on her, and then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, fleeing in fright. I did not intend to watch the show. The more she perfected herself, the more she struggled to perceive Emo Ran's terrifying essence. Logically, being in this realm, everything should be under her control, yet she knew she could not interfere too much. However, she discovered that she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards Emo Ran. She could not sense even a trace of malice from him, for she realized that Mo Ran resembled the heavenly Tao even more than she did. No matter where she was or what anyone was doing, he appeared to know everything with absolute clarity, even the precise moment the heavenly Tao laws were fully integrated. It was as if the entire world was enveloped by his divine perception. How could there be someone who mirrored the heavenly Tao more than she? She truly wished to withdraw from this game. After all, she was the heavenly Tao. Why should he take on that role? Not only does he refuse to acknowledge it, but he also embodies the essence of the heavenly Tao even more than herself. In Mo Ran, she sensed not a single trace of the heavenly Taoist laws. Oh no, it should be said that there was absolutely no trace of any laws. Yet, why did it seem that every action he took emanated with the essence of the laws? Even his every move made it apparent that the laws flowed through him. Yet, she could not truly feel it. Was he a monster? Witnessing this, Mo Ran merely smirked and shook his head in amusement. Why fear me so? I do not consume humans. Oh no, not even the heavenly Tao. He shook his head in resignation, pondering the situation. He then turned to the upright figure of Shen Qingqing, his expression softening as he smiled. Speak. What brings you to this perilous place? Your mother is currently in a frenzy over your sister's situation. He recalled how, just before his departure, Shen Qingqing had stormed to him, seething with anger, demanding, "Did you let Linger escape again? The relics across the domains are being claimed by various cultivators. It's dangerous. You must find her for me. She is so small. What will happen if something happens to her? In Qinger, she is not in seclusion either, another one sneaking off." Ah, how exasperated she was, not by the affairs of state, but by the antics of her two daughters. Why do they all seem so disinclined to stay home? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing rubbed her temples. Realizing Mo Ran's mention of Shen Qingqing's franticness over her sister, she understood. Her sister had likely, perhaps, sneaked off again, just like last time when she had been at the Asking Heartsword sect and her sister had suddenly appeared, startling her. It turned out she had snuck out. With this thought in mind, she glanced apologetically at Mo Ran. Hee, she chuckled. I will return to call my mother. With that, she prepared to make her escape. Knowing that Mo Ran had likely been sent by Shen Qingqing to find her sister, she thought it best not to delay him. However, Mo Ran swiftly blocked her path, stating, "Hold on. You Haven T told me why you ventured to this dilapidated relic." Moreover, he contemplated the threatening words spoken by Song Mingji earlier. He decided to pay a visit to the Song Imperial family. "And you must accompany me to the Song Imperial family." Huh? The Song Imperial family? What business do you have there? Are you going to offer warmth? If so, you can go alone. She dismissed his inquiry, focusing instead on her desire to return and soothe. Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Ran's fingertips shimmered with starlight. After inscribing a few words in the air, he waved his hand, gently pointing towards the Qingyu dynasty. After completing these actions, he smiled in satisfaction, saying, "All right, I have notified your mother." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing appeared bewildered. In essence, she had no choice but to comply. Would she be subjected to the gaze of onlookers again? Ah, she sighed in resignation, shrugging her shoulders. Seeing the extent of Mo Ran's actions, she could only acquiesce. "You are a celestial being. You are formidable." Can Little Yin return? "No, wait." Little Yin interjected. "Can I finish my sentence? Must there be a lack of manners?" The Emperor is still present. Realizing her lapse in restraint, Shen Qingqing quickly cleared her throat to ease the tension. She then looked tenderly at the astonished Mo Ran and said to Little Yun, "How could we let Little Yun return alone? It's far too dangerous." As she spoke, she moved closer to Little Yun, ensuring she would not escape, while casting a glance back at Mo Ran, saying, "Right, father?" Seeing the two in such a close and peaceful manner, Mo Ran smiled and nodded in agreement, indicating his approval. "No, my esteemed lord, please do not nod. I do not wish to go. I long to return to indulge in fruits and slumber. Walking, cultivating, practicing swordsmanship, such exhausting endeavors." Upon seeing Mo Ran's nod, Shen Qingqing displayed a cunning triumph. In stark contrast, Xiaoyin appeared rigid, as though petrified, reluctant to move an inch. She had been coerced into joining this venture. Why was she not allowed to return for rest? Mo ran, then raised his hand, his fingertips gesturing animatedly as he murmured, I recall the Song Imperial clan. Ah. Ultimately, he settled on a direction towards the east. This must be the way. Having determined their course, he waved his sleeve, and a radiant starlight enveloped Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan. With a snap of his fingers, their party vanished from the spot, leaving behind a bewildered crowd and traces of twinkling starlight on the ground. The onlookers exchanged glances, their hearts sinking as they silently mourned the Song Imperial clan. They retracted their previous words. I hope that after today I may once again behold the Song Imperial clan in this world. Chapter 61. Wisdom prepares a great gift. Having successfully escaped the Fire Emperor's ruins, Song Mingji emerged slowly from the teleportation array. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming his safe return to the Song family estate. Glancing back at the empty teleportation array, he patted his chest and silently rejoiced. Fortunately, I slipped away quickly. Otherwise, I would have met the same grim fate as that old man. His thoughts wandered back to the moment when his protector succumbed to Mo Ran's strike, causing him to shudder in fear. Not long after exiting the array, he noticed an elderly figure approaching him. The two exchanged startled glances, exclaiming in unison, Head of the family? The Imperial son? The latter was puzzled by Song Mingji's swift return. Had he already acquired the treasures? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yiji, the head of the Song family, felt a wave of joy wash over him as he approached Song Mingji. He placed a hand on his shoulder, stroked his beard, and beamed with pride, saying, as expected of the Imperial son, Well done. The inheritance of the Fire Emperor was effortlessly seized, like plucking a flower. With the Imperial son's extraordinary potential, the Song family was destined for greatness. Observing Song Yiji's elation, Song Mingji, recalling the close brush with death, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shifted the conversation, asking curiously, Head of the family, where are you headed? In his memory, Song Yiji was not one to frequently venture out. It was unusual to see him heading toward the teleportation array. Was there an urgent matter at hand? With a smile, Song Yiji explained, I am here to welcome the head of the Dongfang family. I noticed a flicker of teleportation light and thought they had arrived early. Little did I know. He paused, unable to contain his delight. Song Mingji, now possessing the spirit fire body and having obtained the Fire Emperor's legacy, was a source of immense pride for the family. The Fire Emperor was a legendary figure, once a formidable force in the path of emperors, feared by all. With Song Mingji's newfound power, the Song family would surely rise to prominence, dominating the southern region. How unexpected it was that instead of the Dongfang family arriving, the Imperial son returned first with joyous news. Joyous news? Song Mingji echoed, confusion etched on his face. What do you mean? Are you certain it is joyful? He could only assume that Song Yiji's excitement was for the Dongfang family's arrival, considering the alliance between their families. Surely, he was not celebrating for having offended an unparalleled emperor. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he reassured himself that the world was vast and the Song family secretive. Even an emperor at their peak would struggle to find him. Unless a celestial being descended, he felt secure in his position. As he pondered this, he smiled contentedly, recalling that the Dongfang family would soon arrive. Suddenly, a familiar figure from the past flickered to mind. Head of the family. Will Dongfang Jin accompany them? At this, Song Yiji's expression darkened, and he sighed heavily, uncertain of how to respond. How had he forgotten this? Dongfang Jin was a close friend of the Imperial son. With resignation, he said to Song Mingji, Dongfang Jin has already perished. What? The revelation clouded Song Mingji's face, disbelief washing over him. He struggled to accept the truth. Song Yiji then recounted the events from a decade ago. The remnants of the three dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty, the southern domain's overlord. The slaying of the emperor with a single sword, and the name Mo Ran. Boom! The mention of Mo Ran struck Song Mingji like a meteorite, leaving him trembling as he gazed at Song Yiji, seeking confirmation. The Qingyu emperor? Mo Ran? Is he? Clothed in white robes, strikingly handsome? Song Yiji, taken aback, responded, How do you know this? Although he had never met the Qingyu emperor, descriptions depicted a refined gentleman, remarkably handsome, only slightly less so than those present. Intrigued, he wondered how Song Mingji possessed such knowledge. Had they crossed paths? Yet, why did he seem fearful? Had he perhaps offended him? Just as he was about to inquire further, the teleportation array suddenly flickered with light, and several figures emerged, including the head of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Quang, accompanied by attendants. Upon seeing them, Song Yiji dismissed his earlier concerns and hurriedly approached the Dongfang family leader with open arms. Brother, second brother, third brother. The group embraced, joy radiating as they exchanged greetings. Long time no see. Who is this? He looks so familiar. They turned to Song Mingji, curiosity evident in their expressions. The Dongfang family leader suddenly recalled something, and as fragmented memories resurfaced, he approached Song Mingji, recognizing him with a hearty laugh. Isn't this my dear nephew Mingji? It's been so long that I'd almost forgotten what you looked like. However, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed his face as he thought, if only Jian were still alive. Hearing this, Song Mingji scratched his head and chuckled, greeting him respectfully. Elder Dongfang, it has been a while, and you appear ever more youthful. He then turned to Dongfang Quang, also offering a respectful bow. Elder Quang, you seem increasingly robust. Laughter filled the air as the Dongfang family members responded. Not at all. We arrived in haste and were unaware of your awakening from seclusion. We had no time to prepare gifts. Please forgive us. How could it be a fault of yours? Song Mingji replied, I had no idea two esteemed elders were coming, and I failed to prepare appropriately. Enough, enough. Song Yiji interjected, guiding the Dongfang family leader toward the meeting hall. We have pressing matters to discuss. With a smile, Song Mingji nodded in agreement. As he watched the departing figures, he waved and remarked, Esteemed ancestors, I shall prepare a grand gift for both of you. The leaders of the Eastern Gate and Dongfang Quang smiled faintly in response. Truly, it is commendable when the younger generation shows such deference. Suddenly, just as they were about to vanish from Song Mingji's sight, the ground erupted with a violent tremor. In that instant, the formidable barrier encasing the Song family shattered. As the barrier collapsed, a majestic sword aura, stretching 100 feet, coalesced in the sky above the Song residence. Surrounding it, the essence of the sword rippled and reverberated. In the vastness of the heavens and earth, a calm and serene voice, devoid of discernible emotion, gradually resonated, enunciating each word with precision. A grand gift, you say? Allow me to present one on behalf of all present. Chapter 62. The pseudo-emperor, yet still an emperor, a distant wind whispered through the air, carrying a familiar voice that filled him with dread. Below, Song Mingji involuntarily swallowed hard, his body trembling as he staggered backward. That voice, it belonged to him. Qingyu Emperor, Imo ran. It was over. He slapped his face in frustration, regretting the harsh words he had spoken earlier. No way, brother, you actually came? Previously, he had been exceedingly confident in his family's protective array and their hidden sanctuary. Ordinary people would undoubtedly fail to sense its presence, let alone discover it. Moreover, as one of the 9 great imperial clans, their protective array had been passed down through the ages, said to withstand the full force of a demigoddess strike. Yet now, it was shattered into fragments by a single sword strike. Someone tell me this isn't true. Just as he was engulfed in shock and contemplating his escape, a furious shout resonated from within the Song family estate. Impudence! Who dares to display their might before the Song family? Witnessing their protective array being forcibly dismantled and a 100-foot sword aura hovering above, dozens of powerful imperial presences erupted from deep within the Song clan. The elders, including Dongfang Menjiang, Dongfang Quang, and Song Yijia, were momentarily taken aback before transforming into 3 streaks of light, soaring into the sky. In the void, a vortex of starlight suddenly manifested. From within this swirling brilliance emerged 3 figures. Upon recognizing the strikingly handsome young man and 2 young maidens, the first to arrive, Song Yijia bellowed, Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Song clan? In response, Imo ran, stepping forth from the void, radiated a faint celestial aura, surrounded by countless starry lights, resembling an otherworldly being. He glanced at the crowd, exuding grace, and smiled gently, saying, "I did not intrude. I merely walked in." The crowd stared in bewilderment, their shock only intensifying as imperial auras erupted around them, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Who was that? Regardless of who he was, daring to invade the Song family could mean certain death. The members of the Song clan, witnessing their protective array dismantled and Mo ran emerging from the void, along with several imperial experts erupting from their ancestral grounds, were utterly astounded. Mo ran, however, paid them no heed, allowing their energies to surge without fear of harm. His eyes fell upon Song Mingji, who was trembling in terror. The moment their gazes met, Song Mingji collapsed to his knees in fright. Seeing this, Mo Ran's fingers came together, and starlight sword energy coalesced at his fingertips. He pointed downward, unleashing a beam of celestial light imbued with annihilation intent, aimed directly at Song Mingji. "You dare, Junior!" The leader, Song Yijie, roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before Song Mingji, conjuring a pale flame in his palm, a spectral image of azure fire appearing behind him. Just as the starlight was about to reach Song Mingji's brow, he raised his hand in defense, and the azure flame erupted like a volcano, spewing forth intense fire. Mo Ran raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then waved his fingers, sending Song Yijie's figure hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing through numerous structures until he was ultimately buried beneath rubble, his fate uncertain. Third brother, Dongfang Minzhong and Dongfang Quang shouted in unison, transforming into streaks of light towards the direction of the buried figure, fearing the worst. They shattered the debris, revealing the bloodied form of Song Yijie, while Dongfang Quang shielded him protectively, glaring angrily at Mo Ran above. "You have overstepped your bounds by attacking us without provocation." Clenching his fists, his spiritual energy surged within, blood-red runes manifesting on his hands, enhancing his power to its peak. A colossal phantom wielding a giant axe gradually materialized behind him. Meanwhile, those facing Mo Ran in the sky began to unleash their most formidable techniques. Instantly, the sky above the Song clan sparkled with brilliant colors. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire clan, causing many to struggle for breath as the very air grew tense and stifling. Observing this, Mo Ran withdrew his hand, spreading his palm wide as a sphere of starlight reappeared. This time, he did not take long to gather it. Noticing the feeble auras approaching him, he tossed the sphere into the fray. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from within, radiating and slicing through the air towards the gathered crowd. A bunch of pseudo-emperors. How tiresome. As the oncoming sword aura surged forth, they all summoned their skills, their auras rising in unison. Yet in the end, it proved futile. Their bodies were pierced one after another by the sword energy, plummeting like meteors, their fates unknown. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Observing the blood-red runes enveloping Dongfang Nu, Mo Ran smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the unnoticed Song Mingji, sneering, "This emperor stands before you, eager to see how you will respond." Recalling Song Mingji's earlier words and his intentions towards his daughter, he coldly addressed him. The moment those words left his lips, everyone understood. This formidable being was summoned by that fool. Instantly, the several pseudo-emperors who had been struck down, weary yet supporting one another, directed their gazes towards Song Mingji. "Well done. You have sealed yourself for so many years, and upon your release, you bring such a grand gift to the Song family. Truly remarkable. You live up to your title as an imperial scion. Only you could manage such a feat." The so-called self-proclaimed imperial scion now appeared to them as a mere joke. They held no affection for him, as many were unfamiliar with him, and thus felt neither respect nor admiration. In their eyes, he was like an insignificant insect, having not yet ascended the imperial path nor secured a position among the emperors. Despite being pseudo-emperors themselves, they still bore the title of emperor. What exactly does this imperial scion mean? Will you not provide an explanation? Cold laughter echoed through the crowd as they, struggling with their injuries, questioned Song Mingji in unison. At this point, it was clear to them whose favor Mo Ran sought. Chapter 63. The Mad Song Mingji. As Song Mingji glanced at Mo Ran, who cast him a cold gaze, he sensed the mocking stares of several unfamiliar emperors from his clan. Instantly, a surge of unnamed fury welled up within him. As a self-proclaimed prodigy, he held his own dignity. While he could tolerate the presence of the unparalleled Mo Ran, how could these so-called pseudo-emperors, who had not even traversed the path of emperors, dare to bully him? Though he was confused about the sudden emergence of so many emperors, he could feel that, despite their titles, their power did not surpass his by much. They possessed the aura of emperors, yet their strength was pitifully weak. Did they truly believe that attaining the title of emperor rendered them invincible in this world? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Did they think his title as the Emperor's son was simply a fade? Hearing their disdainful remarks ignited a desire within him to assert himself. After years of self-proclamation, it seemed some had begun to lose their fear of him. Excluding the time he spent in self-proclamation, he was still merely 1,000 years old, a prodigy among the younger generation, at the pinnacle of the three realms of the Life Palace. Had he not been waiting for the path of emperors, he could have easily subdued this group of pseudo-emperors. Suppressing the discomfort of being scrutinized by Mo Ran, he knelt and clasped his hands, shouting with palpable resentment, "Esteemed one, I am aware that I cannot escape death today. Could you grant me a little more time to exist in this world? Once I am through, I shall personally present the heads of those above me." At this, Mo Ran's mouth twitched. What was this? What was the current situation? Dude, what on earth are you talking about? Do you even hear yourself? Esteemed nephew, what are you doing? Mingji, the Emperor's son? Beside him, Dongfang Quang, who was protecting Song Yiji, along with Dongfang Minchong, who was assisting a bloodied figure, and the injured Song Yiji, all voiced their confusion. Didn't you say you weren't preparing any gifts? What on earth has transpired? However, Song Mingji ignored them, standing his ground as he awaited Mo Ran's response. System, is this kid even sane? Mo Ran muttered to the system lurking in his mind, perplexed. Have I stumbled upon a lunatic from another realm? In response, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. I have no idea. Oh, just leave me alone. Another system is coming to pick a fight with me. Handle it yourself. Are you also a lunatic? Mo Ran retorted. What are you trying to steal this time? No, it's not me stealing. It's trying to steal from me. It wants to take 2 drops of Pangu's essence, which I don't have. Other systems have already taken it all. I'm powerless here. Mo Ran sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What was going on? Could someone normal please show up? After approximately 10 breaths of silence, Shen Qingqing, who had been quietly observing the spectacle from behind Mo Ran, suddenly spoke. Dad, just agree to him. Honestly, I'm curious about what Song Mingji intends to do. The atmosphere is rather peculiar. She had noticed that the members of the Song clan seemed somewhat off. It was clear that Mo Ran was the invading threat. Yet their animosity towards him was rapidly diminishing, as if all their hostility had suddenly been redirected towards Song Mingji. It was very strange. This clan was indeed peculiar. In light of this, Mo Ran gently nodded. After all, he had come here for this very purpose. The process mattered little. As long as the outcome was that he perished, that was sufficient. Seeing Mo Ran nod in agreement to grant him a moment, Song Mingji's suppressed rage erupted. With a grim expression, he bowed to Mo Ran in gratitude, and then slowly approached the group of pseudo-emperors that Mo Ran had just defeated. With each step, his aura intensified. The spirit fire within him surged rapidly, manifesting as swirling flames around his hands and feet, gradually merging into his being. Finally, he transformed into a fiery figure. He waved his hand to the side, and a surge of spiritual fire erupted from his palm, coalescing into a massive flame that took the form of a towering demon, recognizable as the familiar, toad-like purple spirit king, appearing beside him. Song Mingji, what do you intend to do? The Emperor's son? What is your meaning? Do you seek to turn against your kin? Song Mingji let out a cold laugh. Kin? You consider yourselves kin? He glanced at the purple spirit king, who understood his intent, and promptly leaped into the air, flames surging beneath him, soaring into the sky. The purple spirit king opened its gaping maw and inhaled deeply, targeting the injured Song clan emperors. Then, a torrent of fire erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards the Song clan emperors. Having already sustained significant injuries, their strength was greatly diminished. Mo Ran's starlight, sword energy hadn't merely pushed them back. Had they not desperately harnessed their spiritual power to resist, they would have surely perished on the spot. As the fiery Song Mingji surged forward like a comet at the moment the purple Spirit King attacked, he moved as if in a realm devoid of foes. His spiritual flames swirling around him, overpowering the injured pseudo-emperors. Were it not for their injuries, they would not have been so easily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Dongfang Minshang and his companion were left speechless, astonished by the scene before them. Witnessing this, Song Yiji, supported by Dongfang Minshang, fainted from the fury that coursed through him. After all, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy to withstand Mo Ran's previous attack. He could not comprehend what kind of monster this was. This was also why Dongfang Minshang and Dongfang Quang had hesitated to engage. The power to reduce Song Yiji to such a state with a single blow was beyond their capabilities, even if they combined their strength. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking him. As they gazed at Mo Ran above, whose expression was a mix of confusion and disbelief as he observed the chaos below, Dongfang Minshang suddenly seemed to recall something. He quickly turned to Dongfang Quang, exclaiming, "Could it be that this person is the Azure Feather Emperor?" Gazing at Mo Ran's almost flawless visage and the astonishing power he wielded, the name Azure Feather Emperor silently surfaced in their minds. They exchanged glances, taking in the extraordinary figure in the sky. At that moment, they found themselves somewhat ridiculous, having harbored thoughts of vengeance. How could they even consider such a thing? To put it bluntly, they lacked the courage to stand before him, let alone seek revenge. Clenching their teeth and fists, they sighed inwardly, their frustration palpable. The future of the Dongfang clan had been severed. In this era, aside from Dongfang Jian, it seemed no one else would be qualified to tread the path of emperors again. What would become of the Dongfang clan once they departed? Chapter 64. Will you receive this sword? In the sky, Missouri Ran gazed in astonishment at Song Mingji, who was wreaking havoc among the crowd. His face a mask of confusion. What on earth was happening in this world? Why was such a bizarre plot unfolding before him? He had come to extend warmth, only to shatter their grand formation with a single strike. Instead of uniting against him, they were embroiled in internal strife. Observing the group of pseudo-emperors below, who were dodging and cowering under Song Mingji's assault, Mo Ran felt deceived by the face-slapping tropes from novels of his past life. Why had he not experienced such a twist? Shouldn't they band together against him, only to falter and witness the younger generation flee while the elders remained? Was it not a cycle that repeated endlessly? Just as he pondered these questions, an ancient voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed from the void. Esteemed guest, shall we cease today as hostilities? The surrounding air gradually solidified, and upon hearing the voice, everyone halted their battles, gazing skyward. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Mingji's aura began to wane. From the depths of the Song family, an elderly figure emerged, fixing his gaze upon Mo Ran. It was ancestor Song Fei. Mo Ran smiled calmly, dismissing any concern. You wish to protect him? In response, ancestor Song Fei shook his head and produced a shattered jade stone from his waist. Song Ji has already fallen by your hand. We of the Song family shall not pursue this matter further. Song Ji's life in exchange for our clan's heir. I implore you to cease hostilities. As his words fell, the expressions of those below turned to shock, their gazes towards Song Mingji turning frigid. Three ancestors have perished? How is this possible? At the moment of Song Ji's demise, the jade stone that contained a fragment of his soul shattered, transmitting the final images he beheld. Thus, they understood precisely how Mo Ran had slain Song Ji. As for why they had not intervened sooner, it was merely to gauge Mo Ran's strength, to ascertain if he truly possessed such terrifying power, if he was indeed unbeatable. However, upon witnessing his invincible display, the desire for vengeance dissipated. Mo Ran remained expressionless, his palm once again gathering starlight. If he intended to save, then he would strike down all at once. As he prepared to act, Song Fei's countenance shifted dramatically, fear flickering across his features. Do you truly wish to be at odds with the Song family? Hearing this, Mo Ran burst into laughter. The Song family? What are they really? His gaze swept over the assembled members of the Song clan, and he continued. Song Ji wronged my daughter, and you, the heir of the Song family, sought to dishonor her. This matter, he dissipated the starlight in his palm, his fingers converging as the sword energy surged with fervor. The sword light gradually coalesced at his fingertips, causing the heavens to tremble in fear. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a tempest brewed. What does your Song family wish to conclude here? As he spoke, the sword energy from his fingertips radiated in all directions, the overwhelming aura echoing throughout the realm. Mo Ran pointed with calm assurance, declaring, I shall only strike once. If you can withstand it, I will spare your family. However, should you fail to endure, he cast a glance at the towering sword energy hovering above the Song clan. The implications clear. If they could not withstand his strike, the cataclysmic sword intent would descend upon them, obliterating the Song imperial lineage. After uttering these words, Mo Ran turned to ancestor Song Fei, who remained steadfast. Do you dare to receive it? Initially, he had intended merely to take Song Mingji's life, but upon further reflection, he realized a flaw in that plan. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. If one did not eradicate the roots, they would regrow with the spring breeze. Thus, in that moment, Mo Ran resolved to follow through entirely. Either he would be annihilated by the Song family, or he would obliterate them. It was as simple as that. Upon hearing this, ancestor Song Fei's breath quickened as he faced the sword energy emanating from Mo Ran's fingertips. Song Mingji, he cannot be sacrificed. He is the future of the Song family. As for vengeance for Song Ji, it is negotiable. Nonetheless, it appears Mo Ran does not intend to relent. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Come, let us battle. With a deep breath, ancestor Song Fei steadied himself, reassuring his heart. As long as he could withstand this sword strike, all would be well. Even if Mo Ran possessed the strength to slay an emperor with a single blow, he still held his own confidence. He was certain that this strike would not claim his life. Come, I refuse to believe you are as monstrous as the rumors suggest. With that, he clenched his fists, unleashing his peak emperor prowess. A terrifying pressure erupted, spreading outward, causing all present to struggle for breath as the atmosphere turned oppressive. The overwhelming force left everyone gasping for air. He could not hold back. Otherwise, he might meet the same fate as Song Ji. Brave indeed, Mo Ran acknowledged him. Seeing that he was prepared to face his own demise, Mo Ran wasted no more words. With a gentle flick of his finger, the sword energy converged, racing towards its target with astonishing speed. The fierce sword intent transformed into a torrent of energy, dazzling like starlight, rendering the world around it devoid of color as silence enveloped the heavens. As the sword energy surged forward, ancestor Song Fei joined his hands, golden light radiating from his being. Behind him, a golden statue materialized, revealing a beast with a tiger's head and a serpent's body, wielding dual axes. Startled, Mo Ran realized another companion beast had emerged. The beast, channeling countless spiritual energies into its axes, swung toward the oncoming sword energy, unleashing thousands of axe lights in mere moments. Ancestor Song Fei also crafted a massive axe, hurling it at the deluge of sword energy while shouting shatter. Yet, the sword energy disregarded their attacks entirely. Upon collision, the axe lights shattered, as an overwhelming sword force crushed everything in its path. The sword descended, restoring tranquility to the world. As the haze of ash settled, the towering sword energy above the Song family plummeted downward. Regrettably, you were unable to withstand it. Chapter 65 in the skies above the Song clan. 100-foot torrent of stellar sword energy slowly descended, its radiant starlight transforming into countless slender sword strikes, resembling a rain of blades. In an instant, it enveloped the entirety of the Song clan's members. Where the sword energy made contact, everything was reduced to ephemeral bubbles, dissipating into the cosmos. The light of destruction spread out completely. Don't run. I do not wish to perish. I have yet to finish reading Crossing a Century. Raising a daughter from the immortal emperor, it is so captivating. I refuse to die. Beneath the Song clan, myriad individuals frantically fled, but ultimately, they were pierced by the falling sword energy, vanishing into a thick haze. Even their souls could not escape. Chaos erupted in this realm. Many sought to rely on the teleportation array to escape. Yet how could Mo Ran allow them the chance to flee? He had resolved to eradicate every threat. This principle had been gleaned from countless books read before his transmigration. With the ever-improving heavenly path, the power this world could bear had grown immensely. It now seemed capable of withstanding the might of semi-immortals. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. When time permitted, he would seek out that little one for a conversation. At this moment, within the Heavenly Path Pavilion, the manifestation of the Heavenly Path sat cross-legged beside a talisman radiating a soft celestial glow, her eyes fixated on the object before her, a talisman emanating purple light. She wore a puzzled expression, perplexed by the purpose of this talisman left behind by the former Heavenly Path. No amount of burning, striking, or tearing had revealed its significance. Suddenly, her luminous eyes flickered, and she mused, "Open sesame?" Silence enveloped the area. The talisman remained motionless, devoid of any response. She pouted, shrugging her shoulders, resigned to the situation. Since she had arrived, she might as well embrace it and become a cheerful little heavenly path. With that, she hummed a little tune, skipping merrily towards the pavilion's exit. This melody was one she had heard during her wanderings at a tea house, and it had resonated with her. Thus she remembered it fondly. Below, witnessing the complete annihilation of the Song clan by the stellar sword energy, Mo Ran expanded his consciousness, confirming that no one had survived. Before departing with Shen Qingqing and Xiaoya in a nonchalant manner, those who had come seeking alliance to confront the misfortunes of the Qingyu dynasty, including the leader of the Eastern Gate and Dongfounded, were likewise severed by the sword energy. Thus, 2 of the 9 great clans of the southern region had met their demise. As for who was responsible, in a small town within a tea house, a storyteller abruptly slammed his board onto the wooden table, creating a resounding crack that startled the previously drowsy patrons awake. Listen, the sword light from above is dazzling. Countless stars transforming into a rain of blades descending upon the Song clan. The 100-foot sword energy descends slowly, turning all it touches into void. With that, the storyteller paused, licking his dry lips before hastily gulping down some tea. In response, the remaining patrons appeared speechless. "Old Zhong, you've been repeating this for days. Can we hear something fresh?" "Indeed, you've been droning on about this. We're nearly numb to it." Cough, cough, the storyteller, still sipping his tea, was nearly choked and quickly pointed his fan at them, exclaiming, "Well, you know, it is no exaggeration. The 9 great clans of the southern region now number only 8, with the eastern clan nearly extinct. This battle has drastically altered the entire landscape of the southern region." Hearing this, the storyteller's voice grew louder, while the audience, seemingly already aware of the situation, shook their heads in resignation before gathering their belongings and leaving the tea house. The tea house attracted a diverse array of visitors daily, travelers and diligent cultivators alike. Many fresh faces appeared regularly, yet familiar ones also lingered due to the recent emergence of a new relic nearby, drawing numerous cultivators to the town. "Is your home truly in this direction?" A childish voice broke through the bustling street. Observing the hurried passers-by, the speaker wore a puzzled expression. In response, a girl clad in azure, with flowing hair and captivating dark eyes, surveyed the surroundings. With a thoughtful gesture, she replied, "It should be this way." "Wow, so many people." The little one sighed in exasperation, shrugging her shoulders, clearly skeptical. "Hey, look, a beautiful lady. Don't stare. She has a child. What's the harm? It's not like anything will happen. Be cautious. She might be from a powerful faction, and you could end up regretting it." Many onlookers noted the stunning beauty of the girl and the chubby child beside her, playfully teasing them. The remarks were certainly heard by her, prompting an eye roll. "What do you mean she has a child? I'm still a young maiden." The chubby child, uninterested in the idle chatter, spotted the animated storyteller and hurried over, tugging at his sleeve, asking softly, "Excuse me, sir, may I interrupt you?" The storyteller, feeling the gentle tug on his sleeve. Looked down to find a cherubic face gazing up at him, and his heart warmed with joy. Whose lovely child is this? Such beauty. Chapter 66. The unfortunate fortune teller. Of course, I can interrupt. Upon hearing this, the storyteller of the Zhong family chuckled heartily and promptly responded. The round little figure, with a gleaming crescent smile, inquired, "May I ask, sir, what is the name of this town? Is there a family with the surname Wen?" The mention of the town and the Wen family caught his attention, as he immediately discerned the essence of the little one's inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, the elder shook his head and replied, "The town bears no name. It is simply called Nameless. As for the Wen family, I regret to inform you, young one, that this is a small town without any family influence." "Oh, none at all?" Upon hearing this, the little one deflated like a punctured balloon, pouting like a grown-up. Mimicking the officials of the palace, she offered a slight bow of gratitude to the Zhong storyteller and swiftly ran towards the girl. "My father says one must be polite and not prideful. To seek assistance, one must present oneself properly. When encountering the weak, one should keep a distance. In cases of broken engagements, one should also maintain distance. However, if one encounters someone unpleasant, one should throw charms at them." She had always taken her father's words to heart. After expressing her thanks, she hastily departed. "Hey, little one, slow down. Could you kindly tell me your name?" The storyteller called out as the little figure slipped away. Turning back with a crescent smile, she replied, "My name is Ling Mo Linger, Montauk Lingia." "What a lovely name. Delightfully enchanting." He nodded, returning to his storytelling. Rejoining Wen Ran, Mo Linger tugged at her flowing skirt, straightened her waist, and, gazing at her exquisite face, pouted with indignation. "Sister Wen Ran, you've gone the wrong way again." "Huh?" Wen Ran gasped, her mouth agape, her captivating face showing signs of exasperation. It was evident that this was not the first time she had taken a wrong turn. "How could this happen? I clearly followed the path from my memory." With that, she lightly tapped the ancient ring on her finger, and a beam of white light emanated, transforming into a flowing light that revealed a scroll of parchment before her. She lifted her jade hand to receive it and examined it closely. It was a map, appearing somewhat antiquated. "Indeed, I followed the route. How could I be mistaken?" She was perplexed. After fiddling with the map for a while, the two seemed fatigued and decided to rest at a noodle stall. "2 bowls of longevity noodles, please." Mo Linger gazed wide-eyed at the throng of passers-by, her curiosity piqued. Why are there so many people in such a small place? While waiting for her noodles, her eyes wandered restlessly. Suddenly, a voice from beside her interrupted. 4 bowls of longevity noodles. Please wait a moment." A few young men, dressed in blue robes and adorned with jade swords and feathered crowns, resembling disciples of some academy, took a seat next to them. "Brother Zhang, we've been here for a while, and there has been no sign from this relic. Is it not just a ruse?" "Do not speak nonsense." The leader, Brother Zhang, replied after sipping his tea. "If there is still no movement after a moment, we shall return to the academy." Mo Linger, listening intently, was bewildered. "What is a relic? I've never heard of it. Is it fun?" Her eyes sparkled with interest. She glanced at Wen Ran, who was still deeply engrossed in studying the parchment map, and asked Sister Wen Ran, "What is a relic?" "A relic?" Wen Ran pondered, recalling her master's frequent mentions of relics and the imperial path. "It is a place of inheritance left by great emperors and powerful beings, generally appearing only when the imperial path is about to be opened." "Oh, great emperors? Like my father? Does it contain many wonderful treasures like those my father possesses? And what is this imperial path? Is it a road? If it's a road, can't we just walk it? Why must we wait for it to open?" She was confused and set the matter aside for now. As for the so-called relic, her interest was piqued, especially since she had not brought many supplies for this journey and was nearly out of provisions. If not for meeting Sister Wen Ran, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Recalling her departure from the Qingyu Empire, she wondered where she had been transported by the teleportation talisman. She had encountered several enormous, hideous beasts intent on devouring her. Frightened, she had fled, casting various talismans to escape their pursuit. Though she had managed to drive off the beasts, she was utterly drained. At that moment, her talisman attack had awakened a slumbering beast, and she found herself devoid of offensive talismans, left only with a collection meant for fleeing. She had tested them and discovered they could propel her quite far. However, she was weary of running, fearing that she might never return home. Thus, she continued to escape until she reached the foot of a mountain, where layers of mist obscured her view. Just as the beast charged towards her, a graceful figure appeared in midair, effortlessly sending the creature flying with a single palm strike. After learning that this newcomer was also headed to the Qingyu Empire, they traveled together. However, she realized that this sister, resembling a celestial being, seemed to have no sense of direction. Feeling increasingly distant from home, she took solace in the company of her celestial sister. With a smile, she said, "Sister Wenran, let's explore the relic together." Wenran paused, then quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, it could be dangerous." Mo Linger tilted her head in confusion. "But I'm here. You need not worry." She patted her chest, exuding confidence despite her lack of fighting skills. "And besides, we've come this far, so you should accompany me to take a look." Suddenly, she snatched the parchment map from Wenran, pointing at it with a look of disbelief. "See, your map is wrong. It doesn't match what I saw at home." Wenran stood frozen, as if turned to stone, finally understanding why she had taken the wrong path. Frowning in exasperation, she let out a long sigh, saying, "How unfortunate. Has the world changed so rapidly? I've only been away for a mere 20 years, and everything has transformed so completely." Upon leaving the mountain gate, she could hardly recall the path she had taken to ascend. She had previously expressed her unsuitability for descending the mountain. That insufferable old man. Why must he insist on her venturing down to experience the mundane world and its trials? How unfortunate. Ultimately, she succumbed to the persistent pleas of the young one, agreeing to accompany her to observe the so-called relics. However, it was imperative to avoid trouble. They could only look, and the young one nodded vigorously in assurance. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in her mind. Nevertheless, having already consented, she resolved to make the best of the situation. Chapter 67. Aren't you afraid? As the population in the small town continued to swell, it naturally attracted an array of eccentric characters. It seemed that some individuals, accustomed to their own homes, ventured outside without a modicum of restraint. Just moments ago, a cacophony of discordant sounds erupted from what appeared to be a tavern adjacent to a noodle shop, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. Those in haste halted their steps, becoming mere spectators to the unfolding drama. What a shabby gathering place. What do they have here that could be deemed celestial? A voice rang out amidst the commotion. "Tell me, do you even possess a celestial being?" In an instant, a shadow shot forth from the tavern, hurtling through the air with remarkable speed, crashing into a nearby fruit stall. The impact crushed the fruits, leaving the unfortunate figure drenched in juices and pulp. From within the tavern, 3 figures emerged, the foremost of whom exhibited an air of arrogance, arms crossed and striding forward with a swagger that reeked of insolence. His demeanor radiated an unmistakable sense of superiority. The one who had been flung out, presumably the tavern's proprietor, slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the remnants of the fruit that clung to his clothing. Gathering celestial beings is meant for those within this establishment to aspire to immortality. Yet you come here demanding proof of such beings? Are you jesting? The tavern owner maintained an unperturbed expression, as if the recent incident was a calculated act. The young noble, taken aback by the owner's calm demeanor, found himself momentarily perplexed. What jest is this? What do you mean? It was evident that he had never encountered such nonchalance before. Typically, those he confronted either begged for mercy or lay prostrate in defeat. Could it be that my kick left you dazed? Or was I not forceful enough? He mused, glancing at his companion, who appeared unfamiliar to him. Isn't that Brother Gu? How did this fellow provoke him? Judging by his attire, he seems to hail from a distinguished family. I hope Brother Gu is not in peril. In the town, countless acquaintances of Brother Gu whispered anxiously, bewildered as to why he had drawn the ire of someone from a noble lineage. They feared that Brother Gu might attract the attention of the formidable forces behind this arrogant young master. Upon hearing the murmurs, the young master's expression soured. His sycophantic companion, quick to notice, stepped forward to placate him, saying, "Young Master Su, allow me to handle this insignificant pest." Su Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing that confronting such a lowly individual would be beneath his dignity. The nameless lackey then seized a nearby wooden stick, advancing menacingly toward the tavern owner. This lackey, named Li Si, was of humble origin yet harbored aspirations of power. His dream was to one day stand at the pinnacle and look down upon others. Orphaned as a child, he had ingratiated himself with the young master of a royal clan, becoming his underling and subsequently rising through the ranks. Though he had not yet reached the apex, he relished the opportunity to assert dominance over others. "You dare defy the young master of the Su family? Su Yang's word is law. If you cannot present a celestial being today, I shall end you." Upon hearing this, the onlookers gasped, cold sweat trickling down their faces. The royal family? Could it be one of the notorious 9 imperial clans? Indeed, only 8 remained, and those deemed imperial were far more fearsome than any ordinary noble family. The townsfolk found themselves caught between the thrill of witnessing such an encounter and the dread of what might unfold. As Li Si approached the tavern owner, his demeanor turned menacing, but when he saw the owner's unflinching composure, his confidence wavered. Why was this man so calm? Did he possess a hidden strength? A myriad of unsettling thoughts raced through his mind. Had he underestimated this seemingly unremarkable figure? Yet, retreating now would diminish his status as a lackey. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, raising the stick with newfound ferocity, his cultivation of the chi dispersal stage surging forth. He aimed a powerful swing at the tavern owner's head, confident that such strength would obliterate him. Just as the stick descended with tremendous force, a flash of sword light erupted from within the tavern, shattering the weapon into splinters and sending Li Si reeling backward. With a resounding crash, he slammed against a stone wall, leaving an imprint of his form, blood spilling from his mouth in torrents. At the tavern's entrance, Su Yang turned abruptly, witnessing a blue figure dart past him. In an instant, it stood before the tavern owner, brushing off the debris from his shoulder. "Boss, aren't you afraid?" The tavern owner maintained his tranquil demeanor, embodying the essence of an unfathomable sage. Yet, he merely replied, "I am afraid." "Then why do you remain so impassive and unyielding?" "My expression is due to a lifelong condition. I cannot show fear, for my legs have grown weak." Su Yang's expression shifted from confusion to contemplation. "So that is the reason?" In that moment, Su Yang, also recovering from his stupor, declared, "You dare to harm my underling?" He gestured toward the bloodied and unconscious Li Si. "Who are you?" The blue-clad youth turned to face the brash Su Yang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Being the center of attention once more, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. It had been months since he had experienced such scrutiny. After a brief pause, he replied, "From the Songhai Spirit Institute in the Northern Domain, my name is Wenlin." Chapter 68. A lost agreement for many years in the midst of the crowd. Confusion reigned as none had ever heard of the name mentioned. However, the renowned Songhai Spirit Academy was well known to them. Wenlin, from the northern region, do you know him? Are you even aware of what you are saying? We have known each other since childhood. If you do not recognize me, how could I possibly know you? Whispers rippled through the assembly, yet no one could recall him. Following the declaration of his name, he sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging the normalcy of being unrecognized. Meanwhile, Su Yang, standing at the entrance of the tavern, appeared contemplative. After a moment, a smirk crossed his face as he addressed Wenlin, Songhai Spirit Academy, with the surname Wen. "Are you the one from the Wen family who once declined an invitation from the Qingyu Academy?" At this, Wenlin nodded slightly. Upon seeing this gesture, Su Yang's long-forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced, crashing into his mind with clarity. During his time at the academy, he had heard of a prodigious swordsman emerging from Longnan City, to whom an invitation had been extended. Alas, this prodigy had turned it down, citing that he had already taken a master. Consequently, someone else seized the opportunity, and the academy had to relent, for a forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet, even if it quenches thirst. The drawbacks were far too significant. This was also the first instance of someone refusing the academy's invitation, making it a topic of light-hearted banter among students after their meals. The Wen family in Longnan City? At this mention, A gleam flashed in Wenran's eyes. Meanwhile, Linger, who had been diligently slurping her noodles, quickly downed the remnants of her broth, letting out a satisfied sigh as she patted her full belly, exclaiming, "I'm so full. Where's the semblance of a princess in me?" Though she was engrossed in her meal, she overheard the words of the blue-clad youth. With her belly still patting, she turned to Wenran and asked, "Sister Wenran, do you know him?" "How could I possibly know him?" She replied with a shake of her head. "If I did, it would be a miracle. This boy is likely several years younger than me. Ever since my parents passed away, I have had no ties to the Wen family. What could knowing him even mean?" This forced descent from the mountain was simply an attempt to see what lay beyond Tianji Mountain, a fleeting thought to return home. Ah, the mundane world. I suppose a visit home could serve as a sort of trial, she mused. He possesses treasures. The contemplative Wenran was abruptly pulled back to reality by Linger's exclamation. Confused, she uttered a soft, only to find that the little girl had turned to face her, hands gripping the armrest, eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at the young man named Wenlin. Treasures? At her outcry, Wenran turned to look as well, unable to discern any extraordinary treasures on this boy, who hailed from her own family. If anything, she sensed a powerful energy swirling within him. But what treasure could that be? Thus she inquired, "What treasures are you talking about?" Linger paid her no heed, her eyes gleaming with excitement, lost in her own thoughts. There are glowing treasures, though their hue is quite faint, not as vibrant as the ones my father possesses. However, she glanced down at the pink pouch hanging at her waist, her little hands rummaging through it, revealing only a few talismans and some items she could not yet use. Contemplating the contents of her pouch, she mused, perhaps I could trade something for it? After all, I have never seen treasures that glow so subtly, and I am quite curious about what they might be. These items are merely for escape. I have grown weary of them and have plenty left. Surely, I could exchange something. She eyed the blue-clad youth, pondering whether he would agree. With a firm nod, she seemed to resolve herself. A mischievous crescent smile appeared as she plotted how to approach the boy in exchange for his treasures. After all, her father had said that inconspicuous items are often the most valuable. In the brief moment of her contemplation, Su Yang's impatience boiled over. The insignificant Wen family. Had it not been for this incident, he would likely never have remembered their name for the entirety of his life. Thus, he regarded Wenlin with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Yet, fearing that he might not best Wenlin in a confrontation, he refrained from any rash actions. Recalling how he had once been unable to set foot in the Qingyu Empire again after a previous debacle, with a fierce tone, he commanded, "Step aside." Upon hearing this, Wenlin remained unmoved. He had grown fond of this tavern owner, having enjoyed his musings over the past few days. The owner often extolled, "This young man possesses extraordinary looks, resembling an immortal. Would you care to gather at the gathering of Immortal's tavern?" The proprietor was a genuinely good person, reputed in this small town for his kindness. It was said that even starving beggars passing by would find sustenance under his roof, and he would make every effort to accommodate those without shelter. Consequently, during his stay at the tavern, the owner had shown him exceptional care. Thus, if he could protect the owner today, he would. Therefore, he did not yield. Instead, he spoke as a member of the imperial family. "Why must you quibble with an ordinary person?" To be honest, he had no desire to clash with Su Yang. His family resided in Longnan City, one of the cities under the Qingyu Empire. Thus, he felt no fear of the imperial family. No matter how audacious they might be, they would not dare to act recklessly within the Qingyu Empire, would they? As for him, he could always retreat back to the northern region. What could the southern domain's imperial family do to him? If he were to endure for a century, relying on his martial prowess, what was there to fear? However, this gathering of Immortal's tavern, being situated in the mortal realm, he feared that if Su Yang insisted on pursuing this matter, the tavern owner would inevitably face calamity after his departure. To kill Su Yang, that would create a grave situation, spiraling out of control. His stature was minor. A mere exchange of words would likely go unnoticed. But to slay a scion of the imperial family would carry severe consequences. He could not guarantee that anyone would dare offend the entire imperial family on his behalf. Even if the Shanghai Spear Academy would, what the Wen family? A few harsh words would cause no real harm, and he would most likely escape unscathed. Thus, he hoped Su Yang would refrain from overreacting to the situation. After all, men should aspire to greater aspirations. Yet Su Yang was unyielding, his tone still aggressive as he declared, "If you do not step aside, I shall slay you as well. Do you think the Wen family can do anything to me? This, indeed, they could do nothing. However, young man, do you truly possess the confidence to slay me?" Finding no resolution to their dispute, Wen Lin sighed in resignation. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. A sense of disillusionment flickered in his eyes as he sighed helplessly. A graceful figure emerged in my mind, accompanied by a slightly helpless smile. He shrugged his shoulders and, in a whisper only he could hear, gently remarked, "It seems I am destined to let another appointment slip away." Chapter 69. The most challenging appointment in the world, observing the relentless and aggressive Su Yang. Wen Lin let out a sigh. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as a blade of light emerged from his ring, revealing a 3-foot-long azure sword now firmly gripped in his grasp. A fleeting image of a beloved figure, one he had not seen in years, flashed through Wen Lin's mind. She was his fiancée, the one who held his heart. Though years had passed since their last meeting, his return was solely to fulfill a promise made long ago. At the tender age of 5, he had left home to join the High Spirit Academy, embarking on his journey of cultivation. He had returned once at 6, solely to celebrate her birthday, which she deemed significant. Coincidentally, an elder from the academy was headed to the southern region, and he implored the elder to take him along. Thus he returned, and upon parting, they vowed to reunite the following year. However, at 7, he could not return. His senior brothers had ventured out for training and fell prey to an ambush by demonic beings. By the time the elders arrived, they were gravely injured. His brothers required care, and with the northern region rife with demonic activity, the forces were preoccupied with exterminating the fiends. Being still a child, he was deemed too young to slay demons. Thus he remained behind to tend to his injured brothers. The tumultuous times prevented his return. After informing her of the situation, he postponed their rendezvous by another year, vowing to meet her then. The following year, he anticipated their reunion, yet fate intervened. The Wen family had business in the northern region, and she decided to accompany them, thus negating the need for his return. She sent word through a communication jade, instructing him to await her arrival. Unfortunately, that year marked the quinquennial sword challenge between the Wen family and the High Spirit Academy. Immersed in the joy of finally seeing her, he overlooked the messages from a jade. The next day, filled with optimism, he set out with his senior brothers to the sword challenge, planning to visit Wen family after the event. However, upon his return, he discovered she had already departed for the northern region. Again, he was unable to meet her. After deliberation, they postponed their meeting yet another year. But with each passing year, unforeseen events continued to thwart his plans. Missed opportunities compounded, perpetuating a cycle of regret. By the time he turned 13, his seniors were either injured, on missions, or sequestered in seclusion. Left with no choice, he ascended to the sword challenge alone, hoping to finally fulfill their long-standing promise. Yet, after the challenge, the academy faced an urgent crisis, and the elders whisked him back to the academy in haste. Ultimately, they never met. This time, he was determined to confront the young man before him, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the imperial family. With a heavy heart, he lamented the inability to honor a simple appointment. Gazing at the sky, he muttered in frustration, "Why is it so difficult to keep a promise? Why can't I accomplish such a simple task?" The heavens seemed to respond, "Young man, I hear you are quite brave. Dare to meet my gaze." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Su Yang, standing before him, regarded Wen Lin with an expression that melded resentment and indignation, his predicament weighing heavily on him. He considered putting on a show, yet as a scion of the imperial family, retreating was not an option. The standoff persisted for several minutes, with neither party speaking. Su Yang, hesitant to strike first due to his diminished cultivation, studied Wen Lin intently. Although Wen Lin's cultivation was concealed, Su Yang sensed the faint aura of a life palace realm genius emanating from him. As for the specifics of his power, Su Yang was uncertain. 10 years prior, he had suffered severe damage to his meridians at the hands of Mo Ran, spending 8 years recuperating. hearing of a newly unearthed relic. He sought to join the imperial family's expedition to seize it, yearning for a change of scenery after years of confinement. However, the imperial family had been present for several days without any sign of activity from the relic, leaving them feeling stagnant. Frustration built as he felt stifled, leading him to seek confrontation at the gathering of Immortal's pavilion. Why? He himself could not articulate it, perhaps a moment of madness. Now, he found himself in a predicament with no clear path of retreat, haunted by the trauma of previous confrontations. The northern youth before him showed no fear of the imperial family, which puzzled Su Yang. Did he not realize that the Songhai Spirit Academy stood behind him? The academy, known for its fierce protection of its own, had once decimated a group of demonic beings that had ambushed its disciples, leaving the entire northern region devoid of any news regarding the fiends. Amidst the crowd, some speculated on Wen Lin's audacity to confront the imperial family, while others sought to clarify their confusion. Just then, a sinister voice pierced the murmurs of the onlookers. Is there a commotion? At the sound, Su Yang's expression brightened, and he turned toward the source of the voice. As the crowd parted, a figure emerged, revealing a man clad in purple, with striking features and vibrant purple brows. Upon noticing Su Yang's call, he regarded him with a furrowed brow before shifting his gaze to the sword-wielding Wen Lin. Su Yang, what is the meaning of this? Has it only been a brief absence, and you're already embroiled in such chaos? He approached Su Yang, ignoring Wen Lin entirely, his expression icy as he demanded an explanation. Su Yang, feeling the weight of the man's piercing gaze, broke into a cold sweat. Rumor had it that the Su family scion was unpredictable and eccentric. He recounted the events in meticulous detail, fearing that his unpredictable temperament could lead to dire consequences. The young man was Su Huan, the newly awakened scion of the Su family. Chapter 70. Little brother, do you wish to escape with your life? Upon hearing this, Wen Lin's expression grew increasingly grave after sensing Su Huan's presence. From this individual, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Who is this person? The son of the emperor? Could he be one of the newly awakened heirs of the Su family? Another self-proclaimed genius? Have you encountered others like him before? Ah, you would not believe it, but I have indeed met others. Allow me to recount my tale. A bystander struck a pose, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. Among the crowd, the blind were drawn to the vibrant narrative, captivated by the words of bystander C, who recounted his brother's reckless exploits in the Fire Emperor's ruins, and even the tale of Mo Rand slaying the emperor with an eloquence surpassing that of any storyteller. The audience felt as though they were transported into the scene, their attention ensnared in an instant. After absorbing the entire account, Su Huan shifted his gaze from Su Yang to Wen Lin, taking a few steps down the stairs. Do you not fear my imperial lineage? Wen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Although the pressure intensified, he shook his head resolutely, stating, I do not fear. A faint smile curled on Su Huan's lips. Is that so? The 9 great imperial clans have seemingly lost their once formidable intimidation. Have they not? 8 great. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, interjected from the crowd. Su Huan, upon hearing this interruption, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the rage surging from within. Moments later, he opened his eyes, scanning the crowd, his murderous intent palpable. The onlookers recoiled, exchanging glances, each silently seeking to identify the one who had uttered 8 great. Who do you wish to harm? Thankfully, amidst these tumultuous times, Su Huan merely cast a warning glance, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. However, his gaze toward Wen Lin was laced with coldness. A genius? He relished hunting down those deemed talented. A wicked smile spread across his face as he loosened his stiff neck, preparing to showcase his prowess and restore the dignity of the imperial family. He raised his fist, gently clenching it, and a crackling bolt of lightning slowly manifested above his hand, coursing through his entire being. Though my clan's young master may have erred, your disdain for the imperial lineage is a grave offense. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light as thunder erupted beneath his feet, creating a crater in the earth, and with a crackling punch aimed at Wen Lin, he declared, You shall be punished. At this sight, Wen Lin's expression shifted. His nascent strength in the realm of the divine palace erupted at this moment, and his sword was deftly wielded, conjuring multiple sword lights. For phantoms emerged from his movements, each radiating brilliance. The clash between the sword lights and the punch was intense. Su Yang maneuvered through the torrent of sword lights, yet managed not to sustain a scratch. As the lightning flickered, his punch collided with Wen Lin's 3-foot green blade. Bolts of lightning surged forth, sending tremors through Wen Lin's arms. Glancing at the weakened figure behind him, he grasped his sword with one hand and swiftly seized the other's sleeve, hurling him into the crowd. He himself crashed heavily onto a fortunate bystander, both losing consciousness. Su Huan seized the fleeting opportunity, retracting his fist as lightning surged around his feet, delivering a swift kick toward Wen Lin's head. Not good. Realizing the impending danger, Wen Lin raised his arm in defense. A thundering sound echoed as Wen Lin's head was struck, his body uncontrollably flying backward. He hastily summoned his inner energy to stabilize his injuries. With a swift motion, he thrust the 3-foot green blade into the ground, using it as leverage to steady himself. Breathing heavily, he struggled against the tumult within him stirred by the lightning's intrusion. Su Huan, noting Wen Lin's ability to maintain his stance, gradually withdrew his leg and turned to glance at him, somewhat surprised. Not bad. Your reflexes far surpass those of the inept within my clan. As he spoke, the lightning coalesced around him once more, a spectral dragon emerging behind him. The dragon's eyes opened, unleashing a torrent of lightning that engulfed him, its overwhelming aura pressing down upon all around, compelling them to cower in submission. Recently awakened, his powers were not yet fully attuned, and he sought worthy opponents, but alas, they were all too feeble to withstand even his fist. Upon encountering Wen Lin, his battle spirit ignited, and he was determined not to forfeit this opportunity for practice. His aura surged to an unprecedented height, the pinnacle of the third realm of the divine palace, radiating power that caused the onlookers to stagger backward, fearing for their safety. With arms outstretched, a dragon claw materialized from the void above, drawing in a multitude of bolts of lightning. Soon, the dragon claw crackled with energy, targeting Wen Lin with a ferocious intent. As the claw descended with astonishing speed, Wen Lin, still grappling with his injuries, furrowed his brow, helplessly watching the claw's gradual assembly. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, channeling a spell through his fingers, pushing the immaculate sword body to its limits. A streak of sword light erupted from behind him, launching toward the descending dragon claw. Upon contact, his gathered sword energy shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment. As the lightning surged toward him, he gritted his teeth, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, disregarding his injuries as he allowed the lightning to crash upon him. He thought to himself, I shall gamble everything. Gathering his spiritual energy once more, it coalesced upon the green blade in his hand, emanating a sharp, fierce glow. He raised the blade, and in that instant, it expanded, the sword energy doubling in intensity. Go! With a fierce cry, he unleashed a vast sword energy aimed directly at the dragon claw. In tandem, he expelled another mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees as the sword energy surged forth. His injuries could no longer be contained. He fixed his gaze upon the sword energy soaring toward the dragon claw, hoping against hope that it could withstand the onslaught. However, as he witnessed the two forces collide, the sword energy merely held for a fleeting moment before fracturing into shards. In that instant, his eyes dimmed, the specter of death looming ominously. At that moment, a soft, childlike voice whispered in his ear, "Little brother, do you wish to escape with your life?" Chapter 71. Stealing leisure for a brief moment, startled by the sudden voice. Wen Lin instinctively nodded, driven by the primal urge to survive. His peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, revealing only a crowd of astonished faces. "Since I saved you, you owe me a favor, don't you?" "Indeed," he nodded emphatically. After all, a favor is something that can be repaid as long as one is alive. If he did not escape now, he feared for his life. At the very instant he nodded, he sensed a mischievous smile emanating from the source of the unexpected voice. Boom! The dragon claw descended with enthusiasm. Lightning erupted, emanating from the ground, creating a massive pit, and dust filled the air, interspersed with flickers of lightning that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Under such an assault, everyone began to worry for the young man in blue. As the dust settled, Su Huan, who had been fixated on the spot where the dragon claw had struck, frowned slightly, perplexed. Gone. He stared at the empty pit, astonished that someone could whisk another away without his notice. Was it a great emperor or perhaps some secret technique? Where did he go? Vanished? Goodness, I am utterly shocked. How could he escape? This boy must possess extraordinary potential. Could it be that the youth's protector intervened? Hearing this, the onlookers cast Su Huan incredulous glances, exclaiming, "Your protector is quite cowardly. What kind of protector allows the one they guard to suffer such grievous injuries and then flee?" It was evident that the boy had either been rescued or managed to escape. Listening to the murmurs, Su Huan glanced skyward. Above, an ancient shadow gradually materialized. The emperor. Indeed, there was a protector. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figure descended gracefully, appearing beside Su Huan. Goodness, just as I feared. Quiet down, my friend. Do you wish to perish? Upon the emperor's arrival, many threw scornful remarks at him, not wanting to be entangled in any chaos. After all, they were merely mortals. Even a mere breath from the emperor could spell their doom. The elder, however, remained unfazed. He smiled slightly, glancing at the imposing Su Huan, then cast a disdainful gaze at Su Yang, who stood watching the spectacle at the tavern's entrance. I have met the son of the emperor. As for Su Yang, he chose to ignore him entirely, considering him a mere waste of space. He had witnessed everything that transpired, and the disgrace Su Yang brought upon their family was undeniable. Yet, due to Su Yang's status as the family head son, the elder refrained from saying much, having scolded him enough over the years to know it was futile. Nodding at the elder's call, Su Huan asked, "Ancestor, did a great emperor intervene?" His protector, Su Yichong, was the family patriarch, a being of great power. The elder raised his hand, his spiritual energy enveloping the area for miles, confirming that no traces of an emperor's presence lingered. He looked at Su Huan and shook his head, indicating there was none. Having overheard the discussions among the crowd, he summoned the elder for confirmation. If a great emperor had indeed intervened, his protector would have sensed it. The absence of such a presence suggested that the boy harbored secrets. A peculiar smile crept across his face. Secrets? Then he had set his sights on Wen Lin. He was adept at the art of murder and treasure acquisition. At that moment, Su Yang, who had been watching from the sidelines, dashed over to Su Yichong, bowing respectfully before pointing to the tavern owner, who lay unconscious against the wall. "Your Highness, what about this one?" Though uncertain of his intentions, Su Huan, as the son of the emperor, and Su Yichong, a powerful elder, were not inclined to concern themselves over a mere tavern owner. After all, the young man had acted outrageously, and with so many witnesses, they could not simply eliminate everyone. They represented the imperial family's dignity, not their personal grudges. Thus, casting a cold glance at the crowd, Su Huan declared, "Let this matter rest. Ancestor, we shall take our leave." With that, he and Su Yichong turned to depart, heading in the direction of the ruins, leaving Su Yang standing in stunned silence. The spectators breathed a sigh of relief and began to disperse. Su Yang, however, was seething with anger. Watching Su Huan and Su Yichong walk away without sparing him even a glance, he spat on the ground and cursed. "One day, you will remember my name for eternity." Realizing that his proclamation lacked impact, he added fiercely, "I will make you remember me for all time." At that moment, his lackey, Zhang San, noticing the two deities departing, approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Young master, what about Li Si?" He gestured towards the wall where Li Si lay unconscious, indicating whether they should attend to him. Su Yang shot him a disdainful glare, disgust evident on his face. What good is he? Useless. He couldn't even handle a mere tavern owner. Remembering Li Si's earlier overconfidence. Only to be humiliated, he felt his own face burn with shame. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He spat on the ground in frustration and stormed off, indifferent to Li Si's fate. A mere lackey, after all, with his status, he could easily find someone else to serve him. Meanwhile, Zhang San wore a victorious expression, secretly relieved that he was not the one who had approached Su Yang. lest he find himself in the same pitiful state. You wanted to compete with me? Well, look where that got you. Overjoyed, he thought that from this day forward, he would become Su Yang's most favored lackey, a position elevated above all others. With his face beaming with delight, it seemed that his very existence relied on being a lackey. Not lingering any longer, he hurried to catch up with Su Yang. As for Wen Lin, having been rescued, he now stood in sheer terror, gazing at the nightmare-like little girl before him. He stumbled backward, only to find himself cornered against a tree. The little girl, unfazed, approached him step by step, her tiny feet causing the bells on her wrists to jingle melodiously with each movement. Wen Lin, feeling trapped, clutched the object in his hand even tighter, shaking his head vigorously in rejection. In response, the little girl pouted, placing her hands on her hips, clearly displeased. Chapter 72. The unfortunate child you promised to save me. Now you owe me a favor. The little meatball pouted, gazing at Wen Lin, who was tightly clutching something in his hand, looking utterly displeased and feeling deceived, as if joy had eluded him. Upon hearing this, Wen Lin wore a sorrowful expression, on the verge of tears. Ancestor, who taught you that favors are to be used this way? I promise not to harm him. He pleaded, little ancestor. I truly cannot give this to you. What he held tightly in his palm was a beautifully carved piece of jade, the craftsmanship evident in the meticulous details. Moments ago, he had been tormented by Su Huan, when suddenly he heard a whisper in his ear and, almost involuntarily, he nodded. In an instant, a blinding light flashed before his eyes, leaving him momentarily blinded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, with Su Huan and the onlookers nowhere in sight. Instead, he heard the chime of delicate bells, and before him stood a charming little girl, her smile both lovely and mischievous. Her first words were, "Hello, I've taken your thing." She held up an exquisite piece of jade, having stealthily lifted it from him. That was his engagement token. How could it be taken so easily? He recognized her voice, the very one that had whispered in his ear moments before. Seeing her with his engagement token, he rushed forward to reclaim it. The girl frowned, advancing towards him, demanding he return it. How can I give it to you? He retorted. But you clearly promised me. She replied, crossing her arms in a haughty manner. I saved you. You owe me a favor. Wen Lin, feeling trapped with nowhere to retreat, lamented, if you had told me you wanted this piece of jade, I would have gladly perished under that dragon's claw. Furthermore, when did favors become so interchangeable? Everything else is negotiable, but not this. Wen Lin firmly shook his head in refusal. This was a gift from his betrothed, and he absolutely could not part with it. Seeing his stubbornness, Mo Linger could only sigh in resignation, shrugging her shoulders and deciding to disregard him. Just then she sighed. Fine then. She turned away, her head downcast, and approached Wen Ran, saying, Sister Wen Ran, let us go. You don't want it anymore? I don't want it. What for? It's clearly important to you. If you don't wish to part with it, what can I do? I can't force you, right? Father always says that one should not covet what cannot be obtained, for there is nothing in the world he cannot provide for himself. We can find a more beautiful one when we return. With Mo Linger expressing her disinterest, Wen Lin felt a weight lift from his heart, yet unease settled in. After all, she had saved him, though he was uncertain of how she had done so. In such a dire moment, her aid had been extraordinary, far surpassing the value of the jade in his grasp. Yet, he could not give it to her. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within him as he sought a solution. Watching Mo Linger retreating further away, he shook his head in determination, gritted his teeth, and dashed forward, attempting to stop her. In his haste, he momentarily forgot he was still injured. The lightning energy within him had yet to dissipate, and the overwhelming spiritual power surged through his meridians. Just as he took a couple of steps, darkness engulfed him, rendering him powerless and in agony. With a loud thud, he collapsed, unconscious, onto the ground. Startled by the commotion, Mo Linger turned back curiously. Ah, Sister Wen Ran, he has fainted. She pointed at Wen Lin, who lay sprawled on the ground, and looked up at Wen Ran. Wen Ran contemplated for a moment before shaking her head in resignation and approaching him. After all, he was of the one family, her kin. Leaving him abandoned in such a desolate place seemed unkind. Kneeling beside him, She grasped his wrist to check his pulse. Her brow furrowed as she realized his condition was quite alarming. Seeing Wen Ran frown, Mo Linger also crouched down beside him, her gaze fixed on the jade in his hand. Oh, why has it become brighter? She observed the jade, glowing unexpectedly. Though puzzled, she quickly inquired Sister Wen Ran. What's wrong with him? Not good. His meridians are in disarray, and a significant portion of his spiritual energy has inexplicably vanished. As she spoke, she began forming a hand seal. A mystical mark coalesced at her fingertips, which she gently pressed against Wen Lin's chest, commanding, "Seal the meridians, coalesce." A faint white light emanated from Wen Lin's chest as a seal appeared. Observing this, Mo Linger was not curious about Wen Ran's actions, but rather fixated on the jade that had fallen from his hand. The jade was glowing. It shone brighter and brighter. As she watched, her eyes sparkled with interest. She truly desired it. Meanwhile, Wen Ran's expression grew serious. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the dimming seal on Wen Lin's chest. Strange. What is it, Sister Wen Ran? I don't know. The seal seems to be weakening, she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Seal. At this, Mo Linger finally shifted her gaze from the jade to the seal on Wen Lin's chest, deep in thought. Yet, she was unable to discern anything. She simply did not understand. With a sigh, Wen Ran lamented, "What a misfortunate child. Does he possess something foul? Foul?" Upon hearing this, Mo Linger's eyes lit up as she stood, declaring, "Something foul." With that, she clasped her hands together, a red light radiating from her, and a celestial figure appeared behind her, a fiery lotus emerging from within. Sister Wen Ran, step aside. Let Linger handle this. With a mysterious smile, she prepared to unleash her power. Though unsure of her intentions, Wen Ran, feeling the faint aura emanating from Mo Linger, pondered for a moment before stepping back. It was weak. Surely it wouldn't harm him, right? After all, this girl was only at the chi condensation stage. With Mo Linger ready, she waved her hand, unleashing the fiery lotus from her palm, shouting, "All methods burn." Chapter 73. Are you referring to the one on the left or the one on the right? The fiery lotus erupted from her palm, engulfing Wen Lin's body in a blaze within an instant. This technique had been forcibly imparted to her by her mother, who insisted it could dispel myriad evils and might prove useful in the future. Thus, upon hearing Wen Ran mention the presence of malevolent entities, her first thought was of the method Shen Qingqing had taught her. It was the only technique she had mastered. She had no desire to learn anything else. Besides casting talismans, she truly wished to engage in play. With a decisive push of her little hand, the flames surged higher, burning more fiercely upon Wen Lin. Yet, to her dismay, he remained utterly motionless, as if he had succumbed to death, despite her limited cultivation and the flame's relatively minor destructive power. Surely he could feel some semblance of pain? After approximately 10 breaths, her internal spiritual energy was swiftly depleted. Observing the absence of flames erupting from her palm, she plopped down onto the ground, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Oh no, it's gone. She gazed at her palm, devoid of flames, scratching her head as she looked at the still figure of Wen Lin on the ground. She then lifted her gaze to Wen Ran, her face radiating innocence, exclaiming, "When Wen Ran, it's gone. Ling can't summon fire anymore." Sighing in response to the rapid depletion of her meager spiritual energy, Wen Ran pressed her forehead, shaking her head in resignation. She had grown increasingly accustomed to this gesture over time. Observing the small creature, who had only briefly burned Wen Lin with her flames, yet showed no signs of life, Wen Ran felt perplexed. Although the little one's cultivation was lowly, she sensed that the techniques she practiced were quite formidable, particularly the fiery lotus. There was an undeniable aura of dominance emanating from her. Given the circumstances, this shouldn't be the case. Could he be dead? Pondering deeply, she squatted down to examine his chest. The seal was still gradually fading, and the sealing power was slowly dissipating. Worry began to creep in. This unfortunate child, had he become possessed by some foul entity? How could he be so unfortunate? It was merely a single strand of spiritual energy. It couldn't be that severe. In the midst of her thoughts, she grasped his hand once more to take his pulse. Drawing in a sharp breath, She was startled. His pulse was alarmingly weak, and the rhythm was utterly absurd. To put it simply, this boy resembled a living corpse. Something seemed to be incessantly devouring the scant spiritual energy within him, preventing his own energy from mending the injuries inflicted during battle. Wen ran, "Is he gravely injured?" "Yes," she replied softly, supporting her forehead, her expression weary. "It is quite severe. This seal won't hold for long. A malevolent entity is consuming his spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Mo Ling crossed her arms and huffed softly, recalling Shen Qingqing's words. Deep within her heart, she muttered, "Foul entities once again, foul entities." But Ling's fire cannot eliminate them. Mother lied. Bad mother. Foolish mother. So fierce. Perhaps it was the culmination of her emotions or some other reason. But this little girl reflected on all the unkindness Shen Qingqing had shown her over the years, using this incident as a catalyst to voice her grievances silently. After venting her feelings, her mood lightened, and she turned to Wen Ran, asking, "Wen Ran, do you think the medicinal pills would help?" "Ling has many pills." As she spoke, she rummaged through the pink pouch hanging at her waist and skillfully retrieved 2 thumb-sized, 5-colored pattern pills. Why 2? Because her hands could only hold 2 without dropping them. "Oh." Observing Mo Ling extract items from her pouch, Wen Ran expressed her curiosity, wondering how the little one possessed so many peculiar items. After all, each item she produced would undoubtedly incite competition among even the most powerful emperors if displayed publicly. Thus, Wen Ran was intrigued by the pills Mo Ling produced. Sensing the faint aroma wafting from the pills, even without extensive experience with such items, Wen Ran recognized that those exquisitely crafted pills, exuding such rich medicinal fragrance, were far from ordinary. Yet, she was perplexed. Since the pills came from Mo Ling, she curiously inquired, "Ling, do you know what kind of pills those are?" "I know," came the reply, but after a moment's pause for thought, she shrugged her small shoulders and turned her face away shyly, pouting, "But I forgot what they're called and when I put them in indeed." She had forgotten when she had pilfered them from her father. Talisman spells can be used. One would know their effects through usage. But medicinal pills are different. My father said they would cause harm if ingested. "Em afraid." Thus, when Wen Ran posed her question, she found herself at a loss for an answer. 9-turn heart protection pill. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Upon noticing the newcomer, Wen Ran turned with caution. A figure emerged, a graceful woman in white, holding an oiled paper umbrella, adorned with jeweled ornaments, clad in moon-white attire. Her delicate features and slender waist gave her an alluring yet intimidating presence, much like a beautiful serpent. Upon seeing her, Wen Ran's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed something unusual about this person's aura, as if she were an ordinary individual. Naturally, she was not so easily swayed by the seemingly ordinary appearance of the celestial beauty before her. What sane ordinary woman would venture alone into such remote woods? Her instincts warned her that this was improbable, utterly improbable. If she truly is an ordinary person, have you glimpsed the distant cliff? I, Wen Ran, would leap off without hesitation. In response, the woman slowly closed her umbrella, observing Wen Ran's vigilant demeanor with a playful smile. "My dear girl, there is no need for such wariness. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely happened to pass by." Despite her words, Wen Ran remained silent, while the little creature beside her was unfazed, displaying an air of calmness that left Wen Ran astonished, puzzled as to where she derived such confidence. Holding up the 2 pills in her hand, Mo Ling called out loudly to the woman, "Sister, beautiful serpent, which one of these do you mean? The left or the right? Can they save his life?" The woman remained stationary, her face reflecting disbelief and shock as she gazed at the little one, exclaiming, "Little one, you can see me?" Chapter 74. On Qingqing Mountain, as the words left her lips, a flicker of surprise crossed the enigmatic woman's face. Meanwhile, Wen Ran stood nearby, equally perplexed, her gaze inadvertently drifting downward as she murmured, "Beautiful. Snake Lady?" The mysterious woman, intrigued, glanced at Mo Ling and inquired, "Little sister, are you able to discern my true form?" At this, Wen Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. True form? This woman, whose aura I cannot sense at all, could she possibly be a demon beast? A shape-shifting demon beast that conceals its presence so effectively. Could it be a demon emperor? The thought sent a chill down Wenran's spine as she observed Mo Ling, who raised two extraordinary pills high for all to see, seemingly unafraid of the malicious intentions that might arise from others. Shaking herself from her reverie, she turned her gaze back to the beautiful yet slightly dangerous figure before her, her heart sinking as she lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Another stroke of bad luck. How long has it been since I descended the mountain? Misfortune seems to follow me. Suddenly recalling the old man's figure, she couldn't help but scowl inwardly, thinking, that old fool. Why didn't he foretell this before I left? After a brief moment of silence, the mysterious woman gazed skyward and, placing the matter of how Mo Linger perceived her true form aside, remarked, "Ladies, the night is drawing near. We should take this young man with us to seek refuge." "Why must we hide?" Wenran questioned, her voice laced with suspicion. The mysterious woman turned away, reopening her oil paper umbrella as she walked, saying, "This is Qingqing Mountain." "Qingqing Mountain? What is that?" Wenran asked, her expression growing grave as she sensed an ominous undercurrent in the woman's tone. "What kind of place is Qingqing Mountain?" Hearing the confusion in Wenran's voice, the mysterious woman paused mid-step. Before she could elaborate, Mo Linger, standing beside Wenran, seemed to have an epiphany. With a look of knowing urgency, she quickly explained, "Father said that every nightfall, Qingqing Mountain is shrouded in a layer of mist. If one finds themselves lost within that mist, they will quickly lose their sense of self and become ensnared in an illusion, unable to discern the path ahead, destined to remain in the mist until their life fades into bones, only to be revealed thereafter." Upon hearing her words, the woman holding the oil paper umbrella coughed lightly, seemingly impressed, and then smiled gently, saying, "What you say is quite accurate, little sister. Therefore, it would be wise for you both to accompany me without delay." Wenran, now enlightened by Mo Linger's explanation, felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Just when I thought I had escaped, I find myself entangled with this girl who seems to have transported us to who knows where. She glanced up at the darkening sky, which was quickly losing its light, and then around her, now acutely aware of the eerie stillness enveloping them. Yet, her heart remained troubled. She could not fathom why this shape-shifted demon beast had come to their aid. Was she truly just passing through? Before she could ponder further, Mo Linger, seemingly unfazed, hopped along and eagerly followed the woman. Observing this, Wenran disregarded her apprehensions, hastily lifting the unfortunate Wenlin and rushing after the enigmatic figure. In no time, the lively Mo Linger reached the mysterious woman, gazing at her pale, yet captivating face with curiosity. "Sister Snake Lady, what is your name?" "White Cece." "And you?" She countered, intrigued by Montag-Linger. "Ja, Montag-Linger." White Cece nodded slightly. A lovely name. Thus, the two girls followed White Cece up the mountain. Meanwhile, as night descended, the mist below Qingqing Mountain gathered ominously, swirling toward the mountain as if alive. In a mere moment, it enveloped the area for miles around, creating an ethereal yet unsettling ambience. Before long, the trio arrived at a modest hut. The rich scent of herbs wafted through the air. Wenran, spotting a nearby bench, carefully placed the unfortunate Wenlin upon it. She observed her surroundings, noting that the flickering light from within the hut illuminated shelves filled with rare, bitter herbs. "Is this a medical clinic?" She pondered. "Have I unwittingly opened a clinic on this desolate mountain?" As Wenran set Wenlin down, Mo Linger suddenly remembered the need for treatment. She hurriedly retrieved the 2 pills and approached White Cece, asking Sister Cece, "Can these 2 pills save him?" Upon hearing this, White Cece, who had just set her umbrella aside, glanced at the exquisite pills emitting a faint fragrance, and then at the unconscious Wenlin. Drawing from her extensive experience, she replied, "Yes, they can." Joy illuminated Mo Linger's face as she rushed to Wenlin's side, ready to administer the pills. At that moment, White Cece's voice drifted from behind her. However, they could also prove fatal due to their potency. "Montag-Linger es Hand Frotze mit ihr." swiftly retracting as she turned to see White Cece meticulously preparing herbal ingredients. Pouting in confusion, she remained silent. White Cece continued, muttering to herself. Qingqing Mountain has been sealed for many years. No one has ventured here in a long time. When Ran, who had been quietly observing, looked at White Cece with a puzzled expression. Sealed? How do we manage to enter? Is this girl's talisman truly so powerful that it can traverse such distances and even bypass a seal? White Cece, her eyes drifting to the mist below, continued. This mist barrier isolates Qingqing Mountain from the outside world, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Aside from my mother and me, there is no one else able to move within this realm. A shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she recalled her mother, who had passed away 2 years prior. As this little sister mentioned, my true form is that of a serpent demon. I consumed a transformation herb long ago, allowing me to take on human form. She glanced at the mist below, explaining, though one remains unharmed by not entering the mist, it suppresses me, and my demon soul has been trapped here for ages. Thus, I cannot stray too far from this mountain, as the mist steadily drains my demonic essence and my dwindling lifespan. Placing the prepared herbs to the side, she ignited a fire to brew the medicine, her movements fluid and graceful. Thus, in order to survive, I shall descend the mountain tomorrow morning to gather medicinal herbs. Lacking knowledge of cultivation and the art of alchemy, I can only rely on the compendium of remedies left by my mother, learning some simple methods to prolong my life as a means of remedy. Among the books bequeathed by my mother, there were some records regarding the elixirs in the possession of my younger sister, which enabled me to recognize them. With that, she circled around Wenran, carrying the well-prepared medicine, and slowly made her way towards Wenlin. Chapter 75. I have seized my own body after administering the medicine. She let out a soft sigh and, gazing at the silent and pouting Mo Linger standing nearby, finally revealed her thoughts. This elixir could indeed save the young gentleman. Its potency was exceedingly strong. Given the current condition of his body, he would be unable to refine its power. With that, she stood up and set the bowl aside. I can save this young gentleman, but she glanced at Mo Linger, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Might I ask the little sister to bestow this elixir upon me in exchange? Upon hearing this, Wenran understood her intentions. Although she was unaware of the grade of the 9-transformation, heart-protecting Pillin Mo Linger's possession, the fragrant aroma and rich medicinal potency emanating from it indicated that it was anything but ordinary. Mo Linger had already shown great kindness by saving Wenlin, and it was not that she was devoid of compassion. Rather, she was merely indifferent, as Wenlin was no kin to her. Were it not for the jade stone on him piquing Mo Linger's curiosity, she would not have crossed paths with him. He would have likely perished under Su Huan's attack. Now, to save him with such a precious elixir would mean a significant sacrifice on Mo Linger's part. To save someone she barely knew, someone so foreign to her, seemed unwarranted. Having already shown great mercy by preserving his life, she felt that was enough. Yet, even with such thoughts, the decision of whether to exchange rested solely with Mo Linger. Thus, she cautioned Linger, this elixir is quite precious. However, Montag Linger dismissit hierwärts. To her, such elixirs were abundant. She possessed plenty. Were her hands not so small, she would have surely produced a handful. Therefore, she ignored the warning about its value. After all, she had many of this kind of elixir in her treasure pouch, rendering it seemingly insignificant. Upon learning that Bai Cece could save Wenlin, but required the elixir in exchange, Mo Linger promptly acquiesced, exclaiming, "All right." Without further inquiry into the purpose or application of the elixir, she deemed such concerns irrelevant. Wenran, witnessing Mo Linger's swift agreement, fell momentarily silent, caught off guard by her lack of hesitation. Despite having prepared numerous arguments in advance, she found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she accepted the elixir, for it was indeed her objective, now accomplished. "I will remember your kindness." She nodded at Mo Linger in gratitude. At that moment, a streak of blue light shot across the distant sky with astonishing speed, soaring upward as if to pierce the heavens. Seeing this, Mo Linger's eyes sparkled with interest. rekindling her adventurous spirit. She dashed to Wenran's side, tugging at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister Wenran, come quickly to see." Wenran internally resisted, fearing misfortune. Such a heavenly light surely heralded the descent of treasures, and its grand display would undoubtedly attract many onlookers. Meanwhile, far away in a nameless small town at Qingqing Mountain, within an ordinary household of the Tang family, a man, wrapped in bandages and barely clinging to life, suddenly awoke as if sensing something. Despite enduring pain from his injuries and the exhaustion from indulgence, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. This is... He looked out the window at the blue light shooting into the sky, and immediately a torrent of memories, seemingly his yet also not, surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled the heavenly hammer, the maple leaf, and the accompanying spirit. After some time, he finally emerged from the flood of memories, drenched in sweat and pallid in complexion. His already weak vitality diminished further. As he assessed his physical state, a frenzied look overtook his face. He suddenly erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! I did it! I truly succeeded! Great Emperor! We are destined to become great!" Yet amidst his laughter, tears streamed down his face. Whether it was due to overwhelming joy or some other reason, he could not tell. His name was Tang San, an ordinary man from a small town, living off farming and selling pancakes. Yet he reveled in indulgence. Not long ago in the bustling town, he had carelessly gazed at a beautiful woman, ignoring the warnings of his companions who cautioned him against staring at lovely maidens, claiming it would bring misfortune. He disregarded their advice and ended up beaten to near death, now bedridden for several days. Unbeknownst to him, he was also a soul who seized another's body. His spirit originated from 3 days in the future. This twist of fate, it was as if he had seized my own self. Originally, today he should have been recovering from his injuries. Yet for some unknown reason, he lay in bed an extra day. Perhaps it was due to the body seizing? He couldn't be sure, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was the blue light soaring outside. Recently, a relic had emerged near their small town, and this phenomenon was a sign of its awakening. He should have been bustling with vigor, plowing the fields with his ox, yet the blue light piqued his curiosity. With curiosity heightened and an influx of visitors to the town speaking of the mysterious relic, he felt compelled to investigate the sudden blue light. Thus, he unknowingly blended among a group of talented individuals and ventured into the relic. After hiding for a few days, he realized the danger within the secret realm. Everyone there radiated power, and he pondered how to escape. However, fate took a turn when he tripped over a blade of grass that inexplicably sprouted within him, resembling a sword. Not long after, a hammer struck his head, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke again, he found himself alone, left behind after being struck. Now, he bore an additional hammer within him. Terrified, he fled. After much effort, he escaped the relic, only to encounter a dying old man. According to the old man, he too had come seeking the mysterious relic, but had sustained grave injuries during a confrontation, leaving him with little time to live. Seeing Tang San's astonishing potential, the old man imparted a portion of his skills before passing, leaving behind his lifelong knowledge. Thus, an ordinary man inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation, transforming into a practitioner. Truly, his ancestors must have smiled upon him. After the competition for the relic concluded, the various individuals who had gathered in the small town departed one by one. Meanwhile, Tang Sin spent 2 days assimilating the teachings bestowed upon him by the old man. Perhaps it was a matter of innate intelligence, or perhaps it was due to the extraordinary items left behind by the elder. For him, mastering these relics was not a daunting task. Consequently, at the moment the path to the empire was unveiled, he ascended once more. This time, however, fortune did not smile upon him as it had in the ruins. Shortly after his ascent, he was struck down by a single blow. Fortunately, in a bid for safety, he had consumed a life-saving pill bestowed by the elder prior to his ascent. To be frank, he found it perplexing that the elder possessed such a life-preserving remedy, yet failed to consume it before entering the ruins. Thus, he narrowly escaped death and lingered for a few additional moments, contemplating how to extricate himself from his cursed place. However, he soon discovered that leaving would result in death. Only through relentless combat could one hope to prevail, ultimately securing an imperial seat and achieving the status of a great emperor. The concept of an emperor eluded him. He merely understood that, with his ordinary strength, encountering a formidable emperor would likely lead to his swift demise. Thus, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat, he ultimately chose to ally with others to traverse the path to the empire. They overcame numerous trials and adversaries, managing to survive until the end. Eventually, he and his companions stumbled upon an opportunity to ascend to emperor status, but the opportunity was limited to one individual, should two partake. Only half an emperor could be attained. He rationalized that even a half-emperor was still a form of success, believing that contentment breeds happiness. Yet, alas, his companion, driven by ambition, betrayed him in that very moment, plunging a dagger into his heart. They engaged in a fierce battle, but he was ultimately overpowered and fell. Perhaps it was due to the life-saving pill that, in his final moments, he harnessed a fragment of his soul's power to escape the path to the empire, entering a dark realm filled with storms and lightning. Thus, his soul drifted aimlessly. When he finally awakened, he had seized control of his original self. Chapter 76. The Son of New Fortune returns to the main story. He gazed at the sudden burst of blue light soaring into the sky, contemplating whether to repeat past mistakes. After a brief moment, he swiftly slapped his face. What am I doing? With my power, how could I hesitate? He looked at himself, his expression reflecting his inadequacies, and after this wake-up call, he hastily donned the outer robe hanging nearby to conceal the bandages wrapped around him. Grasping the rusty iron sword beside him, he charged toward the direction etched in his memory. This iron sword was a keepsake from his father, bearing the marks of time. A mere touch could inflict wounds. Why did he carry it? It was no ordinary item. It was the ancestral spirit of his family. Due to his lack of cultivation, he was unable to awaken the dormant spirit. He brought along out of fear of unforeseen circumstances. Su Huan this time. The one who will stab you in the back will undoubtedly be me, Tang San. Recalling the moment he was betrayed by a companion, a murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Having savored the thrill of cultivation, the prospect of being reborn through possession was one he could not accept with complacency. He had to be cautious at every turn. Meanwhile, far away in the Qingyu Empire, within the imperial palace, Missouri ran, leisurely sipping tea, suddenly changed countenance, staring in astonishment at the interface that materialized before him. His heart was a tumult of emotions. New Fortune's son, Tang San. Fortune color, red, super lucky. Ancestral inheritance obtained. Rusty, wound-breaking sword spirit, asleep, can be seized. Upcoming inheritance. 1. Skyward hammer, can be seized. 2. Leaf of maple, can be seized. 3. Complete cultivation of peak experts in the 3 realms of Life Palace, can be seized. Details. Born from the emergence of the new heavenly path, the first generation of Fortune's sons possesses extraordinary luck, destined to shine when the Imperial Road opens in 3 days. As he beheld the sudden pop-up interface, Mo Ran was utterly bewildered. Are you certain you are not a villainous system? Gazing at the interface that exuded villainy, Mo Ran deeply suspected that he had been deceived by this entity for many years. At that moment, a celestial voice echoed, I truly am not. Doubtingly, Mo Ran shook his head and inquired, what do you mean? Am I to eliminate the Fortune's son? What does can be seized imply? Is it akin to entanglement? As he contemplated this familiar yet perplexing concept, a figure in blue flashed through his mind. Ahem, he diverted his thoughts. Returning to the point, what exactly are you? Can you clarify? Host, I genuinely am not a villainous system. Do not conflate me with such trash. The voice replied, honestly, I do not know how this interface appeared. It might be due to swallowing. It seemed to slip, hastily correcting itself. Perhaps it was a result of a fight, and I got injured. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's mouth twitched. Are you certain you are not referring to devouring? And what fight caused an injury that resulted in a villainous interface? And a new Fortune's son? With such exceptional luck? How fortunate! Is there a possibility of death? His disbelief was evident. Seeing Mo Ran's skeptical expression, the celestial voice in his mind suddenly became exasperated, exclaiming, oh dear, a few days ago, a villainous system came to me stating it wanted to find a fortune's son to eliminate. Naturally, I cannot agree. Thus, we fought for 300 rounds, and I devoured her, and then it paused for a moment, and although Mo Ran could not discern the tone, he could sense the entity's ire. Who knew that she was toxic? Who would willingly download a virus into their own body? Mo Ran fell silent. At that moment, he felt as though his brain might erupt from frustration. This was akin to a sudden cardiac arrest. He realized the truth. This entity could not refrain from causing chaos. It had likely indulged itself during his century-long confinement. If it was poisoned, he could do nothing but let it detoxify itself. He decided to take things as they came, hoping it would not disrupt his tranquil life. Thus, he inquired, "Just tell me directly, does the Fortune Son have any relation to me?" The system pondered for a moment before providing a satisfactory answer. No. Hearing this, Mo Ran nodded contentedly and continued sipping the tea in his hand. Just as the sweet beverage touched his lips, the system's dispassionate voice suddenly interrupted. "But it is related to your daughter." At this revelation, Mo Ran spewed out his tea, and the cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. After a brief pause, he spoke with a voice as frigid as the onset of winter. "You are not jesting with me, are you?" He preferred that his daughter remain untouched by the likes of a Fortune's Son, as the implications were far too significant. His daughter was still young and could not grasp them. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, possibly as the entity contemplated how to respond to Mo Ran's question. Moments later, a luminous screen gradually appeared before him. Tang San, the first generation of the new Fortune's Son under the new heavenly path, a favored child of heaven and earth. Possessing extraordinary luck, his soul originates from himself 3 days hence. Upon entering the unknown ruins of the newborn, he fortuitously obtained the skyward hammer and the leaf of maple, narrowly escaping the ruins, where he encountered a dying elder. Recognizing the elder's exceptional talent and unwilling to let his own cultivation turn to dust, he imparted all his life's cultivation to Tang San. In just 3 days, Tang San mastered it all, then ascended the imperial road, only to be struck down by someone else, narrowly escaping death, ultimately seizing a sliver of imperial opportunity before being betrayed by a companion. In the end, endowed with reverse luck, he possessed his former self from 3 days prior and was reborn. As Mo Ran absorbed this information, he noted that the system had not mentioned his daughter. Just as he was about to ask, the system's voice calmly resounded. "Meanwhile, your daughter is on her way to this newborn ruins. Will my daughter be in danger?" This was his primary concern. If so, he would immediately eliminate this so-called Tang San, denying him any chance of reincarnation. "No, but the new Fortune Son will be." "Oh, then there is no problem." Upon hearing that his daughter was not in danger, Mo Ran exhaled a long sigh of relief. Indeed, with him around, how could his daughter possibly encounter any life-threatening peril? He could appear before her in an instant. Had it not been for his desire for her to gain some experience, he would have brought her back by now. As for this so-called Fortune's Son, the child of heavenly path, whether he faced any peril was irrelevant. However, the system's next statement caused him to leap from his bed. This time, the new Fortune's Son will offend your second daughter in the ruins. And then 3 days later on the Imperial Road, he will kill the companion who stabbed him in the back, only to subsequently be slain by your eldest daughter. Chapter 77. The vicissitudes of history. As soon as the words fell from Tongzi's lips, Mo Ran fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, his expression was inscrutable, and his heart was a tumult of thoughts. Could it be that his daughter was a nefarious villain, and he, the father of villain? He shook his head vigorously, dispelling the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, if this so-called child of fortune were to perish within 3 days, what could that possibly mean? Was he truly the child of destiny? Mo Ran was engulfed in bewilderment. How could a child of fate not survive beyond 3 days? He murmured the term to himself, ultimately shrugging it off with a wry smile. As long as his daughter was safe, that was all that mattered. As for this so-called child of fortune, perhaps it was merely an extraordinary stroke of luck, hardly worth his concern. Luck, that was something he did not fear. Regarding the potential chain reactions that could ensue, he would address them as they arose. Should anyone wish to court disaster, he would not mind guiding them to follow in the footsteps of the Song family, allowing them to experience firsthand the taste of the sword he wielded. While lost in thought, a figure appeared at the threshold, radiating an aura that rendered all worldly matters pale in comparison. She glided into the room, as if stepping out from a painting, and approached Ran. Upon noticing the shattered teacup strewn across the floor, her brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Husband, has something happened to Ling?" In her mind, no one other than their two daughters could elicit such a reaction from Ran. She could not believe that he had merely dropped the cup by accident. The individual in question was none other than the sole Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. Hearing her concern, Ran offered her a gentle smile and replied, "No, it's just that I sensed something amiss and was caught off guard, leading to this unfortunate mishap." Her graceful smile retained the dignity befitting an empress. What could possibly astonish the sovereign capable of obliterating the Song family? After a moment's hesitation, she smiled enchantingly, asking, "Might you enlighten me?" Observing her captivating demeanor, Ran momentarily paused, sensing an unusual shift within himself. He cleared his throat lightly and jested. "Just now, I calculated a few things, and guess what? Our daughter has gone off to explore some ruins." At his words, Shen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. The news of Linger's venture into the ruins brought a flicker of concern to her face. However, upon witnessing Ran's untroubled demeanor, her anxious heart eased. After all, with Ran around, or rather with a celestial being by their side, how could their daughter encounter any peril? Thus, she reflected that her worries might have been unwarranted. Yet, why did that girl always gravitate toward danger? Upon her return, she would certainly administer a good scolding. After a brief contemplation, she cast a mischievous glance at Ran. "Since my husband is so formidable, why not take a guess as to my purpose for being here?" Ran, observing Shen Qingqing drawing closer, retracted his smile and adopted a serious expression, yet remained silent. "I know, but I shall not speak. I'm quite soft," she teased. Before Ran could fully process the moment, her lips were suddenly upon him, and then darkness enveloped them. "Good night, everyone." A night passed without incident. The sun ascended from the starry night sky, rising rapidly in this otherworldly realm. As dawn broke, the mist shrouding the base of Qingqiang Mountain quietly dissipated. After a brief respite, Ran and Linger bid farewell to Bai Cc, leaving the injured and unconscious Lin in her care before descending the mountain. After all, Ran had previously promised to accompany Linger to explore the ruins. Knowing there was no escaping it, she opted for a night's rest first. This strategy aimed to allow others to contend for opportunities while she accompanied Linger later. Thus, she could avoid unnecessary trouble and the risk of unforeseen calamities befalling her. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of cleverness. After all, Linger merely expressed a desire to take a look. She had never said anything about competing for treasures within the ruins. Thus, Linger gazed up at Ran, whose radiant smile suggested she was lost in thought, and a series of large question marks floated above her head. Subsequently, she retrieved a spatial talisman from her waist, aimed it toward the direction of the blue light, and released a flame from her hand. After igniting the talisman, she tossed it ahead. "Go!" A radiant portal materialized before them, and the two stepped through, departing with a flourish. Since the blue light had shot up into the sky last night, announcing the official opening of the ruins, various factions had dispatched their most promising talents, those aspiring to ascend the imperial path and secure a throne, to compete for opportunities. Securing even a small chance within the ruins would significantly enhance their odds of claiming the throne. In a mere night, the influx of individuals had multiplied several times over. Emerging from the portal, Linger was the first to leap out. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her eyes sparkled with wonder, her mouth agape in awe. Ran, look! Seeing Ran step out behind her, Linger pointed to the sky, where the blue portal floated. Beneath it, beams of blue light shot into the heavens, as if attempting to pierce the sky itself. Ran gently brushed her hair and gazed at the ancient ruins before her. Feeling a sense of awe at the tales of history, they whispered. "Shall we enter?" Mo Linger urged, her curiosity propelling her towards the ruins. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, when Ran grasped her garment firmly. "Wait, there's a formation in place." Entering 1TB easy, she pointed at the luminous wall standing before them. Just then, a figure brushed past them, seemingly unperturbed, effortlessly passing through the luminous wall and entering the ruins. The youth, heedful of his mother's words, paid no heed to the strikingly beautiful Wen Ran. Exuding en extraordinary aura. "Ah, this boy will surely achieve greatness," Mo Linga suddenly seized, mimicked Mo Ran's expression, her lips twitching as she shook her head and spread her hands. In an instant, she freed herself from Wen Ran's grasp and bounded through the luminous wall, leaving Wen Ran momentarily stunned. After a moment, she exhaled a sigh, shaking her head in resignation before following suit. No wonder she had wondered why there was no one around despite the presence of the light barrier. It turned out the formation posed no hindrance to entry. How foolish she had been to overthink it. Chapter 78. The Ordinary Maple Leaf. Entering the ruins, Mo Linger was exceptionally curious about everything before her. She dashed to the east and wandered to the west, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. Since entering the ruins, she had not paused for a moment. In contrast, Wen Ran was deep in thought, scrutinizing the ancient structure before them. The ruins had been open for some time, and they had arrived a day late. Consequently, most of the treasures had already been claimed by those who came before them, leaving the ruins somewhat desolate. There were not many people around, but numerous signs of battle remained, a testament to the fierce conflict that had transpired the previous night. At that moment, Mo Linger suddenly crouched beside a large stone, as if she had spotted something intriguing. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared she was observing ants at work. Wen Ran quickly approached her, curious about what had captured her attention. When she reached Mo Linger's side, she too crouched down to see. Before them lay a humble blade of grass, emanating a faint blue glow, resembling a sword, yet appearing remarkably ordinary. The grass was trapped beneath a massive stone, its roots exposed above the ground, thick, long, and capable of tripping anyone who came near. This unassuming plant was one of the rare opportunities belonging to Tang San. Wen Ran gazed at the seemingly mundane grass, puzzled as to why Mo Linger had chosen to crouch down to observe it. Was there not an abundance of similar plants outside? In Montauk Linga S. A fleeting glimmer of light passed by, and she exclaimed, "This is a treasure." "What?" Wen Ran's lips twitched in disbelief. "This worthless grass is a heavenly treasure? Aside from tangling up passers-by, what use could it possibly have? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's merely a very ordinary spiritual herb." Mo Linger shook her head, staring at the grass that emitted a faint white light, her confusion growing. It was a color she had never encountered before. White. She had seen golden, red, and crimson hues, but in her experience, anything that piqued her interest had never shone with anything but gold or red. And yet here was this grass, exuding a white glow she had never seen before. How could she not be curious? With utmost seriousness, she replied, "It truly is a treasure, Sister Wen Ran. My eyes did not deceive me." Wen Ran, taken aback by the earnestness on the chubby face before her, found herself believing her. They both observed the grass intently for a moment. After about 10 breaths, a sigh escaped Wen Ran's lips. She turned to Mo Linga, who was staring intently at the grass, and shook her head helplessly before rising and wandering off elsewhere. She had given up. It was not her fault. She simply could not discern anything special about the plant. The only unique feature was its sword-like leaves, and that was all. It was not a lack of determination on her part. It was just too ordinary. It was akin to asking someone to find a specific stone among 1,000 identical pebbles. Mo Linger watched as Wen Ran walked away, her lips pouting slightly in defiance. "It is a treasure. I can see it," she huffed. "I'll take it back and show it to Father." Muttering to herself, she rummaged through her waist pouch, declaring, "Father will surely know what this is." After that, her little hand delved deeper as she sought something. When it came to treasures, particularly those that glimmered in her eyes, she would not let them slip away. Years ago, when she had stolen the imperial seal of the Qingyu Empire to play with, She had received a thorough spanking from Shen Qingqing, yet she had not backed down. Back then, she had not understood what the term opponent meant and had been clueless about how to retaliate. Moments later, she retrieved a small herb hoe from her pouch. With a mischievous grin, she began to gently dig around the edges of the grass. Soon enough, the previously exposed plant was completely unearthed, as the mysterious sword-shaped grass, now devoid of its faint white glow, was pulled from the earth. Linger felt a twinge of disappointment. What happened? She wondered, tilting her head in confusion. Initially, she had considered plucking the leaves off, but she feared that doing so might kill the plant. Past experiences had taught her that when she uprooted colored herbs, they wilted almost instantly, becoming unsightly. After a harsh reprimand, she learned that they required spiritual soil to survive. Thus, she had been careful not to remove the soil from the roots this time. However, upon seeing the now dull grass, her spirits sank. Pouting, she tossed the hoe aside and carelessly flung the grass to the side, allowing it to wither away. I really was mistaken, she thought, recalling Wen Ran's earlier words. They rang true. It truly was ordinary. With that, she skipped over to Wen Ran, who was lost in contemplation while admiring the wall murals. Sister Wen Ran, what are you looking at? She asked, blinking her large eyes. Have you found anything interesting? Wen Ran hesitated for a moment, then turned to Immortal, her clear eyes revealing a hint of foolishness as she replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot appreciate it. Montauk Lingia fez silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could find the right expression, Wen Ran suddenly glanced toward a particularly bright path. Let's go see what lies ahead, she suggested. Just as she spoke, a sharp flash of sword light streaked toward them, aimed directly at Linger. Sensing the danger, Wen Ran swiftly turned, stepping forward while raising her hand. A white spiritual seal emerged beneath her feet, and her palm radiated a brilliant light, forming a protective barrier in an instant. With a thunderous crash, a rusted iron sword struck against the shimmering shield. Upon recognizing the attacker, Wen Ran's expression turned icy. It was unmistakably felt that the surrounding temperature had plummeted by approximately 10 degrees, rendering the atmosphere unusually frigid. The chill was so intense that it compelled a shiver to traverse her spine. She remarked coldly, vermin truly audacious. Chapter 79. The spirit of the sword as a powerful sword struck heavily against the ethereal barrier. The surrounding shimmering lights were sent soaring into the air by the force of the impact. After a moment of stalemate, Wen Ran let out a delicate hum as spiritual energy surged forth from her palm. The tremendous force propelled the man, clad in black and exposing a bare chest, who wielded a rusted iron sword backward. This man was none other than Tang San, the one who had usurped his body. At this moment, Tang San stabilized his stance, his gaze fixed intently on Linger. Why do you seek to ruin my fortune? He demanded. Startled by his sudden, murderous intent, Linger stood frozen, still reeling from the unexpected confrontation. When Tang San posed his question, she instinctively responded with a puzzled. He had appeared the moment she had crouched beneath the giant stone. He had not followed the timeline of the ruins as he remembered, but had instead opted for a different strategy, arriving late due to the possession that had rendered him lethargic. Thus, he had chosen to gain the old man's teachings first before entering the ruins to seize what was rightfully his. However, the morning sun had risen, and the absence of resources had significantly delayed his absorption of the old man's cultivation. He had awakened only after a night of unconsciousness and rushed towards the ruins, only to find a small girl squatting next to the giant stone upon his arrival. He watched helplessly as she began to excavate his fortune piece by piece. His frustration was palpable. Even if she had unearthed it, he thought, as long as the opportunity still existed, he could retrieve the hammer and intercept her midway, reclaiming his fortune. After all, according to the 8th rule of the Tang family, anything that belonged to oneself must be reclaimed at any cost. But who could have anticipated that the girl would carelessly discard his opportunity within mere moments of grasping it? Witnessing this scene, even with a calm demeanor, he could not contain his outrage. Was this not a blatant trampling of his fortune? Such a remarkable opportunity, so easily tossed aside? It was akin to a slap in the face. After contemplating for a moment, he seized the chance when Linger let her guard down. swiftly drawing his rusted sword and striking towards her head. Yet, the intensity of his murderous intent could not be concealed. The moment it surfaced, when Rand detected it. In response, when Rand stepped forward, shielding Mo Linger behind her, she slowly retracted her raised hand, forming a seal with her fingers. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her feet, coalescing into a spell approximately 2 meters long, encircling both her and Mo Linger within its confines. Immediately, a clock-like phantom appeared behind her, with the words Heavenly Mandate clearly visible, stirring the heart. Having prepared adequately, when Rand's lips moved as pure white spiritual energy enveloped her. She cast a fleeting glance at the weeds Mo Linger had discarded, merely glancing before returning her gaze to Tang San, coldly stating, "Your fortune? Forgive my bluntness, but if I could previously sense the faint spiritual energy emanating from those weeds, they now appear no different from refuse. Where's this talk of fortune?" In response, Tang San stepped forward, his sword aura flowing around him. A surge of blue spiritual energy radiated from his hand, enveloping the rusted sword, which emitted a foul scent of decay. He grasped the sword firmly and declared, "Come forth, my sword spirit." The iron sword trembled as if responding to an unseen call. A blinding light burst forth from it, and the rust fell away to reveal a pristine white blade. A spirit resembling a soul emerged from the sword, taking the form of a figure clad in a tight black robe, bearing a weathered countenance. This was his sword spirit. The moment the sword spirit materialized, Tang San cast a dismissive glance at Wen Rand before slightly bowing to the sword spirit, exclaiming, "Young master, I have awaited your return." Tang San's expression remained unchanged. While the sword spirit was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down its face, as if yearning to recount the hardships of its long wait. Tang San nodded slightly, commanding, "Xiao Gang's sword, let us unite and eliminate this woman." Being the usurper, he was well aware of the old man and had awakened him for the second time, hence his calm demeanor. The old man wiped away his tears, brushing against his ethereal form, affirming, "At your command." Whether he truly shed tears remained uncertain. Turning his icy gaze towards Wen Rand, sword energy surged around him as he gathered it at his fingertips. Tang San, not to be outdone, unleashed a powerful aura from within, his cultivation at the first level of the Fate Palace erupting forth. This was the culmination of a night's worth of effort. Should he successfully seize the two opportunities, he would ascend to the third level of the Fate Palace, paving his path towards becoming an emperor. With such thoughts, his excitement was evident on his face. Meanwhile, when Rand observed Tang San, whose feeble aura was hardly impressive and could not suppress a shudder, a mere first level of the Fate Palace. Initially, she had thought him a formidable opponent, only to discover he was nothing but a trivial nuisance. She exhaled slowly, questioning why he would seek his own demise. As the two prepared for confrontation, she resolved to grant their desires. The peak cultivation of the third level of the Fate Palace surged forth within her. With a decisive gesture, the phantom wheel behind her began to turn, as if awakening from a long slumber. Tang San's sword spirit, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Wen Rand, was seized by terror, cold sweat trickling down. His power was intrinsically linked to Tang San's. Hence, if Tang San was weak, so was he. Realizing the danger, he hastily decided to withdraw, transforming into a small white light and merging back into the sword. The once radiant sword now reverted to its rusty form. The atmosphere fell silent, even the air thick with awkwardness. Witnessing the cowardice of the fleeing sword spirit, Tang San gulped nervously, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he sensed the formidable energy emanating from Wen Rand. Yet he was not like a sword spirit with a place to hide. Naturally, Wen Rand would not grant him the opportunity to conceal himself. The wheel behind her whirled rapidly, the characters for destiny becoming increasingly clear. With a delicate gesture of her jade hand, she issued a cold command, "Go." Within the wheel, several beams of world-destroying light seemed to respond to her directive, tearing through the fabric of space and time. The sound of their passage resonated almost instantly. Countless rays of white light erupted from within the wheel, sweeping over Tang San like a relentless torrent, akin to skewered meat. Inside the ruins, white light radiated in all directions, dazzling to the eyes. Chapter 80. The onset of conflict. As the blinding light dissipated from the sky, Tang San's body slowly succumbed, his aura growing increasingly faint until he ultimately vanished from the realm. In mere 5 breaths, Tang San passed away peacefully. Having accomplished this, Wenran retracted her imposing presence. It was at this moment that the figure behind her softly spoke, "Sister Wenran." Upon hearing this, Wenran turned around to see Immortal, her small hand pointing at Tang San's lifeless form on the ground, inquiring, "Is he dead?" What? Wenran was taken aback, noticing the child's lack of fear or discomfort, which left her profoundly puzzled. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she nodded. When she was of Mo Linger's age, witnessing her parents commit murder had left her in a state of utter shock. The contrast between her past experience and Mo Linger's calm demeanor was striking. Seeing Wenran nod, Mo Linger lowered her head, recalling the overwhelming sensation she had just felt, one that had unsettled her deeply. Her countenance darkened. The pallor that had just begun to fade returned as she remembered the intensity of the earlier ambush, revealing her anger. With practiced ease, she reached into her waist pouch, retrieving a jade stone etched with sword marks, emanating a destructive aura. Her hands ignited with crimson, spiritual energy, enveloping the jade. Boom! A torrent of sword energy erupted from the diminutive stone. Perhaps due to the oppressive force of the sword aura, beads of sweat formed on Mo Linger's brow. Meanwhile, Wenran, startled by Mo Linger's actions, instinctively took several steps back. Her eyes fixated on the jade in Mo Linger's grasp. A sense of unexplainable dread surged from within her. She swallowed hard. This apocalyptic sword light, even if she exerted all her strength, she might not be able to withstand it unscathed. Then, a dazzling sword radiance coalesced from Mo Linger's hands, the jade consumed by her flames. Her expression turned icy as she expertly flicked her wrist, sending the sword light hurtling toward Tang San's body. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Dust was sent flying as the sword energy surged forth, inevitably piercing through Tang San's form. Under the annihilating aura of the sword light, his corporeal body disintegrated, along with his very soul, vanishing from existence. At the moment of his destruction, a flash of golden light enveloped his remains, vanishing in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. As the sword light dissipated, the ground revealed a chasm, sword energy ravaging the surroundings. "Ah, what relief!" Mo Linger exclaimed, surveying the devastation she had wrought, as well as the absence of Tang San's body. She exhaled, the pallor of her face receding, a smile returning as if nothing had transpired. The ordeal was swiftly forgotten, overshadowed by her youthful exuberance. Observing Wenran still in shock, she took a couple of steps forward, grasped her hand, and said, "Sister Wenran, shall we explore elsewhere?" At her call, Wenran snapped back to reality from the stunning display of sword light, replying, all right." With that, the two of them, one large, one small, strolled toward the luminous path ahead. Just a few steps in, Mo Linger resumed her playful demeanor, hopping about and looking around, the bells in her hands jingling merrily. Meanwhile, in the Qingshan dynasty, Mo Ran awoke from his slumber, sitting up and instinctively easing his sore back, a look of fatigue etched upon his face. He inhaled sharply, glancing around but failing to find the enchanting silhouette from the previous night. It was evident whom he sought. "Ah, off to morning court again," he muttered, stretching slightly before summoning the system. "Little subordinate, how fares my daughter?" "Quite well." "What do you mean?" he queried, puzzled. "She just turned the newly reborn luck child to ashes. Quite well indeed." Upon hearing this, he finally understood. Earlier, he had worried he was the villain, only to realize it was his daughter who was. The luck child had barely survived its first night and was already gone. How long had it been since the soul transfer? His daughter had encountered it so swiftly. With a slight headache, he rubbed his temples, bemused by the unexpected turn of fate that had made him the father of a villain. Truly remarkable. At that moment, the system seemed to sense his thoughts, its ethereal voice echoing, "I advise you to temper your imagination. Don't indulge in fantasies like a lovesick fool. The so-called luck child is merely fortunate. The true villains contend with the destined ones. As it spoke, the voice intensified, and the system reprimanded. Moreover, I reiterate, I am not a villain system. Do not compare me to those inferior systems, please. Just remember, I am invincible, and that shall suffice. With that, the system's presence faded as if it had never been there. Ran was left in a daze by its commanding tone. Just as he prepared to respond, thunder rumbled from above. Several overwhelmingly powerful auras emanated from beyond the realm. Sensing these formidable presences, a faint smile crept onto Ran's lips as he donned a white cloak and swiftly vanished from the room, leaving behind a remark. Wow, they arrived quite early. In the ethereal void above, a petite figure stood defiantly, hands on hips, glaring ahead in fury. Before her stood an elderly man clad in blue robes adorned with a snowflake insignia, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Surrounding him was a swirl of celestial energy, exuding an aura that seemed untouched by the mortal realm. He was a true immortal. After a brief standoff, the small figure suddenly pointed at him, declaring, "Halt! Who is this monster before me?" This was a phrase she had picked up during her travels among mortals, thinking it profound. To her surprise, she was able to use it today. Delighted by her own cleverness, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing her words, the old man's smiling countenance stiffened. His name was Bing Xian, hailing from the Ice Clan. Before him stood the embodiment of this world's heavenly laws. Not long ago, the clan leader of the Ice Clan awakened from a long slumber. Upon awakening, he sensed the aura of the long-lost clan treasure and, guided by its faint essence, pinpointed its location. As for how he sensed it, that was due to the impending opening of the Imperial Road. Whenever the Imperial Road was set to open, a small passage would emerge, connecting the myriad realms together, creating a path for the world's prodigies to ascend to power. Thus, upon sensing the treasure's presence, he was dispatched to retrieve it. Otherwise, how could the treasure be whole? How could it serve as the clan's legacy? Chapter 81. I believe we can have a conversation, hey. Why are you silent? I am speaking to you. Who are you? After much inquiry, the elderly figure remained immobile, lost in contemplation. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao grew impatient, stamping its foot and crossing its arms defiantly, exuding an aura of ferocity. Of course, to an outsider, this demeanor might not appear as such. Upon hearing the words, Bing Xian, deep in thought, was jolted back to reality. She was taken aback. Well, you come up and immediately question me about my origins as if I were some sort of monster. How should I respond? I should be slapping you instead. I am Bing Xian, hailing from the Ice Clan, he declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in an ethereal aura. His presence was undeniably imposing. In the upper realms, the Ice Clan was regarded as a transcendent force, located in the farthest north, guarded by powerful immortal emperors, and renowned throughout the myriad worlds. The reason for invoking his formidable background was to leverage it to suppress the heavenly Tao of this realm, thus avoiding considerable trouble. Upon hearing his self-introduction, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's expression tightened, beads of cold sweat forming. Seeing this, Bing Xian couldn't help but smirk with pride. Indeed, a powerful background could grant one the freedom to act as they pleased, even instilling fear in the heavenly Tao of the lower realms. Regardless of the realm, the heavenly Tao remained an immutable force, one that a mere novice in the realm of immortals could not hope to contend with. Pleased with her reaction, he nodded in satisfaction. However, just as he was reveling in his own triumph, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao scratched her head, cautiously inquiring, "What is that thing?" Ding! The atmosphere suddenly froze. Bing Xian's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" The heavenly Tao manifestation was genuinely perplexed. "You speak of this to a newly born heavenly Tao? Who are you trying to scare? I haven't even sorted out the affairs of this realm yet, let alone concern myself with your upper realm." The cold sweat she had just experienced stemmed from the fact that she had no recollection of the power Bing Xian mentioned. At a loss for words, she felt a surge of panic, aware that the old man before her radiated an aura of lethal intent. In response, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao quickly waved her hand, smiling. "Hey, just joking. No need to be so serious." Bing Xian was unperturbed by her jest. He had a mission to fulfill. Failure to retrieve the item would lead to dire consequences. In an instant, his cultivation at the first level of the immortal realm surged forth. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, resembling a war deity. Herein lies the aura of the shards of my clan's ancestral treasure. By the command of the Ice Sovereign, I have come to retrieve it. Those who obstruct me shall be met with merciless slaughter. In the void, the phrase merciless slaughter echoed ominously, refusing to dissipate. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao, observing Bing Xian's determined stance, shook her head, arms crossed, firmly rejecting, "You cannot enter. It is impossible. Even if you possess the ability to suppress your realm, it is still not permissible. This realm has only recently stabilized and can withstand at most the power of a semi-immortal. Your cultivation exceeds that, and you would surely shatter the world." Moreover, the former rules of the heavenly Tao had yet to fully fade away, and the edict barring outsiders from entering remained in effect. Furthermore, it was evident that Bing Xian was no benevolent individual who could ascertain the truth behind his claims. Even if they were true, rules were rules. And when she first sensed his presence, he had been sneaking around, observing something without her knowledge. To protect her world from potential destruction and safeguard what she was entrusted to protect, she stood resolutely before him, staring down the suddenly descended immortal. What fueled her courage? Just moments before, having comprehended the rudiments of the heavenly Tao, she had also ascended to immortality. Upon hearing this, Bing Xian let out a cold laugh, his lips curling in disdain. A mere fledgling heavenly Tao, how laughable. Upon his arrival, he sensed the unusual nature of this place, feeling two distinct auras of the heavenly Tao's laws. How could one world possibly host two heavenly Taos? Driven by curiosity, he closely observed and soon realized that the original heavenly Tao of this world had perished. The second trace of the heavenly Tao he sensed was merely remnants left by the former entity. As a newly born heavenly Tao stood before him, his suspicions were confirmed. Although he feared the heavenly Tao, recognizing it as a taboo entity in both realms, he held no fear for a nascent version, whose comprehension of the laws was still in its infancy. Why should I fear a mere fledgling? You are but a newly manifested heavenly Tao. What threat do you pose? His fear lay with the established heavenly Taos, whose might was formidable and whose understanding of the laws was complete, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. There was once a powerful immortal king who spoke disrespectfully to an established heavenly Tao and was subsequently suppressed beneath the world's surface, subjected to the fires of the earth for eons, ultimately perishing without a chance at reincarnation. Upon finishing his declaration, he unleashed a tremendous pressure. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao, not to be outdone, emitted a fierce huff, her face displaying anger. "Who do you think you are? I have already stated it is not permitted." She too summoned her own aura, rivaling that of the elder. In contrast, Bing Xian was surrounded by swirling snowflakes, resembling an ice and snow kingdom, each flake transforming into sharp ice blades as they fell, chilling to the core. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Bing Xian, as well as the solidifying ice blades that hovered behind him, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao furrowed her brows. A chaotic tempest brewed behind her, dark clouds coalescing from the void, flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness, sounding like a primal beast awakening from slumber. Bing Xian's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this fledgling heavenly Tao to possess such strength. Though seemingly newly formed, her cultivation rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it, as her understanding of the laws was far superior to his fragmented comprehension. Realizing the futility of a confrontation, he composed himself and contemplated a different approach. It was he who had underestimated the fledgling heavenly Tao, believing her to be easily manageable. In truth, her internal energy was profound beyond measure. He released all his imposing aura, and with a wave of his aged hand, the solid ice blades dissipated into nothingness. He said, "I believe we can have a conversation." Chapter 82. Since you have arrived, find peace observing the dissipating aura around her. She appeared to be in a mood for a serious discussion. The avatar of the heavenly Tao was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had exuded an air of merciless intent, and now, her demeanor had transformed entirely. Is this what it means to be immortal? Although she could not fathom the intentions of Bing Xian, the look of confusion on her face quickly faded. It was certainly not a good sign. Moreover, there was little to discuss regarding entry into this realm. Upon hearing this, she firmly stated, "No, there is nothing to discuss. Entry into this realm is strictly prohibited." Her refusal was quite evident. To ensure that Bing Xian understood her stance, she added, "These are the rules." As for the origins of these rules, that was difficult to articulate. She herself was uncertain. Regardless, the regulations left by the previous heavenly Tao were immutable for the time being, and she had no authority to permit entry. If someone attempted to force their way in, unless they possessed immense strength, even if they managed to enter, their cultivation would be suppressed, rendering them incapable of wielding their powers comfortably. One could easily find themselves trapped within the realm. What would she do then? The forces behind her would undoubtedly seek trouble. Just the thought of it made her head throb. It was far better to refuse from the outset. Upon hearing her words, Bing Xian was perplexed. He could not comprehend why such a trivial lower realm would have so many regulations. He cast a sidelong glance at the avatar of the heavenly Tao, contemplated for a moment, and then coldly remarked, "Do you not fear my Bing clan?" He found it hard to believe that someone of her stature, as the heavenly Tao, would be ignorant of his clan's existence. How could the heavenly Tao be unaware of the transcendent powers of the upper realms? In response, she shook her head. She truly did not know. She was not feigning ignorance. "I do not fear the forces behind you. I have done nothing against you. I have already stated that entry is forbidden. Even if you were to enter, what would it matter? Would you desire your cultivation to be suppressed?" Upon contemplating the suppression of cultivation, a mysterious figure flashed through her mind, and she immediately felt unwell. She quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the image from her thoughts. She did not want this individual to encounter the same fate as the previous one and attract the attention of Mo Ran, a formidable being capable of slaying immortals. That would spell disaster. As her words fell, Bing Xian realized that there was no room for negotiation. However, he had a mission to fulfill. In weighing her words against his obligations, he was acutely aware of which bore greater significance. Why should he make things difficult for a mere worker? If he failed to retrieve what he needed, his own fate would not be any better. In an instant, the aura he had just relinquished coalesced once more, and he directed it towards the avatar of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, she was not one to back down easily. A disagreement was all it took to spark a battle. Aside from Mo Ran, she had never feared anyone. Meanwhile, Mo Ran observed the amusing spectacle of the two, one elderly and one youthful, now embroiled in a fierce conflict following their failed negotiations. He shrugged, intrigued by their antics. A crisp crack echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he noticed the world barrier beginning to show signs of fractures. It had already been fragile, and after the emergence of the new heavenly Tao, it had only recently regained some semblance of stability. Now, the aftermath of their battle threatened to shatter it once more. How long had it been? And now it was on the verge of breaking again. Watching the cracks appear was as if the barrier were pleading with Mo Ran, "Hurry and save me, or I shall shatter before your eyes." Given the situation, he was well aware that Bing Xian had come for the ice jade spirit coffin. Reflecting on this, his sense of helplessness deepened. Not long ago, his eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing, had stumbled upon an aura of ice laws while wandering the academy. She had subsequently inquired with Mo Ran about its nature. Mo Ran had briefly explained the situation, omitting details about the Bing clan and the two individuals who sought treasures, providing her with a simplified account. Following that, she had expressed a desire to comprehend the so-called ice laws. Could Mo Ran refuse? Absolutely not. Hence, his daughter, Shen Qingqing, was currently immersed within the ice jade spirit coffin, seeking to grasp the ice laws. Naturally, he could not hand it over. With this thought in mind, he concentrated, gathering starlight at his fingertips, forming them into a blade. A potent sword intent materialized, as sword energy surged from all directions towards his fingertips, coalescing into a singular, devastating force. Surrounding him, The power of the stars swirled, flowing and floating. In an instant, starlight erupted in all directions as he unleashed a strike towards the elder known as Bing Xian. Countless stars transformed into a radiant stream, hurtling fiercely towards him. The avatar of the heavenly Tao felt as though someone had forcefully tugged on her back, and her body instinctively retreated to the side of the world barrier, distancing herself from Bing Xian. Just as she intended to charge back into the fray, she suddenly sensed a chill at her neck. Turning to discover the source, she was met with an onslaught of starlit sword energy that pierced her entire being in an instant. The moment the sword energy traversed her form, she was reduced to dust, particle by particle, consumed by the starlight. Before she could comprehend the source of the overwhelming sword energy or how it had manifested so abruptly, she vanished from existence. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao, who had been abruptly pulled back, gazed in astonishment at the remnants of Bing Xian, now engulfed in starlight. She turned to the void beside her, where Ran stood, wearing an amused expression, nodding in acknowledgement. What a powerful being, the avatar of the heavenly Tao thought, her heart swelling with admiration. Indeed, Ran was formidable. She must align herself with such strength. Just as she resolved to approach him, Ran was quicker. His figure slowly faded into a shadow. At that moment, the avatar of the heavenly Tao felt a light tap on her head. Turning around, she heard a voice gently admonishing her. Battles are permissible. He gestured towards the fractured world barrier with a hint of reproach. But please, maintain a safe distance next time. The one speaking was none other than Ran. Following his gesture, the avatar of the heavenly Tao scratched her head sheepishly, offering a helpless smile and shrugging her shoulders, indicating that she had no choice in the matter. It was not her intention to initiate the conflict. Despite these thoughts, she assured him, your advice is well taken. I shall certainly heed it next time. Afterward, she bypassed Ran and approached the fractured world barrier. With a wave of her hand, a radiant light emanated from her palm, swiftly mending the ruptured barrier completely. Compared to her previous efforts to forcibly stitch the cracks with her hands, this method was undoubtedly far more efficient and effortless. Ran shook his head in resignation, casting one last glance at the site where Bing Xian had perished before departing. Since you have arrived, find peace. Chapter 83. Father, thank you at this moment, far in the upper realm, within the vast, icy expanse of the northernmost land. Fierce winds howled, and the world was shrouded in an endless blanket of white. Snowflakes fell from the heavens like razor-sharp blades. Inside a palace, standing on 30,000 miles of snow, in a pitch-black chamber, an elderly man gazed intently at a stone wall adorned with crystals radiating a faint red glow. Before him, one of these crystals suddenly lost its luster and shattered into pieces. This object, known as the ice crystal, served the purpose of determining whether a clan member was alive or dead. It was a unique creation of the Ice Clan. Each jade stone on the wall held the residual blood of its owner. When a jade stone shattered, it signified a death, and a sudden flash of light indicated a severe injury or imminent death. Furthermore, the ice crystal possessed the ability to record the final moments witnessed by a member of the Ice Clan before their demise. In that fleeting moment of shattering, a projection emerged from the crystal, a last scene observed by its owner before death. It revealed a sky full of starry, sword energies, an astonishing sight. The old man, unable to fathom the reality, shifted his gaze from the projection, his pale lips moving slightly as he murmured, "Is Bing Xian dead?" His disbelief deepened. The ice crystal had shattered without emitting a strong light, indicating that Bing Xian had been killed instantly, without even sustaining injuries, an utterly painless death. The old man's expression darkened, his gaze growing icy. From the projection, amidst the starry sword energies, he caught a glimpse of a figure clad in white robes, fleeting yet discernible to his sharp eyes. He surmised that this individual was responsible for Bing Xian's death. Earlier, he had received orders from the Ice Lord to keep a vigilant watch over Bing Xian's crystal, to report any unusual occurrences without delay. The reason for this was unknown to him. He merely followed orders. With the unexpected event now transpired, he dared not linger. transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards the exit with incredible speed. Meanwhile, after eliminating Bing Xian, Mo Ran returned to the Qingyu dynasty, observing Shen Qingqing, who sat beside an ice coffin, eyes closed in deep comprehension. He nodded in satisfaction, remarking, as expected of a congenital Dao body, "Her speed of grasping the laws is truly remarkable." At this moment, icy laws began to flow around her, suggesting that it would not be long before she fully comprehended them. It was worth noting that this was merely a small fragment of the Ice Clan's ancestral treasure. The fact that she could glean the complete ice laws from the subtle power emanating from the ice coffin illustrated the terrifying nature of her physique. Naturally attuned to the Tao, she could comprehend all 3,000 paths. Suddenly, the ice coffin emitted a subtle vibration. Shen Qingqing's aura surged dramatically as she approached the pinnacle of the second realm of the Fate Palace, advancing into the third realm, and then reaching its pinnacle. Not only that, but her momentum continued to rise, as if striving to break through the final barrier and ascend to the Emperor realm. Above the Qingyu Academy, dark clouds gathered ominously, resembling a shroud intent on swallowing the entire Qingyu dynasty. Colorful lightning crackled within the black clouds, rumbling ominously. The deep, resonating sounds echoed as if a colossal beast lay hidden within, ready to awaken and crush everything in its path with the slightest provocation. What is happening? The Emperor's tribulation. Who is transcending the Emperor's tribulation? Could it be Nangong Wenya? Impossible. I suspect it is Nangong Wentian, for he has long reached the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace, merely a step away from becoming an emperor. Perhaps he is waiting for the legendary path of the Emperor to open. Within the Qingyu Academy, countless students were drawn to the sudden formation of dark clouds. Upon realizing it was the Emperor's tribulation, they could not help but engage in fervent discussion. The two individuals they spoke of were siblings, the former being the younger sister, and the latter the older brother, both regarded as the youngest geniuses of the Qingyu Academy, with the greatest potential to break through to the Emperor realm. In the Imperial Palace, sitting upon the throne, Shen Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, her expression shifting upon witnessing the gathering Emperor's tribulation. "King Ye, please do not act recklessly." She understood better than anyone the consequences of transcending the Emperor's tribulation. The thought of a false emperor haunted her, and a fleeting hint of regret crossed her face, only to vanish swiftly. Observing Shen Qingqing, whose aura was steadily rising, just a step away from reaching the Emperor realm, Mo Ran raised his hand, preparing to dissipate the half-formed Emperor's tribulation. A false emperor? Impossible. My daughter shall never be a weak false emperor. She must forge an unparalleled Dao foundation and ascend as a true immortal emperor. Just as he was about to unleash a commanding shout to disperse the clouds, Shen Qingqing forcibly suppressed her burgeoning aura, stabilizing it at the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace. Realizing he had lost the opportunity for a grand display, Mo Ran shrugged, slightly surprised. It is indeed rare for a young girl to withstand the temptation of becoming an emperor. He recalled a fleeting moment from his previous life, a detail from a novel, and involuntarily exclaimed, as expected of my daughter, truly possessing the potential for greatness. "Huh, you're too indulgent with your daughter," came a sarcastic remark from his system. "Really? You know about this?" he asked, astonished. "Of course, I'm not like you," the system retorted before vanishing. This system had a peculiar habit, always engaged in battle or on the way to battle. Did it fear that not battling would lead to its demise? Mo Ran sighed, shaking his head with a smile at the system's sudden disappearance. At that moment, Shen Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, which had remained shut for several days. A glimmer of brilliance flashed across her gaze as she felt the immense power radiating from her being. She was astonished to discover that she felt an overwhelming strength coursing through her. Even if an emperor stood before her, she felt confident in her ability to shatter them with a single blow, unaided by any external force. Yet, a fleeting hatred flickered across her face, vanishing almost instantly. "Nangong Hua, Jim Quan, Mu Lin, Bai Shou, Wan Zhan. In due time, I shall personally sever your heads and place them in the depths of the 9 netherworlds, ensuring you suffer eternally in the flames of torment. She rose slowly, 3 laws coalescing around her: fire lotus, starry sky, and ice cold. The 3 laws circled her like 3 slumbering lions, ready to unleash their power at her command. At any moment, he could be awakened. When he saw Mo Ran standing quietly beside him, a warmth enveloped his heart. "Father, have you always been here?" A gentle wave of warmth surged from within, spreading throughout his entire being. She approached Mo Ran, gazing at his dazed expression, and smiled, saying, "Father, thank you." Chapter 84. No one understands the dynasty better than I do. As the words of Shen Qingqing reached his ears, Mo Ran, who had been lost in thought, regained his composure. Observing Shen Qingqing's radiant smile, he found himself perplexed by the anger he had sensed emanating from her moments earlier. Surely, he could not have been mistaken. The instant she awakened, a wave of formidable wrath had surged from her, despite her efforts to suppress it. Although it had lasted but a fleeting moment, he had captured its essence. It seemed that his daughter harbored her own secrets. He was no fool. Such unbridled fury could not arise from nothing. As a youth of the new era, having spent countless nights immersed in novels, it would be rather foolish not to deduce this. It would indeed be a disservice to the many tales he had absorbed in his past life. Furthermore, this marked the first time Shen Qingqing had referred to him as father. Previously, she had always called him old man. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to that appellation, and now, in calling him father, he felt a twinge of surprise. He could only wonder what thoughts occupied the mind of his seemingly naive daughter. Nonetheless, he was curious to discover the identity of the individual who had provoked such ire within her. Gently ruffling her hair, he asked playfully, "What brings about this sudden gratitude towards your old father?" In response, Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Old? How can you not see that? Nothing much. Just felt like saying it. Not that I want to hear it." She circumvented Mo Ran and walked towards the exit, turning back with a sweet smile. Then that settled. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Ran shook his head with a bitter smile. Once she had completely disappeared from view, a glimmer of cold brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. With a resounding crack, the ice coffin before him shattered under the intensity of his presence. Moonfall murmured softly, a celestial king. He had not anticipated that his eldest daughter's origins were so grand. She had once been a celestial king. Remembering the day they first met, when she was a small bundle of flesh, she had rushed to his side, clutching his newsbook and babbling excitedly, likely astonished by the events recorded within. With that thought, he gradually reined in his aura, a resigned smile gracing his lips. It seemed he had once narrated the tale of the celestial king of Moonfall to her. He wondered what expression she had worn while listening to him. How amusing it was to find oneself outperformed in one's own narrative. What vexed him was not the fact that his daughter was a reincarnated celestial king, but rather the 5 scoundrels who had ambushed her while she was unaware. Reincarnation did not equate to usurpation. No matter her past life, she remained his daughter, merely enriched by an additional identity from a former existence. With this realization, a complex smile graced Mo Ran's face. He chuckled, for the uncertainties of life are unpredictable. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped outside. The news of the impending opening of the imperial path had spread across the 4 great domains. Consequently, every powerful faction dispatched their most promising disciples to venture forth, seeking opportunities to achieve enlightenment and elevate their sects to greatness. Thus, many foolish young scions, emboldened by their family's prestige, flaunted their arrogance externally. "Are you the top genius of Qingyu Academy?" On the street, a youth clad in luxurious garments pointed imperiously at a young man who clutched his chest, blood trickling from his mouth. The disdain was palpable in his voice. The youth was named Xiao Shi, hailing from the Xiao family of the western region, a lineage of imperial descent slightly stronger than those of the southern region. One could only wonder what his parents had been thinking when they bestowed upon him such a name. Xiao Shi to vanish? Was that an indication of their hopes for his early disappearance? This was his first journey beyond the western region, where imperial families wielded absolute power, while dynasties existed. They all served under the imperial families. Thus, he held the southern region's so-called Qingyu dynasty in contempt, believing all dynasties were akin to those he had known, mere subservient dogs to the imperial families. Upon entering the Qingyu dynasty, he witnessed the celestial tribulation manifesting in the sky, only to dissipate moments later. He then overheard discussions about the so-called top genius of Qingyu Academy, Nangong Wentian, who was said to have attracted the celestial tribulation. A mere 16-year-old emperor? How absurd! He set out to investigate further and happened upon Nangong Wentian clarifying the rumors, asserting that he was not the one who had summoned the tribulation. As the crowd seemed to awaken to this revelation, shifting their suspicions, Xiaoshi intended to depart. Yet, he was abruptly met with a fist that surged towards him, its terrifying momentum rivaling that of an emperor. Believing he had inadvertently crossed paths with an emperor, he was sent flying with a single blow. Regaining his footing, he cast a wary glance, only to behold a remarkably arrogant youth adorned in splendid attire, wearing a fist glove that made him resemble a boxing champion. Feeling the aura emanating from the glove, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you? Why have you attacked Wentian?" "He does not recall offending you." Nangong Wentian slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, casually wiping the blood from his mouth with a dismissive gesture. His aura erupted, revealing the pinnacle of the third realm of the Life Palace, which surged forth like a tidal wave toward Xiaoshi. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoshi gazed at Nangong Wentian with disdain, noting that the aura he exuded was far weaker than that of his own fist glove. He scoffed, "This is my first visit to the southern region, hearing that its dominant force is a mere dynasty. I came to see how such a dynasty could claim lordship over a domain. After all, in my homeland, dynasties are as common as dogs, all subservient to the imperial families." Thus, when he learned that the ruling power of the southern region was a dynasty, he sneered, dismissing any claims of Qingyu dynasty's might, particularly regarding the tale of the emperor who defeated another emperor with a single sword strike. He regarded it as mere sensationalism, meant to intimidate others. While it might frighten some, it held no weight with him. No one understood better than he what dynasties truly represented, mere pretenders to power. How could a dynasty reign supreme over a domain? Could it be that the imperial families of the southern region were nothing more than a myth? Truly pathetic. Mo ran, "Ah, yes, indeed, I shall come for you shortly." Chapter 85. I do not believe you. You are trying to frighten me, the imperial dynasty? Is this not the force that he tramples upon daily? When encountering him, do they not all bow down in submission? He could not fathom how the imperial clan of the southern region could allow the dynasty to become the hegemon. He resolved to dampen the spirit of the Qingyu dynasty before wandering about the southern region's imperial clan to witness their inadequacy. As this thought crossed his mind, a deeper contempt etched itself upon his face. He pointed at Nangong Wentian and coldly declared, "What a coincidence to pass by and hear of your deeds. Lauded as the greatest genius of the Qingyu dynasty. I find this rather dubious. I initially believed it to be a mere exaggeration. Yet it appears you cannot even withstand a single punch from me. How can this be anything but pathetic?" His fervor grew as he continued, gesturing towards him. "Is this what the hegemonic force of the southern region produces? Is this the so-called prodigy?" Boom! 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 Around them, countless spectators erupted with an overwhelming aura, their eyes fixed upon this audacious individual. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times by now. Observing this, an elder standing behind him suddenly let out a cold snort, instantly unleashing the oppressive aura of a third-level emperor, scattering the breaths of those around him, leaving them gasping for air, a sensation of suffocation overwhelming them. How dare a lowly dynasty attempt to exert pressure upon our young master? Truly, they are overestimating their capabilities. In the Western region, numerous dynasties exist. The ruler of a dynasty is at most a mere emperor, with his third-level emperor prowess. He is an undeniable force among the many dynasties, walking with unchallenged authority. Moreover, his noble lineage only added to the fear he inspired. The crowd, overwhelmed by his presence, struggled to breathe, their faces contorted in anger, their throats dry, wishing to voice their thoughts, but unable to articulate them. Cold sweat poured down their brows. The elder smirked wickedly, raising his hand to point at an individual in the crowd, sensing an intense killing intent emanating from him. He then slightly opened his palm, intending to crush the man into a mist of blood. At that moment, several figures suddenly emerged from the surroundings, all clad in white, wearing masks, each with a 3-foot-long sword at their waist. As they appeared, the sound of swords being drawn resonated through the air. They unsheathed their swords, directing them at the arrogant elder, their united voices booming. In the Qingyu territory, do not act presumptuously. Boom! 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 They stood elevated, their sword energies radiating for miles, pressing towards the elder. The oppressive aura he had exuded dissipated the moment they drew their swords. The crowd, previously struggling for air, began to inhale deeply once more. As they regained their composure, joy illuminated their faces at the sight of the sword attendants, eager to see how the elder would respond. It is the Imperial Sword Attendants. Let's see how he handles this. Leading the group was Jian Yi, the top-ranked sword attendant, a first-level emperor, rumored to have defeated General Ning Wu with a single sword strike. Would this elder be able to withstand Jian Yi's sword? It must be noted that General Ning Wu was a second-level emperor. If he cannot endure a single strike from Jian Yi, this elder seems weaker than General Ning Wu. I bet he cannot take a blow. Who wants to wager? Not so. My friend, are you really betting now? Do you not recall that Jian Air recently led a sweep through a gambling den? The crowd turned their gaze toward the man who suggested the bet, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and disbelief. I was merely joking. Feeling the murderous gazes upon him, he broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard, and waved his hand dismissively. Truth be told, he was aware that the gambling den they raided was indeed his family's. His comment was merely a habit developed over the years, difficult to shake off. The sword attendants surrounding them were the 3,000 sword attendants Mo Ran had signed upon his arrival at the Qingyu dynasty. He assigned them positions based on their strengths, designating them as sword attendants. Each sword attendant commanded 999 others, all of whom were obedient to him. The 3 sword attendants were granted the titles Jian Yi, Jian Air, and Jian San, tasked with safeguarding the dynasty alongside the Qingyu warriors. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, the elder, a third-level emperor, frowned, sensing the formidable auras and fluctuations of power emanating from the sword attendants. Cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. Each one possessed the strength of the third realm. The leader, adorned with a one emblazoned upon his attire, was undoubtedly Jian Yi, a first-level emperor. As he gazed upon Jian Yi, surrounded by swirling sword energies and wielding a sword that radiated 3 meters of sword intent, he contemplated opening his mouth to declare a misunderstanding. However, before he could utter a word, Xiaoshe interjected, his voice filled with fury. "Dare you point your sword at me? You must not know how to write the word death." Upon hearing this, the elder's anger ignited. As a scion of the Western region's aristocratic imperial clan, he had always been the one wielding the sword, or rather, pointing his fists at others. When had anyone dared to point a sword at him? Those who had done so were likely buried 3 meters deep by now. Yet here he stood in the Qingyu dynasty, confronted by so many swords aimed at him. He vowed that today, either these individuals would be buried 3 meters deep next year, or he himself would. Beside him, the elder, witnessing his master's brazen words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his expression stiffening, unsure of what to say. With such declarations from his young master, could the situation still be salvaged? There was no hope left, for he sensed the overwhelming sword intent that had arisen. In particular, Jian Yi, with his first-level emperor aura, surged forth. Symbols appeared on his sword, swirling around it. Subsequently, several sword attendants raised their swords, their own third realm powers escalating. They formed hand seals, and suddenly, a formation emerged beneath Xiaoshe and the elder, enveloping them. What is this? Release us. Do you not realize that you are courting death by acting this way? Xiaoshe cried out in panic, realizing he was ensnared within an unknown formation. He had not anticipated that even invoking the Xiao family name would not deter them. Did these lowly dynasties truly fear the Xiao family's retribution? He could not believe it. Surely, they were merely attempting to intimidate him. But Jian Yi would not show mercy. With the utterance of the word fall, several sword attendants struck down at their positions with their swords. Instantly, the air crackled with the brilliance of sword light. Within the formation, The sword intent surged ferociously, and blood splattered in a gruesome display. Chapter 86. The kind smile as the gleam of the sword dissipated and the formation waned. The ground had already been stained a vivid crimson by blood. Plumes of gray smoke scattered in all directions, enveloping the scene in a silence akin to death. The sound of dripping blood echoed in the ears of the onlookers, stark and clear. After being pierced and slaughtered by countless sword energies, the elder's arm had been reduced to a mist of blood. He fiercely protected the trembling Xiaoshi behind him, preventing any harm from befalling her. Instead, he bore the brunt of the attack, barely clinging to life. His garments were tattered, revealing numerous bloodstains. With a severed arm, crimson blood continued to drip to the ground, a testament to the struggle he endured to withstand the blow. Witnessing this, the crowd was rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom the elder's ferocity, willing to suffer such grievous injuries to protect Xiaoshi. Gazing upon the bloodied figure before him, Xiaoshi's face was a portrait of terror. Her pale lips quivered as she stammered, "Uncle Wang, are you all right?" The blood-drenched elder slowly turned his head, casting a glance at Xiaoshi, whose clothing bore only minor cuts from the sword energy. He let out a long sigh of relief, shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed, though he could not muster the strength to speak. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted. Any attempt to utter a word would likely unleash a torrent of blood from his throat. Upon hearing her name, Jin, he lightly leapt down from the rooftop to the ground. Observing the gravely injured elder, who was still holding on, his expression hidden beneath his mask was inscrutable. He lifted his sword, preparing to strike the elder down when a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Upon sighting her, Jin he hastily sheathed his sword and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young mistress." The newcomer was none other than Shen Qingqing, who had just stepped out from the secret chamber. Upon her arrival, she sensed a powerful aura emanating from this direction and approached to discern who dared to act so recklessly within the realm of the Qingyu Empire. To her astonishment, she was met with a scene of such brutality. With a soft hum, she recognized Jian. She glanced at the bloodied elder and the trembling Xiaoshi behind him, asking, "Jian, what transpired here?" In response, Jian raised his head and recounted the events in their entirety to Shen Qingqing without omitting a single detail. "Young mistress? Did you hear that?" The sword attendant addressed her as young mistress. Murmured the crowd, their curiosity piqued. "Who is she?" one bystander questioned, to which another replied, "This is the eldest princess of the Qingyu Empire, Shen Qingqing." Although the speaker had lowered their voice significantly, it was still overheard by those with keen ears. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. It was common knowledge that the Qingyu Empire had two princesses. The younger princess was often seen due to her mischievous nature, frequently punished and wandering about. In contrast, the elder princess seldom appeared in public, and those who had been in the court for some time had only caught fleeting glimpses of her. Thus, her presence here was indeed a rare sight, eliciting a myriad of reactions from the onlookers. After listening to Jian Yi's account, Shen Qingqing frowned slightly, disregarding the elder's attempts to shield himself. She strode past him, looking down coldly at the cowering Xiaoshi, who trembled on the ground. "Do you possess an imperial artifact?" she inquired. Upon hearing the term imperial artifact, Xiaoshi mistook her intention for an attempt to seize his weapon. Trembling, he shifted his hand slightly backward in a futile attempt to conceal his clenched fist and shook his head vigorously, signaling that he did not possess one. With a disdainful click of her tongue at his actions, Shen Qingqing remarked, "What are you hiding? Such worthless trash. I wouldn't even accept it if offered for free." She bestowed upon Xiaoshi a kind smile, her lips curving upward, appearing even more benevolent. "I offer you a chance to leave unharmed." She then turned her gaze to the bloodied elder, as if addressing him while simultaneously speaking to Xiaoshi. "Receive one blow from me, and if you can still stand, I shall ensure both of you depart safely." Shifting her focus back to Xiaoshi, she asked, "What say you?" Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of anger. Yet, it was evident from her words that regardless of whether they could withstand her strike, their peaceful departure was not guaranteed. Remarkably, Xiaoshi believed her words. He looked at Shen Qingqing, whose only notable feature was her beauty, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. This girl was merely 14 or 15. How powerful could she possibly be? He, a prodigy of the third realm of the Life Palace, doubted she even had the strength of that realm. Was she underestimating him? Just one blow? Not to mention, he could withstand her strike. He could endure 10. In the face of Shen Qingqing, he displayed no fear. Instead, he saw a glimmer of hope for a safe escape. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "Very well." At that moment, he envisioned himself successfully withstanding her strike and leaving unscathed, only to return with formidable allies to exact revenge upon the Qingyu Empire. The thought of her underestimating him filled him with vengeful joy. Once he emerged alive, he would ensure the Qingyu Empire paid a bloody price for their insolence. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the pallor of his face dissipated, replaced by a hopeful gleam. He openly displayed his vile intentions, unashamed, as he had never known the art of concealment. Observing the malicious intent in his eyes once more, Shen Qingqing exhaled deeply, stepping back a few paces to create distance. She turned to face the bloodied elder who stood in her way. Jian Yi understood her intentions and seized his sword, striking at the elder. Instantly, the elder's body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing against the wall, blood staining it crimson. Upon impact, the internal turmoil within him erupted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once again, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence as the crowd gazed in disbelief, wondering if the elder would survive this ordeal. Chapter 87. A connection between you and me, Uncle Wang. Upon witnessing Jian Yi daring to strike against the elder of the Wang clan, Xiao Shi's face ignited with fury. He cast a cold glare at Jian Yi, his expression chilling, before turning his fierce gaze towards Shen Qingqing. He understood that Jian Yi's attack on his uncle was undoubtedly instigated by her. Xiao Shi suppressed the burgeoning flames of anger within him, and his aura suddenly surged, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the third realm of the Ming Palace. Isn't just one move? I, Xiao Shi, am unafraid. Jian Yi, noticing this, nodded slightly at Shen Qingqing and stepped back a few paces, ensuring he remained within striking distance to protect her. It was not that he feared Xiao Shi could harm Shen Qingqing. Rather, he was concerned that should things escalate, an elder might intervene unexpectedly. Typically, individuals like Xiao Shi possessed life-preserving talismans, making it easy for him to counter Shen Qingqing's strike. He worried that triggering such a safeguard might inadvertently harm her, leading to dire consequences. Come on, not only will I take you one strike, but I, Xiao Shi, can endure 10. Upon hearing this, Jian Yi was taken aback, nearly losing his footing. Young man, your courage is commendable. As Xiao Shi's overwhelming aura erupted, Shen Qingqing regarded him with disdain. She had just comprehended the principles of ice and needed a sparring partner to practice, perfectly poised to gauge the might of the Ice Clan's techniques. A glimmer of white light shone in her eyes as a delicate frost manifested around her, and the temperature plummeted dramatically. Goodness, what kind of divine ability is this? So cold. The onlookers, taken aback by the sudden snowfall and the chilling atmosphere, began to retreat, wary of the bone-chilling cold that threatened to engulf them. They nodded in agreement, opting to maintain a safe distance to observe the unfolding spectacle. As frosty mist swirled around her, a frost mark appeared behind her. An ethereal white vapor coiled around her delicate hands. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards her. She formed a seal with her fingers, and the descending frost transformed into a flurry of sharp blades. Go! With her command, the multitude of ice blades shot towards Xiao Shi like meteors, freezing the very air in their wake. Xiao Shi, feeling the frigid energy approaching, wore a look of contempt. Ice, useless against him. He summoned flames that erupted from his fists, as the imperial artifact gauntlets on his hands unleashed torrents of mysterious fire, coalescing into a vibrant blaze that slowly expanded into a fiery sea behind him. The flames danced and coalesced around his fists, culminating in a furious display. Shen Qingqing chuckled coldly, addressing Jian Yi behind her. Jian Yi, lend me your sword. As soon as the words left her lips, she deftly caught the sword Jian Yi tossed to her. The moment the sword was in her grasp, the white mist enveloped it, infusing it with her icy energy. She swung the sword, channeling her power to its zenith, and the frost-laden sword energy coiled around her blade. With a single, precise strike aimed at Xiao Shi, a beam of sword light followed closely behind, racing to meet him. The ice blades collided with the fiery storm behind Xiao Shi, yet the flames remained unperturbed. Unwilling to be outdone, he swung his arm, creating a fiery vortex around his fist, which radiated a sense of impending destruction. Xuanhua, great strength fist. He lunged forward, his fist aimed at Shen Qingqing, exuding an aura that seemed unstoppable. Yet beneath it lay a certain vulnerability, suggesting that his prowess was perhaps artificially inflated. As he neared Shen Qingqing, she swiftly wielded her sword, releasing a piercing beam of cold light. The moment their energies clashed, a cloud of dust erupted around them. Crash! Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air as the cold light sliced through his fiery fist, striking him squarely in the chest. The force sent him hurtling backward, his body unable to withstand the onslaught of her icy energy, as dust and debris filled the air, leaving his fate uncertain. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Shen Qingqing returned the sword to Jian Yi, declaring, "Kill him." Xian Ti utilized her full strength in that blow, so Xiao Shi likely still clung to life. Her restraint stemmed from her recent mastery of the ice principles. She sought to test her power without unleashing her complete might. Initially, she had intended to seek out a beast for practice, something resilient and tough, but fate had delivered this opportunity to her doorstep. As for her earlier intent to spare him after receiving a strike, well, departing from this world holds the same meaning as leaving. Regarding the imperial clan backing him, she scoffed. "My father is an immortal. Do you dare challenge me?" Unbeknownst to her, a transformation had begun within. The weight of her lineage was swelling her ego. She needed to temper herself lest she become like Xiao Shi. Jian Yi observed the fallen Xiao Shi, who lay gasping on the ground. He raised his hand, condensing sword energy, and with a swift stroke, cleaved through the heavens. If no one intervened, Xiao Shi would surely perish. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a sigh echoed from above. "Oh, why must you be so ruthless?" With that voice, a radiant monk, adorned in golden robes as if he were encrusted in gold, appeared before Xiao Shi. He pinched the sword energy emitted from Jian Yi's blade with 2 fingers. With a sharp crack, the energy shattered like glass, scattering harmlessly. "Wait, is that the meddlesome monk from the Xiao clan of the southern region?" "Hold on, what do you mean by a meddlesome monk?" The crowd, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the golden monk, exchanged glances. A perceptive onlooker recognized the elder and quickly clarified, No, I meant his surname is Duoguan, and his name is Xian Shi." The crowd, having expected some juicy drama, sighed in disappointment and returned their gaze to the scene at hand. Observing how effortlessly the monk had dismantled Jian Yi's sword energy, he stepped forward, while the group of sword attendants on the rooftop descended to stand guard beside Jian Yi. This monk possessed formidable power. Clearly, he hailed from beyond the southern region. Desiring to rescue the young man, he seemed to have some connection to him. He asked, "Do you wish to save him?" Upon hearing this, the monk smiled with a hint of disdain, gazing at the figure of Xiao Shi lying motionless like a dead dog. He could not comprehend why the esteemed individual insisted on his association with this fool. Then, casting a glance at Shen Qingqing, who was sheltered behind him, he clasped his hands together and softly recited Amit Ba, smiling as he proclaimed, "I have observed the celestial signs and calculated that someone here shares a karmic bond with me. It is this benefactor." He directed his gaze towards Shen Qingqing. In an instant, several strands of sword energy surged forth, aiming to compel the meddlesome monk into submission. How dare this baldy entertain designs upon their young master? Yet, the monk, with his hands still clasped, murmured an incantation, causing the sword energies to dissipate entirely. Soon after, a Buddhist seal emerged beneath his feet, and he lunged forward, reaching out towards Shen Qingqing, evidently intent on seizing her. Such audacity! With a thunderous roar, a fire lotus descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the monk. Seeing this, the monk hastily retreated, returning to Xiao Shi's side. As the fire lotus made contact with the ground, it unleashed waves of apocalyptic flames. From within the blaze emerged a graceful figure, clad in a red dress and veiled. Her presence rendering the world around her pale in comparison. Even the emperor felt. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she coldly declared, "You are fated to be here, suitable for burial in this place." Chapter 88. Are you intent on destroying my dynasty? Shen Qingqing's figure emerged slowly from the sea of flames, each step as graceful as a blooming lotus. "Your Majesty, it is the Empress." At the sight of Shen Qingqing walking out from the inferno, the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They instinctively lowered themselves, kneeling before her in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Shen Qingqing cast a glance at the assembly and spoke softly, "Rise." Her tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any excessive emotion. The crowd slowly stood up, their gazes towards the monk filled with sorrow as they began to mourn silently for him. How foolish to provoke the grand princess. Had he not angered the dragon scale? Upon hearing this, the meddlesome monk remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with avarice as he gazed at Shen Qingqing. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he fancied himself irresistibly charming. "Are you truly the sovereign of this dynasty?" This monk was a demon disguised as a monk, having transformed from a beast. Years ago, he devoured a monk named Xianshi, seizing his body and soul while mastering all his teachings. The moment he took human form, he was pursued by the Buddhist forces loyal to the slain monk, narrowly escaping with his life thanks to the timely intervention of the young master of the Xiao family from the southern region. Recognizing his extraordinary talent and formidable strength, the Xiao family took him in as a guest elder, ultimately becoming the protector of the Xiao family as young master. Thus, the tale of the lustful demon monk spread throughout the western regions. Wherever he roamed, he would inevitably abduct virtuous maidens for his own nefarious purposes. Upon hearing the monk's words, Shen Qingqing disregarded him and turned to her daughter, who was shielded by a cadre of swordsmen. She approached her slowly, the swordsmen wisely parting to grant her passage, as she was their mistress. Reaching her side, she inquired with concern, "Qing'e, are you frightened?" "Frightened?" Qing'e glanced at the meddlesome monk, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. "That is utterly impossible. My father is still here. Had that old fool come any closer, he would not have known how he met his demise. Thankfully, mother, you arrived just in time to save him, though it only prolongs his life for a little while longer." "I am fine, dear mother." "Very well. I shall go and remove this bald donkey's head for you." A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. She then turned to confront the audacious monk, stepping forward, her footsteps leaving an ethereal trail of fire. The phantom of a fiery lotus manifested behind her, transitioning from illusion to reality. Her gaze was frigid, as if she were staring at a corpse. The meddlesome monk, however, remained remarkably composed, his eyes gleaming with deeper malice. "Mother and daughter," he cackled inwardly, overwhelmed with delight as he envisioned unclean thoughts. "I have gazed into the heavens and calculated, dear lady, you both are fated to be with me. Why not abandon this mundane world and accompany me back to the western regions for a life of leisure?" Before he could finish the word life, a fiery lotus lunged towards his brow, imbued with an intent to annihilate. In that instant, he hastily clasped his hands together, summoning a crimson radiance that resembled a fearsome deity. His imperial cultivation surged forth, unleashing the full might of his prowess. As the fiery lotus collided with the divine light, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Shen Qingqing, exuding the aura of an emperor at the 8th level, summoned forth hundreds of fire lotuses, each embodying the essence of destruction. Just as she prepared to command the fire lotuses to obliterate the audacious monk, a streak of stellar sword light cleaved through the heavens, descending upon him. Wherever the sword light passed, all was rendered to naught. The very structures of the Qingyu dynasty disintegrated into clouds of dust. Not good. The monk's face paled as he swiftly seized the unconscious Xiao Shi and took to the skies. A pair of demonic wings sprouted from his back, shimmering with golden light as he fled in desperation. Yet no matter how he tried to evade the oncoming stellar sword energy, he found himself unable to escape its grasp, for it had locked onto his essence. If it were to strike him, It would not relent nor allow him to use external means for defense. Damn it! Who could it be? As he soared through the air, cursing, he glanced back, noting the sword energy drawing closer. In a moment of desperation, he glanced at the unconscious Xiao in his grasp and hurled him toward the impending sword energy. He's just a young master. I shall report that he perished in the Qingyu dynasty, and then return with reinforcements to retaliate. At that moment, Xiao's body drifted like a leaf caught in the wind, heading toward the stellar sword energy. Just as the monk reveled in his cunning, he witnessed Xiao's form disintegrate into a mist of blood before even nearing the sword energy. Damn! The monk's face turned ashen, his speed of escape intensifying. Cursed day! I must have neglected the omens. As he prepared to glance back once more, a chilling voice pierced the air. My wife speaks truly. Ran had appeared before him, forcing him to a halt. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he joined his fingers, releasing a torrent of sword energy from his fingertips, encased in a celestial aura. You certainly have a remarkable connection to the lands of my Qingyu dynasty. Before the monk could react, the flowing sword energy sliced through the air, and the combined force of the two stellar sword energies mercilessly obliterated him. When the celestial sword energy surged through his body, it met no resistance, effortlessly cleaving him in two, along with his very soul, leaving him unable to utter a single word of inquiry. Who are you? His lifeless body plummeted from the sky, merging with the earth, buried and transformed into nourishment. Just as Ran prepared to return to Shen Qingqing to claim his triumph, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. His expression shifted as he braced for flight, but the graceful figure spoke first. Look below. Are you truly intent on destroying my dynasty? Since Ran accompanied her back to the dynasty, she had not once referred to herself as the Empress in his presence. Chapter 89. Shall we compensate first? Beneath the Qingyu Empire, the remnants of battle had once again rendered the landscape unrecognizable. Numerous edifices had dissolved into nothingness under the apocalyptic remnants of Ran's starry sword aura. The devastation was not much better than the assault of the remnants of the three dynasties a decade ago. Ran heard the familiar tone of his companion beside him and cast a glance downward. He scratched his head bashfully, offering an awkward smile. Rest assured, I am confident that the CF family from the western regions will be exceedingly willing to cover this expense. Oof. Shen Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. Unimpressed, are you planning to go to the western regions? She inquired. Yes. Ran nodded lightly. Although this calamity was of his own making, debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. If the Xie disciples had not been so arrogant, could matters have escalated to such a degree? Thus, he intended to visit them, extending a gesture of warmth, perhaps even raiding their home for some funds to offset the losses inflicted upon the empire. Upon hearing this, an unusual expression flitted across Shen Qingqing's veiled face. She softly remarked, I've heard there are many beautiful women in the western regions. Will you bring back a sister for me? Ah! At her words, Ran was utterly baffled. He was uncertain what his wife was implying. How could he bring back a sister while collecting a debt? Was that even possible? Would he still be alive to do so? Nonetheless, it was indeed true that the western regions were renowned for their beauty. How about you accompany me? Ran proposed. Shen Qingqing promptly shook her head, declining no. Just go and return quickly. If you dare to linger, I'll take care of your brother. She raised her hand, making a scissor gesture and wiggling her fingers. Instantly, Ran felt a chill sweep over him. I'll be back in half an hour, he replied, to which Shen Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. After a few more reminders, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the imperial palace. After watching Shen Qingqing depart, Ran was about to extend his consciousness to locate the position of the Xie family in the western regions when unexpectedly, the mechanical voice that had vanished for half a day resonated in his mind once more. Proceed to the Xie family in the western regions for check-in. Reward, none. Ran stared at the words that abruptly appeared before him, speechless. What is the purpose of this check-in? Wait, wasn't this check-in feature given away? Long ago, he had lost the ability to check in with this system. When he inquired about its disappearance, the system stated, I gave it away. Thus, he had transitioned from checking in diligently to simply receiving whatever he desired without effort. Observing the sudden reappearance of the check-in interface, Mo Ren curiously asked, "System, has this check-in function returned?" Just as he anticipated a satisfactory response from the elusive system, he was met with a scathing retort. "Don't donate your eyes." "What the heck?" Mo Ren exclaimed in exasperation. It seemed that the system's temper had grown quite formidable. Had his wife run off with another? Perhaps it was due to his prolonged neglect of verbal sparring that had emboldened this little rascal. With a slight smile, Mo Ren addressed the system. "Is there something you need?" Upon receiving a response, he quickly sent a few telegrams, concluding with, "You carry on, I shall enjoy my lemons." The system, of course, would not indulge him. After an intense clash of wits, realizing there was nothing to gain, it retreated into silence. In the western regions, within the confines of the Xie imperial clan, numerous clansmen gathered together. On a high platform, a somewhat rotund figure resembling a pig was passionately delivering a speech. The disciples below applauded enthusiastically. "Today, our clan has undeniably become the sole dominant force in the western regions. To establish a more stable foothold and possibly expand our influence, I have resolved to ally with the foreign tribes and discuss grand strategies." Foreign tribes. This term was a taboo in this realm. They were a group of unknown beings residing in the subterranean world. Long ago, these foreign tribes had invaded the land, seeking to claim it as their own, causing untold suffering to the inhabitants. To fend off their incursions, the realm unified the strength of all cultivators and led major sects in a campaign against the foreign tribes. After several millennia of war, they succeeded in driving them back to their dark abode. Legend has it that this realm initially had no divisions into 4 regions. The division originated from the 4 entrances through which the foreign tribes invaded. To seal them away more effectively and prevent their return, the realm established the 4 regions according to the cardinal directions and erected seals at each entrance, guarded by the dominant powers of each region. Thanks to the existence of these seals, cultivators in this realm could thrive. The seals were immensely powerful, said to have been bestowed by the heavenly Tao. As for which heavenly Tao, who could say? The seals were perpetual. As long as they remained intact, the sealed foreign tribes could never set foot on land. However, there was a critical vulnerability. If one seal were broken, the others would follow suit. To avert such calamities, they devised a strategy wherein a representative from the eastern region would guard the seal in the western region, while the western representative would go to the northern region, the northern to the southern, and so forth. This approach proved effective over the years, as the seals remained unbroken. The watchers assigned to suppress the seals took root in their respective regions, dedicating generations to this duty. Now, in the gathering place of the Xie imperial clan, stood the very site where countless cultivators had once labored to seal the foreign tribe's exit. In the center of a vast square, an elderly man with flowing white hair was bound tightly, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. It seemed he had just been captured and injured. He lay on the ground, exuding a feeble aura, as though someone had deliberately allowed him to linger on the brink of death, wishing to make his existence a living hell. What are you planning? Are you preparing to stand against the entire world?" The elderly man, his cultivation sealed and barely clinging to life, strained to speak despite the pain racking his body. He was the guardian of the seal in this region, hailing from the eastern region, specifically the Kanglan Holy Land. Not long ago, while he was diligently overseeing the seal, he was ambushed by the Xie clan's emperor, assaulted by 5 emperors simultaneously, and poisoned, rendering him powerless. He could only watch helplessly as his kin were slaughtered, leaving him to struggle alone. In response, the figure atop the platform curled his lips into a mocking grin. With a swift motion, he vanished from the high platform, reappearing beside the elderly man. Without a word, he delivered a vicious kick to the man's abdomen. The elderly man was nearly rendered unconscious by the sudden, forceful blow, a look of anguish clearly etched upon his face. The assailant, with a menacing glare, demanded, "Speak the method to lift the seal, or else." He cast a glance at the sealed ground beneath him, a sinister smile curving his lips. "Or we shall be compelled to break it forcefully." "Never," the old man retorted sharply. revealing the sealing method would inevitably lead to untold suffering once more. By remaining silent, there still lingered a glimmer of hope for resistance. After all, a seal was not so easily broken. If it were, it would hardly be deemed a seal. Thus, do not blame me. As his words fell, he raised his hand, a sharp blade of light materializing, aimed directly at the old man's head. In an instant, blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. The old man's breath faded as the attack descended, extinguishing his life amid the expanse of heaven and earth, succumbing to a painful demise. TSK. Following the completion of his grim task, a sound of tisk-tisk echoed in his ears, perhaps a commendation of his skill, or perhaps some mocking derision. Soon after, a voice emerged, its tone indiscernible. For now, let us postpone this matter and settle the financial compensation, shall we? Chapter 90. I know you are anxious, but please, remain calm. The voice emanated from none other than Mo Ran, who had traversed the vast distance from the southern region with seemingly little effort, taking merely a few breaths along the way to enjoy the picturesque scenery, leaving him in high spirits. Who is this individual? Why have I never encountered him before? An intruder, perhaps? His attire suggests he hails from the southern region. In the square, a multitude of voices erupted in speculation, their expressions shifting through a myriad of emotions. As the leader among them heard the voice, he raised his gaze skyward. Upon spotting the unfamiliar, pure white silhouette against the azure backdrop, a ripple of shock coursed through his heart. Pointing at Mo Ran, he barked, "Who are you? How did you breach our defenses?" As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from him, enveloping the surroundings like an impending storm. How could anyone have infiltrated their sacred domain without detection? Was the imperial barrier merely ornamental? Were the guards nothing but inept fools? Did they not recognize the significance of this day? Cursed be it. Below, the man named Xiao Gu, the patriarch of the western region's Xiao clan, was beset by a torrent of thoughts, each second birthing a new idea. Just as Mo Ran was about to speak, a hurried elder approached from the distance, raising alarm bells within the crowd. Dust billowed in his wake, revealing his urgency. "Patriarch," he gasped, rushing to Xiao Gu's side. His breath labored. Sweat streamed down his face as he exclaimed, "This is dire news." "Calm yourself. Speak slowly," Xiao Gu reprimanded, exasperated by the elder's frantic demeanor, which lacked the decorum befitting his status. "It's terrible. The protective jade tokens of the imperial heir, the fifth young master, Elder Duoguan, and Elder Wang Outhian have all," he stammered, his face paling and lips trembling. "They're all shattered." "What?" Xiao Gu's countenance drained of color in an instant. Boom! A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, whispers intertwining with disbelief and shock. The shattering of the protective jade tokens signified catastrophic consequences. They knew all too well what it meant. The imperial heir was a paragon of talent, self-proclaimed as the chosen one thousands of years ago, an invincible force throughout the western region. And the others, notorious figures, had only just awakened from their slumber 2 days prior. How could they possibly have perished? Mo Ran hovered above, bemused. He absorbed their words, each one resonating in his ears, causing a faint smile to creep upon his lips. The Xiao clan was truly unfortunate. It seemed today would be their reckoning. 3 of the deceased were in the Qingyu Empire, while the last had met his end in the southern region. The identity of the assailant remained a mystery. As this realization dawned upon him, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, the sound echoing down to the bewildered onlookers below. Xiao Gu, consumed by grief over the loss of his son, contorted his features into a mask of fury. He needed an outlet for his anguish. Redirecting his gaze towards the enigmatic Mo Ran, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, he unleashed a fierce imperial aura, a testament to his might. In concert, the elders who had been standing with him on the platform erupted into a display of their own power. The atmosphere within the Xiao clan's territory transformed into a tempest, swirling with countless storms of spiritual energy. 5 figures, each embodying the might of the 9th-level emperor, albeit mere pseudo-emperors, gathered their strength. Their presence, exuding an aura markedly distinct from the pseudo-emperors Mo Ran had previously encountered in the southern region. Yet, as the storms raged around him, Mo Ran remained unfazed. His curiosity piqued by the strange energy radiating from them. Moments later, he regarded the approaching storms of spiritual energy, raising a hand to dismiss them with a casual wave. A gentle, ethereal light emanated from his palm, dissipating the tempest with ease. "What the?" Xiao Gu exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Before him stood a figure who could disperse their collective might with a mere flick of the wrist. Was he a celestial being? They were, after all, ninth-level emperors, albeit pseudo-emperors, but bolstered by the mysterious power within them. Their attack should have transcended mere titles. Could any ordinary emperor achieve such feats? This was no ordinary individual. He was a being of divine caliber. Panic gripped Xiao Gu as he considered the implications. If Mo Ran chose to unleash his wrath upon him, would he withstand even a single strike? He hastily reined in his aura, suppressing his sorrow under the weight of his fear. "Pray tell, esteemed one, what brings you to our clan?" He stammered, his voice trembling. Mo Ran's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Hadn't the elder just exhibited a desire to obliterate him? Why the sudden shift to fear? Had he inadvertently provoked him? He had observed the peculiar power within them, a seed that enhanced their strength, now entwined with their very hearts. Though he could not discern its nature, it was clear that this seed, exuding dark energy, was far from benign. Years of reading had taught him one thing. This clan was undoubtedly nefarious. "You mentioned debts," Mo Ran mused, surveying the crowd with an inscrutable demeanor. Anticipating their astonishment, he retrieved a crystal ball from the depths of his spatial pocket. "What could my clan possibly owe?" Xiao Gu inquired, perplexed. He scoured his memories but found no trace of Mo Ran. Moreover, in the western region, it was others who owed the Xiao clan debts, not the reverse. With a subtle smile, Mo Ran waved a hand dismissively. "I understand your anxiety, but do remain calm. Observe closely." He tossed the crystal ball high into the air, and in an instant, a cascade of images erupted from within, transforming into a series of flickering slides that danced before the eyes of the astonished assembly. The scenes of Xiao Shi rampaging through the Qingyu dynasty. The image of a lifeless dog sprawled upon the ground, and the sight of the monk who meddled in worldly affairs. Meeting his demise flickered before the eyes of all present. Chapter 91. Will you resist? As the scenes flashed by and the playback concluded, the crowd in the square could not help but swallow hard. Particularly affected was the elder who had rushed in to report the grim news. He was now paralyzed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Gu, wore an expression that was exceptionally complex, ever-changing and inscrutable, leaving one to wonder which facet of him was genuine. After the images faded, Mo Ran smoothly retracted the crystal sphere, casting a glance at the still stunned crowd. He smiled gently, remarking, to incite trouble. This time his gaze fell upon the grim-faced Xiao Gu, whose emotions were inscrutable. "The losses sustained by my Qingyu dynasty are indeed substantial." So he surveyed the assembly, taking a deep breath. "I wonder how you all plan to compensate?" As his words settled, an oppressive silence enveloped the area, akin to the stillness of death. The expressions of those present reflected their incredulity. "Surely not, my good sir. The footage was crystal clear. It was your stellar sword Qi that wreaked havoc, leaving desolation in its wake. How could this devastation be attributed to our young master? I ask you, how could he be blamed?" They were incredulous. "You've reduced everything to this state. How are we to make amends? Are we to surrender the entirety of the Xiao imperial clan as resources to you? That would be utterly unreasonable." At this juncture, Xiao Gu, who had been deep in thought, finally raised his head to meet Mo Ran's gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury. This man had not only slain his son, but also executed the elder of their clan. Now, he dared to come to their territory to demand compensation. He took a deep breath, aware of Mo Ran's formidable power, and thus refrained from making any rash movements. "Sir, it is true that my son was at fault, but you have already extinguished his life. Why not let this matter rest?" At present, he was uncertain of Mo Ran's true strength, but the ability to disperse the spiritual storm they had conjured spoke volumes of his extraordinary power. The enmity of a slain son is a grudge that cannot be overlooked, Once he releases the seal and allows the foreign entities to emerge, he would ensure that this man is erased from existence in this world. No, he would make this man suffer, forcing him to experience the agony of losing a loved one, the pain of losing a son. Mo ran, oblivious to Xiao Gu's dark thoughts, merely shook his head slowly. He had no intention of sparing this clan. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the grass. If left untouched, it will flourish anew. This clan had offended him and insulted his wife and children. If he were to let this go, how could he face the few remaining readers who still followed him? To be frank, I have no intention of sparing you. He cast a sidelong glance at all the Xiao Imperial clan members gathered there, speaking deliberately. So, will you resist? Upon finishing, he brought his fingers together once more, lifting them to his chest, where a glimmer of starlight appeared at his fingertips. Gradually, it coalesced into small orbs that danced around his fingers. While the crowd felt no tangible pressure emanating from him, an undeniable sense of dread permeated the air. As they gazed upon the swirling orbs of starlight, an invisible aura of murderous intent began to coalesce, enveloping the space entirely. Everyone felt ensnared by this untraceable malice, beads of cold sweat cascading down their faces. Many with weaker cultivation hastily unleashed their own powers to withstand the onslaught. Streams of spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, clinging to their garments. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not diminish their discomfort. After hearing Mo Rant's words, Xiao Gu and the elders standing beside him turned pale with fear. Realizing that Mo Ran was not inclined to relent, they inwardly cursed Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, why couldn't you just disappear quietly? Now, your foolishness has implicated the entire clan. You truly are a fool. Had I known, I would have ended you myself before this day. As they dwelled upon these thoughts, their frustration only mounted. Though they felt enraged, they could not express it outwardly, only sighing in resignation over their misfortune in encountering such a foolhardy individual. After a moment of contemplation, they unleashed their full powers. Boom! 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 The ground trembled beneath them as three tremendous explosions echoed, with the three elders standing beside, Xiao Gu summoning all their might to resist. Despite Mo Rant's strength, they were not to be underestimated. They refused to sit idly and await their demise. Taking their lives would not be so simple. In an instant, the entire Xiao Imperial clan domain quaked violently, akin to a cradle on the brink of collapse. Mo Rant furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. I advise you all against resistance. Doing so may at least afford you a chance to enter this cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, he raised a blade of sword light at his fingertips. You may find yourself with no next life. The crowd was taken aback, stunned by his audacity. How arrogant! This boy is exceedingly arrogant. He speaks of reincarnation as if he could deny it. My temper flares. I refuse to believe it. As his words hung in the air, several more faint auras surged from below. Seeing those who disregarded his warning, he smiled coldly. After all, he had already provided them with a caution. If they chose not to believe it, then let them test their fate. Observing the multitude rising in defiance, a slight smile crept across his face. The starlit sword light he had gathered erupted into a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the sword chi from a radius of several miles converged at the moment the starlight shone forth. Centered around the starlit dots at his fingertips, the sword chi coiled around him. If you do not believe, then I invite you to your demise. Mo Ran whispered, before slicing his fingers downward. The starlit sword chi surged forth from his fingertips, transforming into a tempest of sword energy, filled with murderous intent, hurtling toward the defiant crowd below. This stroke of starlit sword energy encapsulated countless sword chi from the surrounding expanse, interspersed with threads of lethal intent. Not even 3 emperors, nor a half-saint, could withstand the onslaught of this strike, their very souls obliterated. Indeed, at the moment the sword chi descended, before it could touch anything, the residual waves of its power had already shattered numerous weaker cultivators into fragments. Explosions of blood mist erupted from below, vibrant and colorful, akin to balloons bursting with a resplendent display. Chapter 92. a sense of alarm as I gazed upon the celestial array of sword energy converging for miles around. Intent on annihilating all in its path, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Gu, sensed the overwhelming aura of destruction and urgently commanded the remaining defenders, quickly, activate the protective formation. Why, one might wonder, did they not flee but instead await their demise? The malevolent intent from all directions had them ensnared, rendering escape futile. No matter where they might run, they could not evade the onslaught of sword energy. Only by enduring could they hope to grasp the fragile thread of survival and dawn. At Xiao Gu's fervent exhortation, those still standing hastily began to weave intricate hand seals. Beside him, 3 venerable elders wiped the sweat from their brows, their aged hands deftly forming complex sigils. Mysterious ancient glyphs gradually materialized around them, ascending in unison toward the heavens. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a call, surging madly toward the glyphs, merging with them. Brilliant beams of light erupted from their bodies, soaring skyward. Beneath their feet, a grand formation slowly emerged. As they pooled their energies into its structure, suddenly, the ancient glyphs above them radiated a blinding white light, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped them. Observing this, Ran remained impassive, allowing them to struggle in their final throes. He had declared that even a semi-immortal would perish beneath this sword strike. Their desperate resistance elicited no sympathy from him. Instead, a cautious figure caught his attention. A seemingly ordinary disciple, clad in simple garb, stood amidst the multitude, unnoticed by most. His brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. As the crowd united to fortify their defenses against the torrent of sword energy, he retreated to the back, where the air had been saturated with Ran's oppressive presence. Yet, inexplicably, he managed to evade capture. Had he been slightly more observant, he might have been ensnared. His furtive glances suggested he was seeking the opportune moment to escape. In this dire situation, it was evident to any discerning eye that none could contend with Ran. As the proverb goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear for firewood. He perceived himself as those enduring green mountains. Thus he resolved to flee. Seeing the youth's actions, Ran's brow furrowed deeper. This scene felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before, though the memory eluded him. Nonetheless, he understood that such cunning individuals should be eliminated rather than spared. Their resourcefulness and fortuitousness posed a threat. How else could one explain this disciple's evasion of Ran's detection? At this moment, the youth likely contemplated a swift escape to enhance his powers before returning to seek vengeance. Truth be told, Ran's current actions resembled those of a villain engaged in the wholesale slaughter of clans. Hence, he felt compelled to exercise caution. If he aimed to eradicate them, he must ensure complete annihilation, leaving no survivors. For even a single remnant could one day evolve into a harbinger of destiny or fortune, a prospect that was intolerable. Although he had the power to extinguish them, the intricacies of fate and causality remained inscrutable to him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them all. The luminous barrier formed by the grand formation shattered upon encountering the celestial sword energy unleashed by Ran, disintegrating into nothingness in less than 5 breaths. In that instant, several Xiao disciples who had poured their spiritual energy into the formation were struck by the backlash of its collapse, spewing blood as they clutched their chests, collapsing in agony. The sword energy, undeterred by the brief obstruction, continued its descent. Faced with the imminent storm of celestial sword energy, they found themselves paralyzed, neither able to flee nor hide. Tears streamed down their faces as they lamented their fate, summoning their remaining strength to pound the ground in despair. What in the world is this? How can it be so powerful? Damn it, I don't want to die. I haven't finished reading Transcending a Century, raising a daughter from the immortal emperor. They cursed Xiao Shi, who had been so arrogant in the western region, and now, even in this dire hour, remained insufferable. Their hearts brimmed with hatred, regretting their ignorance of the calamity that awaited them. They wished they had taken the time to finish the captivating novel before confronting such a fate. As the celestial sword light cascaded down, countless members of the Xiao clan shed tears of regret, wishing they could consume Xiao Shihou. They realized that they should have prepared for this calamity. With their bodies and souls consumed by the sword energy, they vanished from existence forever. In the moment the formation shattered, several mighty emperors of the Xiao clan vented their frustrations upon their leader, delivering a few harsh kicks while cursing. "Look at the abominable spawn you've born. To hell with you." After venting their anger, they too were engulfed by the deluge of sword energy cascading from above. Reduced to ashes, Xiao Gu, having been kicked and momentarily dazed, followed suit into oblivion. Yet, Mo Ran had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, to collect debts. As they teetered on the brink of annihilation, he swiftly seized their storage rings, simultaneously dispatching a clone to their treasury to loot it. The celestial sword energy poured down like a river of stars, transforming the square into a desolate wasteland. Within this ruin, the sword energy surged, refusing to be extinguished, as if the very ground had morphed into a realm of sword energy, where twinkling starlight turned all it touched to ash. Once the celestial brilliance and the storm of dust subsided, a seemingly ordinary disciple, bearing no visible wounds, stood amidst the rubble. He raised his gaze to meet Mo Rance, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Truthfully, he was as bewildered as anyone by his own survival. He had intended to flee amidst the chaos following the formation's collapse, but the others had been too stricken to move, opting instead to weep bitterly upon the ground. He had anticipated his own demise, only to find that not a single strand of the celestial sword energy had touched him. Either it had veered off course, or a fool had inadvertently shielded him. Thus, he remained inexplicably alive. Now, he stood in a state of utter trepidation. He was the last surviving member of the Xiao clan. Could one blame him for his alarm? To grasp the depth of his anxiety, imagine scoring a mere 59 on a final exam, and you would comprehend his disquietude. Chapter 93. A being neither human nor ghost. My name is Xiao Li, and I find myself engulfed in panic. Just moments ago, my entire family met with a gruesome demise. All my kin have perished, slain by the very man standing before me. What shall I do now? Time is of the essence. Is there anyone who can provide guidance in this dire moment? Please, save me. Xiao Li glanced at Mo Ran, cold sweat pouring down his face, soaking it completely. Yet, he steeled himself against the fear and raised his hand in a tentative greeting, as if to say, "Surprise, I am still alive." Amidst the ruins, with dust swirling around him, he appeared untouched and immaculate. Mo Ran's brow furrowed slightly, ensnared in self-doubt. He stared incredulously at his own hands. This shouldn't be possible. How could anyone survive beneath the onslaught of the Starry River's sword rain? Is there truly such a fortuitous individual in this world? To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a considerable time, resonated once more in his mind with its mechanical voice. Ding! A child of outrageous fortune has been discovered. Please eliminate him promptly. This youth possesses extraordinary luck and the potential to ascend as an emperor. To prevent future troubles, you understand. Damn it, I knew it. Such a massacre could only be orchestrated by a villain. Indeed, I am a villain. How is it that I encounter a child of fortune everywhere I go? And yet, you claim you are not a villainous system. I am truly at my wit's end with you. Mo Ran cursed internally, but soon regained his composure. After all, the system had already alerted him, and now he could not afford to let this individual escape. As he had mentioned, such massacres tend to attract a multitude of fortunate souls. After all, in the wake of a family's annihilation, one alone bears the weight of their lineage's fortune. Coupled with the favor of heaven, how could it not be extraordinary? Hold on, heaven? Mo Ran gazed upwards, resolutely nodding. After he dispatched this youth, he would seek a conversation with the heavenly path. Contemplating for a moment, he swiftly redirected his gaze toward Xiao Li below, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He brought his fingers together, and once more, the astral sword energy surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed summoned by an unseen force, pouring toward Mo Ran's fingertips with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the starry sword light re-emerged. Simultaneously, to ensure this youth could not evade the strike, a phantasm of the starry river materialized behind him. Thousands of sword energies instantly coalesced, each brimming with the power to obliterate souls. This time, success was assured. He nodded with satisfaction. The sword rain of the starry river awaited his command, ready to charge towards Xiao Li's form. Seeing this, Xiao Li was drenched in cold sweat, his garments having soaked through the moment he met Mo Ran's gaze. As he witnessed Mo Ran condensing sword energy and the spectral images behind him taking shape, he was filled with regret. He lamented why he hadn't perished alongside his family. Why must he endure the excruciating pain of 1,000 swords piercing his heart? Perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance to feel his heart break. He would simply vanish. Why must fortune favor him so? Is the heavenly path truly mad? His lips twitched as fear overtook his features. Meanwhile, within the heavenly path palace, a Chiyo, seated on the ground, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and gazed outside. Who is thinking of me? A moment later, Mo Ran's expression turned icy as he pointed downwards at the ruins where Xiao Li lay. The sword light erupted from his fingertip, and the starry sword rain, as if finally finding its long-sought target, surged madly toward Xiao Li. Realizing the oncoming storm of sword energy, Xiao Li understood there was no escape. If anyone were to come to his aid now, they would be nothing short of foolish. Resigned, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling with finality, spreading his arms and shaking his head as if bidding farewell to the world. World, until we meet again in the next life, if given the chance. Before the sword light from the heavens could touch him, the resultant shockwave shattered his form, reducing his essence to mere fragments of nothingness. As a gust of wind swept through, he was carried aloft, dancing gracefully through the air. Such beauty, such artistry. Once the celestial stars faded, Mo Ran surveyed the remnants of the Xiao clan he had reduced to this state, marveling at his own power, and muttered, "I am truly formidable." To preclude any unforeseen circumstances, preventing the escape of a fragment of the soul of the recently extinguished child of fortune, he employed his divine sense to meticulously scan the entire realm, leaving no blade of grass unexamined. Satisfied that there were no abnormalities, he sighed in relief, departing with a collection of storage rings pilfered from Xiao disciples. I wonder how Ling is faring. She must have had her fill of fun by now. In the heavens above, Mo Ran's gaze drifted towards the horizon, sensing an immensely familiar aura emanating from afar, a tender smile gracing his features. Care to guess how the scion of a Xiao family met his end? Just as he pondered, the system's voice echoed